Pirates God Level Sign in System Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1 _ Super Devil Fruit at the beginning. Please. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. Seagulls make calls from time to time in the air, they flutter their wings and fly over the sea very freely. The sky is so blue, like a sapphire. There was not a single wave on the sea level, and the peaceful wind Vivi was blowing. At this moment, a medium-sized brig flashed across the originally lonely sea. The speed of this ship was not fast. It sailed leisurely on the sea like a proud peacock. However, no one could have imagined that this ship turned out to be a pirate ship. Yes, the ship has a skull emblem, which represents a pirate. On the deck of the ship, there are a lot of vicious people. They dress casually and drink and fight unscrupulously. As soon as they go to sea, they live a life of looting and drinking blood. Of course, in addition to these pirates, there is also a human who looks different. He was wearing large colored shorts that showed his knees, stepped on a cool and casual splint, and also wore a pair of black sunglasses, which made him stand out among the pirates. At this time, he was at the helm, controlling the direction of the entire ship. It is estimated that after walking for a while, we should be able to reach the Goya Kingdom. These pirates should not know that I changed the direction privately, right? Shu Kang prayed silently in his heart. The navigator of this group of pirates originally fell ill and died, but Shu Kang happened to appear in front of this group of pirates, and was naturally invited by force. Of course, this group of pirates did not regard Shu Kang as their own, but only regarded him as a tool that could be used. For these cruel pirates, as long as Shu Kang brought them to their destination, they would have nothing to do with it. Kill Shu Kang mercilessly, and then recruit fresh blood again. Hey, boy, we should have arrived at our destination this morning. How come it's noon now, and we haven't seen the shadow of the island and land yet? The person who asked the question was the captain of the ship and the captain of the pirate group, named Yabu. Captain Yabu is an extremely vicious robber with a reward of millions of Baileys. He is most proud of his spear skills. It is said that he is a pirate with 100 hits. Shu Kang is a smart person. Seeing that the pirate leader was angry, he naturally reassured him immediately. Mr. Yabu, it may be a little bit deviated from the position. I will adjust it and I will be there soon. Captain Yabu's temper was not that good. He grabbed Shu Kang directly and smashed Shu Kang to the ground very easily. Boom! Shu Kang fell to the ground, and even his handsome sunglasses were smashed. Bastard! Boy, the reason why you can live and take the helm here is because of my kindness and the value in you. Captain Yabu showed his vicious face very easily. Don't think I don't know, you feed the mother and daughter prisoners with food every day. I've said it before, don't give them food. If you dare to disobey me, be careful I throw you in the sea to feed the sharks. Captain Yabu glared at Shu Kang fiercely. Shu Kang didn't know how to respond for a while, so he nodded silently. Seeing Shu Kang nodding, Captain Yabu turned around. Bastard! Shu Kang cursed inwardly. Although he was extremely resentful, he had to endure it. Since he crossed into the world of pirates, he has not awakened any special abilities, which left him completely without any strength to fight back, so he was forced to accept everything in front of him. As a transmigrator, I'm too miserable, right? Others have golden fingers or something. What about me? Nothing. What the hell is going on? Shu Kang wondered, could it be that he would such a mediocre life? However, just when Shu Kang couldn't understand his future, he seemed to see the land not far away. That's the Goya Kingdom, right? I remember the windmill village in this kingdom. It seems to be the hometown of the pirate protagonist Luffy. As a traveler, Shu Kang was naturally very interested in anime characters. Immediately afterwards, a sudden voice made him once again full of hope for life. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. Arrived at Windmill Village. You have successfully signed in. This is the first location you have arrived at so far, and the God level sign in system has been successfully activated. Congratulations. Rewarded. Super Devil Fruit. The sound was a bit loud and it came so suddenly, it naturally startled Shu Kang. Shu Kang quickly turned around, for fear that other people would hear the sound as well. However, Shu King thought too much. The pirates on the deck are all looking at the windmill village at this time, showing an evil expression. They are preparing weapons, and plan to burn, kill and loot here. And they didn't seem to hear the huge voice just now. When Shu King turned his head again, he found that a very beautifully crafted box appeared in front of him. The patterns on the box are extremely detailed and exquisite, which can be called ingenious. The important thing is that Shu King felt that the things in this box seemed to be inextricably linked with him. Open it and have a look. Shu King gently lifted the lid of the box, and inside lay a black fruit that looked a bit like an enlarged version of a black strawberry. This is. Shu King has seen devil fruits in the anime, Zone, Paramesha, and Logia don't seem to look like this. This is a super devil fruit, you can eat it with confidence. The mysterious voice appeared again, although Shu King was on guard against unfamiliar voices, but when he thought about what he had to encounter now, he naturally became agitated. He couldn't let those pirates dominate his life either. It doesn't matter, instead of letting these pirates torture to death, it's better to fight it yourself. Eat it. Shu King then picked up the black fruit and took a bite. Shu King almost vomited. He had never eaten something so unpalatable before, and instinctively wanted to vomit. However, the thirst for the mysterious power of devil fruit made him restrained. Shu King tried his best and finally swallowed the mouthful, but he no longer had the courage to take the second mouthful. However, something like a devil fruit can gain power when you take the first bite, so there is no need to take a second bite. Immediately afterwards, Shu King felt a strange feeling. His whole body began to heat up, and that warm feeling immediately swept through every part of his body. Shu King felt that his whole body was as if he had soaked in a hot spring, and he felt very comfortable. Shu King felt that his body's functions were rapidly strengthening, and his heart was also very excited. It stands to reason that the stronger the person who eats the fruit, the more incisively and vividly the power of the fruit can be exerted. However, this time, Shu King felt that it was this fruit that brought him a huge improvement. The originally thin body and inconspicuous muscles have now become plump with the power of fruit. Chapter 2 _ Destroy the Pirates. Ask for a silver ticket. In less than a minute, Shu King felt that he had changed from a diosi to a handsome fitness man. Although the muscles on the body did not explode and swell, they were extremely well proportioned and looked very comfortable. The changes on Shu King's side naturally attracted the attention of Captain Yabu and the surrounding pirates. Grass. Shu King. What the hell are you doing? The pirates were all attracted by Shu King's changes, and they all questioned. Why are you so energized? What's going on? Could it be that he saw a place with humans and wanted to loot with us? I said, don't you want to be a pirate too? Ha ha. Shut up. At this time, Captain Yabu came out and saw a strange Shu King. He grabbed Shu King and threatened him very fiercely. Boy, I advise you not to play tricks. Otherwise, that's it. Captain Yabu turned pale in shock, and Shu King in his hand stood motionless in front of him, unable to drag him no matter what. What is the result? Now Shu King no longer has to be bullied by these pirates, and naturally intends to settle the previous accounts one by one. At this time, he squinted at Captain Yabu in front of him, and his attitude became a lot worse. He had completely ignored Captain Yabu. You bastard! Captain Yabu cursed angrily and exerted all his strength again, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift Shu King up. What's the matter? Did you eat a weight? Seeing this, Captain Yabu immediately glared at the subordinates who were watching the excitement, and then cursed. You bastards! Don't take care of this stinky boy for me. I didn't expect this stinky bastard to eat and drink from me, and now he dares to resist me. How dare you go against the boss? Don't this guy want to live? The subordinates of the Yabu pirates acted immediately. They took advantage of the number of people to surround Shu King first. The pirates with guns raised their muskets and aimed at Shu King. If it was said that in the past, Shu King would definitely bow his head and endure, he used to be an ordinary person. But, now that the God-level sign in system has been awakened, it has become different. He no longer has to be a man with his tail tucked in. Do you want to teach me a lesson? Don't ask yourself, do you have this qualification now? Shu Kang's mouth raised Vivi. His eyes were full of contempt. His words showed great confidence and contempt for this group of pirates. Bastard. Since that's the case, let you experience what despair is. Captain Yabu has always been hot-tempered. At this time, he couldn't bear it anymore. He waved to his subordinates and said, "Kill him. Anyway, we have found the target. He is useless. Boy, don't blame us. If you want to blame yourself." The surrounding pirates had already locked Shu Kang with their muskets, and they finally pulled the trigger under the captain's order. Just listening to countless, bang, sounds, deafening. Countless bullets burst out, and the target was naturally Shu Kang. Shu Kang still didn't have any fear. He was the one who got that super devil fruit. "Let me see what you are capable of. Legendary devil fruit," Shu Kang said in his heart, and then, his whole body turned to the outside, and endless darkness spread out. At the same time, a black shadow appeared behind Shu Kang. This shadow was attached to Shu Kang's back. Although he couldn't see the exact appearance of the shadow, he could see the red eyes. Staring at these eyes, I can feel the inexplicable chill and coldness, as if falling into the abyss. The next second, the entire Yabu pirates were stunned. Most of them didn't know what happened. They thought that Shu Kang would be shot to death, but now they are still standing in front of them unharmed. What's even more terrifying is that Shu Kang has now turned into such a terrifying monster. "How is it? I said that you are not qualified to fight against me at all," Shu Kang said calmly, completely ignoring these pirates. Captain Yabu was shocked, and then immediately thought of something. "Don't panic. This guy should have the ability to eat devil fruit. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Not afraid of bullets. Then he must be afraid of knives. Everyone, chop him into meat sauce with me." Under the leadership of Captain Yabu, all the pirates dispatched in unison, and they all took out their knives, aggressively rushed towards Shu Kang. Shu Kang Vivi shook his head and said, "You guys, you still don't understand, the gap between you and me now. Well, I'll move my muscles and let you see my fruit ability." After speaking, Shu Kang finally shook his head, took a step forward, and then pushed out with a palm. At the same time, the long arms of the shadow behind Shu Kang also became longer in an instant, as if it was pushed out by Shu Kang's palm. This huge black arm is so powerful that it even made a sound of breaking through the air. With just a push of the palm, the group of pirates who were trying to slash at Shu Kang with their knives were knocked into the air. What a terrifying power, defeated us with a single blow. Is this really the power of the devil fruit? Or, this guy is the devil himself? What should we do? We are no match for this guy at all. Go get the cannon. Blast at this guy. I don't believe it. I can't kill this bastard. Captain Yabu also seemed to have lost his mind. He never thought that the boy who had been pressed by his own would actually salt fish. Turning over, he must kill Shu Kang, so as to establish his prestige. He wants to tell Shu Kang that he is the boss of this ship. Shu Kang's counterattack didn't stop. He turned around, and his huge black slender arms stretched out. Shu Kang clenched his fists tightly, and the demon's claws clenched into a demon's fist. This fist slammed out with a broken sound, and the surrounding pirates were instantly bombarded and seriously injured. Many pirates even directly was beaten overboard and fell into the water. "Captain Yabu, I have been putting up with you, but I didn't expect that you would go so far as to take me less and less as a human being, and now I will make you pay the price. I think you are ready." Shu Kang then gently stretched out his hand and held it so gently. At the same time, the demon's black arm behind him stretched out like that. Shu Kang easily grabbed Captain Yabu and held it in the palm of your hand. Although Captain Yabu struggled desperately and tried his best, he couldn't break free no matter what. "Let go of me, Shu Kang, you bastard. You brat. If it wasn't for me, you would have drowned in the sea. If you fall into my hands, it will definitely make your life worse than death. Captain Yabu in his hands, although Shu Kang had his life under his control, was still scolding and looked down on others, so Shu Kang's murderous intention was great. But just at this time, a pirate pushed the cannon out and fired it at Shu Kang with a bang. Immediately afterwards, the cannon was about to hit Shu Kang, and at this moment, Shu Kang's body shook, and the black figure stretched out a pair of black wings. The wings were extremely huge, completely protecting Shu Kang inside. The moment the cannonball hit Shu Kang actually fanned out with his wings. Not only did the cannonball not explode, but Shu Kang completely bounced it off. Ah, who the hell are you? Captain Yabu is really flustered now. Even a devil fruit person should not have such a mysterious ability. Logia, not Paramesha, it doesn't seem to be. But Zone, seems like no animal is like this. Looks like a demon. Yabu's heart is growing with fear, not only because of Shu Kang's strength, more is the fear of Shu Kang's unknown abilities. What the hell is going on here? He can't hide his strength. I just cleaned him up just now. The change just started. Could it be that this guy just ate a devil fruit? Captain Yabu suddenly realized his self-righteousness. Shu Kang, let me live, otherwise, I will kill the mother and daughter. Captain Yabu was about to die, but he still didn't repent, and he still kept his self-righteous face. Shu Kang couldn't take it anymore. You are clearly in my palm, yet you dare to threaten me. Don't worry, I will save the two of them, but there is no need for anyone other than them to live. You have done all evil, and it's time to suffer the consequences. Shu Kang's eyes gradually turned cold. His hands were getting harder and harder, and Captain Yabu became less and less able to resist. Soon, the evil Captain Yabu was pinched by Shu Kang and lost his life. As for the remaining pirates, seeing that the captain was dead, they attacked Shu Kang again. Shu Kang shuttled between the pirates, and the mysterious shadow behind him was like a harvester of life. He quickly waved his arms and wings. In less than a while, the pirates on the entire ship were almost slaughtered. Chapter 3 God level sign in system. Ask for a silver ticket. Ah, you are a devil. You are a devil. Ah. The only remaining pirates on the pirate ship eventually lost consciousness in disbelief. Shu Kang saw that the pirates on the whole ship had been completely eliminated by himself, so he put away his abilities. And what is the black shadow attached to Shu Kang? Naturally a devil. The devil fruit Shu Kang ate was not any of the common Paramesha, Logia, and Zone, but a devil fruit, that had never appeared in the original book. Shu Kang's fruit ability is to let the devil possess himself, so as to improve his ability. This fruit seems to be a bit similar to Zone. After all, it has the high explosive power of Zone, but at the same time it has the superpower of Paramesha and the natural ability of Logia. Even Shu Kang was very satisfied at this moment. That's right, system, you are here after all. If you don't come, I may lose hope in this world. Immediately afterwards, the pirate ship had been moored on this island. As for Shu Kang, he directly entered the cabin. The cabin was very dark. However, Shu Kang, who possessed the power of a demon, also possessed many superpowers, such as night vision. In the dark, you can see clearly. Entering the door of a room, Shu Kang knocked on the door. A cry for help came from the door. Don't come in, pirates. If you come in, I will die in front of you, and then you will no longer know the location of the mysterious treasure. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, and she was obviously very scared. Shu Kang responded immediately. Auntie, hello, I'm Shu Kang. Those pirates have died and will never hurt you again, you can rest assured. What? Is this true? The woman inside was obviously suspicious, but she finally opened the door. At this time, there was a girl about the age of Shu Kang in the door, and next to her was the middle-aged woman. The two knew Shu Kang. Captain Yabu locked them up before, and only Shu Kang secretly gave them something to eat. Is what you said true? Shu Kang, those pirates are really dead. Who killed them? The middle-aged woman felt very surprised. After all, Yabu was also among the East Blue. The domineering pirate has a reward of several million Baileys, and ordinary people will never be his opponents. Shu Kang didn't know how to explain it, so he made up a random reason and said, "They were all taken care of by others, and I don't know what happened. Now the three of us are left on the whole ship, let's get off the ship and take a look." Later, at Shu Kang's invitation, the two followed Shu Kang and left the pirate ship. This is the Goya Kingdom. The village with windmills not far from here is called Windmill Village. Let's go and have a rest. The boat should be fine here. Shu Kang pointed at the map and introduced it. The middle-aged woman's name is Harley, and her daughter's name is Neri. They were originally on a merchant ship, but after these pirates ran into the merchant ship, they naturally plundered desperately. In the end, almost all the people on the ship were killed, and Harley finally revealed a mysterious news, and finally she and her daughter were left behind. Captain Yabu wanted to torture them, but the news of the mysterious treasure in Harley's mouth was very important, and in the end, Captain Yabu had to imprison the two together. At that time, Shu Kang crossed into this world with his life, and was finally salvaged by the evil Captain Yabu. Shu Kang accidentally revealed that he could sail, and then he became the sailor of the Yabu pirates. Scholar. The three finally came to the Windmill Village. The environment here is very beautiful, very quiet, and staying here has a very comfortable feeling. Shu Kang looked at the big windmill and couldn't help thinking, it's really a good place, I don't know where the pirate timeline is now. And just when Shu Kang was thinking about it, the sudden voice of the system sounded again. "Host, if you have any questions, you can communicate with me at any time," the system said. Shu Kang still looked around and looked very cautious. "Don't worry, no one in this world can hear my voice except you," the system said. "It turns out, it's really very human. System, I want to know more about you. I didn't seem to have this opportunity before." Shu Kang sat cross-legged on the ground and began to seriously communicate with the system. Of course, the name of this system is called the God-level sign-in system. As the name suggests, you can get different abilities by signing in at different locations. The system said, because you signed in for the first time, the system issued you a super devil fruit reward, but this kind of devil fruit does not exist in this world. Quote. Shu Kang nodded and said, "Indeed, I have never heard of the devil fruit. But this fruit is indeed very powerful, and even my usual state has been affected well." The system's tone responded with some pride. Of course, the reason why this fruit is called a super devil fruit is because of its comprehensive ability. Not only can he guide ability people to become stronger and stronger on weekdays, but he also has a variety of potentials and can be combined with many abilities. The most important thing is that this kind of fruit will not make you afraid of seawater. Shu Kang was pleasantly surprised by the system's words again and again. He had only used it once before, so Shu Kang naturally hadn't carefully understood his ability to obtain fruit. Now that I hear the explanation of the system, I am naturally amazed. I'll ask you about the fruit in the future. I want to know, where can I get rewards by signing in? Shu Kang asked. System responded, you should know about Monkey D. Luffy. Yes, of course I know, after all, it is the protagonist of the original book. Some of the iconic locations that Straw Hat Luffy arrives at will be the check-in locations, and each time you sign in, there will be random rewards, including abilities from the pirate world, and items from other worlds. All in all, there will definitely be something that will surprise you, and something that will drive you crazy. Stay tuned. The system also sold a pass. Okay, by the way, how can the sign-in be considered a success? Shu Kang asked again. It's simple, you just need to stay near this place for a while, it's enough, the system said. That's good. Shu Kang originally thought that the super devil fruit he had obtained was already the biggest golden finger, but now it seemed that he was even more pleasantly surprised. You don't need to do anything, as long as you reach a certain place, you will be rewarded. Such a cool thing naturally makes Shu Kang laugh so hard that his teeth are about to fall out. The last question, Now I have a timeline, can you tell me? Shu Kang asked the question he most wanted to know. Chapter 4 _ Battle against Luffy. Ask for a silver ticket. Shu Kang asked again, but the system did not respond to him. Go to the tavern, you will understand naturally. The system was silent for a while, and then there was no movement. The bistro. If he hadn't read the original book, Shu Kang would still be in disbelief that there would be a tavern in such a friendly town. Moreover, the pub here seems to be open 24 hours a day, in broad daylight. Shu Kang then walked into this tavern. On the bar counter of the tavern, a woman was wiping her wine glass seriously. In the entire tavern, there were not many people at this time. In addition to the faint smell of wine, there was a hint of the fragrance of flowers. Shu Kang then sat at the bar and ordered a glass of the most normal beer. Then I drank it with a big mouth and saw that there were some meat skewers on the menu, so I also ordered a few skewers, which was very comfortable. Shu Kang then took out Bailey, who was snatched from the pirate ship. Boss, I want to ask, is there a person named Luffy here? The female clerk returned Bailey to Shu Kang and said, may I ask who you are? I'm Luffy's friend. Shu Kang said. However, the clerk immediately smiled and nodded and said, so it's Luffy's friend. We can't have these Baileys, or Luffy will blame me. When will Luffy come over? Shu Kang asked directly. The tavern in Windmill Village can be said to be a place where Luffy has a high probability of appearing. Not necessarily when. Before he could finish speaking, only a loud bang was heard. Boom. The door of the tavern was kicked open. Immediately afterwards, a group of people who looked very nasty walked slowly to the front of the bar, while Shu Kang was eating meat skewers and drinking beer on his own, not caring at all. Hey, serve us wine. I want all your wine. The speaker was obviously a boss, and he looked like he was not to be messed with. Shu Kang squinted at these people and saw at a glance that these people were bandits. Of course, these people are just a group of ordinary bandits, but they are a bit arrogant and domineering. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing this, the female clerk changed her color slightly, and immediately started to prepare beer. At this time, the head of the talking bandit walked slowly to Shu Kang's side, and also sat on the bar. We've packed this place. You kid, you can leave. The bandit leader said to Shu Kang very rudely. Boss, this meat skewer is pretty good. Give me 2 more skewers, and 2 glasses of good beer. Shu Kang almost ignored the bandit chief beside him. Bandit leader didn't get angry, just asked Isho coldly, boy. Didn't you hear me? Are you trying to mess with me? The female clerk is a little embarrassed, she doesn't know if she should get something for Shu Kang now. Take yours, don't worry about the rest. Shu Kang said confidently. Seeing this, the female clerk had to serve the food honestly. Seeing that Shu Kang didn't give himself face like this, the bandit leader was completely angry. This kid is shameless. Let's go together. Take care of him. When the leader of the bandit was about to teach Shu Kang a lesson, there was a sudden dong. At the door. Rubber pistol. A young voice came, and I saw a young man wearing a straw hat, a splint, and a dress similar to Shu Kang. He punched and his hands became longer. Although it was only one move, it had already defeated a lot of bandits. Luffy. Shu Kang was a little excited when he saw Luffy, and the bandit chief beside him put a knife on Shu Kang's neck, as if he was going to take Shu Kang as a hostage. Hey, who are you kid? We don't make river water. The bandit leader was still very panicked. After all, the young man in front of him knocked all his men down with just one blow. It's abominable to take someone else as a hostage. Luffy was very angry when he saw the situation in front of him, but no matter how fast he was not as fast as a bandit leader, and he didn't know what to do for a while. However, at this time, Shu Kang didn't have any worries. You want to hold me hostage? Do you have the qualifications? Shu Kang asked the question as soon as he asked. The whole person turned into a puff of black smoke, and then he stretched out his demonic hand and tightly held the head of the bandit chief. The huge devil's hand held the head of the bandit's head, as if holding an ant. "You, what kind of monster are you?" The bandit leader was so frightened that he didn't know what to say. In addition to the bandit leader, Luffy and the female clerk were also surprised. "This is the power of the devil fruit." After Shu King finished speaking, he directly used the devil's claw to catch all the bandits, and finally threw them all away. In the end, these bandits were immortal and crippled. And all this, the most interesting, is naturally Luffy. "Wow, are you also a devil fruit power user? What power is this? It's amazing. It seems to be very powerful." Luffy stared at Shu King for a long time like a curious baby. Female clerk asked back, "Luffy, aren't you friends? Don't you know each other?" Before Luffy could say anything, Shu King interrupted and said to the female clerk with a smile, "Excuse me, miss, this money will be used as your compensation. Besides, help me get the meat and drinks that I can't finish eating. Endless wine, I'm going to have a good chat with Luffy." "Okay, I see." The clerk didn't say no, but Luffy was drooling. "You are so kind. Meat, meat, meat. What's your name? Do we really know each other?" Luffy then happily chatted with Shu King. "My name is Shu King. I am a devil fruit person. We didn't know each other before, but now we are friends. I can treat you to eat meat for a lifetime, but I want to ask you one thing." Shu King said. "What's the matter?" Luffy's meat came up, so he asked as he ate. "Are you planning to go to sea recently? Can you come with me?" Shu King asked. According to the system's prompts, as long as you follow Luffy to various places, you will naturally get various rewards, which naturally plays an extremely important role in improving Shu King's strength. How do you know? My dream is to be One Piece, King of Pirates. I'm going to sea soon. You want to go to sea with me? Of course. Luffy has a very good impression of Shu King, and now if someone is willing to be his companion, he is naturally very willing. However, I have a proposal. If you are the captain, I must be the deputy captain. Until you become One Piece, King of Pirates. How? Shu King asked tentatively. Well, okay. But you want to do me a favor too. Is that okay? Luffy asked as he ate. What? Have a good fight with me, just on a whim. It's interesting, your ability is fun. Luffy said naively. Shu King said with a smile, my ability is not for fun. If you are not careful, you may be killed. However, if I have to discuss with you before I can get on your boat, then I have no choice but to ugly. Chapter 5_Going to Sea. Ask for a silver ticket. After the two finished eating meat and drinking wine, they walked to an open space in Windmill Village as agreed. My name is Shu King. Shu King introduced himself again. My name, Monkey D. Luffy, is the man destined to become One Piece, King of Pirates. Luffy also introduced himself very seriously. Immediately afterwards, the two sides prepared their respective fighting postures and were ready to fight at any time. Come on. Luffy grabbed the ground with both hands, pulled his entire body back, and then used the elasticity and ductility of the rubber to bounce straight towards Shu King. Luffy rushed over very quickly, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Shu King. And Luffy was ready to go, ready to use his hands behind him to hit Shu King heavily. It turned out to be a rubber rocket launcher. Shu King saw through Luffy's attack at a glance, and naturally he counterattacked immediately. Shu King's speed is even faster. He turned around slightly, dodged nimbly, and in an instant, Luffy's attack failed. At the same time, Shu King grabbed Luffy's weightless body and used his own strength to rotate it 360 degrees. After several laps, Shu King threw Luffy out. Due to his weightlessness, Luffy can no longer control his body. Now, Shu King has been turned around so many times. When he stands up, his eyes are naturally swirling, and he feels the world spinning. Wow, so dizzy. Your reaction time is so fast. Come again. Shu King knew that Luffy would not fail once, so he gave up, so he encouraged him to try again. Sure enough, Luffy stood up and paused for a while, then said, rubber machine gun. This time, Luffy used his relatively powerful move in the early stage, which was to use the characteristics of his rubber fruit to attack the target in front of him with extremely fast speed. Shukang naturally showed no signs of weakness, and directly used his devil fruit ability. The devil possessed himself behind him, and with just one wing, he blocked all of Luffy's rubber machine guns. Luffy was shocked when he saw this, but the attack in his hand did not stop at all, but continued to output. Bang bang bang. Countless attacks landed on Shukang's wings, but Shukang was still unscathed. Shukang said, "Luffy, you are quite persevering, but don't forget, I haven't really started to attack yet." After Shukang's voice fell, the wings immediately bounced back outwards, and an extremely strong reaction force bounced off the demon's wings behind Shukang. And Luffy's whole body was like a cannonball, and it was thrown out by the heavy bullets. Luffy finally fell to the ground, but stood up very neatly. "Luffy, you are not my opponent now, but if you still want to try, I can accompany you." Shukang would never give up so easily until Luffy. Sure enough, Luffy rushed towards Shukang once again, his eyes were extremely firm. However, Shukang did not intend to continue spending time with Luffy this time. He released the power of his devil fruit, and the black wings of the devil grew directly behind him. Stretched out from behind. What? Luffy hasn't seen such a scene, and even forgot to attack for a while. And Shukang pushed it gently, and Luffy's whole body was knocked flying again. This time, Luffy could no longer stand up even with his great will. After all, what Shukang possessed was a super devil fruit. Was not happy when he saw Luffy's defeat. All this was only reasonable. Then Shukang immediately sent Luffy to the doctor for treatment. This guy, how could he be injured so badly? The doctor in the village seemed to know Luffy, and he was shocked when he saw Luffy's injury, but a normal person would have died with such an injury. Fortunately, Luffy was the protagonist and didn't die so easily. Under the doctor's careful care, Luffy finally got better. Shukang, who knew Luffy, straightened up a lot of meat. When Luffy saw the meat, it was like a monkey seeing a banana. After eating it, all of it miraculously recovered. "Shukang, you are so strong. I have decided, in the future, you can be the captain, and I will be the deputy captain." Luffy didn't seem to take this title seriously, and Shukang naturally didn't think it was so reliable. If the development of the basic plot is changed, how will Shukang sign in then? Shukang refused again and again, but Luffy seemed determined to recognize Shukang as the captain. In the end, he had no choice. Shukang said that in the future, the pirate group will have 2 captains when it grows. Finally Luffy agreed. Day by day, Shukang has been familiarizing himself with his abilities and purchasing some necessities for going overseas. The end, Shukang finally planned to go out to sea with Luffy. The two boarded the previous Yabu pirate's boat and replaced the pirate flag with the Straw Hat pirate flag. Although the way of opening is wrong, everything is officially set sail like the original. As for the previous mother and daughter, they finally chose to stay in Windmill Village, but in order to repay Shukang's kindness for rescuing them, the middle-aged woman told Shukang the information about the mysterious treasure. Finally, Shukang and Luffy started sailing with great excitement. At the beginning, the whole sea was calm, cloudless, and the sun was warm. However, I didn't know where I was, and the storm began to thunder, and there was almost no tacit understanding between the two. In the end, the whole ship completely lost its direction. The two started a random sailing journey on the sea. "Today, I'm going to starve to death. Shukang, can you make food? Can you eat your wings?" Luffy is so hungry that he starts talking nonsense. "Don't be kidding, Luffy, our boat is very big, but it's useless. If we don't have food, I think we won't be able to hold it." Shukang said very tiredly. It can be said that with Luffy, it is even harder and more tiring than sailing on the sea alone. "Hey, look, what is that?" Shukang saw a boat sailing on the sea, and naturally he immediately shared it with Luffy. And Luffy jumped up happily. Wow, there's a boat. We're going to be saved. Luffy then grabbed the mast and pushed back, eventually bouncing himself over the boat. This guy, really worry. Didn't you see the pirate flag on the opposite side? Shu King shook his head, and finally used the devil's wings to quickly fly to the opposite pirate ship. The power of the devil consumes Shu King's energy and physical strength, but it does not consume much. After Shu King landed on the deck, he found that Luffy had been surrounded by pirates on this ship. Wow, we just want some food. Why are you doing this? Luffy couldn't understand why the people on the boat were yelling at him and trying to attack him. Genius, this is a pirate ship. Shu King explained. We are pirates too. Luffy pointed to himself. The pirates on the other side were naturally more nervous. A conflict naturally began inexplicably like this. Chapter 6 Alvida _________. As soon as the pirates on the boat rushed out, they immediately surrounded Luffy and Shu King. The pirates are all ferocious, and the pirate in the lead is fat and ugly, wearing a white hat, a uniform, and a huge mace in his hand. And behind her, in addition to the group of bulls, ghosts and snakes, there is a teenager with fan hair and glasses. Kobe, the woman asked fiercely. Who is the most beautiful in this sea? The woman asked. Kobe touched the back of his head and said respectfully, that must be the captain of this ship, Miss Alvida. Ha ha ha, well said. These guys are actually leading a pirate ship. It seems to be a very good prey. Catch them. Alvida finally ordered the attack. Yes, the pirates under him agreed, and then rushed towards Luffy and Shu King. Female pirate, Alvida, isn't that the pirate from the beginning of One Piece, King of Pirates? In this way, everything seems to be developing normally according to the direction of the plot, which is good. Shu King was determined. He was afraid that he would disturb the plot and eventually go to other places, and eventually he could not sign in and become stronger. Although this group of pirates are numerous and powerful, their strength is rotten. Just Luffy has already knocked down many pirates to the ground. How is that possible, Captain? This guy's arms have grown longer. How is that possible? Is this guy a monster? The pirates didn't know what to do at this time. Damn, don't be afraid. This guy should be a devil fruit person. Just go and attack another person. Alvida knew that the persimmon was soft, so his subordinates rushed towards Shu King immediately. Shu King said lightly, you really chose the wrong person. Immediately afterwards, Shu King also directly released the power of his devil fruit, and the whole person was instantly possessed by a devil behind his back. The demon behind him, which is like energy, has gradually turned into an entity, and Shu King's strength is obviously much stronger. In the face of the pirates who came here, Shu King was naturally merciless. He simply waved his arm and kicked a few feet, and the terrifying power was released on the pirates. Countless pirates actually collapsed like this. On the ground. This guy is even scarier than this kid. Captain, what should I do now? These two guys are too mysterious. We are no match for these two guys at all. Captain, he is too strong. Could it be that he is also a devil fruit person? Pirates were losing ground. Captain Alvida's face was extremely low at this time. She smashed the mace in her hand heavily on the boat, and then glared at Luffy and Shu King and said, you two stinky boys. Just let me so beautiful Alvida pack it up. Quote. Wow ha ha ha, beautiful Alvida. Luffy laughed immediately after hearing that. Bastard, what are you laughing at? Am I right? Kobe, come on, am I the most beautiful woman at sea? Alvida asked, looking at Kobe fiercely. Shu King said, Kobe, don't be suppressed by his power to truly be yourself. I know you dare to speak your true words. Yeah, don't tell lies, just say what's on your mind. Luffy also persuaded. Then Kobe finally got up his courage and said, Captain Alvida. You are the ugliest ugly old woman on the sea. Wow ha ha ha, Luffy laughed when he heard that. Bastard, Kobe, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Alvida waved the mace in his hand again, and it was about time to hit Kobe in front of him. Shu Kang had already used the devil's wings to instantly rush in front of Alvida, and Shu Kang tightly grasped the mace. Even though Alvida exerted all her strength, she was still unable to shake Shu Kang. Bastard! How is this possible? Someone stronger than me. Alvida was still in a state of surprise. At this time, Shu Kang easily pulled Alvida's entire body up. The shadow of the demon behind him grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it was easy to throw Alvida into the endless air. It's over. Shu Kang looked at Kobe and comforted him. This ship was the base camp of the Alvida pirates. After the pirates were thrown into the water, Shu Kang and Luffy naturally seized the ship. They had abandoned the ship that was bruised before. However, just as Luffy and Shu Kang were fighting with Alvida and other pirates, the Yabu pirate ship seemed to have been snatched away by someone else. Luffy was still confused and asked, "What's going on?" I said. After Shu Kang saw the orange-haired figure who was robbing the ship, he already had the answer in his heart, but he pretended not to know. "It doesn't matter, that ship doesn't have much stuff left. Why don't we use this ship as our ship? Change the pirate flag and you can start sailing again," Shu Kang suggested. Of course it's good. Luffy naturally knew that there was a lot of food and water on this ship, at least to allow everyone to continue the next adventure. And Kobe looked at Shu Kang and Luffy and didn't know what to say at first, but soon, Shu Kang made Kobe temporarily forget about being ravaged by Alvida, and opened his heart. "My dream is to be Marine, how about you?" Kobe asked. "My dream is to be One Piece, King of Pirates," Luffy said. And Shu Kang said with a smile, "My dream is to go on an adventure with One Piece, King of Pirates, and finally watch him become One Piece, King of Pirates." After hearing this dream, Luffy's eyes changed when he looked at Shu Kang. "My God, Shu Kang, you are just born to be my partner." Luffy was very excited. Shu Kang said lightly, "Isho, as the captain, you have to work harder, otherwise you can't even protect the crew, that's not good." "Don't worry, I will definitely protect my comrade." Luffy's eyes burst with great faith. And then what everyone has to do is put Kobe in the nearest marine base. After all, Kobe is relatively suitable for going to marine for development. After meeting Garp and being trained well, he can also improve a lot of his own strength. Both Kobe and Shu Kang knew a little about sailing, so the boat naturally went along the right path. "Hey, Kobe, are we really there?" Luffy asked in disbelief. "Of course. It's the most basic ability of a navigator. Don't you ever take the helm?" Kobe asked rhetorically. "Trust me, he's really a road idiot." Although Luffy is a little bit better than Zoro, it's only a little bit better. Haha, Luffy laughed when he heard that. "Mr. Luffy, now is not the time to laugh. Roronoa Zoro, that's where he got caught." Chapter 7_Pirate Hunter Zoro. Ask for a silver ticket. The famous pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Kobe then recalled Zoro's situation with a look of fear on his face. He is like a bloodthirsty beast, a man who harvested the head of a pirate who was offered a bounty and smashed it to pieces. People called him a monster in human skin. Kobe said, a little unsettled. Seeing this, Shu Kang smiled and said to Luffy, "I think it's better to invite such a vicious person to our ship and become our crew member. What do you think?" "It's a really good idea." Luffy also felt very reasonable. Seeing this, Kobe was very surprised and complained, "Are you listening? This guy, I said he is an extremely vicious demon." Hee. Shu Kang didn't care what Kobe said, but continued to drive towards Marine Base. The atmosphere on the ship became a little weird, but soon, everyone had arrived at the town where Marine Base could be seen. Marine Base in the distance, and the peaceful town close by, and the town is full of lively markets. When Luffy saw this, he raised his hand excitedly and shouted, "Finally landed. It's been a long time since I went ashore. We are pirates. Let's be as low-key as possible." Kobe agreed with Shu Kang's words, but Luffy didn't listen at all. At this point, Luffy had already landed and started urging the two of them. Shukang and Kobe had to follow Luffy into the market. On both sides of the street, there are some stalls and hawkers, with a dazzling array of goods, all kinds of fruits and vegetables, and Luffy's eyes are shining. Kobe quickly persuaded him at this time, "Mr. Luffy. Mr. Shukang, it's too messy to find that kind of person as a partner. I haven't decided yet, but if he's a good guy, I'll take him as a companion," Luffy explained. "It's because they're bad people who get caught," Kobe also complained. Luffy took out a fruit and gave the merchant a Bailey, then asked, "Is that guy named Zoro at the base?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was afraid to avoid it. "It seems that Zoro's name cannot be mentioned," Shukang said. "Anyway, let's go to the base first. Kobe, do you want to be Marine?" Luffy asked. "Yeah, but I'm not ready yet." Kobe seemed uncertain. "I heard that there is a colonel named Monka here." After Kobe mentioned Monka, the people around were once again afraid to avoid it. When Luffy saw this, he laughed and said, "The whole town is really interesting." Kobe said with some fear, "It's too strange, Zoro will not mention it for the time being. Why is Colonel Monka mentioned? Everyone is afraid. Even I am starting to feel uneasy. Did he do something bad?" Luffy guessed. "How is that possible?" Kobe and Luffy discussed as they walked. At this moment, Shukang didn't say much, because at this time he heard Colonel Monka and already knew where he was. Then, a systematic voice made Shukang very excited again. "Congratulations, host. Congratulations on your successful sign-in at Shell's Town and Marine 153 branch. Sign-in rewards have been prepared for you. Ding ding ding. Congratulations on getting the Zanpakuto from the world of Reaper. This is your own Zanpakuto. In this world, the quality of Zanpakuto is the top level and supremely fast sword. But you need to figure out the name of your Zanpakuto yourself." After the system's voice, Shukang had a knife on his waist. This knife seemed to be longer than a normal samurai sword. The blade is slightly longer than the one in the pirate world, and the hilt and scabbard have very exquisite patterns, which look quite artistic. Although Shukang was walking, and I couldn't help but feel curious and excited. The knife is very dazzling under the sunlight. It's very sharp. However, I don't seem to know the name of this sword. Only by knowing the name of the sword can you use the Shikai's ability that is only available in the world of death. If you want to learn Bankai, you must first be a Zanpakuto, the embodiment of the ontology and the yielding state. In this way, the strength will really improve. Shukang knew that he couldn't rely too much on his devil fruit. In the battle of the pirate world, the strength of the fruit is only one aspect. Swordsmanship, hockey, etc. are all elements that determine victory. 1. However, it has not yet entered the Great Waterway. In fact, these are too far for Shukang. 3 have come to the entrance of Marine Base. It's finally here. We are going to part, Mr. Luffy and Mr. Shukang. Although it was a short time, Kobe was already crying. Luffy climbed the wall and looked for Zoro. Where are the monsters? Unexpectedly, Luffy actually found Zoro in this open space. The person in front of him had a black turban and a green belt, and Shukang also confirmed that it was Zoro. As long as you untie that rope, you can easily let him go. Luffy asked Kobe with a smile. Kobe naturally stopped quickly. If you let that kind of person go, I don't know what will happen, and you will definitely be killed. Don't worry, Shukang and I are both strong, Luffy said confidently, not taking Kobe's words seriously at all. This person is no longer saved. Kobe was very speechless. He looked at Shukang and found that he had no intention of persuading Luffy at all. Kobe's heart was already full of despair. Hey, you 3, it's very annoying, disappear quickly, Zoro said suddenly badly. Ah, Mr. Luffy, if you want to find that kind of guy to be your classmate, even a few lives won't be enough. Kobe was trying to persuade Luffy when a ladder suddenly appeared on the wall beside him. A little girl climbed up and came to Zoro with the rice ball. The girl showed off the rice ball. Although this is the first time, I made it very carefully. However, Zoro always refused. At this time, a yellow-haired ruffian walked in, and next to him was a sailor in marine uniform. "I didn't expect you to be in such a good spirit, Roronoa Zoro," the yellow-haired ruffian said. "Great. It must be Marine, S. That way the child is safe." Kobe felt relieved. However, immediately after, the blonde man ate one of the rice balls, which was unpalatable, and then threw the other rice ball on the ground and stepped on it. "Didn't you see this notice? Those who help criminals will also be sentenced to death. This is Colonel Marine Monka's order. Even a kid should know how scary my father is, right? Hey, throw this kid out," the blonde boy ordered. But this Marine is not too enthusiastic to do so. After all, she is still a child. "I said throw her out. Didn't you hear my order? Be careful, I'm going to complain to Dad." Marine had no choice but to throw the girl out under the repeated demands and threats of the blonde boy. The weak little girl was thrown out, and naturally there would be no good results. Seeing this, Luffy immediately shot and hugged the little girl tightly. When Shu King saw Luffy's shot, he naturally saved his energy and turned his attention to the open space again. This yellow-haired guy is really annoying, Shu King thought. Chapter 8_Recruit Zoro. Ask for a silver ticket. After Luffy put the child down, he came to the open space and started to communicate with Zoro. At this time, the blonde man had also left. "I heard you're a bad guy," Luffy said. "Oh, so you're still here," Zoro replied, looking at Luffy. "Are you really strong being tied up here for the public?" Luffy asked. "Don't mind your own business." Zoro's words didn't sound like Luffy. At this time, Shu King also jumped over the wall and quickly came to Zoro. "Huh, didn't you leave, kid?" Zoro looked at Shu King and said, but soon Zoro saw the sword on Shu King's waist. "Attention! Are you a swordsman? This knife is... I can't name it, but it feels like a pretty good knife." Zoro stared at the knife on Shu King's waist, but he didn't recognize it for a long time. "Huh, when did you have a knife? Why didn't I know?" Luffy also asked, very puzzled. He had been with Shu King for so many days, and he had never seen Shu King wearing a knife. "I just bought this," Shu King said. "Although I don't know the name of this knife is definitely one of the best knives in the world. I think you should be able to tell Zoro." Shu King deliberately seduced Zoro. Zoro watched for a long time, then asked, "You are also a swordsman. Why don't you accept the challenge? I will fight with you. If you win, why don't you give me this sword?" Shu King saw this. "Haha, Isho said, I don't think I need to fight a dead man, right? Death. I won't die so easily, my perseverance is not the same as others." Zoro said very insistently. "They won't let you hold on for that long. They will definitely kill you in the middle. This is what the Monka gang did," Shu King said. However, Kobe had also come in and said, "It's unlikely, right? After all, this is a just marine." Huh, Shu King just smiled but didn't speak. "By the way, can you take that down for me?" Zoro then looked at the food that had been trampled on the ground. "Do you want to eat it's all sand?" Luffy asked. "Shut up and let me eat." Zoro opened his mouth, and Luffy put the rice ball into Zoro's mouth. Zoro chewed with relish. "It's delicious, I'm full." Zoro was satisfied. Seeing this, Shu King said, "Roronoa Zoro, if that blonde boy executes you tomorrow, this should be considered a broken agreement between the two of you. So are you willing to die? Or do you want to give it a shot with us?" Zoro was silent, seemed to be thinking, and seemed to have no idea how to answer Shu King. Luffy looked at Shu King and asked, "Is that blonde boy really so unbeatable? If that's the case, I want to beat him." "Don't. He's Colonel Monka's son." Kobe was still trying to persuade him, but he had no idea that Marine's taste had already changed. Seeing this, Shu King finally said, "Really, don't you still believe in that guy?" Naively. "Kuina seems to have seen the wrong person. Are you unwilling to abide by the agreement between you now?" What? Zoro's eyes were full of disbelief. After Shu Kang said the name of the person he cared about, he was naturally attracted by Shu Kang. How did you know that person's name? What exactly do you know? Zoro asked anxiously, and at the same time shocked. I know what has nothing to do with you, right? However, if you die senselessly, then we will have one less partner. Shu Kang then looked at Luffy. Partner, right? Luffy also walked up to him and said, since Shu Kang said you are a good person, then you are definitely a good person. I'll help you untie the rope and be our partner. Luffy invited. What did you say? Zoro didn't seem to understand what Luffy meant. I'm looking for a pirate companion, Luffy said. I refuse. Do you want me to take the initiative to be a villain? Don't waste your time. Zoro immediately refused. Pirates are crooked, who wants to be? Zoro refused again. What's the matter? You were originally called an evil bounty hunter. No matter what others think of me, I have never done anything that I regret, and I will live on and accomplish what I want to do no matter what. Zoro said with great yearning. Shu Kang said, as a swordsman, what you want to do is to defeat the eagle-eyed man, right? This is the agreement between you. You have followed the present promise, but you have broken the promise of your life and your best friend, so are you satisfied? This time Zoro was not calm, and immediately responded, who the hell are you? Why do you know so many things? It's like you can see through my heart. It's not that I can see through your heart, but I have a general understanding of your past. I know you won't sit still, and I believe you can make the best choice. Shu Kang showed a look of trust, and Zoro was silent. Language. That's right, it seems that you are not an ordinary person either. Zoro looked at Shu Kang meaningfully and said. Luffy also nodded and decided on his own, I have made up my mind to have you as my partner. We'll help you get the sword back. You must be our companion. Luffy and Shu Kang said in unison. Let me think about it. Zoro fell silent after speaking, as if thinking about his past. But Shu Kang and Luffy were not idle, they both rushed towards the marine base. Luffy flew directly to the marine base's tower and damaged Colonel Monka's sculpture. Then, Colonel Monka frantically ordered his men to grab Luffy. As soon as Shu Kang flew up, he saw this scene. Luffy, this guy, really, surprising. However, Shu Kang's reaction was very quick. He grabbed Luffy and the blonde Bellum at the fastest speed, and asked the blonde to guide the way, leading them to find Zoro's sword. Soon, Zoro's sword has been found. There are 3 swords. Which one is Zoro's? Luffy asked, who knew Bulumed had fainted. All 3, he is a 3 swordsman, take it. Shu Kang said. If you guessed correctly, Kobe has already untied Zoro's rope, and Minka is now ready to kill them. We should be faster. Shu Kang guessed based on the plot. What? Luffy looked through the window and saw that Marine had aimed a gun at Zoro and Kobe. Not good. In a hurry, Luffy rushed out of the window using the elasticity of the rubber, and at the same time stood in front of Zoro and Kobe. Since it's rubber, it can bounce all bullets, and Luffy's presence directly protects Zoro and Kobe. It's useless. Luffy said happily. Who the hell are you? Zoro was also surprised, and he didn't expect Luffy to be so amazing. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who aspires to be One Piece King of Pirates. Luffy gave a thumbs up. Immediately afterwards, Shu Kang also flew over quickly from the window. And I am the escort to become One Piece King of Pirates, Shu Kang. Shu Kang threw the 3 knives to Zoro. What? One Piece King of Pirates? Is this serious? Do you guys know what this sentence means? Zoro couldn't believe it. After all, these words were said by a teenager about his own age. Mr. Luffy is serious, he is this kind of person, he became One Piece King of Pirates, and got the most ultimate treasure in the world, that One Piece. Kobe also recognized. Forget it. Rather than be killed here. Might as well be your comrade. Zoro finally said. Great. Are you willing to be our partner? Very good. Great. Luffy was very excited, and now his Straw Hat Pirates have a Zoro besides Shu Kang. Idiot. Untie the rope when you understand. Zoro urged. Chapter 9 Colonel Monka _______. And Marine is still in a state of extreme shock. What's the matter with that guy? It actually bounced the bullet back. Colonel Monka was still a bit knowledgeable. He was first taken aback by Vivi, and then said, that Straw Hat Boy is not an ordinary person, he must have eaten the famous devil fruit. Devil fruit. The secret treasure of the sea. It is said that the person who eats it will be able to obtain the ability beyond imagination, the ability to breathe fire, the ability to cause tsunamis. I have heard a lot of legends. Because of the variety, the specific situation is not very clear. I heard its secret slumber on the Great Channel. What that Straw Hat Boy showed is undoubtedly the ability of the devil, and the guy with the wings just now must also be the one who ate the devil fruit. Colonel Monka also said seriously. But no matter who the opponent is, as long as they oppose me, they will definitely die. If the gun doesn't work, hack them to death. Colonel Monka's order, the Marines took up the knife and charged aggressively. Luffy, Shu Kang, Zoro et al. At the last crucial moment, Shu Kang cut Zoro's rope. And at such a critical moment, Zoro picked up his 3 knives, accurately and quickly in the crowd, blocking everyone's attacks. Marine was surprised that one person blocked the attacks of so many people. This guy, so strong. Marines stopped their attacks one after another. Bastard. What a daze. Hurry up and get rid of them. Colonel Monka shouted. Crouch down, Zoro, Luffy said suddenly. Rubber whip. Luffy directly used and swept his legs, and the Marines in the first team were kicked away by Luffy in an instant. And when Shu Kang kicked Luffy, he made his body natural and directly immune to Luffy's attack. Win. It's amazing. Kobe was also very excited when he saw this. Who are you? Zoro looked at Luffy and asked in surprise. I'm the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit, Luffy said. I am a devil who ate a devil fruit, Shu Kang said lightly. Now everyone understands why the two are so powerful. It turns out that they are both devil fruit powers. Deal with this guy as quickly as possible, otherwise our trip will be delayed. Shu Kang then rushed towards the Axeman Menka at a very fast speed, and punched the huge axe in Menka's right hand. Superior. Just listening to the sound of boom. The axe in Menka's hand actually had a huge crack. How is this possible? I'm Colonel Marine. Axe Monka. Monka then swung his giant axe. It looks like a powerful slash, but it lacks flexibility. Shu Kang's attack was extremely powerful, and in just one breath, the Axeman Menka had already consumed a lot of physical strength. My god. Colonel Monka was beaten unilaterally. Monka was almost killed. At this time, Bellum grabbed Kobe with a pistol. He said to Kobe's head, stop. If you don't stop, I will shoot. With Luffy and Zoro around, Shu Kang didn't care about Kobe at all. Colonel Monka, you should also fall. Shu Kang then embodied the demon behind him, and the demon behind him became more and more like an entity. Then Shu Kang shot out with a palm. Axe Monka also raised his axe and wanted to smash it down. In the end, just here, boom. Monka's hand axe was so shattered, and his last thought awake was, impossible. Impossible. Immediately afterwards, he was directly knocked out and passed out. As for the other Marines, they didn't dare to resist. After all, there was no way to deal with Zoro alone, let alone Luffy and Shu Kang. Thank you, Shu Kang. Thank you, Zoro, Luffy thanked. Small mind, Captain. Zoro Vivi Isho. Do I need more? I'm also the captain. Shu Kang looked at Luffy, and the two looked at Isho. If anyone still wants to arrest us, report it. Zoro said, looking at Marine around him. Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice fell, all the Marines dropped their guns and knives in excitement. That's great. Finally don't have to be dominated by Monka. Long live Marine. Amazing. It turned out that Marine was also tortured by Colonel Monka, but now everyone has a feeling of relief. I'm hungry. After Zoro finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground. This guy. Ha ha. Next, Shukang, Luffy and Kobe took Zoro to find the little girl. The little girl's mother cooked a big meal, thanking Zoro on the one hand, and celebrating the downfall of Colonel Monka on the other. After everyone finished eating, Zoro chatted, "So how many companions have you gathered now? I remember you said you were gathering companions. Since you declared to be One Piece, King of Pirates, you must have gathered quite a few companions." Zoro asked innocently. "No, except for Shukang, it's just you," Luffy said directly. "Ah, can 3 people become a pirate group?" Zoro asked in shock. "What does that matter? We're that strong," Luffy said. Shukang also echoed. "We only recruit real companions, people with dreams, goals, and special skills. If it's not enough, at least drink and eat meat. Let's be happy together." "That's right," Luffy nodded and said, "This guy, called Shukang, is our captain, and I am also the captain. However, he is very strong. By the way, what's the matter with your knife?" Zoro Team Shukang's knife was very interested. "Since it's a companion, lets you take a look, right?" Shukang gave Zoro the knife very aggressively. Zoro watched it carefully and finally pulled it out, but he still couldn't see what the knife was. "The quality is very good, but I really haven't seen it. This knife, could it be the legendary Supreme Sword?" Zoro asked. "No, but the quality is not inferior to the Supreme Sword. Actually, the important thing is not the sword, but the person who wields the sword." Shukang suddenly remembered a very classic line and said it. "Well, you must have a chance to learn from each other." Zoro then asked, "Where's our ship?" "There," Shukang pointed. Zoro was relieved after seeing the decent boat outside the window. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally Marine entered here. "Although you have dealt with the violent Colonel Monka, but knowing that you are pirates, please leave quickly." Marine finally planned to drive away the crowd. However, Kobe was finally beaten by Luffy, and Marine thought they were not a group. In this way, the 3 returned to the ship and left Shell's town. Before leaving, Kobe thanked Luffy and Shukang for everything they had done for them, but the ship had already drifted away in the direction of the sea. The difference from the original book is that because of Shukang, the ship is at least on the correct course. This time, the sailing on East Blue was still calm. However, I don't know if it was a coincidence that there was no food on the ship again. This day, Luffy planned to eat the bird in the sky, but the final result was that Luffy was taken away by the bird. Shukang quickly adjusted the boat's speed to the maximum, trying to catch up with Luffy. However, at this time, above the sea, there was a call for help from the drowning person. "What is that?" Zoro saw the drowning man in the sea. "I don't have time to save you now, come up by yourself." In the end, those who fell into the water had to climb up on the boat in embarrassment. As soon as they got on the boat, these guys were ready to grab the boat, and they were naturally taught by Zoro to be human. Chapter 10_Battle Buggy. Ask for a silver ticket. Although Shukang desperately chased, but one was in the sea and the other was flying in the sky, it was naturally difficult to catch up no matter how hard he tried. However, seeing the 2 drowning people who were taught by Zoro to be human, Shukang naturally saw the Buggy Clown logo on them, so he couldn't help asking. "Your boss should be the Clown Buggy. Is it or not?" Yes, the 2 Clown Buggy's men said nervously. "If my guess is correct, the treasure on your ship should have been stolen by a woman with orange hair, right?" Shukang asked, looking into the eyes of the 2 of them. The 2 of them looked at each other and said immediately, "That's right." "How did you know?" "It was the thief who stole our treasure and our ship, and as a result, we met the storm again by accident. And then the ship sank. We've been soaking in the sea for a while." Buggy's subordinates said something very miserable, but it didn't make Shukang feel their pity. "Okay, just tell me where the Clown Buggy is, and I'll spare your life," Shukang said very generously. "Ah, didn't you go to Luffy?" Zoro was also a little confused about the situation. The place where Buggy is the only island nearby, and Luffy is most likely there. Shu King explained, and Zoro understood instantly. Not bad. You two, come and show the way. Zoro was very rude to the two of them, and the two were so frightened that they hurried to show the way. After a while, under the guidance of two Buggy's men, the two finally arrived in this town. Shu King glanced at it and said, "Let's go, let these two guys lead the way and find Buggy." The leadership of two Buggy's subordinates, Shu King and Zoro naturally came to Buggy's base camp effortlessly. Zoro and Shu King saw the crisis of the situation at a glance, and at this moment, a cannon was aiming at Luffy. A woman with orange hair was extinguishing the lead with her hands, and the three pirates jumped directly into the air, and then slashed at the woman in unison. Zoro shot in an instant, and just using the scabbard, he had already knocked the three pirates to the ground. At this time, Shu King had also come to Luffy's side. Luffy shouted in surprise, "Zoro! Shu King! And that orange-haired girl is naturally called the little thief cat, Nami. Hey, aren't you hurt? What's the matter with you? Thought you were carried away by a bird and ended up in a cage." Zoro hadn't figured out the situation for a while. All in all, now our enemy should be the clown Buggy, right? Shu King asked. But at this time, not many people in the group of Buggy pirates noticed Shu King, but stared at Zoro in shock. After all, Zoro is already well known in East Blue, and is called the monster among bounty hunters. And Shu King was just a kid who just went to sea. Is this Zoro the companion he's talking about? And this black-haired boy? Nami said in surprise. At this point Buggy spoke. "What are you doing? Could it be that you took my head?" "No, I'm not interested, I've quit working as a pirate hunter," Zoro said lightly. "But I am very interested in you. As long as I kill you, I will be famous all over the world," Clown Buggy said very arrogantly. "Farewell, you will die," Zoro said very forcefully. "Really?" Clown Buggy responded, the knife in his hand had already started to turn. "Don't you understand?" Zoro sighed, feeling very anxious. At this time, Buggy was also ready to fight Zoro. But seeing Zoro's impatience, Shu King naturally stood up. "Zoro, go and save Luffy first. This guy is a devil fruit person, I'll deal with it." Shu King took a step forward in a very low-key manner, his eyes fixed on the clown Buggy. "Who are you? Are you also cooperating with me, Lord Buggy?" Buggy seemed to despise Shu King very much. Shu King responded, "You can't even beat me, a nobody, let alone deal with Zoro." Big red nose. Shu King's last sentence can be said to be a nirvana. After the clown Buggy heard it, his whole body completely exploded, and he couldn't bear it any longer. The clown Buggy burst out immediately, "Asshole! You bastard said that I'm going to kill you." Buggy rushed over very simply. Shu King also pulled out his Zanpakuto for the first time. As soon as such a sharp weapon was pulled out, it instantly slashed Buggy's body into pieces. However, at this time, the cries of all the pirates did not stop. "Isn't it? Is this guy too vulnerable?" Zoro also felt a little weird. "It's so weak." Luffy was also confused. The captains were killed, but they were still laughing. "What is this?" Nami couldn't understand. However, Shu King naturally knew about Buggy's fruit ability, but he kept a low profile and didn't say it. At this moment, Buggy's hand suddenly attacked from behind. "It's now." Shu King's back instantly stretched out a pair of huge demon wings. "What?" Clown Buggy was taken aback. "What is this?" Nami, who had never seen Shu King's ability, was also completely shocked. The pair of huge demon wings completely covered Shu King's back, and the clown Buggy's flying knife couldn't pierce it at all. And the laughter of the pirates watching the play stopped abruptly at this time, and they couldn't accept the scene in front of them at all. This guy ate the torn fruit, split people. However, I'm also a devil who ate a devil fruit. Let's see who has the better fruit ability between us. After Shu King's words fell, A pair of wings flicked outwards heavily. Even though Buggy wanted to control his split body, he was knocked off by Shu Kang's wings because of the strength. Those pirates were stunned. Their powerful Lord Buggy was knocked away by another mysterious young man with fruit ability. Captain Buggy, are you all right? Master Buggy, all the pirates said with concern. It's amazing. I didn't expect this black-haired boy to be so powerful. Nami also said in surprise. It's abominable. The clown Buggy wasn't seriously injured, so he got up and scolded, none of you want to escape today. That's not up to you. Shu Kang appeared in front of Buggy in the next instant. Before Buggy could react, Shu Kang had already kicked Buggy. And when Buggy planned to use fragmentation to fight against Shu Kang directly used his naturalization ability. Paramesha vs. Logia. In the early days of Pirate World, the results were almost the same. In other words, Buggy could only be beaten passively, while Shu Kang was unscathed. While Shu Kang was fighting Buggy, Zoro looked at Nami and asked, Luffy, who is that guy? It's our navigator, Luffy said with a smile, looking at Nami as if he was looking at his companion. Chapter 11 Shu Kang, S-Knife __. Luffy, get ready, Zoro reminded, and then pushed Luffy's cage down from the roof. At this time, the clown Buggy finally recovered and said cursingly, these four guys dare to underestimate me. They must have come to declare war on me. Immediately afterwards, reinforcements appeared on Buggy's side, and a figure and a beast appeared at the same time. Are you here, Moji? Buggy said, looking at the figure and beast. This person is naturally Buggy's Kadri, the animal trainer. Trainer Moji was naturally very interested in Zoro, a well-known bounty hunter, so he said, let me fetch Roronoa Zoro's head. Okay, leave this guy to me. Buggy the clown naturally regarded Shu Kang as his opponent. I really can't believe that you are a devil fruit person, but I have never heard of the devil fruit in this world. The clown Buggy also shook his head. Boy, anyway, you have to explain it to me today. The clown Buggy is very taboo to be told about his big red nose, but Shu Kang just planned to anger Buggy. Fractured. The clown Buggy used the power of his devil fruit at one time, and his body was divided into hands, feet and a head, which looked very weird. Holding a flying knife in his hand, he quickly rushed towards Shu Kang. But Shu Kang saw this, but his heart was still calm. Although they are also devil fruit power users, there are too many differences between the fruits. Buggy's paramesha is torn apart and can only be regarded as quite satisfactory, with weaknesses and strengths. However, Shu Kang's fruit is the legendary Super Devil Fruit. This level of fruit can be said to be a fruit that combines the advantages of Logia, Paramesha, and Zone. Therefore, when Shu Kang faced Buggy, it was just a naturalization, and he easily avoided Buggy's attack. Afterwards, Shu Kang directly used his demonic hand to hold several parts of Buggy's body firmly in his hand. Although Buggy can be torn apart, he can't let the body that has been divided be divided again. In other words, the main advantage of Buggy's fragmentation is agility, but Shu Kang directly pinched Buggy's body firmly, which is equivalent to completely imprisoning Buggy's body. Then Buggy was left with a head, which was almost useless. A fruit torn apart. Maybe a fruit with great potential, but you can't beat me just now. After Shu Kang's words fell, he found a rope and quickly pulled all parts of Buggy's body tied separately. Immediately afterwards, Shu Kang stretched out his slender arm again. No, Buggy seemed to know Shu Kang's plan. Shu Kang slowly walked in front of the cannon, and then used brute force to force Buggy's body into the cannon. Finally, Shu Kang ignited the lead. Thorn. Dong. Buggy's body disappeared completely in this orange town. Ah! The other people looked at Shu Kang again, and they no longer had the contempt they had before. They were terrified. Buggy, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, who was a devil fruit person, was easily defeated by the people in front of them. Shu Kang's subordinates, let alone them. Therefore, they immediately fell down and scattered, and quickly dispersed. Shu King shook his head and said, having such a powerful devil fruit, in East Blue, it is really invincible, but I don't know what potential my fruit will have in the future. Can I deal with those masters who have hockey? Just when Shu King was about to jump off the tower and look for Luffy, Zoro and others, a voice pulled Shu King to the other side again. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host. Arrived in Orange Town. Congratulations on your successful sign-in. The system presents it to you, the bloodline of the Naruto world, Indra's bloodline. The first thing you awakened is Sharingan. Of course, there is only one Goose Jade for the Sharingan given to you by the system. If you accumulate more check-in locations, you can automatically upgrade the ability of Sharingan. Single Guyu writing round eyes. Shu King thought back. In the Naruto world, Sharingan can be said to be a very famous bloodline limit. If it continues to evolve, it will not only have the power of a kaleidoscope, but also the ability of Rinnegan. After knowing the power of Sharingan, Shu King was naturally very satisfied. East Blue and the first half of the Great Channel were enough to upgrade Sharingan. After all, there were no strong opponents here. Should I be able to open my eyes now? Shaking round eyes. Open. Shu King then felt a little itchy in his eyes. After looking for a mirror everywhere, he really saw his scarlet eyes in the mirror. One of them was Single Hook Jade. However, Shu King was not so comfortable. He could feel a magical force flowing from his body. And this power seems to be different from the power that uses the fruit ability in the pirate world. So that, it seems that there is no such thing as a pie in the world, everything is good or bad, although the Single Hook Jade writing wheel I can benefit my battle, it will cost my chakra. But, my chakra doesn't seem to be much. It seems that I must try to condense and refine chakra in the future, otherwise I won't be able to use any special ninjutsu that the system will reward in the future. After closing the Sharingan, Shu King jumped down directly from his tower, and when he reached the ground, he already knew what had just happened. Due to Shu King's intervention, Zoro was not attacked by the clown buggy, so he was not injured. Zoro is now fighting with the trainer Moji and his big lion. Oh, did you kill that guy named Buggy? Zoro was fighting, and the person talking was 11, Luffy, who was harmless. It's done. Speaking of Luffy, why haven't you come out yet? Shu King said with great puzzlement. No, right after coming down, these guys appeared, and Zoro naturally fought with them. Luffy pointed to Zoro. At this time, Zoro happened to be beaten beside Luffy's cage. After noticing Shu King, he said, leave these two guys to me, Shu King, find a way to release Luffy. Shu King patted his head speechlessly and said, okay, don't take it too long, or I will despise you. Luffy then looked at Shu King and said, this cage is very hard, can it be broken? Try it, after all, my attacks have always been punches and kicks. This time, let's try my knife. Shu King's eyes narrowed, and he gently spread the knife around his waist, then quickly the speed pulled it out. King Lang. That was the sound of drawing a knife out of its scabbard. Just listening to the sound knew that this knife was definitely not ordinary. And Shu King finally swung the knife out, and the extremely sharp blade actually cut open the outermost railing of the cage like cutting tofu. Bow your head. Shu King's reminder seemed to be too late. After all, the knife had already been swung out. At this critical moment, Luffy grabbed the railing above with both hands, and immediately jumped up using his own elasticity. Chapter 12 Arrive at West Rob. Ask for a silver ticket. It's really exciting, haha. Luffy said with a harmless smile. It scared me to death, I thought. The finale was coming. Shu King was also very frightened, and the knife just now nearly killed Luffy. Who would have thought that his Zanpakuto would be so sharp? Okay, now that I've come out, this guy will be handed over to me. Luffy was full of fighting spirit at this time, and naturally planned to join forces with Zoro to fight against animal trainer Moji and his lion Richie. As soon as Luffy rushed out, a girl with orange hair suddenly appeared behind Shu King. I said that. Your name is Shu Kang. The person who spoke was naturally Nami with orange hair, and he was a little embarrassed at this moment. After all, Nami did it all. Yeah, I'm Shu Kang, is there anything? Nami. Shu Kang turned around and asked. Ah, Nami was a little surprised, and immediately asked back, how do you know my name? I don't seem to have introduced myself, right? Well, Buggy said. Shu Kang replied. So, by the way, what happened to Buggy? Nami asked. Buggy has already been knocked out by me. It's no problem to kill him for a pirate of this level. Shu Kang said lightly, then took 2 steps towards Nami, stared at her and asked, I think you really are, is that what you care about? Shu Kang took out a blueprint, and that blueprint was a chart of the Great Channel. The original chart should have been in Buggy's hands, but it seems that Nami took it away, but it seems that Buggy took it away in the end. After Buggy was killed, this map was naturally returned to Shu Kang's hands. Well, Nami nodded, and she pretended to be very cute and said, Little brother, can you give me the chart of the Great Waterway? I especially need this thing. Seeing this, Shu Kang naturally pretended to be surprised and asked, You. Why do you need this chart? Didn't you say the one called Luffy? I'm our navigator. In this case, I naturally need this chart the most. Nami said half-truth. Shu Kang did not expose it, but nodded and said, so that's the case, if it's his own, then it doesn't matter. Shu Kang easily handed the chart to Nami, but the words he said made Nami tremble. I said Nami, when you go to Arlong next time, tell me, and I'll help you clean him up by the way. The weather conditions on the Great Passage are so bad that this chart is actually useless. Nami's vigilance was naturally dashing, and he immediately picked up a stick that he carried with him and made a defensive posture. You, what do you know? Nami asked again, but she involuntarily stepped back her legs and changed the angle, trying to make Shu Kang ignore the logo of the Arlong Pirates on her shoulder. Me, just pretend that I don't know anything. The captain is Luffy. He has the final say on where to go, but I think he should also help you. Shu Kang then walked towards Luffy on his own, leaving Nami stunned. At this time, Luffy and Zoro had already called the door of a pet store. The little white dog at the door of the pet store was the owner of the original pet store, but one day the owner died, but the little white dog still looked at the store faithfully. The big lion Richie's intrusion was blocked by the puppy, but the puppy was a man's arm and was easily knocked away. And, Luffy helped the puppy fend off the trainer and the lion. But at this time, there was an acrobat among the enemies, and it was obvious that this person was the remnant of the Buggy Pirates. These two are the leaders of the Buggy Pirates. Luffy and Zoro participated in the battle at the same time, and their strength was gradually soaring. The two quickly became familiar with the opponent's attack mode, and finally used their own advantages to defeat the opponent. The end result is obvious. Luffy beat the trainer and the lion. And Zoro beat the acrobat. Buggy, the big boss clown that was supposed to appear, Shu Kang had already beaten him away at this time. It can be said that Luffy, Zoro, and Shu Kang protected not only the pet shop and the little white dog, but also the entire Orange Town. In the end, the three returned to the port, lifted anchor and set sail, and left the town of Orange. Of course, this time they have one more person to accompany them on their journey, and that is Nami. Then we are partners. Luffy was very pleased with Nami's joining, and Zoro was very happy to see Luffy being bullied by Nami. However, only Shu Kang could feel that Nami and he were wary of each other. However, Shu Kang concealed this alert very well. At this moment, the four still believed in Nami's sailing skills and let her lead her to the next island. I don't know why, but during the voyage with Nami, there was hardly any bad weather. What's going on? Shu Kang couldn't help but ask, could it be luck? Nami shook her head and explained, the weather in a certain area is very bad, and I usually don't go to that area. In the sea, as long as you know your direction, you can avoid it. Of course, these techniques are only applicable to East Blue. Quote. Sure enough, having a good navigator is different. It's better than walking around with two headless flies. Zoro looked at Luffy and Shu King and said. You said we were headless flies. Shu King secretly despised Zoro. The whole One Piece King of Pirates, the most famous Liu Kai, at this moment has the face to say that others. It is said that when you are fighting with Zoro, as long as your back is a few meters, Zoro will not be able to find you. Although it is a bit nonsense, it also shows the attributes of Zoro's Luna. During the voyage, Luffy likes to eat and play, Nami is naturally in charge of sailing, Zoro sleeps and exercises when he is free, and Shu King shuts himself in the house alone and does not speak. I feel it. It is. At this time, in the cabin, a young man's body burst out with blue energy. This kind of energy is difficult to describe. People in this world can hardly sense it. It is a completely different kind of energy from this world. An energy, chakra. That's right, Shu King has been researching and condensing chakra in the cabin. Although this was more difficult for Shu King gradually found a feeling that he can now condense and refine chakra. This is a great improvement. Just as Shu King was preparing for the next step of exploration and training, the voices of Nami and the others came from the deck. Shu King walked out of the cabin and found that the ship had resisted a new island. The boat docked on the beach, and the four got off the boat. It's been a long time since I got off the boat. Luffy stretched his limbs. Will there be a small village here? Nami looked at the map and said, it seems there is. Luffy then drooled. Wow. Then, meat. There must be something delicious in that village, right? The food on the boat was naturally supplied before, and Luffy was already tired of it. Chapter 13 Kaya's manner _______. Na widened Luffy's eyes and said, can you eat less meat? Ah, Zoro felt the ease and yawned. The surrounding beaches were quiet and comfortable, but Zoro immediately felt that something was wrong, and gently popped the knife in his hand. Be careful, there is someone's breath. Where? Luffy was completely unguarded. Shu King glanced left and right, and already knew who these people were. Danger! Zoro yelled, and then, countless stones bounced from a height to Luffy's feet, and Luffy started to dodge in a hurry. At this time, countless pirate flags were erected among the dense grass on the hill. Wow, that's amazing, Luffy said admiringly. Now is the time to admire others. Nami couldn't help but complained. At this moment, a man was already standing at the top of the hill, and said majestically, I am Usopp who led the great pirate group that ruled this village. People praised me very much and called me ours. Captain Usopp. If you want to attack this village, I advise you to give up. Because my 80 million subordinates will not let you go. The person who speaks is naturally the most boastful Usopp in One Piece, King of Pirates. Among the four, only Luffy shouted in shock, it's amazing. However, Nami immediately questioned, is it a lie? Seeing someone questioned, Usopp said directly, I was seen through. Immediately afterwards, the three little ghosts were also seen by Nami, and they fled. Seeing this, Shu King didn't want to waste any more time, so he took a step forward and said, Usopp, right. Don't be afraid, we are not your enemies. Do you think I would believe it? Usopp was still a little defensive. Your father's name is Usopp, right? Is he a subordinate of the red-haired Shanks? After Shu King said it, Usopp's defensiveness eased a lot. That's it, I just said he looks alike, that's how it is. Luffy said, I saw Usopp when I was a kid. After resolving the misunderstanding, Usopp naturally invited Luffy, Shu King and others to enter the village and have a feast. Shuang chatted for a while, and unconsciously they talked about the villa on the mountain. Well, I suddenly forgot one thing, I'll go do it first. Usopp then left in a hurry. Luffy, Shu King and others were left behind. What is this guy doing? In a panic, Nami also thinks he is very strange. Shu King then said directly, Luffy, what do you think of Usopp? Very good, I love it. Luffy nodded. You mean, inviting him to be our partner? Luffy asked. Yes, but before that, we have to do something. Shu King said mysteriously. What's the matter? Everyone was at a loss. Just follow me. Shu King then left here and walked straight up the mountain. Soon, everyone came to the door of the huge villa on the mountain. There are many guards in black at the entrance of the villa, and it is really difficult for ordinary people to enter without knowing it. However, Shu King, as a devil fruit capable person, directly stretched out his wings and loaded everyone into the garden. Is this your ability? Although Nami knew Shu King's power, she had never felt Shu King's power so close. Although it came in so smoothly, what are we going to do? Luffy asked. Yeah, Shu King, just say what you want to do. Zoro was also a little anxious. Shu King then told what he knew. That's right, there was once a pirate group called the Black Cat Pirates. Captain Kuro was a very smart and cruel pirate. In order to obtain greater wealth, he quietly sneaked into a wealthy family, eventually became a housekeeper, and quietly killed the master of the family, and now he is going to murder the young lady of this family. Captain Kuro, I seem to have an impression, but it's said to have been killed. Zoro was a bit knowledgeable. Back then, Kuro killed all the pirates who were chasing him, and in the end there was only one marine left. He stepped on the guy's jaw, and then used the power of his hypnotist to hypnotize him, making him mistakenly think that he was one with Captain Kuro. The person who looks a lot like it is Kuro himself. Quote. At the same time, it also turned it into a tyrannical marine. This marine was eventually upgraded to Colonel Marine. You should all know Luffy and Zoro. Shu King naturally broke his dream in one sentence. Could it be? Zoro said in disbelief. It's Monka. Yes. Shu King nodded. Then where is this Kuro you mentioned now? Luffy asked quickly. Could it be? Nami looked at the villa and seemed to have guessed it. Yes, Nami guessed it well. Captain Kuro's pseudonym Kuro Batel is currently the housekeeper of this house, and Usopp's favorite should be the young lady of this house. Shu King said. So, this lady is in danger. Shouldn't we save her right away? Luffy asked. Shu King shook his head and said, we are pirates, no one will believe what we say, unless. Only then did Shu King tell everyone his plan. But Luffy asked, is this really good? In case this person is not the pirate you mentioned, aren't we going too far? Shu King smiled, and then he suddenly attacked Luffy and Zoro. Although the two were unprepared, they naturally dodged and defended when they encountered an attack. Shu King then said, see, normal people don't have such good skills and reactions. We will soon know that what I said is true or false, so just do what I say. Only then did everyone suddenly realize that they nodded and agreed with Shu King's approach. At this time, in the back garden, Usopp told Kaya a story, which had been discovered by Kuro. Kuro was trying his best to challenge Usopp. After Usopp was finally humiliated, he planned to attack Kuro on a whim. And this is just right in Kuro's arms. And, Kuro drove Usopp away. At this time, Shu King suddenly appeared in front of Usopp and Kuro. Hello, Shu King. Why did you come here? Usopp was also very puzzled and surprised. He didn't know how Shu King found this place, nor what Shu King planned to do. With a gloomy face, Shu King slowly walked in front of Kuro. Who are you? What are you doing for breaking into a private residence without permission? Kuro pretended to say. The captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro of 100 Plans, am I right? Shu King's words made Kuro's eyes tremble. I didn't understand what you said. Kuro still concealed his emotion very well, and he still showed the appearance of a housekeeper. Chapter 14 Counting out Kuro. Ask for a silver ticket. Pirate. You said the housekeeper is a pirate. Usopp was also surprised. Although he hated this housekeeper, he didn't know it. Impossible, Krobatel is a good person, how could he be a pirate? Miss Kaya naturally didn't believe it. How can someone as noble as me be a humble pirate? Pirates like you, do you want to use lies to smear me? No one will believe me. Kuro still pretended to use it. He put his palms on his glasses. I said, although he is a little too much, he shouldn't be a pirate, right? Usopp was also a little unbelievable. Shukang snorted coldly. Kuro, others don't know you, can I not know you? The reason why you hold your glasses like this is because of your long nails, right? Shukang then said, many years ago, you killed my parents, and I saw the way you were a killer, but because I hid so well that no one found me. Shukang was naturally talking nonsense. He just wanted to force him to reveal his faults in advance through his own understanding of Kuroda. Then, I heard that you were caught by a man named Menka, but that person was not you at all. Obviously, a hypnotist under your command hypnotized him. Front of Kuro, there was already a trace of panic in his heart. After all, this was a plan for many years. Except for the closest subordinates, no one else knew about it. But Crowan never thought that someone would find his guy. Seeing that his plans and conspiracies were about to be revealed, Kuro couldn't reveal the fact that he was a pirate, and the only thing he could do was to interrupt Shukang's speech. Bastard! Stop messing around. It's just a habit of mine to hold my glasses. What you said is nothing. I have never heard of it at all. If you don't leave, I will call the guard. Kuro once again suppressed the desire to kill Shukang in his heart. And this time Kaya spoke. Usopp, take your friends away. I won't allow you to smear Kurot Ball like this again. Shukang, let's go. Usopp naturally couldn't produce any evidence. Shukang's words for so long were just one-sided words, and they couldn't stand up at all. In the end, everyone had to leave the villa. However, just as he was about to leave, Shukang looked at Kuro and shouted loudly, Kuro. Tomorrow night, at the beach. Let's make an end, or I will announce your identity to everyone in the village and tell you about you. Plan. Kuro snorted coldly. I won't make any promises with the pirates, and the people in the village will not believe you, a pirate's nonsense. Then Shukang left with everyone. After leaving, only Usopp didn't figure out what happened, so he kept asking. If my guess is correct, your Miss Kaya is likely to be killed by Kurote Ball tonight. Shukang said with a firm oath. Ah, impossible. Why would he do this? Usopp couldn't figure it out, and neither could anyone else. If I'm Kuro and my identity is smashed by a stranger, I have to do something. Two options. The first one is to secretly kill this stranger, try to maintain the relationship with Miss Kaya, and then choose the right time to kill Kaya and embezzle all the property. Second, I think the time is ripe. I don't need to be dormant. Kill Kaya directly, and then kill this stranger to seal up. Inheriting the property is justifiable. Of course, in order to give Kuro time, I specifically told him to settle with him tomorrow. Therefore, I estimate that Miss Kaya will kill Kuro tonight. Shukang said very firmly. After hearing Shukang's words, Usopp naturally didn't believe it. Tonight, we will sneak into Kaya's bedroom ahead of time. When the time comes, we will naturally know how it turns out. Shukang said seriously. It was soon night, and Shukang used his devil fruit power to sneak into the villa very easily. With the help of Usopp, Shukang found Miss Kaya's bedroom. Miss Kaya's mood is naturally not very good. At this time she is crying. But it was a good time for everyone to sneak in. Everyone quietly got under Kaya's bed and in Kaya's wardrobe. Although Kaya almost found everyone due to her carelessness, she still managed to hide in the seats they had negotiated in advance. With the passage of time, Kaya has fallen asleep on the bed. At this point a person entered Kaya's room. The man's glasses shone with light, and the long blade on his hand was exceptionally sharp. Seeing Usopp here is also stunned. Shish! Shukang immediately made a booing action, signaling Usopp to keep quiet and worry. Kuro placed his blade above Kaya, not knowing what to expect, as if hesitating, and the blood on the blade had already proved who Kuro had killed. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the bed and attacked Kuro. Kuro, as the top 5 pirates in the original East Blue Bounty, reacted extremely quickly, and he immediately pulled away and started to resist. However, the person who chopped him was not an ordinary person, but the swordsman Zoro. Everyone crawled out at this moment, and Usopp also woke Kaya up. When Kaya saw the blood on Kuro Battle's hand and saw him and Zoro fighting vigorously, he was naturally unbelievable. Look! The cunning Kuro smashed Zoro away with one claw, and then pretended to say, "Miss, these people are here to kill you." They also killed Mary. Mary is naturally another housekeeper who serves Kaya and the designer of the famous Going Merry. Kaya didn't know who to trust at this time. After all, she should trust the housekeeper the most, but the situation at this time made her very confused. Unexpectedly, Mary desperately crawled here from the position where he was attacked, and said desperately, "Miss. That's not the case. Clawhador. I was injured by that guy. He's a pirate." Kuro didn't want to hide anymore after Mary finished. "Really, you were about to succeed, but you were suddenly disrupted by your little characters. You really got lucky. You just happened to see this scene. But it doesn't matter, everyone here is going to die tonight." Kuro finally stopped covering himself. "Yes, I am the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro of 100 Plans. I'm by no means something that a small character like you can shake. Tomorrow morning, my pirate group will attack, and you have no hope at all." How could this be? Impossible. Miss Kaya's heart almost collapsed. At this time, Shu King couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Everyone's attention was attracted by Shu King. "What are you laughing at? Didn't expect you to laugh before you died." Kuro is also a cold Isho, very vicious. "Me, laugh at you being over your head." Shu King said, "I already knew about your plan. All this was arranged to make Miss Kaya recognize you." So what? Even if you recognize me, as long as I kill you, you won't know anything," Kuro said. Chapter 15_Kill the Kuro Pirates. Please. Stupid you, if you really discovered my identity long ago, you should have announced my plans and identity from the very beginning. And now, stupidity will kill you all. Kuro laughed coldly. Kuro was so confident that he never worried that he would lose. Shu King said without fear, "Stupid. I don't think so, but you might die here tonight." Ha, that's hilarious. Kuro looked ready to fight. "The result will be revealed immediately," Shu King said lightly. Wow, an angry shout broke the stalemate between the two. Surprisingly, it was not Shu King who shot, but Luffy. At this time, after Luffy knew about Kuro's conspiracy, his hatred for Kuro reached its greatest height. Kuro could feel the aura of Zoro and Shu King, but he lacked defense against Luffy. This time, Luffy's skills were displayed for the first time, and he stretched his arms instantly, which caught Kuro by surprise. "Quick, please, save Mary." Kaya's attention is now on Mary in her arms. Usopp and Nami are temporarily responsible for treating Mary and comforting Kaya. As for Zoro, Shu King, and Luffy, they came to the courtyard, and the three surrounded Kuro. Kuro looked at Luffy and said, "I see, is this the power you're relying on? Devil fruit power. As long as I can kill you, that's fine." Zoro naturally showed his swordsman's ability, the three-sword style. Shu King, on the other hand, had no posture, but made Kuro feel more dangerous. "If that's the case, then I'm welcome." Kuro didn't hide it. He closed his eyes directly, and the pace of his feet began to resemble a phantom. Silent step. "This is Kuro's Nirvana, the spoon," Shu King reminded. At the same time, Shu King shouted, "Writing round eyes, open." Immediately afterwards, Shanguyu's writing wheel opened. Although the single Guyu is not as powerful as other forms of writing wheel eyes, it also improves the observation ability. Shu King can probably figure out Kuro's attack trajectory. Coupled with Shu King's ability to obtain fruit, this allows him to fully cope with Kuro's attack. Although Kuro's move is very strong, it cannot control the target of the attack, so it is easy to hurt his own people. However, the current Luffy and Zoro were suppressed for a while. You guys don't even know what a real pirate is. I'll let you know how terrifying the pirates who go in and out of the gates of hell several times. Luffy and Zoro got more and more injuries, and Luffy finally couldn't take it anymore. You bastard. You don't understand pirates at all. A guy that even his comrades don't know to cherish. What qualifications does he have to make irresponsible remarks on me? Luffy shouted. Miss Kaya, it's just a tool, a stepping stone to my successful encroachment on her property, just part of the plan. I never regarded her as my own. Kuro's words completely disappointed Kaya's heart. And Luffy finally took advantage of the moment he was injured, grabbed Kuro and threw him heavily on the ground. Humph, do you think this will hurt me? Seeing this, Captain Kuro used the spoon again. At this moment, Luffy suddenly burst out, using the properties of his own rubber fruit to wrap Kuro's body firmly. Damn, let me go, you bastard. Kuro was tightly locked by Luffy's upper body, naturally unable to use the spoon. Your 3-year plan is a complete failure now. Luffy was already preparing for the final blow. My plan. It will never fail, Kuro said frantically at the last moment. However, at this time Luffy said, rubber clock. He stretched his head far back and finally slammed into Kuro's head. Such a pounding, and Kuro was an instant result. Kuro fell to the ground, and there was no more sound. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I will never lose to the pirate who gave up my name. Luffy said very haughty. Shu King originally wanted to take action, but seeing that Luffy was so excited, he naturally stepped aside with Zoro. Kuro was killed, things were not over. Shu King then returned to Kaya's room with everyone and informed everyone of the matter. I will do my best to explain things to the villagers, and we can unite together to fight against foreign enemies, Kaya said. However, Shu King, Zoro and the others shook their heads and said, forget it, just leave the rest to us. What about me? Luffy asked. You have already defeated Kuro, just leave the rest to us. Zoro also said with a scheming look. This time, I also want to protect everyone. Usopp and his 3 subordinates finally planned to participate in this battle. The next day, when the sky was still dark, everyone poured oil on the 2 slopes that landed on the island, with Shu King on one side and Zoro on one side. The Black Cat pirates first landed on Zoro's side, but they couldn't invade the island at all. However, they saw the boat of Shu King and others. A group of pirates directly destroyed Shu King and others' boat with cannons, and then went around. On the other side of the island, he bumped into Shu King again. Shu King flew directly down the slope and beat the pirates with no power to fight back. Kuro's subordinates are naturally the Cat Brothers and the hypnotist Django. The Cat People Brothers united. It seems to be powerful, but in front of Shu King, it is still not enough to see. With the single Guyu's writing wheel eye, Shu King regards the Cat People Brothers as a touchstone, and improves his swordsmanship one by one. At the back, Shu King couldn't bear it anymore. He directly activated the power of the Devil Fruit, severely injured all the pirates, and destroyed their pirate ship. The Black Cat pirates have now fallen apart and scattered. As for the hypnotist Django, Shu King directly slapped them away. Kuro of 100 plans. Syrup Village pirate invasion plan has been completely shattered. And by the time Zoro, panting, came to the other side, the battle was already over. Without you, the village would not be able to hold on. Usopp said gratefully. We wouldn't do anything if you didn't make up your mind. But those guys destroyed our ship. Zoro responded. It doesn't matter, I have already brought back everything in advance, and the treasures of those pirates. Nami sneaked into the enemy's boat while the enemy was fighting, and moved out all the financial reports. She was very proud at this time. Haha, Usopp has never been in such a good mood. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Usopp said, I took this opportunity to make a decision. As a man, you should run to the ocean. There is only one reason for me to leave this village. The pirate flag is calling me. I want to become a real pirate. Everyone looked at each other and finally laughed. Unexpectedly, Shu Kang had guessed the beginning and ending of the story. Usopp then bid farewell to the three small subordinates, entrusted his will to them, and finally invited everyone to the restaurant for a feast. At this time, Kaya found everyone and walked into the restaurant. "Please allow me, thank you, I have prepared a gift for you, which is a little bit of my heart, please accept it," Kaya said kindly. Chapter 16 Going Merry ________. Immediately afterwards, Miss Kaya led everyone over. Not surprisingly, what appeared in front of everyone was a light sailboat. Going merry, Shu Kang inevitably felt a little excited in his heart. After all, the ship in front of him was the ship of the Straw Hats. Fortunately, the previous ship was destroyed by the Black Cat pirates. Otherwise, it is very likely that the Going Merry will be missed. Shu Kang thought to himself. When Luffy saw the ship in front of him, he was also very excited. Although he had been on a big ship before, for some reason, this ship seemed to have an indescribable relationship with everyone. Contact the same. Is it really possible? Give it to us, Luffy asked excitedly. The housekeeper of the Kaya family, Mary said, although the style is a bit old, this is a boat I designed. Thank you for your help, not only saving me, but also saving the eldest lady. The name of the boat is the Going Merry, and it's a light sailboat using the stern center rudder style of a jib. Let me explain the operation method, first of all in terms of power start adjustment. Mary explained the operation method of the whole ship carefully. Shu Kang listened to what he didn't understand, but Luffy couldn't hear it at all. However, Nami was the one who listened most seriously. After all, Nami was the only navigator in the Straw Hat group. Immediately afterwards, Usopp had already packed his huge luggage and rolled down from the high hillside. This guy is really worrying. Shu Kang then easily used the devil's arm to completely stop Usopp. Miss Kaya looked at Usopp and waved goodbye after all. Usopp originally planned to set off on his own and become an independent pirate, but everyone naturally invited Usopp. In everyone's heart, Usopp has long been regarded as their partner. Shu Kang still had a good impression of the person who liked to talk big in front of him. As a funny character, Usopp must not be missing in future adventures, otherwise it will be very boring. In the end, everyone finally set sail and sailed to the boundless sea together. And when Shu Kang left Syrup Village, he was once again prompted by his own system. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host. You have arrived at Syrup Village, and you have successfully left, and you have successfully signed in. Rewards have been issued for you. 100 times the Kendo comprehension card. You can use it at any time. Valid time, 24 hours. After Shu Kang heard what the system said, he immediately threw his own question. System, I haven't arrived at the destination before, you counted me as a successful sign-in, why do I have to leave now, so I can count as a successful sign-in? System immediately replied. Let me explain. At the beginning, the sign-in system was just activated, naturally it lowered the requirements for you. As you grow step by step, the requirements and difficulty of the sign-in system will gradually escalate, and you will gradually face greater pressure and challenges, so that you can get more generous rewards. Shu Kang nodded, then continued to ask, so, what is this Kendo comprehension card, can you explain it in detail? System immediately replied. This card is a consumable item. When you use it, it will improve your Kendo comprehension by 100 times. Of course, the duration is 24 hours, which means that within 24 hours, you will have an explosive improvement in this aspect of Kendo. The system recommends that you take a good rest in advance, and then devote yourself to the practice of Kendo for 24 consecutive hours. This is the most beneficial way for you. Shu Kang Vivi nodded and almost understood the meaning of the system. So, it seems that if anyone disturbs me, I will lose more than the gain. In this case, I need to prepare in advance. Adventure at sea, in fact, most of the time is boring sea voyage. There is nothing on the whole sea, and it is endless. It would take some days to reach the next island, so Shu King told his companions on the boat that he needed to retreat and practice. In this way, Shu King gained 24 hours of cultivation time. Shu King locked himself in the rest room of the cabin, and said, "System, I want to use it now, the Kindle comprehension card." "Are you sure to use it?" The system confirmed. "Confirmed to use." Shu King nodded, and then, a flash of light appeared in front of Shu King's body inexplicably, and the light immediately enveloped Shu King's body. At this time, Shu King only felt himself. His whole brain was very clear, and the sword in his hand seemed to be a little different. So that's the case. Is this the power of Kindle comprehension card? What is a sword? How to attack? How to defend? Countless problems began to evolve on their own in Shu King's brain, and countless battle scenarios also began to emerge in Shu King's brain. In addition to the most basic sword moves and skills, Shu King also had a deeper understanding of the Tao above the sword. Shu King closed his eyes, as if he was closing his eyes and resting, and time passed quickly like a white horse. Dong dong dong. Shu King woke up when there was a knock on the door outside. Looking at the weather outside, there was no change. However, after playing Gate of Opening, Shu King realized that it was 3 days ago that he started using the Kindle comprehension card. At this moment, a person Shu King did not know had arrived on the boat. "Big brother, why are you here?" Zoro said in surprise as he looked at him. "Huh, isn't Joseph with you?" Zoro also recognized the identity of the person in front of him at a glance. And Shu King quickly guessed his identity: Zoro's younger brother, Johnny. And the Joseph in Zoro's mouth, and the person in front of him are the same as Zoro's former younger brother. Soon, however, Luffy and Usopp knew they were in trouble, because they had just practiced firing a cannon and nearly accidentally wounded Joseph. Shu King looked at Joseph's livid face and Nami. And Nami naturally understood the situation. "Isn't there a lime on the boat? Hurry up and bring it," Nami commanded. Usopp and Luffy quickly found some limes and squeezed them into orange juice for Joseph to drink. "It's scurvy, it'll be fine in a few days," Nami said. "Wow, really?" Big sister's head. Zoro's younger brother Johnny's voice just fell. He didn't expect Joseph to be able to dance with him. But soon, he fainted on the boat again. After all, scurvy does not heal so quickly. Immediately afterwards, everyone also fell into anxiety, sailing on the sea, in addition to facing the unknown on the navigation, as well as powerful enemies, and even pays special attention to diet. Instances of scurvy like this would be numerous if no one prepared a nutritionally balanced food for them. Shu King naturally guessed everyone's next plan. Looks like there should be an extra cook on board. Chapter 17_C Restaurant Bharati, for collection. For silver ticket. After Shu King's voice fell, Luffy and the others naturally nodded their approval. "That's right. In this way, you can eat delicious food in the sea," Usopp said excitedly. "That's right. We need to find a sea cook as a partner," Luffy also said to everyone. At this time, Zoro's younger brother Johnny said, "If you want to find this kind of chef, I know a place." That's it. Where is that?" Luffy also asked eagerly. "However, it is very close to the Great Waterway, and there are rumors of the eagle-eyed man the eldest brother has been looking for. The heading is north by northeast," Johnny said very seriously. "Hey," Shu King grinned Isho, he has seen everyone's enthusiasm. Going Merry then went full speed according to the direction Johnny pointed. It didn't take long to see a more magical-looking building on the sea. His full English name of Bharati is written on the front of the boat. The bow is in the shape of a fish mouth, and the stern is in the shape of a fish tail. The whole restaurant is actually a brig, but the boat is still very big. "How is it, everyone?" Johnny has seen everyone's surprised expressions. "Wow, what a big fish," Luffy said excitedly. However, at this time, next to Merry, there was an extra ship. The sail was painted with Marine's logo and name. It was a marine ship. "Ah, How can there be a Marine's ship here? Just as Joseph came out of the cabin, he saw the Marine ship next to him and was startled. He didn't forget that the ship he was in was a pirate ship. Hey, isn't he going to attack us? Usopp also asked nervously. I met a nasty guy. Zoro also felt bad. His hand was already on his own knife, and he looked like he was ready to fight at any time. Shu King said very calmly, don't worry, this guy doesn't seem to have any plans to do it. If he dares to do it, then I will let their ship sink in this sea forever. The people in the marine came out, looked at Going Merry, and said, I'm Marine Lieutenant Iron Fist Hobody, who is the captain, sign up. I'm Luffy. Luffy stood up. I'm Usopp. Usopp also stood up. What the hell are these guys doing? Marine Lieutenant also finds it very interesting. Huh, the two guys over there. They seem to be bounty hunters who specialize in killing some weak pirates. Why, were they finally caught by the pirates? Marine Lieutenant didn't mean to do anything, but just spoke sarcastically. Let's go. A good-looking woman pulled Marine Lieutenant, and Marine Lieutenant turned around and ignored the group of Straw Hats. However, Johnny and Joseph were so angry that they threw the pirate bounty they had sorted out and said, do you dare to say that this is the work of a bounty hunter who targets small people? The bounty list was scattered on the deck, and a bounty named Arlong with a bounty of 20 million Bailey landed on the outermost side. The other people basically painted times, proving that these people were killed by the younger brother duo. And Nami naturally noticed this bounty. Nami squatted on the ground and looked at Arlong's bounty. She shivered and didn't know what she was thinking. Shu Kang naturally noticed this, and he let go of the hand he wanted to put on Nami's shoulder. Shu Kang didn't believe in the words of empathy. After all, he had never experienced the same pain as Nami. It was difficult for him to understand. He wanted to comfort Nami. The best way was to follow the pace of the original plot and beat Arlong. But at this time, everyone's attention was already on the Marine. Despised Marine Lieutenant has announced the order to sink the pirate ship. And the other party's shells have already flown towards Going Merry very fast. At this moment, Shu King couldn't take care of so much anymore. In a blink of an eye, the demon wings were attached directly behind him. His speed was extremely fast, as if everything around him had slowed down. Shu King snorted and pulled out his Zanpakuto, inexplicably feeling the connection between Zanpakuto and himself. Shu King didn't stop, but swung the knife out directly. Immediately after a burst of sword energy, Shu King cut him out. The green sword energy instantly split the entire cannonball into two. Not only that, but also cut the cannon on the marine ship into two pieces. If it weren't for the slight deviation from the angle, the entire marine ship would have been sunk by Shu Kang's slash. I gotta go. Usopp's mouth widened, and he didn't know what to say. Luffy's eyes were also shining with stars, and he said very excitedly, it's amazing. Zoro's eyes revealed a hint of shock. So strong to slash. This guy's swordsmanship seems to have grown outstandingly. How is it possible? Is it so strong after retreating for a day and a night? Then what is my practice? Shu King put away the sword in his hand and looked at the marine soldiers on the other side's boat with cold eyes. Naturally, Marine Lieutenant didn't know anything about these things. At this time, he and the beautiful woman came to Baratie by boat. And at Shu King's suggestion, Luffy and the others directly attacked the marine ship next to them, destroyed all the cannons on the marine ship, and cleaned up all the marine people with ease, ensuring that they would never attack Merry. After that, Johnny and Joseph were left to watch the boat. Then everyone officially entered the sea restaurant by boat, Baratie. As soon as he entered Baratie, he saw a black man in black clothes smoking a cigarette, pinching the marine lieutenant he had just acquired, looking very relieved. Don't waste food for me. Going against the cook at sea is tantamount to killing yourself. Remember it for me. The blonde man is naturally the chef of the future Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji. Marine Lieutenant was not at all angry, and promised to destroy the ship. Naturally, Sanji was angry again. However, Bharatiya's other cooks rushed out and grabbed Sanji. Soon Chef Zeph appeared, not only beat Sanji, but also Marine Lieutenant. Marine Lieutenant couldn't understand, how could there be such a domineering restaurant in the world, attacking customers. However, the matter did not end there. A sailor ran to Bharati and said, "Lieutenant, our ship was attacked by the pirate ship on the opposite side, and then the prisoners on board were released." What? Marine Lieutenant didn't get angry, but asked rather terrified, then, "Where is Click's subordinates?" "Escaped. In order to track down the whereabouts of Krieg's group, we sent 7 people, and we finally caught it." "Impossible. We starved him for so many days, and we didn't give him anything to eat after that. Even if he was released, he couldn't escape alone." Chapter 18_Admiral Krieg. What? Krieg? Isn't that the strongest pirate group in East Blue? The surrounding guests heard Krieg's name, they were all terrified, and at this moment, a gunshot completely attracted their attention. Bang! One shot at the door killed the Marine just now. Obviously, this man is Krieg's man. A person walked in, sat on the seat, and then said weakly, "Anything will do, hurry up, serve, is this a restaurant? Are you rich?" "We only welcome the rich, not the poor," asked Paddy, Bharati's chef. The man wanted to threaten, but was knocked to the ground by Paddy with a punch. No one expected a chef to be so powerful, and everyone applauded. At this time, Paddy saw Shu King and others, and then asked, "Excuse me, gentlemen, do you have any money?" Shu King didn't want to be entangled, so he took out his baili and said, "Of course, the 5 of us." Seeing this, Paddy immediately said with a flattering look, "Welcome to the 5. Please take your seat." Shu King and the others naturally started tasting the food in the pirate world, but Krieg's subordinate was naturally thrown out of the restaurant by Paddy. Then, when it came to recruiting Sanji, Luffy volunteered to go. Was the first time that Shu King saw Luffy's enthusiasm for recruiting partners, which was greater than his enthusiasm for eating. Therefore, Shu King, Zoro, Usopp and Nami immersed themselves in the food here. Bharati has a good environment and money, and the service it enjoys is naturally top-notch. However, after Sanji and Luffy came back, they naturally had a lot of trouble. Sanji took out a rose and confessed to Nami directly. At this time, Zeph said, "This is a great opportunity, Sanji, why don't you go and become a pirate with them? This shop doesn't need you anymore." "What do you mean?" Sanji immediately asked back. "You're a burden to this store, that's what I mean," Zeph said seriously, looking at Sanji. "Anyway, the chefs don't like you, so just go be a pirate or something, and get out of this shop." "Humph, smelly old man, no matter what you say, I'm going to be a chef here, and you won't be allowed to have any opinions." Sanji and Zeph actually got into a fight. Shu King patted his forehead and felt a very headache. In order to convince Sanji, everyone persuaded Sanji again and again, but Sanji always felt that Bharati was more suitable for him. Shu King and Luffy decided to stay in Bharatiya for a few more days to see if Sanji could change his mind. However, after many attempts, everyone was finally discouraged. Everyone was about to pack up and leave the restaurant on the sea. In the thick fog, they saw a huge ship heading towards Bharati. As the ship got closer, the pattern on the pirate ship's flag and the logo on the bow were also seen by many guests. Hourglasses demonstrating to the enemy hang on either side of the skull. That flag is. There's absolutely nothing wrong. It's the overlord of the East Blue, Lord Krieg. Bharati's entire ship has been completely messed up, not only the restaurant, but also the kitchen. After all, the most powerful pirate group in East Blue is the Krieg pirate group. As the pirate ship sailed closer, everyone saw that the pirate ship was already dilapidated. What's going on? It doesn't look like it was attacked by artillery, but it doesn't look like it was sabotaged. Sanji looked at the ship and couldn't understand. Hey, Shu King, what should we do? Usopp looked at Shu King and asked. After all, in Usopp's eyes, Shu King was stronger than Luffy. It's alright, let's wait and see. Zoro, you should be somewhat aware of the cracks on this ship, right? Shu King asked with a smile. You mean? Zoro naturally understood in an instant. Is this a slash? Sure enough. It looks like he was hit by sword energy. No matter who cuts it out, he must be a very strong swordsman. Zoro also said with Vivi squinting. Krieg quickly entered the lobby, and he was supported by his subordinate Jin, begging for food and water very sincerely. However, everyone knows that Krieg is notorious, and naturally no one will give him a sip of water or food. At this time, Sanji took out the rice again. After Krieg was full, he really took the initiative to attack Sanji. Hey, this guy really is a despicable villain. Usopp looked at Krieg and said, at this time he also took a step back in fear. However, Zoro, Luffy, and Shu King did not retreat. Krieg didn't do anything to the three, but looked around and said, this restaurant is not bad. This boat is mine. Our boat is in tatters and needs a new one. When you're done, get off the boat, Krieg said. There are about 100 subordinates alive on my ship now, all hungry and seriously injured. First, prepare me water and food for 100 people. Some people have starved to death. Bring them up immediately, Krieg ordered. Impossible. Knowing that you will attack us, do you want us to help them? The chefs refused. Rejection. Make no mistake, I'm not ordering food, I'm ordering you. No one is allowed to rebel against this uncle. Krieg roared very domineeringly. At this moment, Sanji slowly got up and said, I'm going to prepare food and water for 100 people. What Sanji did was beyond the comprehension of normal people. However, all the chefs stop Sanji, thinking that Sanji is a traitor. In the end, Sanji said his golden sentence. I don't care if the other party is a bad guy or not. I'm a chef. If someone is hungry, I will feed him. It's that simple. Isn't that what the so-called chef is? Seeing this, Shu King also took a few steps forward and said, let Sanji go, this is Chef Sanji's belief, and there is no reason to stop him. The chefs had no choice but to let Sanji go. And Krieg smiled proudly and said, haha. That's right. That's it. The impulsive Patty also attempted to confront Krieg, but he was also stopped by Zoro, Luffy and others. Not bad. Do what you should do honestly, and I will spare your life with great mercy. Ha ha. Krieg was very proud, and thought it was his fierce reputation that shocked everyone, but Krieg, who is self-righteous, was still unscrupulous. However, at this time, Shu King had already moved. The power of the devil instantly blessed him, and then he kicked out with one foot, and his body rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Only after hearing a dong, the vicious Krieg leader was kicked out of Baratie. Sanji did what a chef should do, and I did what I should do. It shouldn't be bullying, right? After all, he is a vicious pirate with a full stomach. Shu King said handsomely, attracting the attention and praise of everyone present. Chapter 19_Hawk. Eyed Man __. The leader of the strongest pirate group in East Blue. He was killed with a single blow. Who is such a terrifying person? Who even suspects that he is bullying the weak? The guests on Baratie were both shocked and delighted at this time. Luffy grinned. He naturally knew Shu King's strength and understood Shu King's purpose. Usopp didn't know what to say. He knew Shu Kingqiang, but he had never had a standard to measure it. Now that he was compared with others, Usopp at least determined that Shu King was the strongest on the ship. Shu King, it's boring for you to take action. Next, can you give it to me? Luffy said. Of course, this guy is just right for you. As for his cadres, I'll leave it to you. Shu King had lost interest in Krieg. Shu King didn't kill the killer, but smashed Krieg away. Now that Krieg tried his best to return to Baratie, he naturally rushed towards Shu King in a rage. But at this time, Chef Zeph came out slowly, handed over food and water for 100 people to Krieg, and said, don't make trouble with them, just leave. Krieg froze Isho, but took the food and water to his boat first. And Jin also took this opportunity to tell everything that happened on the Great Waterway. I see. Hawk-eyed man. Zoro thought about what Shu King said before, and naturally he understood everything. The roar of the Krieg pirates' subordinates could already be heard in the cabin, and all the chefs were ready to defend Bharati. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the sea. The man just waved the knife in his hand gently. Krieg's main ship was cut off on the sea. How is that possible? How can such a ridiculous thing happen? Krieg was completely shocked, even if he was punched by East Blue's little pirates, and now his huge main ship was cut off with a knife. At this time, everyone rushed out immediately, and Joseph and Johnny swam over from the sea. Where's the boat? Usopp was taken aback, thinking that the boat was affected. Where's Nami? Zoro asked. I'm sorry, bro, she's not here anymore. Johnny and Joseph naturally wouldn't be Sly Nami's opponents. Nami robbed Mary and all the treasure and ran away. Joseph said bitterly. What did you say? Luffy, Usopp and Zoro were shocked. Why are you still so calm? Usopp was also very puzzled. Shu King said. Don't worry, I know where Nami went, but, how about you pay more attention there? One of the King Shichibukai, the strongest swordsman in the world, Hawkeye Mihawk. Shu King directly announced the identity of the other party. Zoro's pupils were also extremely constricted. A person in front of him was riding a one-person boat, with a cross-shaped knife on his back and a black western hat, and his eyes were sharp like an eagle. Could it be? This is Hawkeye. Zoro couldn't tell whether he should be happy or excited. He went out to sea to find Hawkeye. By the way, Shu King, do you know where Nami went? What happened? Luffy asked. Hey, tell me a little bit about the situation. Usopp still asked about the process. Then, both Usopp and Zoro were extremely angry. Damn it. She actually took advantage of the situation during this extraordinary period. Zoro naturally hated the feeling of being cheated. That ship was left to us by Kaya. Usopp cherished the ship even more. However, Luffy finally said, I have to make her our navigator, what do you think? Shu King, by the way, you said you know where Nami is going. What's going on? Everyone then turned their attention to Shu King. I said, whose bounty was Nami looking at the time? Shu King asked Johnny and Joseph. Fishman Arlong. This guy is a guy with a bounty of 20 million Baileys. Among the pirates in East Blue, no one is his opponent in a single fight. After all, he is a fish man. The answer is that Nami did it for a reason. She had to go back to her village, and their village was occupied by this big bully fishman Arlong. Arlong told him that if he collected 100 million Bailey, he would let their village go. Shu King said. So it is. Luffy and the others suddenly realized. However, Shu King, how did you know that? Everyone asked in confusion. You all call me a prophet. It's normal to know these things, right? Shu King simply put it off. He didn't choose to explain. Since he's a big bully, then his words won't count, right? Usopp guessed. Of course, Shu King has said that he is a big bully, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. Zoro also agreed. Among the Straw Hat group, although Luffy was obviously the captain, Luffy would still listen to Shu King's opinions on some decision-making matters. As for the others, Shu King was extremely recognized. Everyone discussed what to do together, and as for how to do it, it was Shu King who planned it. Shu King was like the brain of the whole ship, and Luffy was the soul of the Straw Hats. Zoro, Usopp, and I will go after Nami together. As for Luffy, stay here and do what you need to do. Shu King probably made a plan so that Luffy could recruit Sanji. And Zoro has a chance against Hawkeye. Then Johnny, Joseph and others brought their boat over, and the three immediately boarded the boat and chased out in the direction of Mary. But soon, Zoro was attracted by Hawkeye. He took the initiative to draw his knife, jumped off the boat, and challenged Hawkeye. Contest. Sad underdog. The current Hawkeye looked down on Zoro at all. Then Hawkeye teleported directly to Zoro's shipboard and said, even if there is no confrontation, I must be able to see the difference in strength between you and me. If you dare to face me with swords, should you say that you have courage or ignorance? It's because of my ambition. And it's because of the promise with my best friend. Zoro was ready for a fight, however, Mihawk pulled out the pendant around his neck and pulled it off, revealing the inside pocket knife. Although you are a well-known swordsman, this is the weakest sea of the 4 seas, East Blue. Unfortunately, I don't have a smaller knife than this, Mihawk said. There is also a limit to looking down on people. Zoro rushed over immediately upon seeing this. Hawkeye said, "Frog at the bottom of the well, just let you see the vast blue sky." Zoro shouted, "Ghost slash." Unexpectedly, Zoro's attack was easily blocked by Hawkeye's knife. How is this possible? Zoro was shocked. He didn't expect his strongest blow to be blocked so easily by Hawkeye. Immediately afterwards, no matter how Zoro swung his knife, he couldn't reach Hawkeye at all, and was firmly blocked by Hawkeye. It can't be that much worse. Zoro was beaten again and again. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Chapter 20_Devil Suit, Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Like the plot, the current Zoro is by no means Hawkeye's opponent. Therefore, Zoro was finally defeated by Hawkeye, but he would rather die than take the initiative to admit his failure. This stubborn and persistent spirit infected Hawkeye. "Sign up for the kid," Hawkeye said. "Roronoa Zoro," Zoro said. "I will remember it, the long-lost powerhouse." Mihawk pulled out his knife while speaking. "In order to show the etiquette of a swordsman, I will send you to the sea with this strongest black sword." Mihawk seemed to be saying a fact. "That's so grateful." Zoro turned the knives in both hands, and Mihawk charged directly at Zoro. 3 swords, 3,000 worlds. Zoro and Hawkeye crossed each other. In just 1 second, the knife in Zoro's hand shattered directly. Losing. Is this the strongest force in the world? Zoro turned around and suddenly opened his arms at Mihawk. What? Mihawk didn't understand Zoro. The scars on the back are the disgrace of the swordsman. Zoro is evil and charming Isho, seems to have looked down on life and death. Great. Mihawk slashed down. Zoro's blood splashed out immediately, and then Zoro lost control of his body and finally fell into the water. Zoro! Luffy yelled in concern. Zoro! Usopp was also terrified. Big brother. Joseph and Johnny were naturally sad and painful. Stop Luffy, then leave it to me. After Shu Kang left 4 words, he disappeared in a teleportation, and when he reappeared, he had placed Zoro on the deck of the ship. Immediately afterwards, Shu Kang appeared in front of Hawkeye again, and even Hawkeye was very surprised when he looked at Shu Kang. "Are you Zoro's comrade? You rescued Zoro from the sea, and he didn't touch a single drop of water. It can be seen that you are also a swordsman, right? You seem to be very strong. Thank you for not shooting." Mihawk first expressed his gratitude, and then said to Zoro, "You want to die too early, it's Dracula Mihawk. See yourself clearly, people know the world, become stronger. No matter how many years have passed, I will wait for you in this strongest position. Go beyond this sword. Go beyond me, Roronoa Zoro," Hawkeye shouted. Hawkeye then turned to look at Shu Kang and said, "Boy, let's go to another place, shall we fight?" "That's what I mean, wait for me a moment." Shu Kang saw his own strength at a glance, and immediately shouted, "Luffy. Usopp, according to our original plan, I will try my best with you. Rendezvous. You go, we got it." Everyone was very at ease with Shu Kang, and naturally they let Shu Kang leave. "Let's go, there is an uninhabited island not far away, we can be there." After Hawkeye finished speaking, he rowed his own boat and directly used the slash to create huge power, prompting the boat to move in one direction rush quickly. And Shu Kang directly stimulated the power of the devil, growing the wings of the devil, rushing in that direction at a faster speed, and soon surpassed the Eagle Eye. A swordsman with devil fruit ability. Interesting. I didn't expect this trip to be worth it. When I came to East Blue, I encountered such an interesting opponent. Shu Kang was flying in the air at a very fast speed, and it didn't take long before he saw his nearest island. This island is very desolate. It seems that there are no plants, let alone animals. However, such an island happened to be what Shu Kang needed. At this time, the sound of the system was long overdue. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully arrived at the famous sea restaurant Bharati, and successfully left. Congratulations. Got a demon suit, said the system. And then, Shu Kang felt that the clothes on his body had become a little different. Shu Kang's clothes were now shrouded in a golden light, and his whole body exuded inexplicable light, which seemed to be extremely unusual. Shu Kang didn't quite understand the definition of a demon suit, so he took the initiative to ask, "System, before Hawkeye arrives, can you explain what a demon suit is?" System responded naturally. The devil suit is the suit that matches your devil fruit ability. Your fruit ability is like a demon, so this demon suit will automatically fit on your body. At the same time, you can use your mind to control the demon suit, and he can change into various forms at will. Quote. This suit has extremely terrifying ductility and defense. Therefore, wearing a demon suit can effectively defend against most attacks, and it can automatically clean the body. When you sleep, it will automatically change into pajamas for you, but still it can protect you from being attacked by anyone. After the system explained it again, Shu Kang understood. Control it with your mind. Is that so? Shu Kang just moved his thoughts, but he didn't expect the clothes on his body to change directly. At this moment, Shu Kang has a long black cloak behind his back. Although the gloves on his hands are dark, they are extremely beautifully printed. As for the shoes under his feet, they are also comfortable and beautiful, and of course there are comfortable pants. Finally, with the handsome hat on his head, it can be said that Shu Kang turned himself into a cool look with just one thought. Compatible with the zanpakudo on Shu Kang's waist, it can be said that Shu's appearance at this time is simply too cool. Handsome. This devil suit is really convenient. Only wearing this suit can I be interested. Shu Kang smiled with satisfaction. At this time, Hawkeye had arrived, and seeing Shu Kang had arrived, he was not surprised. With a snort of Hawkeye, the whole person teleported to Shu Kang. I changed a set of clothes out of thin air. Is this also your fruit ability? Hawkeye asked. Let's put it this way, it's one of the abilities that I don't have much at the moment. Shu Kang didn't pull out his knife, but slowly lifted it up. Upon seeing this, Hawkeye didn't even think about it at all. He directly pulled out his supremely sharp sword, the black sword Yi, and locked Shu Kang with his eagle-like eyes. With your current strength, East Blue doesn't know your opponent. I'm curious, what do you want? Hawkeye Mahawk asked Shu Kang's motives. Shu Kang said indifferently, what I have to do is to follow everyone and arrive at Laugh Tale together. Is it your goal to be One Piece, King of Pirates? Hawkeye asked. No, in the end, it's just to become One Piece, King of Pirates. The pattern is not too grand for me. I have my bigger ambitions. Shu Kang's words shocked Hawkeye. It seems that you will be a very good opponent. I really want to see you, let's do it. Let me see if your strength is in line with your ambitions. Are you a soaring bird, or a liar who can only talk big? We'll find out soon. At this moment, Mahawk's whole body exuded a faint chill. Pirates God level sign in System Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21 _ Shu Kang fights Eagle Eyes. Clearly, the Hawkeye Mahawk is ready to shoot. Hey! Hearing the sound of breaking through the air, Mahawk used his instant body to come to Shu Kang. And Shu Kang didn't show weakness, he pulled out his zanpakudo directly. Dang! The knives of both sides collided like this. Not bad. Come again. Mahawk's eyes were fiery, and at a glance he saw that Shu Kang was definitely not a mediocre person. He immediately retracted his knife and slashed at Shu Kang again. At the beginning, Hawkeye's knife was not that fast, but after hitting it for a while, Hawkeye's knife was so fast that even Shu Kang felt it was difficult. Is this the strongest swordsman in the world? So strong. The world's martial arts can only be broken quickly. Hawkeye's slash is fast and heavy, and he doesn't seem to use his full strength. Shu Kang's 24-hour enlightenment has played a big role at this time. Shu Kang is also growing rapidly. He was obviously weaker than Mihawk at first, but soon he was able to keep up with Mihawk's fighting rhythm. Open your eyes. This time Shu Kang directly opened his other golden finger, writing round eyes. At this time, although the writing wheel eye is still a single Guyu, his observation ability has improved a lot. Shu Kang can basically figure out Mihawk's attack trajectory now. Dang! Shu Kang and Hawkeye quickly collided with their knives, and Mihawk's livid face also smiled faintly. I thought you would use the fruit ability, but I didn't expect to fight with me for so long purely with this swordsmanship. It's really amazing. Compared with your swordsmanship, I think your ability to improve is even more terrifying. Mihawk was excited, and then the more he fought, the more spirited he was, and finally, he even waved his arm. Hawkeye launched the strongest slash in the world, and the green sword lights rushed towards Shu Kang at such an extreme speed. As the strongest swordsman in the world, Shu Kang naturally couldn't underestimate Hawkeye's slash. Block it. Shu Kang looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand. We can't just fall, we still have a long way to go. At this moment, Shu Kang chose to believe in the Zanpakuto in his hand, and also believed in his own swordsmanship, but in the end he still did not use the power of the devil. After all, this is a very fair duel between kendos, and if the power of devil fruit is used in it, it is not pure. However, no matter how strong Shu Kang was, he couldn't fight against the serious Hawkeye at the moment. Your strength should be more than that. I can feel it. When will you use your real strength to fight me? Hawkeye walked in front of Shu Kang and asked. Shu Kang shook his head and said, I have used all my strength, but if I really want to surpass you now, only a friend can help me. Hawkeye didn't understand what Shu Kang meant. At this time, Shu Kang looked at the Zanpakuto that had fallen. Just looking at the Zanpakuto like this, at this moment, Shu Kang's Zanpakuto had actually returned to Shu Kang's hand. At this time, Shu Kang's inner world also changed a little. A person about the same size as him appeared on the endless sea. The two of them were standing on a rock. Who are you? Shu Kang asked. I am your Zanpakuto. You are truly amazing. You were able to enter the depths of your heart while fighting. Shu Kang in front of him was also very surprised. Since you've been able to come here, I won't let it die. The eagle-eyed man in front of me is very strong, right? But this is just the touchstone for you. When the time comes, call my name. My name is Shura. The person in front of him suddenly disappeared. And Shu Kang also returned to the island where he fought with Hawkeye. When he came back, Hawkeye felt that Shu Kang was different. This guy's aura is different. Hawkeye said to himself, what happened? At this time, Shu Kang raised the Zanpakuto in his hand high, and looked at it and said, I don't know the name of my sword. I have really wronged you for so long, and I haven't played your role. Strength. So, now, let's kill unscrupulously. Shura. Shu Kang's voice fell, and his whole person became different. At this time, Shu Kang's eyes had turned into scarlet writing wheel eyes. The difference was that this time it was no longer the single Go Jade, but the double Go Jade. The double hook Jade writing wheel eye not only enhances the observation ability again, but also has been able to copy some of the opponent's actions. In addition to the transformation of his eyes, the most important thing is that Shu Kang's skin has turned blood red, and he looks like a Kai who opened the 8 inner gates. Blood, slaughter, and invincible. This is the first time I have met such an interesting opponent, Shura. Very well, I have never killed Shura before. Hawkeye did not retreat, but took a step forward even more excitedly. Mihawk, be careful, I'll be serious next time. Shu Kang's speed increased again. Mihawk also swung the black knife Yi in his hand more quickly, and both of them started to collide again. However, this time, Shu Kang had the upper hand. Amazing. Awesome. Mihawk found that Shu Kang at this time not only surpassed him in strength, but also surpassed him in speed and endurance, and his swordsmanship was also improving rapidly. This guy seems to be learning my swordsmanship. Mahawk was very shocked. He had never heard of it. Someone could learn it by watching him use it once. It was like copying. Seeing this, Mahawk didn't hide it anymore this time. He didn't know what he was using, but his strength improved again, and it seemed that he had truly reached the level of Shichibukai. And Shu King soon discovered that Mahawk's black knife had become stronger, and his Shira could feel the pressure before his Shira touched the opponent's knife. I see, did you use armament Haki? Shu King asked. Yes, with your current strength, I have to do my best. Hawkeye said, it's better than this, I will use my strongest slash against you. If you can block it, then even if I am against you there's nothing we can do. How about it? Shu King was naturally not afraid, and then said, it's just defense, it doesn't mean anything, why don't we send a slash to each other, and then let's see the final result. It's a really good proposal, so let's do it. Mahawk was ready to go, and Shu King was also ready to go. The whole body was so bloody that it completely merged into the Shira in his hand, and the whole person's writing wheel I firmly locked the chi of Hawkeye, and then Shu King swung it out with all his strength. Come on. Mahawk also waved out with all his strength, and the extremely terrifying green sword light also came towards Shu King. A red light and a green light collided violently, and an extremely terrifying momentum burst out at this moment. The entire island instantly became the center of the whirlpool. Chapter 22 Fish. Man Arlong _____. Immediately afterwards, a huge gust of wind swept the entire island. With the two at the center, an extremely terrifying shock wave erupted around them. Not only did the island itself suffer, but even the surrounding sea was directly stimulated by countless waves. The sea was filled with monstrous waves, spreading around, seemingly able to devour everything. However, such a scene did not last long, but after a while, the surroundings calmed down, but a huge pothole was left at the position where the two swords collided. Hawkeye and Shu King were both out of breath. It was the first time Shu King was so embarrassed in the world of pirates. However, this was also the happiest time Shu King had fought since crossing the pirate world. Some of Shu King's clothes were destroyed, but the demon suit had an amazing recovery ability and immediately began to repair itself. Hawkeye also put away his black sword knight, looked at Shu King and said, not only did I block my slash, but I can still stand up to now. You are already amazing, you are still young, and soon will leave me far behind. Hawkeye then asked, I'm very interested in the slash you just made. Tell me, what's the name of this move? Shu King thought for a while and then said, I don't have a name, but since you ask, I'll call him Shira slash, right? This is the strongest slash since I became Shira. It's very powerful, very bloodthirsty, you already have your own style. At this time, Hawkeye has no idea of playing anymore. Shu King was able to draw with Haki when he didn't master Haki, so it was only a matter of time before he could surpass him, so there was no need to continue looking for fun now. Okay, go find your companion, thank you for letting me see the vastness of Kendo. We should meet again, and then I will become stronger. Let's fight again. After Hawkeye finished speaking, he turned and left with a smile. And Shu King had no strength at this time. In the battle with Hawkeye, the Shiranyan used too much and consumed all the current chakra. In addition, the Zanpakuto was released for the first time, and he fought with all his strength, which made Shu King completely lose the strength to continue fighting. After Hawkeye left, Shu King fell on this deserted island, and the demon suit was silently protecting Shu King. I don't know how long it took before Shu King opened his eyes. He was able to ask the smell of sea salt. He moved his body and felt a lot of pain all over his body, but he was still able to stand up. I don't know how long it has passed. I didn't expect this guy Hawkeye to be really powerful. Although I didn't use the power of Devil Fruit, but I used Sharingan and Shikai, and I could only tie with him. As expected, he is the #1 swordsman in the world. Shu King discovered that his Zanpakuto Shira had changed, and the original black scabbard had now turned a tinge of blood red. And Shu King felt more comfortable. The blood color of this scabbard would be more vivid and complete. It turns out that my sword should be the same as Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanyu, and it can stay in Shikai state for a long time. If I master Wanji, I don't know if I can defeat Hawkeye. Shu King and Eagle. The battle between his eyes made him feel a lot. When he recovered and was almost ready, Shu King urged his devil fruit power to fly away. Shu King first followed the original direction and returned to Barati, the restaurant on the sea, and then found that both Sanji and Luffy had left. They left in that direction. Chef Zeph clearly pointed out the direction of Luffy and the others for Shu King. Only then did Shu King flap his huge demon wings and fly in the direction they said. The weather was perfect along the way. Shu King kept going at a constant speed, and did not consume much demonic power. I don't know how long it took to fly. Shu King finally saw an island above the vast sea, so he landed directly on that place. Fishman can be seen everywhere on the shore. These fishmen have the body of a human, but they have the characteristics of a fish. After seeing Shu King, they immediately came over and asked, "Who are you? Look at it. How are you?" "I'm from another place," Shu King said truthfully. What to do? The two fishmen looked at each other and then discussed. "Anyway, take him to Big Brother Arlong first." Fishman, who looked very weak, took Shu King to Arlong's location, and Shu King did not refuse. He knew that Fishman was still there, which meant that Arlong had not been defeated. Since Arlong was still alive, time must not have passed, and Nami and the others would definitely be there. Fishman Paradise, where Arlong was led by Fishman, Shu King saw that many towns had been destroyed. Seen how cruel and evil Fishman Arlong is. But soon, Shu King was taken to Fishman's paradise. The Fishman Paradise in front of him looked very similar to Marine's headquarters, Marin Fando. At this time, Shu King was finally brought into a hall that was like a swimming pool. The leader has a jagged nose, Fishman's signature blue skin, and wears yellow short sleeves with a pattern of the Sun Pirates on his left chest. And he is naturally the leader of the Arlong Pirates, Fishman Arlong, a pirate in East Blue that is stronger than the Krieg Pirates. He looked at Shu King and asked, "Who are you? What did you come here for?" Shu King then said, "I'm here to find people like Nami, Luffy, Usopp. I wonder if you half-fish have seen them." At this time, Arlong smiled arrogantly and said, "Is it a mere inferior human, is it still arrogant? But this time I will forgive you. Next time don't let me hear the word, Banu. Our Fishman is an evolution of humans who have the ability to breathe in the sea. With the ability of fish, it is far higher than yours." Fishman Arlong said very proudly. "Having various abilities that surpass human beings, please remember that the primate of all things is Fishman, and human beings who violate Fishman are equivalent to violating the laws of nature." Arlong said as a matter of course. At this time, a girl has slowly stepped forward. "I'm tired of your stupid theories, Arlong." The speaker was Nami in sandals and a camisole. At this time, Nami could show her shoulders, and the logo of the Arlong Pirates on her shoulders was very dazzling. "Don't put on that scary face. You are special among humans. You are an excellent surveyor that our Arlong team is proud of, and you always draw the right chart for us." Arlong saw Nami after appearing. He said immediately, "Of course, I have a different head than yours," Nami responded. "Nami, did Luffy and the others come to you? Or did I arrive first?" Shu King asked. Seeing this, Arlong immediately replied, "What? So you know each other?" Chapter 23 crying Nami ______. Nami immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. He's just my prey. This time I got a lot of treasure from him. I didn't even know if I was cheated, but I even shamelessly chased after him. Stupid can." Instead, Shu King smiled and then said, "Nami, no one should have guessed it, but I already knew about the things you hid from me. Don't everyone say that I know everything on the boat." Shu King said, "I should have reminded you before, right? With an Arlong, I won't be my opponent." Nami didn't know how to answer Shu Kang's words. Nami wanted to protect Shu Kang, but Shu Kang broke everything, and Nami was stunned for a while. Ha 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 ha. Next, was the overwhelming laughter of the entire Arlong paradise. That this fish man has never heard arrogant words, but that no one has ever dared to say such arrogant words. Ha ha ha. Human, are you so anxious to die? Arlong looked at Shu Kang and laughed. Ha. Nami, what are you going to do with this guy? Arlong wanted to take advantage of Nami, so he naturally gave Nami some face. And Nami waved her hand and said, let him go, he's useless to us, and it doesn't even make sense to kill him. Yes, we still have to catch those invading pirates. Arlong then stood up and didn't take Shu Kang seriously at all. However, at this time, something surprising happened. Arlong's body suddenly thudded and was covered in a puff of smoke. Flee. In the dust, Shu Kang seemed to feel someone pulling him, and he had no choice but to follow him. When the smoke cleared, Arlong found that Shu Kang had disappeared in front of him. Bastard! Who the hell is that? Arlong was furious, and it was obvious that the attackers were human. And Shu Kang soon discovered that the heroic person just now turned out to be Usopp. Where are you taking me, Usopp? Shu Kang asked. Follow me, I'll explain it to you when it arrives. Usopp quickly ran away with Shu Kang. Soon, Shu Kang was dragged into a village, and Usopp then dragged Shu Kang into a house. Unexpectedly, the big guys who are familiar with this house are all there. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Johnny, Joseph, and the blue-haired lady. My name is Nojiko, and I'm Nami's righteous sister. The blue-haired lady is naturally the same as Nami, the child of Belmere, a retired female marine. As for the others, Shu Kang didn't expect that. Shu Kang, Nojiko has already told us. It's all as you said, if we want Nami to continue to be our navigator, then we have to completely defeat Arlong. Luffy said. But until then, we'll have to watch Arlong break his promise, Nojiko said. You should have said before that Nami saved the money to save the village. As long as Arlong breaks her promise, then Nami will never have any hope for Arlong again, Usopp explained. So that's the case, it seems we have to wait for a while. Shu Kang nodded. However, a large wave of fishmen had already arrived in Kokoyashi village at this moment, and they were naturally going to arrest Shu Kang and the so-called invading Straw Hats. No matter how much we wait for the moment, the work is still to be done, Zoro said. Sanji also lit a cigarette, and everyone rushed out of the room. For the group of fishman minions in front of them, the Straw Hats and his party naturally did not stop at all, and they defeated them all. All the fishmons were defeated here, and the news spread like wildfire. Arlong was completely furious. Naturally, he led all the cadres and fishman's subordinates to Kokoyashi village. Despicable human pirates. If you don't come out, I will completely destroy this Kokoyashi village. You shouldn't want all the humans buried with you, right? Fishman Arlong threatened. I only count 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Arlong was about to destroy the houses in Kokoyashi village, but at this time, Nami took the initiative to stand up. Stop. You are not allowed to shoot at Kokoyashi village. Nami blocked with her hands out. Is it Nami? Do you want to stop me too? Fishman Arlong said. Don't forget our agreement, the money has been collected, you will never break your promise. Nami reminded. Arlong smiled and said, of course I won't forget it. You give me the money, and I will naturally take it back. However, at this time, all the money Nami saved was taken one step ahead by Fishman Arlong. How can this be possible? This is my treasure, Nami also said very excitedly. Is it yours? Is there any name of yours? Whoever finds out is it. I said, what about your 100 million Bailey? Since there is none, then you shouldn't stop me from destroying the Kokoyashi village, or are you still willing to make a promise with me? At this time, Fishman Arlong was very hateful, watching Nami keep smiling. Everyone knows that Arlong sent someone to steal Nami's treasure map, and just asked his subordinates to snatch her 100 million berry in advance. Damn. Nami tried to fight back, but was easily knocked to the ground by Arlong. You look as ridiculous as your dead mother. Your inferior race only deserves our fish man to rule. I am sorry. I'm serious. Haha. You shouldn't care, right? Or, are you going to be my enemy? Arlong's group was aggressive, and Nami couldn't do anything at all. At this time, the villagers couldn't stand it anymore. All the villagers took out their farm tools. Although the weapons were confiscated by Arlong, they still planned to fight to the death. The villagers have long known that Nami became a cadre of Arlong's gang to save the village. Now that Nami's hope has been lost, the villagers will naturally unite again and plan to fight back. However, Fishman has a natural advantage, and his wrist strength is 10 times that of a human. Even the little minions among Fishman are stronger than ordinary humans, so the villagers are at an absolute disadvantage as soon as they make a move. Don't. Although Nami tried to stop her, she was also knocked to the ground. Don't hurt her. She's our baby, Arlong said with a smile, although he blamed his fishman. Seeing that everyone was about to be slaughtered by Arlong, even the strong Nami couldn't help crying at this moment. Arlong, stop it. I'm sorry everyone. Nami didn't know what was going on with herself, but what she needed most at this moment was to make herself feel the real friendship, the Straw Hats. At this moment, Nami's cry finally came true. If everyone is here, come and help me, Nami shouted. Immediately afterwards, a long arm stretched out, and an angry fist was instantly punched. It was accompanied by a voice, I don't care who you are. But, don't make my navigator cry. Chapter 24 Leaving Kokoyashi Village. Please collect. Ask for a silver ticket. Bang! This sudden attack hit Fishman Arlong's body impartially, and Arlong was knocked away like a cannonball. Brother Arlong, it's actually blown away by a punch. It's impossible. Who is it? Is it human? All the Fishman were shocked. For them, Arlong was their big brother and their backer, but now the backer has collapsed. The one who shot was not Shu Kang, but Luffy. It was more appropriate to let the very charismatic Luffy take action. Asshole, human pirates, I'm going to kill you. Fishman Arlong naturally wouldn't be killed by Luffy's blow at this time, so he returned to the battlefield again. As for Arlong's group of cadres, they also found their own corresponding opponents. Hachi vs. Zoro. Chirp vs. Usopp. New partner Sanji wins Karubi against Fishman Karate. As for Shu Kang, he set his sights on the other Fishman. Hachi's potential in Kendo is naturally not as high as Zoro's, and the final result is obvious. As for Usopp, although it was a little difficult, in the end, he defeated the love of spitting ink with the help of his own brain. Won the leg skill and the Redfoot Zeph got the true inheritance, so he finally won the battle against Karubi. The angry Luffy and Arlong fought, of course, not as good as Arlong, but Arlong was extremely treacherous, and from time to time he had to take advantage of the water to fight against Luffy. And Luffy is a fruit ability, and he didn't win Arlong for a while. But after the others won, they rescued Luffy. In the end, Luffy used a rubber tomahawk to fight Fishman Arlong and could no longer move. It was a complete victory. As for Shu Kang, with his strange steps and terrifying swordsmanship, he chopped down all the men of the Arlong pirates to the ground in one breath. Completely defeated the Arlong group and rescued Kokoyashi village from the bitter sea. And Nami looked at everyone, and everyone looked at Isho. However, at this time, a nasty guy appeared again. Although this man was wearing a marine uniform, he didn't look like a good person. He smiled slyly and said, Wow. I'm so lucky today. Hard work. Let me watch a wonderful battle. Although it was a coincidence, I didn't expect that people would lose to you nameless pirates. But thanks to you, the money that was supposed to be handed over to Arlong, as well as the belongings hidden in the Arlong pirates are all mine. Everyone put down their weapons. The credit for you. First, Marine 16th the branch colonel has taken the mouse. Ah. At this time, Zorro grabbed the collar of Colonel Mouse's clothes and said, "When people are happy, don't come and pour cold water." Then he beat the group of Marines very easily. "You dare to beat me, I will never let you go." Although Colonel Mouse was beaten, he still threatened. Nami was angry and beat Colonel Mouse again. As for Shu Kang, he walked slowly to Colonel Mouse's side and put his knife on Colonel Mouse's neck. The mouse, greedy for life and fear of death, immediately said, "What are you going to do?" "First a Marine." "Yes, I'm a pirate, so I can kill you at any time." Shu Kang said coldly. "What the hell do you want?" asked Colonel Mouse. "If you want me to kill you, you must agree to 3 conditions, otherwise, I will kill you very easily." Shu Kang threatened. "Say what you say." Colonel Mouse really felt Shu Kang's threat. "First, clean up the remaining fishman, and second, help rebuild the cities that were destroyed by Fishman Arlong. As for the money, don't move a penny, it's the island's money." Shu Kang said after finishing. Nami looked at Shu Kang and nodded heavily. After all, what Shu Kang wanted to say was what Nami wanted to say. "As for the third, you should know that we defeated Arlong, right? Pirates like us who are extremely sinful, powerful, and dare to threaten Marines should deserve the highest bounty in East Blue. Am I not exaggerating?" Shu Kang was completely stunned by the mouse colonel in front of him. "You mean?" Colonel Mouse is a little unsure. "That's right, it's just what you think. I want our pirate group's bounty to be as high as possible. Upgrade your authority to the highest level. Do you understand this time?" "I'm impatient." Shu Kang was very fierce said. "Understood." Colonel Mouse wants to cry but has no tears. He didn't expect that there are all kinds of people these days, and there will be pirates who threaten him to take the initiative to increase his bounty. Immediately afterwards, Shu Kang, Luffy's group even took the initiative to ask Marine to take some handsome and beautiful photos for them, which looked like personal portraits. Then Shu Kang also told Colonel Mouse their information. Colonel Mouse hit the Marines and then left Kokoyasi village. "Marine number 00733, please ask the headquarters. Listen carefully, consider a pirate named Luffy wearing a straw hat, a swordsman named Shu Kang and his accomplices as enemies of our government. They are very threatening. The Arlong gang, who have been known as the Invincible Fishman Paradise, were defeated by them. Considering their terrifying potential, please set the highest bounty on East Blue for this group of people. Now pass on photos past. I have extremely detailed profiles of them. They told me that. In short, you can increase the reward amount as much as you can." Colonel Mouse did his best, not only for Shu Kang's affairs, but also for revenge. "These pirates, I will make you regret it," Colonel Mouse said fiercely. The next few days, not only Kokoyasi village celebrated, but the entire 20 places under the rule of Arlong began to hold celebrations. The Straw Hat group ate meat and drank and played happily. Johnny and Joseph said they would go back and be their own bounty hunters. Shu Kang came to the side of the bounty, where Nami Nojiko and others were paying homage to their mother Belmere. "Have you decided? Go with us?" Shu Kang asked. When are you leaving?" Shu Kang asked. Now, Nami suddenly took the initiative to hold Shu Kang's hand and quickly boarded Mary. "Hey, let's go," Shu Kang shouted. "Is it so sudden?" Although Zoro and the others were puzzled, they boarded the ship at the fastest speed. By the time the others reacted, the Straw Hat group had already boarded Mary. 100 million Bailey, leave it to everyone. Wait, we haven't had time to thank you enough. The villagers of Kokoyasi village wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Nami was very straightforward, and jumped directly onto Going Mary. The villagers looked at Nami who was drifting away, but there was nothing they could do. Chapter 25 _ Go to Logatown for collections. For silver tickets. At the same time, Nami shook out all the wallets she had stolen from them. Bastard. Stealing our wallets. Little thief cat. Really? This guy hasn't changed at all. Usopp also said speechlessly. Shouldn't you betray us again? Zoro also patted his head and said. You guys have to take care. Nami waved goodbye to everyone. But Shu King naturally understood that the money Nami left behind was far more than the money she just stole. It was just another way to face the parting, which was less pretentious and more enjoyable. Marine headquarters at this moment, Ma Linduaduo is holding a meeting. Then they are a group of people, at least the branch can't deal with it, right? Asked a senior officer who was working in the audience. Marine, who was in charge of the analysis on the stage, said, before they formed the pirate group, they reached Colonel Axmonka of Marine's branch, and their momentum has been rising all the way, and they can't be stopped. Clown Buggy 15 million Bailey. Pirate Admiral Krieg Leader 17 million Bailey. Fishman Pirate Sawtooth Arlong 20 million Bailey. In addition, there are rumors that Shu Kang, the most powerful of them, had a duel with the Eagle Eye of Shichibukai under the king, but the outcome is unknown, but the result is that he is still alive. The analyzing officer added that everyone knew what he was fighting for. Meaning, in the East Blue with an average of only 3 million Baileys, these people were considered big pirates just now, but they were all defeated. Therefore, the name of Luffy's initial reward is as high as 30 million Baileys. As for the man named Shu Kang, because there is no clear evidence that he won Shichibukai, the bounty for him is set at 50 million Bailey. This is also a special case in the world. However, at present, the amount of these rewards is not high, and this new sign should be eradicated as soon as possible to prevent its future strength from becoming stronger and stronger. As soon as he left Kokoyashi village, Shu King heard a very familiar voice again. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at Kokoyashi village. Congrats on getting it. Amazing bag. Suddenly, a very delicate little bag appeared on Shu King's waist. As always, Shu King was very curious about what the system gave him, so he asked while playing with it. System, what is this magical bag? Apart from the easily transformable demon suit, Shu King was the first to obtain such a strange item. The system then began to explain. The magical bag, as the name suggests, is very magical. You can take anything you need directly from the bag, but there is a limit of 3 times a day. In other words, you have already taken out any item you want from the bag. As long as you really want it, you can get anything. After the system explained, Shu Kang nodded excitedly. So, what about devil fruits? Shu Kang asked excitedly. Unfortunately, the system poured cold water on Shu Kang. Except for some special items. Although I can say anything I can, I refer to some common items, such as drinks, Baileys, and food. The system did not expect Shu Kang to want devil fruits. Besides, the devil fruit in this world, you can no longer eat it, because you already have a super devil fruit. Shu Kang confirmed it again and again, and only then did he understand the function of this magical bag. The biggest multi-purpose of the magic bag is actually replenishment. When everyone is short of food and water, they can take it out of this bag at any time, and even Bailey can take it out, which can be said to be an artifact. At this time, it was another sunny noon. There were no clouds, and the sea was very calm. There are many seagulls in the sky. At this time, a bird with a newspaper bag fell from the sky. This bird is naturally a messenger on the sea, a news bird. Nami buys a newspaper, which also includes East Blue's latest bounty for pirates. Nami didn't know if she didn't read it, but only after seeing it, she realized that 2 big men had already appeared on her pirate ship. Luffy, Shu Kang, you 2 have been offered a bounty by Marine. Nami said in horror, and being offered a bounty meant that they had embarked on a road that could not be turned back. At this time, Luffy looked at his 30 million Bailey reward very proudly and showed it off to others. And Shu Kang saw that his reward was already 50 million. I didn't expect the initial reward to reach such a high number. It seems that Colonel Mouse is really afraid of me. Shu Kang couldn't help but snickered. You haven't figured out the situation. It means that people are eyeing your life. Nami had a headache, which means that the future adventure will be more difficult. Of Shu King and Luffy's level was enough to attract the attention of marine and powerful bounty hunters. At this moment, Newsbird has distributed Shu King and Luffy's bounty to the whole world. And Nami and others are planning how to enter the Great Channel. It seems that the Great Channel can only be entered from this upside-down mountain, but how to enter? We don't know. Nami had a headache, and as a navigator, it was impossible to play tricks. At this time, Shu King came out and said, "There are 4 sea areas in the world, and we are located in East Blue. If you want to enter the Great Channel, you must enter the upside-down mountain. First, you must follow the current to the top of the mountain. Finally, you will reach the entrance of the Great Channel by following the current from the mountain. As for the next stop, I think it will be in Logatown." Shu King, who knew the plot, naturally made a plan for the next step. Logatown. That's what I meant too. Nami nodded, finally meeting someone with whom she could communicate. What? Is that famous for meat? Luffy asked. Alias, town of beginning and ending, I remember hearing that. Zoro said very leisurely. This is One Piece King of Pirates, the town where Gol D. Roger was born. The town where One Piece King of Pirates died. Luffy seemed to remember something too. Go, Nami asked. I want to see the man who got One Piece, the man who got everything in this world, the town where he was born and died. Luffy said very firmly. In the next time, Shu King carefully digested the previous battle with Hawkeye, and also worked hard to refine and condense the chakra, and his strength naturally improved. Although he has a magical bag, Shu King still has to go to Logatown to sign in. After all, for him, going to the important places that Luffy should go to will be able to become stronger. With Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Zoro, Luffy on board, and Shu King himself, there are already 6 people on board, and this kind of adventure is no longer lonely. Everyone easily blended in and became real partners. Time passed quickly, and finally, the Straw Hats and his party arrived at Logatown, the last town in East Blue before the entrance of the Great Channel. Chapter 26 _smoker smoker _______. Everyone got off the boat, and as soon as they looked up, they saw the huge 3 words, Logatown, and the people around were very lively. This used to be a town where the pirates who targeted the Great Waterway gathered, and everything they need can be bought. Nami reminded. Okay, for the upcoming big adventure, I'm going to collect some equipment. Usopp said energetically. It seems that I can buy good ingredients. And beautiful women. Chef Sanji naturally noticed a lot of young ladies, revealing his arrogant personality. I also have things I want to buy, Zoro said. Oops. What did you buy? Zoro was stumped by Nami's words, and then Nami showed a sinister smile. Okay, I'm going to see the execution stand. I'm going to see where the One Piece King of Pirates was executed. Luffy said excitedly, and then disappeared into the crowd. Hey, we haven't decided on the meeting point yet. Usopp shouted, but Luffy had disappeared without a trace, and then said speechlessly, I really can't do anything about him. Then listen to me, everyone, go shopping around, buy what you need to buy, and then go back to the bag boat and wait. Shu King arranged it very reasonably. By the way, you guys take this thing. If you need rescue, just pull it. Shu King then directly took out a few cloud-piercing arrows from his magical bag. As the so-called cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops meet each other. After everyone saw it, they went to support. Shu King and Luffy can be said to be completely opposite personalities, one is carefree and the other is extremely meticulous. It's still Shu King's thoughtful thinking. After everyone finished speaking, they decided to separate. Don't you have anything you want to buy? Nami asked while looking at Shu King. I don't know for the time being, just hang out. I have money and I don't need to borrow you, haha. Shu King saw through Nami's plan early in the morning. Nami obviously wanted to lend usury to Shu King and slaughter Shu King. Well, it's a pity. Nami was a little disappointed, but I didn't expect that Shu Kang was really not easy to cheat. Immediately afterwards, Luffy was very excited to find the execution platform of One Piece King of Pirates. Sanji looked for ingredients and went to feast his eyes. Nami went to try on various clothes but didn't buy them, and Usopp went to the grocery store with strange monsters. Shu Kang was very comfortable walking on the street. After crossing into this world, Shu Kang felt peaceful and comfortable for the first time. It would be great if he could stay in this city for a period of time. However, Shu Kang knew very well that since he had already crossed into this world and possessed such a heaven-defying golden finger, he naturally wanted to become a legend on the sea and live mediocrely. Just when Shu Kang was absent-minded, a pirate jumped out of nowhere. The pirate looked very arrogant, but at this moment he even condoned his subordinates to loot nearby. "Give it to me and grab it. This is the precious food that I use as a One Piece King of Pirates by Mr. Sanryujiali." The pirate said proudly, "Just hand it over with gratitude." However, the white-haired man with two large cigars hanging from his mouth had already walked in front of the pirates. "Who is your boss?" the man asked very haughty. "Who is your kid? Is it Monkey D. Luffy? Or Shu Kang? What nonsense are you talking about? Marine." The pirate saw Marine and felt bad. "Let me test whether you are worthy of being passed into the town under Lao Tzu's jurisdiction." The man was very haughty, ready to confront the pirates. "Smoker, smoker." Shu Kang recognized the identity of the white-haired man at a glance, but he didn't say much, just watched quietly. "Kill him for me." The pirate who called himself Sanryujiali ordered his younger brother to rush out, but the smoker in front of him was the power of Logia's smoke fruit. In East Blue, with Logia's power, it can be said to be almost invincible. Group of pirates were instantly defeated by Smoker, who caught the group very easily. Marine next to him said, "It's amazing." As expected of Colonel Smoker, he managed to take down the Straw Hats so easily. "Are your eyes decorations? How can this stuff be the Straw Hats? If this little character is worth 30 million Baileys, the world is over," Smoker said. "So, what about Luffy and Shu Kang?" Marine asked awkwardly. "Luffy doesn't know, but Shu Kang, right here. Have you seen enough? Pirate Shu Kang." Shu Kang didn't think that Smoker, such a big man, was even thick and thin, and he had discovered himself at the same time as he was fighting. Therefore, Shu Kang stopped hiding his identity and walked out directly. As expected of Marine's Colonel Smoker, he is so sharp. Shu Kang stepped forward and slowly lowered his hood, revealing his appearance. Smoker Vivi Isho said, "Since you have come to Logatown, then you don't need to go anymore. As the pirate with the highest reward in East Blue, as long as you are caught, your accomplices will naturally collapse together, right?" Shu Kang shook his head and said, "That's too bad. If you catch me, it doesn't mean you can catch them, let alone, you can't catch me at all." "Oh, you're that confident?" Smoker asked, ready to fight. "Yes, that's how confident." After Shu Kang finished speaking, the two of them stopped talking. Immediately after, Smoker charged towards Shu Kang on his own initiative. Smoker was very cautious. Although he was a little arrogant, he did not underestimate Shu Kang. As soon as he made a move, he used the ability of his own smoke fruit. Smoker shouted, "White smoke launcher." Then the whole person rushed towards Shu Kang at a very fast speed, trying to catch Shu Kang as quickly as possible. As for Shu Kang, he did a continuous backflip and avoided Smoker's impact with his flexible body. Smoker was also very shocked when he saw this. This guy's speed is so fast, he can't catch up with him even with the eyeball launcher. White fist. Smoker's white fists actually smoke his wrists to increase his speed and attack distance. Shu Kang knew that the other party was Logia, so this time he did not dodge and chose to be natural. Don't forget that Shu Kang's devil fruit has the advantages of Zone, Paramesha, and Logia at the same time. Smoker was shocked when Smoker's white fist hit Shu Kang, but was directly passed through. Devil fruits. Logia. This guy is actually a rare Logia fruit person. Seeing this, Smoker didn't dare to underestimate Shu King any longer. He directly drew his weapon, 10 hands, from his back, and then used the agility of his rolling eyes and speed, ready to crack Shu King with the weapon in hand. Shu King wasn't even afraid of seawater, so naturally he wasn't afraid of Smoker's sea stone weapon. However, Shu King planned to hide this temporarily, so he directly pulled out the Shira from his waist. At this time, Shira was already full of blood red, and he could fuse his power to Shu King at any time. However, Shu King did not intend to do so, because the opponent in front of him was not Shichibukai like Hawkeye, but a Logia fruit ability, Colonel Smoker Marine. If you have to use Shira to deal with a mere smoker, it will really humiliate Shira's name. Chapter 27 The Surrounding of Marine ______. Against an enemy of Smoker's level, simply using swordsmanship is absolutely enough. Therefore, Shu King pulled out Shira, dang bang. The two weapons collided with each other. It can be said that as soon as an expert makes a move, he will know if there is any. Smoker felt his own strength, and was easily unloaded by the opponent. Obviously, the opponent's knife was not a decoration. It's amazing. I didn't expect that this guy is not only a devil fruit person, but also a swordsman. It's really troublesome. Although Smoker had a headache, he still waved the weapon in his hand again and again. Still very confident in his abilities. In the past, Shu King believed that he would not necessarily be Smoker's opponent by virtue of his swordsmanship. However, after Shu King's battle with Eagle Eye, and his previous understanding of Kendo, the level of swordsmanship at this time had already reached a very high level. Smoker in front of him is naturally not enough to look at. A few rounds, Smoker was out of breath. Shu Kingda could kill Smoker in an instant, but that would not be worth the loss. After all, killing Smoker would greatly affect the original plot. You bastard pirate. I didn't expect you to be quite strong. It seems that East Blue's highest reward is not a false name. Smoker gave Shu King a high evaluation. Shu King also said, as expected of a smoker, his strength is indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary marine school, but in front of me, it's still a bit underwhelming. Humph. Don't be complacent. I'll catch you right away. Throw you in jail. Smoker then yelled, bye man. This move is to use the smoke fruit to turn his whole body into smoke, and then entangle the opponent. It is also a relatively powerful move by Smoker. However, Shu King naturally sarcastically said, don't forget, I'm also Logia's, so your attack can't help me. Sure enough, as soon as Smoker came over, he found that Shu King had become natural, and his whole body had turned into black elements, and he didn't know what it was. Smoker had no choice but to continue fighting Shu King in melee. What kind of fruit are you? I've never seen a Logia fruit like this. Smoker asked as he fought. Hey, I won't tell you. Shu King was almost mad at Smoker. Don't use fruit power if you have the ability. Smoker shouted. He felt that Shu King's Logia ability was very annoying. Shu King retorted. Melee combat. You are not my opponent. Your fruit ability is all Logia. You can't help me. Why don't you let me go? Don't bother. It's not good for everyone. Humph. I won't give up. As a Marine, Smoker would definitely not be able to compromise with the pirates. Smoker didn't know how to praise him. Shu King said, it's you who shamed yourself, so don't blame me for getting mad. Come on. Although Smoker didn't understand what Shu King meant, he was still ready to make a call. Smoker shouted again this time, White Blast. His limbs turned into smoke, blowing around in a very powerful storm. That's it. Shu King laughed, and then his whole person became a little different. The whole body seems to have a layer of devil's coat attached, and the power of darkness around it is also getting stronger and stronger. Since your name is White Blast, why don't I call it Black Blast? After Shu King finished speaking, he controlled the power of darkness and rushed towards Smoker with all his strength. Smoker was shocked. How is that possible? How can you have such a powerful Imitation ability. In fact, Shu King changed the soup instead of the medicine. He copied Smoker's move with the writing wheel, and then released it again with the power of the devil. Smoker and Marine were blown away in an instant, then fell to the side of the road and seemed to pass out in a coma. Hey, I really didn't beat him. Shu King saw that the people around him were already watching him, so he immediately left the place. Shu King inadvertently came to the door of a cafe, and just wanted to go in and hide for a while, but found two men at the door of the cafe, who seemed to be frightening a woman. Stop being wordy. Our boss was caught by her and put in jail. You haven't learned your lesson yet. The blue black-haired woman asked rhetorically. Yeah, we can't take this breath if we go on like this, we're going to throw your body in front of him. The two pirates threatened. Understood, I am happy to accompany you. The blue-haired woman then easily chopped her opponent down to the ground. The woman accidentally fell to the ground, but the glasses fell in front of Zoro. Oh, what a pair of enemies. The identity of the woman in front of her was Marine, but she looked exactly like Zoro's former friend Kuina. Shu King couldn't imagine the follow-up development. Therefore, Shu King quickly left the place where the dog food was thrown. Oh, it's really boring. It's rare to come out, but I met a Smoker on the front foot, and Tashigi on the back foot. Shu King was really bored, so he found a barber shop and planned to trim his waist-length hair. How to cut it? This guest. The boss asked very politely. My hair is too long, just cut it short. Let's go back. Dye it white. Shu King had money and time, so naturally he spent some time in the barber shop. Do you think you are satisfied? At this moment, Shu King couldn't recognize himself when he saw himself in the mirror. With a white back and white eyebrows, the whole person is like coming out of an anime. Shu King gave the boss a tip, and the moment he walked out the door, he used the devil suit to put on Virgil's clothes in Devil May Cry. The whole person completely changed the style. However, at this moment, the atmosphere on the street has undergone extreme changes, and the originally peaceful street is full of panic. The whole of Logatown has become cloudy and many people are running away on the streets. Shu King hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, what happened?" The young lady said in horror, "A pirate has invaded Logatown." Where? Shu King asked. At the execution stand. Miss Sister replied and ran away immediately. Could it be Luffy? After Shu King heard it, he was naturally worried for his companions. At this time, somewhere above Logatown, a beautiful fireworks appeared with a bang. The fireworks finally revealed the Straw Hat Pirates logo. Oops, there is a signal, which means that the companion is in danger. Shu King immediately rushed to the place where the signal was sent. Unexpectedly, the place where the signal was transmitted turned out to be the execution platform square. At this time, on the execution platform, the clown buggy has locked Luffy, obviously wanting to solve Luffy. You're going to die, Luffy. The clown buggy was about to kill the killer. Sanji and Zoro had already rushed out, but Alvida and the others who ate the slippery fruit temporarily stopped Sanji and Zoro. And Shu King could already see the Marine's ambush around him. As long as the gun rang, all the pirates would be surrounded by Marine. At this moment, a thunderbolt struck down and struck the execution platform impartially. Because Luffy was rubber, he was unscathed. Clown Buggy was struck by lightning. At this time, the Marine of Logatown all appeared, and soon all the pirates were surrounded. Chapter 28 Enter the Upside Down Mountain for collection. For silver ticket. Pirates and Marines started to fight. Shu King was relieved when he saw this. Monkey D. Long, just scared me to death. Shu King muttered to himself. Flee now, Luffy. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to go to the Great Channel. Sanji and the others said. Let's go, I'll give you a break. Shu King said. Trouble you. Knowing Shu King's ability, Luffy naturally chose to trust him. He followed Sanji, Zoro and the others and ran towards the port quickly. And Smoker also ordered at this time, I will never let them go. However, Marine was quickly chopped to the ground by Shu Kang, and Marine had to watch Shu Kang and the Straw Hats go away like this. I'm in the name of Colonel Marine Smoker. Never let them escape this island. Smoker shot again. At this time, Shu Kang keenly captured a powerful person. Shu Kang followed in a blink of an eye, and the man asked, "What are you doing?" This gentleman. Monkey D. Dragon. I'm Luffy's companion. Shu Kang revealed the dragon's identity in one bite. Oh, you know me. You can keep up with me. It seems that you have good strength and have super judgment. Long did not admit his identity, but he did not deny it either. Thank you for your compliment. I have nothing to do. Since you came to see Luffy, I will represent Luffy and meet you to show respect. Shu Kang's words revealed a trace of respect, but more of a confidence. Ha! With you as Luffy's partner, I will have a lot of peace of mind. Let the wind blow. The storm of fate is coming. After the dragon finished speaking, he disappeared. What a strange father. He's crazy. Shu Kang then ignored the dragon and quickly chased after Luffy and the others. Shu Kang knew that Monkey D. Long should buy some time for everyone. Due to the rain, Buggy's men did not succeed in burning Mary. Soon Usopp, Nami and others returned and jumped onto the boat at the fastest speed. Due to Marine's continuous attack, Nami and others had to set off ahead of schedule. I thought that Smoker would buy a lot of time for the Straw Hat and others to deal with the clown Buggy and Alvida. However, because of Smoker's ability, Buggy and Alvida and others were easily caught, and on the motorcycle, Smoker had caught up with Luffy and others. Tashigi starts against Zoro. Luffy started playing against Smoker. As for Shu Kang, he jumped onto the boat with Sanji directly. Luffy Zoro hasn't boarded the boat yet, but we have to leave. Nami had no choice, the current was too fast, and there was no way to dock at this time. Zoro defeated Tashigi and finally chose to show mercy. Luffy is no match for Smoker at all. After all, it can be said that the current Logia abilities are difficult to beat. However, in the end, it was Monkey D. Long who came out and directly used his ability to blow a strong wind, and finally Luffy and Zoro got rid of the pursuit of Smoker and others. Eventually, Luffy used his rubber abilities to bounce Zoro along with him onto Mary. In the end, the entire Straw Hat group arrived. Although this trip to Logatown was very embarrassing, it could be described as a near miss, and everyone finally completed what they wanted to do. The storm was still there, but the wind was in the right direction. Mary quickly disappeared above the sea, and even if Marine tried to find them, he couldn't find them at all. The Straw Hats have completely escaped Logatown and are completely safe. Not long after Mary drove, everyone saw the lighthouse standing in the distance. Look at that light, Nami prompted. Is it the lighthouse on the island? Usopp asked. The guiding light, the end of the light where the entrance to the Great Channel is, said Nami. As the Great Fairway just ahead. Luffy couldn't contain his excitement. Everyone was very excited. Sanji suggested, in order to celebrate our ship is about to enter the Great Waterway, let's come to the launching ceremony. Then put his foot on the barrel and said, I'm here to find Allblue. Luffy also put on his feet and said confidently, I want to be One Piece King of Pirates. I want to be a great swordsman. Zoro also put his feet up and replied very ambitiously. I'm here to map the world. Nami said. I want to be a brave seamount warrior. Usopp said with courage. Only Shu Kang did not move, and everyone looked at him suspiciously. Do you want me to? Shu Kang asked. Bullshit. Everyone yelled, come on. Talk about your dreams. Shu Kang thought for a while, and finally put his feet up, and then said, I'm here to make all your wishes come true. Great. But, is it true? How could anyone have such a wish? Usopp is skeptical. I trust him, Luffy said with a smile. We all believe it, the companions finally said in unison, and Shu Kang also felt very warm in his heart. Being able to become partners with the protagonists of the original book and go on adventures with them is something I have always dreamed of. Going To the Great Channel, Luffy announced. Everyone lifted their feet in unison and put them back, and the rest of the matter was to devote themselves to the next adventure. At this time, the voice that Shu Kang was thinking about day and night really appeared again. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to your successful entry and exit from Logatown. Sign in successfully. The system rewards you with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan in the Naruto world. What? The bloodline of the Vortex clan. Shu Kang was very happy. I worked hard to condense chakra before, but I didn't expect chakra to be delivered to the door by myself. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is powerful, on the one hand because he is a nine-tailed man, on the other hand, because he is born with the blood of the Uzumaki family, and the chakra is far beyond ordinary ninjas. Now that the system rewards the bloodline of Shu Kang's Whirlpool clan, Shu Kang's total chakra is naturally a great improvement. Although Shu Kang can't keep the double-hook jade writing wheel ice state normally now, but it has also greatly increased the use time than before. In this way, it is possible to use ninjutsu in future battles. Shu Kang was still looking forward to the rewards in the future. Some people may ask, since Shu Kang has chakra, why didn't he study ninjutsu? In fact, Shu Kang also studied some ninjutsu in his spare time, such as Spiral Pill. However, Shu Kang didn't know how to use the technique at all. Apart from writing round eyes, Shu Kang didn't know any other techniques. The time was spent in a series of studies and enhancements. Hey, I see it. I saw incredible mountains. Luffy suddenly called everyone out from the deck. The mountain in front of him was huge, and the cloud blocked his view, so he couldn't see the top of the mountain. Is this the Red Earth continent? Luffy asked excitedly. Chapter 29_Kurotas. Zoro held the telescope, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but said, "This is amazing. The sea is really climbing up the mountain." Soon, Mary followed the water all the way towards the top of the upside-down mountain. After a period of time, Mary flew directly to the top of the mountain. After not staying at the top of the mountain for long, Mary rushed directly down the mountain. But soon, everyone heard a strange cry. "Did you hear anything just now?" Zoro asked. "What did you say?" Nami asked rhetorically. After all, Mary was making too much noise. "Didn't you hear anything strange?" Zoro asked again. "Is that the sound of wind? It must be because the terrain here is so strange," Nami said with certainty. However, Usopp saw an unknown object appearing ahead. "Hey, Miss Nami, I see a mountain ahead," said Usopp. Impossible. In Nami's memory, after entering the Great Waterway, there were no mountains along the way. "But there are indeed," Usopp said truthfully. "Never mind. Go ahead." Luffy was still very excited. "Don't worry. It's fine." Shu Kang comforted him, and Usopp was relieved. What Shu Kang said was always reassuring, because so far, what Shu Kang said was 100% correct. Except for the twin cape in front, it should be all the sea. Nami also echoed. However, when everyone finally came down, they realized that what was in front of them was not a mountain at all, but a huge whale with scars all over its head. Everyone instantly panicked. Everyone wanted to turn the rudder to the left to avoid the huge whale in front of them, but the rudder was broken at this time. At this time, Shu Kang appeared handsomely again. He stopped Luffy from firing the cannon, and completely attached the power of the devil fruit to himself. Then the phantom behind Shu Kang immediately became extremely huge. "Stop!" Shu Kang pushed the whale's body with his palm, and Mary stopped in place unharmed. Although Mary had stopped in place safely, Nami, Usopp and the others still closed their eyes tightly. They didn't dare to see what happened. "Why, there is no sound. What happened? What happened?" Usopp and the others opened their eyes. When they saw that Shu Kang actually prevented Mary from hitting the whale, everyone's hanging heart was released. If it wasn't for Shu Kang, we might be dead. Nami still shudders a little when she thinks of the scene just now. It would be a joke if everyone collided with the boat just after passing through the Great Waterway. And Zoro, Luffy and others also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Seeing that the boat had completely listened to it, Shu King naturally put away his demonic power. Quick! Run away! Now! Zoro said immediately. Immediately afterwards, everyone paddled quickly, and Mary quickly passed through the gap beside the whale. The whale made a cry, but everyone covered their ears. My ears hurt. Get away from him, Usopp yelled. However, the whale opened its mouth, and then Going Mary and the Straw Hat group were swallowed into the whale's stomach so easily. Hey, Shu King, hurry up and do something, Nami urged immediately. Yeah, we are already like this, why are you still in a hurry? Usopp's tears were about to fall. Hey, nervous, isn't it just swallowed by a whale? Shu King still doesn't care. Everyone nearly fainted. In this way, the whale swallowed everyone and Mary into his mouth and closed his mouth. However, Luffy was unfortunately separated from his friends. However, when everyone thought that they were bound to die, they found that there was something unique around them. Hey, what do you think? Sanji asked. What do you think? What do you think I should think? Zoro didn't know how to answer Sanji at this time. I thought we must have been swallowed by a whale. Is this a dream? Sanji looked at the small island next to Mary, and there was a small house on the small island. Looking at the surrounding clouds and the colorful sea, Shu King said, if you say it, you may not believe it. We are now in the belly of a whale. No way. Nami couldn't believe it. But if it's really in the belly of a whale, what does that island and house mean? Nami asked. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far in front of Mary, and a huge squid rushed out. The Straw Hats and his party were all ready to fight. However, a series of weapons were fired from the house, and in the end, the giant squid was easily knocked down. At this moment, a figure walked out of the room. The man was wearing a red shirt and round glasses, but his hair was weird and seemed to have a lot of flowers in it. Who is this old man? Defeat this giant squid so easily. To save us. In the end, the old man came out, and finally sat on the bench and read the newspaper. What are you talking about? Sanji couldn't help but complain. The old grandpa looked at Mary in hindsight and then said, oh. So there is someone. Grandpa, where is this place, and who are you? I don't know if you can tell me. Sanji asked very directly. Isn't it polite to state your name first when asking other people's questions? The old man asked rhetorically. Seeing this, Zoro immediately said, that's right, I'm so sorry, my name is. As a result, the old man actually introduced himself by himself. My name is Kurotas, I am the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. I am 71 years old, Gemini, type AB. Zoro angrily said, can I cut him? You ask me where this is. You broke into my private holiday center, and you are so arrogant. Do you think this is the belly of a mouse? After Kurotas finished speaking, everyone was even more certain that it was indeed eaten by whales. Wait a minute, what will happen to us? I don't want to be digested. Nami said worriedly. If it's the exit, it's there. Kurotas pointed, but he didn't expect that there was a gate in the belly of the whale. Wait a minute, why is there an outlet in the whale's belly? Nami expressed very puzzled. As a result, everyone discovered that the seagulls in the sky and the sea in the whale's stomach were actually paintings. But when everyone was about to leave, the whale swayed. Everyone on Mary and the small island of Kurotas began to shake violently. Has it started? Kurotas said very mysteriously. What started? Explain it. Usopp also asked anxiously. Chapter 30_Whale Laboon, Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. This whale has started hitting the red soil continent with its head. Kurotas said. So that's it, is this person trying to kill him inside the whale? Let's leave quickly, there is no obligation to rescue this whale. Sanji, Zoro and others said. At this time, everyone was rowing in peace, trying to leave the belly of the whale. However, at this time, Kurotas jumped into the stomach acid of the whale, and after a while, Kurotas began to climb to a small door above the exit. Suddenly, a loud cry of, "Ah!" came out, and 3 figures suddenly flew in from the small door. Those people are. Kurotas is a little unsure. However, Shu Kang, who was in the Straw Hat group, recognized the origin of the person at a glance. One is Luffy, another is an agent of Ba Kuro Walker in green, and the other is the blue-haired Alabasta's princess, Vivi. The 3 of them fell into the sea of stomach acid just like that. "Help me," Luffy said before sinking into stomach acid. The whale slowly stabilized, and everyone then rescued the 3 drowning people. "So who are these people?" Mr. .9, blue-haired Vivi asked. "These guys are pirates. Probably, Miss Wednesday," Mr. 9 with orange hair and a crown responded. At this time, when Kurotas came back, he said very sternly, "You villains are still there. As long as I am still here, I will never allow you to touch Laboon's hair. Even if you say that, we still can't go back. It's our mission to kill this whale, you can't stop us from whaling today." Vivi and her partner sang in harmony. "Look at me making a big hole in his stomach." The Ba Kuro duo picked up the cannon and tried to bombard the inside of the whale just like that. However, at this time, Kurotas rushed up and used his body to block the 2 shells. Immediately after 2 bang sounds, the shells exploded like this. That old man actually used his body to block the shells. Usopp looked very shocked. He had never seen anyone do this for a whale. "Is he protecting the whale?" Sanji said. "Ha ha ha, stop doing pointless things," Vivi said. "If you want to protect it, let's try it. This whale is going to be the food in our town," Mr. 9 said very proudly, as if he was determined to win in the whale laboon. However, at this time, Luffy took the initiative to repair the 2. "I beat them for some reason," Luffy said. Soon, Kurotas invited everyone to return to his island. "Thank you for helping me, although I don't know why," Kurotas thanked. "I'm not trying to help you, I just don't like them for some reason," Luffy said. "I said what are you doing here?" Luffy asked. "What are you doing in the belly of this whale?" everyone asked. "The target of these bad guys is Laboon. If you catch Laboon, you will be hungry for 2 or 3 years worth of food. Laboon is the name of this whale. He is an island whale who lives only in West Blue. The largest whale in the world." Kurotas briefly introduced Laboon. "There is a reason why this guy keeps hitting the red soil continent and keeps yelling at the upside-down mountain." Then, Kurotas told everyone the story of what happened between the whale Laboon and the Rumba pirates here. "Okay, I'll take you out of here next." Kurotas then boarded Mary with the Straw Hats and his party, and walked with everyone from the exit. What an amazing waterway. It's a shame that he can still live after leaving so many holes by himself. Everyone felt very surprised. "I'm a doctor, don't look at me like this," Kurotas said very proudly. "And it's the ship doctor on Gul D. Roger's ship." Shu Kang, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said something, shocking everyone. "No way, this old grandfather." Everyone looked at Shu Kang and Kurotas in disbelief. "Really?" Luffy asked, staring at Kurotas. "Well, guess." Kurotas looked at Shu Kang embarrassedly and said, "This gentleman, may I ask who you are?" Shu Kang first bowed his head with a respectful Vivi, and then said, "Of course we are all pirates, pursuing the distance and the sea. My name is Shu Kang, and the initial reward is 50 million Bailey." "Yes, it's really terrible, it seems that the sea is going to be lively again." Kurotas skillfully avoided the relationship between himself and One Piece King of Pirates Roger. But Luffy immediately invited, "Grandpa is so powerful, why don't you get on our ship and become a ship doctor for us?" "It's not necessary, I don't have the strength to be like you. After all, people are old. That's why you are in the belly of the whale, treating Laboon." Only then did everyone figure out what happened. That's right, his injury is so serious that he can't be treated externally. "Well, I'm going to open it." Kurotas then opened the door, and then, everyone finally rode Mary. From the whale Laboon's body somewhere came out. At this time, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Point 9 woke up one after another, and while everyone was chatting, the topic of why Laboon's friends had not appeared so far. I have received news that the Rumba pirates have escaped the Great Root. Kurotas said. No way. Then why didn't you tell Laboon? That way she wouldn't hurt herself again. Nami and the others said. It would be nice if it were that simple, Kurotas said. Did they ignore the previous agreement? Sanji also felt that these people were a little unreasonable. The Great Channel is such a terrifying place, maybe they have given up on the adventure. Kurotas said with uncertainty. No, the Rumba pirates did not escape the Great Channel. Shu Kang said. Why do you say that? Everyone was very interested in Shu Kang's words. So far, everything Shu Kang said was correct. Among the companions, everyone gave Shu Kang a nickname, the Prophet, or saying that it is more appropriate to be called a prophet. I can feel that the Rumba pirates have all died in the Great Waterway, but there is one person who is still alive. Shu Kang pretended to be a mystery, and Kurotas looked like he didn't believe it. Oh, who is it? Kurotas asked deliberately, he almost remembered everyone's names. It's a man named Brook, a musician. He should be in the first half of the Great Waterway, and I feel like we'll meet sooner or later. After Shu Kang said Brook, Kurotas was stunned, saying so, Shu Kang seems to really know everything. Please follow up, don't support books, and I will revise and polish the previous chapters every day. I hope you can point out some mistakes. Chapter 31 Luffy and Laboon's Promise, Seeking Collection. Seeking silver. But at this time, the tranquilizer on Laboon's body seemed to have lost its effect. Laboon went mad again and began to attack Mary. At this moment, Luffy launched an attack on the whale Laboon in one go. Although Luffy is powerful, the fight seems to be very fierce. Everyone believed that Luffy would never hurt Laboon the whale, but everyone just didn't understand what Luffy wanted to do for a while. This guy, what does it mean? Sanji and the others didn't understand after watching it for a long time. If this goes on like this, both Laboon and Luffy will be hurt. Nami said worriedly. No, they must be stopped. Usopp is ready to take action. Don't be impatient, Luffy naturally has his own way. Shu Kang stopped everyone who wanted to take part. At this time, Luffy was knocked out by Laboon, but got up and said, a draw. I'm very strong. Do you want to beat me? We haven't decided yet, so we have to continue to fight. Although your companions are dead, I will always be your opponent. Let's fight again and decide who is more powerful. We'll come back to you after we circle the Great Root, and then we'll fight again. Luffy said with a smile. And the whale Laboon suddenly felt that his existence was meaningful again, and there were endless tears in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Luffy drew a very ugly straw hat on the head of the whale Laboon and said, before you come back, don't smash him. Everyone looked at the faint smile, which seemed to be a perfect ending. Afterwards, everyone worked hard to repair Mary, and they were ready to leave Twin Cape to officially enter the Great Channel. As for Princess Vivi and his partner, Shu Kang saw their departure, but he didn't make a move, just put their record pointer. I took it back secretly. At this time, everyone was busy with their work before departure, but Nami shouted that the compass was broken. At this time, Shu Kang took the initiative to come out and give the recording pointer to Nami. The islands of the Great Root contain a lot of magnetic minerals, so the magnetic field of the entire route is very abnormal, and the current and wind direction are fluctuating. Therefore, if you want to sail in the Great Waterway, you must have a recording pointer, and that's what I gave you. It's a special compass that records the magnetic force, without which it would be impossible to navigate the waterway. After Shu Kang's highlight moment, Kurotas applauded. It seems that some of you have done your homework in advance. He is right, what we know now is that the islands scattered around the Great Waterway are magnetically linked together according to a certain law. That is to say, you have to write down the magnetic force that connects the islands with the recording pointer, so that you can find the route to take down an island. Quote. In this sea area where you can't even grasp the exact location, the only thing you can rely on is the magnetic force recorded by the recording pointer. First of all, you have to choose one of the 7 magnetic lines of force extending from this upside-down mountain, but no matter which island you start from, the route will eventually be fixed on a line, and then you will eventually reach that island. Laugh Tale. The end of the great voyage. Only One Piece, King of Pirates, has ever reached that island in history, and it is a legendary island. After Kuroda's and Shu King finished their speeches, the Straw Hats and his party deepened their understanding of the Great Channel. So, it should be there. One Piece. Usopp said. Who knows? No one's been there, though that's the most convincing argument, Kuroda said. Aren't you the ship doctor of One Piece, King of Pirates? Usopp asked. Look, what is flying in the sky? Kuroda said. Everyone then turned their heads, and when they turned back, Kuroda's was ready to leave. Knowing that Kuroda's didn't want to talk about things related to Roger, everyone naturally stopped asking. And then, because Luffy ate all Sanji's meal, Sanji attacked Luffy and Nami's record pointer was damaged. You guys, do you know the importance of this thing? Nami was about to get angry, but Kuroda still waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll give you mine. Thank you for saving Laboon. Kuroda finally gave his pointer to Nami, and Nami kept it properly. However, at this time Vivi and his partner suddenly appeared, lowered their posture and said, we have something to ask for. Luffy and others that they wanted to go to Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak. What's that? Luffy asked. The first stop of one of the great waterways. Shu King reminded, and everyone understood. Yes, it's the town where we live, and our ship is broken. Mr. Nine said. Why do you think we will help you? Did you want to kill Laboon just now? Nami asked back, who are you? Mr. Point Nine replied, I am the king. Who would believe it? Nami couldn't help complaining. Vivi said, I can't say. However, we want to go back to town, and we don't want to be so sneaky. But anyway, our company is all about mystery, so we can't say anything, said Mr. Nine and Vivi. Immediately afterwards, everyone turned their attention to Shu Kang's side. See what I do? Shu Kang asked back. Prophet, tell me, should we take them there? Will they stab them in the back? The crowd asked. Seeing this, Shu King also wiped the sweat from his forehead, but he did not expect that these group of partners really regarded themselves as prophets. Wait a minute, Shu King had no choice but to pretend to be mysterious, and then said, I already know your identities. It turns out that you are the agents of Baroque Works. After Shu King's voice fell, the two instantly became a lot nervous. Their identities were top secret, and it was naturally impossible for ordinary people to know. However, they did not expect that Shu King only added, one is a fake king, and the other is a princess. Shu King's words made Vivi nervous. Not only was his identity as a special agent known, but his hidden identity was also guessed. What time is it? Still joking. Nami urged, will you bring them? Shu King. I beg you. We came to ask for help only because of your character. We will definitely repay this kindness. The two ask again, I hope everyone can take them for a ride. But Kuroda said, no matter what they say, these guys are not good people. A lot of fast-paced fanfiction will end before 30W. I just want to break this curse and write millions in one go. Therefore, this book needs everyone's support. Comments and banknotes are fine. Thank you. Chapter 32 _ The Weather of the Great Fairway. Please collect. Ask for a silver ticket. Bring them, this is my suggestion. Shu King thought about it, then nodded and said. Really, Shu King, are you sure to bring these two people? The companions on the boat confirmed again and again. But then again, this should be the last record pointer. If it is broken, there will be no more. If they don't go with us, they may never go back. Nami said. Okay, then you can come up. Luffy saw that everyone had no objection, and Shu King agreed, so naturally he let them come up. You said you were going to Whiskey Peak. Then go there. Luffy confirmed. Because Shu King also agreed, the others were too embarrassed to say anything. Of course, they were wary of the two of them. After all, these two were so-called bad guys. Okay, it's almost time to go, Luffy said. Who are you? Asked Princess Vivi. Me, to be the One Piece King of Pirates, Luffy said firmly. Haha, stupid pirate, Vivi and his partner snickered. Then, against the backdrop of a setting sun, Luffy and others announced their departure. Everyone said goodbye to Kuroda's and the whale Laboon, and galloped like the wind on the sea. But this time, it was very strange. Even though he had already left the Twin Cape, the system did not appear for a long time, but Shu King directly dispatched to call the system. System, what's going on? Why isn't there a reward reminder this time? System responded immediately. Hello host, Twin Cape is not within the scope of check-in. The places we check in are limited to the main islands that we have been to together with Luffy, such as the islands on the Great Waterway. After hearing this, Shu King nodded disappointedly and said, so that's the case, I know. Host, don't be so disappointed, you will definitely look forward to the rewards on the Great Waterway. Because compared to the islands on East Blue, those rewards are really powerful. The system reminded. Okay, I see. Since you said so, I can't say anything. In the process of sailing on the sea, Shu King naturally refined chakra in his own room. However, Shu King hadn't refined it for long when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Shu King asked. Hello, Mr. Shu King, this is Miss Wednesday. It turned out to be you. What happened? Come in and say that the door is unlocked. After Shu King finished speaking, Princess Vivi entered Shu King's room. After Princess Vivi entered Shu King's room, the whole person was a little shocked. He was obviously an unruly teenager who should have been the most arrogant age, but he didn't expect the room to be spotlessly clean. All the clothes were neatly folded, and there was a faint fragrance. The house is neat and odorless. It's either a fake girl or a gay. Although in the original world, many of Shu King's friends said that to Shu King, but most of them were big men who didn't know how to live a delicate life. People are naturally more willing to get along with Shu King. What's the matter, Miss Wednesday? Or should I call you Princess? Shu King said. After Princess Vivi entered Shu King's room, the whole person was a little shocked. He was obviously an unruly teenager who should have been the most arrogant age, but he didn't expect the room to be spotlessly clean. All the clothes were neatly folded, and there was a faint fragrance. The house is neat and odorless. It's either a fake girl or a gay. Although in the original world, many of Shu King's friends said that to Shu King, but most of them were big men who didn't know how to live a delicate life. People are naturally more willing to get along with Shu King. What's the matter, Miss Wednesday? Or should I call you Princess? Shu King said. Do you really know everything? Everyone says that you are a prophet or a prophet. Could it be that you can really predict a prophet? Princess Vivi was a little anxious, but she still forced herself not to be so anxious. I'm not a prophet, it's just that I know some things. Shu King silently pretended to force. You are the Princess of Alabasta, who secretly infiltrated the Baroque Works Club and became their agent, codenamed Miss Wednesday. I said right. Princess Vivi was silent, she dared not admit it. Since you don't speak, you are acquiescing. The reason why you sneaked into the Baroque Works Club is to find out one thing, and that is the real cause of the drought in your country and the war. Am I right? Shu King. Once again the revelations completely convinced Princess Vivi. Prophet Shu King. What should I do? Princess Vivi asked very vaguely. We can't tell you. At this moment, Nami quietly came in through the door, and then closed the door firmly. Shu King had long known that Nami was eavesdropping outside, but he was not sure what Nami wanted to do. However, there were actually two girls in the room at this time, which was a good feeling. I can't believe that you are really a princess. If we help you, at least give us some compensation, right? Nami said. You heard. Vivi didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Shu King immediately said, Nami, since you have heard it, I will say it straight. Princess Vivi, country is in a state of emergency, and the reason why she sneaked in as an agent is to find out some truth. Although we can't give us much Bailey now, but after we get there, we can ask the king directly. What do you think? Shu King was very reasonable, and even Nami nodded in agreement. Why don't you two pretend that you haven't been here before, and proceed according to your original plan? Shu King said. But Whiskey Mountain. As soon as Vivi was about to go on, Shu King said, okay, don't talk about it. I'm a prophet, you said it, we can't help you, let's go. In this way, Nami and Vivi left Shu King's room. The episode was over, and soon after, Mary had reached a new sea. The sun was shining brightly at the last moment, but at this moment, it suddenly started to snow with goose feathers, but after a while, the Mary was covered with thick snow, which made everyone very puzzled, but the most puzzled was naturally the navigator Nami. She couldn't help but start complaining. What the hell is going on with this heavy snow? It was so warm just now. At this point, Luffy Usopp had already started to build snowmen on the deck and started snowball fights. It's obvious that they wear so little and it's so cold, why are those guys so energetic? Nami doesn't understand at all what Luffy and others think. Sanji was very obedient enough to shovel snow on the deck with a shovel. Soon, however, the sky began to thunder, and then the clouds became dense, and the wind began to blow. Chapter 33 _ Welcome to the town of pirates, please collect. Ask for a silver ticket. What the hell is this weather? Nami really doesn't understand what's going on with this weather. It was sunny until just now, then it suddenly snowed, and then there was thunder, and the seasons and weather were all in chaos. Nami was overheard by Princess Vivi and Mr. Nine, and then said, just like Shu King and Ku what Rodas said, this is the Great Channel, and you don't seem to know anything. You haven't been at the helm since just now, is that okay? Vivi asked. I've confirmed the direction and it shouldn't be a problem. At this time, Nami walked to the direction of the helm, but found that someone was already at the helm there. Shu King, why are you at the helm? Nami asked with great confusion. How big is your heart? On the Great Waterway, it doesn't matter if you adjust the direction. The ship has long been blown off the course, and I have tried my best to stabilize the direction. After Shu King finished speaking, only then did Nami see that the direction of the recording pointer had actually shifted. This was when Shu King tried to be as stable as possible. Without Shu King, the entire ship would never be able to leave this sea area. Immediately afterwards, the weather changed again, and the surrounding fog suddenly began to form, making it difficult to see what was on the sea, but soon, Usopp said in shock, wow. There is iceberg ahead. Because the speed of the boat was too fast to avoid it, Shu King pulled out his Shira and said, aye aye. Immediately afterwards, Shira unsheathed, and the entire iceberg disappeared in place. Mary was able to pass safely. At this time, Zoro was still sleeping with his head down. There's really no one left. The hearts of this group of people are so big. The sky is falling, it doesn't matter. Then came a series of questions. What's the bottom leak? Make it up quickly. The clouds are moving so fast. The storm is coming. Fast up the sails, or it will capsize. Nami is doing the commanding job, and Shu King is also working very hard to tinker with Mary. I don't know how long it took. Everyone was tired and lay on the ground. Zoro stretched his waist. Wake up. Then he walked on the deck, saw everyone on the deck and said, hey, even if the weather is good, you are too lazy. You should still be in the original position. On the route. Immediately afterwards, everyone slammed into Zoro, and even Zoro himself didn't know what he had done wrong. The weather on the Great Passage is really bad. Even I can't handle it very well, but even so, there will always be a way. The proof is, look. The first leg of the voyage is over. Nami pointed. Distance. Sure enough, everyone saw a new island. Everyone's faces were full of excitement. However, Shu King is also very happy. After all, this is the first island in the Great Waterway, and he is about to receive higher quality rewards. What a wonderful island. What a big cactus. Looks like we're almost there. This is Whiskey Mountain, Shu King said. Now that we're here, thank you all for giving us a ride. Let's say goodbye here. While speaking, Vivi and his partner turned around and jumped into the water, doing all the acting. In order to follow Shu Kang's plan, Vivi could only pretend that he had not seen Shu Kang. Was a river in front of him, and Mary walked along the river, and he could see the mountains on the left and right. It seems that you can go inland by boat, Nami said. There won't be any monsters, right? Usopp said worriedly. There are as many possibilities as possible, don't forget, this is the Great Waterway. Sanji said very seriously. If you encounter a monster, just escape from the island, right? Luffy looked fearless. Wait a minute, don't forget, we have to stay on this island for a while. If the entire record pointer doesn't record the magnetic force of this island, there is no way to go to the next island. Because the speeds recorded on different islands are different, some islands take a few hours, but some islands take days. Nami explained. What do you mean? That is to say, even if this is a monster island that must be escaped immediately, it must stay here until the magnetic recording is completed. Usopp realized that it was not good. That's it. Nami nodded. What are you afraid of? I'm here, what do you want on the Great Route, but it still can't hinder us. Shu King cheered everyone up, and Usopp and the others regained their confidence. What Shu King said is fine. If you really encounter a monster, you can just think about what to do when the time comes. Luffy said with a smile. Let's go, it's no use just thinking, let's go. Zoro said the same. No matter what happens, I will protect Miss Nami. Sanji was still courteous to Nami. Then, we're going in, listen, don't forget to prepare to escape and fight. Nami said, looking at the people left and right. Gradually, Going Merry drove into the inland, surrounded by a cloud of smoke, making it difficult to see what was there. In the thick fog, Shu King could clearly feel that some people were watching them somewhere. The deeper you drive in, the more people around you. Everyone, be careful. Nami and Luffy and other partners have also discovered that something is wrong. However, when the smoke dissipated, it was found that there were countless townspeople standing on the left and right banks, and these townspeople were shouting loudly. Welcome. Welcome to the first stop on the Great Waterway. Welcome to our town. Welcome to the hospitable town, Whiskey Peak. The excitement and joy of these townspeople doesn't seem like a fake, they seem to sincerely hope that pirates will come to their town. Not only are there no monsters, we are also welcomed. Usopp was also very puzzled. I said, don't take it lightly, these people are not good people. Shu King's words made everyone wary again. Luffy, however, was immersed in joy. Pirates, welcome. Heroes of the sea, long live. With the enthusiasm of these people, everyone quickly put Shu King's words behind them, and gradually let go of their vigilance. In this regard, Shu King had nothing to do at all. Who told me to go out to sea with Luffy? The boat finally stopped at a port, and a man with curly hair who looked very much like a musician said, Happy. Well welcome everyone, my name is Ekolem, and now I'm the boss of Whiskey Mountain. Mayor. My name is Luffy, and I said Uncle, isn't your hair too curly? Luffy pointed to Ekolem and said. This is a town famous for winemaking and music, the peak of whiskey, and entertaining guests is our greatest pride, and there is a wine that we are proud of, which is like the rudder of the sea, using your adventure stories so far as come and enjoy the banquet with me. Chapter 34 Hands on Zoro. Cough. Well, how about going to enjoy the banquet together? Ekolem asked. Very happy. Sanji, Luffy and Usopp have been completely brainwashed. 3 idiots. Nami scolded, then asked, I said, how long will it take to record the magnetic force on this island? Record. This kind of boring thing will be put aside for now. Let's relieve the fatigue of the journey first. Come on. Let's prepare the banquet. Come and entertain the adventurers. Zoro didn't say much. He likes fine wine the most. Hearing that there is fine wine, he naturally put down his guard. Seeing this, Shu Kang had no choice but to follow everyone to attend the banquet hosted by EPUB for the time being. For a whole afternoon, everyone was immersed in a crazy banquet. Music, beer, food. Usopp brazenly bragged, while Ikaram hosted the cheers, and with money at stake, even Nami took part. Not to mention Zoro, who was unconscious after drinking it. As for Luffy, he perfectly displayed the characteristics of his overeating. He used meat as his staple food and ate one plate after another, which made everyone stunned. Sanji is all kinds of with girls, sweet talk, looks very sweet. As for Shu Kang, he was too bored to play marbles with a group of people, which everyone did not expect. However, since Shu Kang knew the identities of this group of people for a long time, he was naturally guarded. Seeing the situation in front of him, EPUB said, "Oops. Tilda, what a great night. It's great to see everyone so happy." Time passed little by little, and in the drinking competition, Nami won, but she also fainted. And Luffy fell to the ground when he was full, who was going to whistle. As for Usopp and Sanji, they both lay on the ground beautifully and fell asleep. Seeing this, Shu Kang also fell to the ground, pretending to have fallen asleep. Everyone in the Straw Hat group was already asleep at this time. When Ikaram left, he said, "Tired of playing, are you asleep? I wish you a good dream. Adventurers. Tonight, the Cactus Rock dancing under Gecko is also beautiful." Next, EPUB met Princess Vivi and her partner. Eventually EPUB showed their bounty list. What? 30 million Baileys. Didn't expect that the edible Straw Hat Boy would have so many bounties. Could it be a mistake? The three Bakuro looked disbelieving. There is absolutely no mistake. It is them, and there is someone who has a higher reward than him. You should take a closer look. EPUB finally showed Shu Kang's reward list. What? 50 million. Bailey. Everyone was shocked. No, just them. There will be 50 million Baileys. EPUB then taught. It's stupid to judge the abilities of the pirates by their appearance, miss. Well, miss. Monday. But forget it, it seems that I can report the good news to the boss. Hurry up and take down the treasure from their ship. EPUB said. What about them then? If you kill them, the reward will be reduced by 30%, because the government wants to publicly execute them. Go. Catch them alive, EPUB ordered. However, at this time, a voice came under Gecko's reflection. I said, "I'm sorry, can I let them sleep well? Everyone is tired from the daytime sailing." The person who spoke was Zoro, who raised a knife high and sat on the roof. A group of people rushed out of the room very nervously and said, "Mr. 8 Miss. On Monday, I don't know when, the man with the loincloth escaped from the house." "He's there," said Princess Vivi. EPUB asked very puzzled. "You guy, shouldn't you be completely asleep? As a swordsman, you can't be killed by you idiots who are too careless at any time." Zoro said. "That's what happened. This is the bounty hunter's lair. For those pirates who came to the Great Root with pride, they looted them as soon as they came up. There are about 100 bounty hunters here, right? I'll be your opponent, Baroque Works." Zoro directly read out the companies of these people. "Why do you know our company's name?" EPUB was taken aback. "When I was doing your job before, your company tried to poach me, but of course I rejected it. The employees didn't know each other's origins in the company at all, and only used their code names to match them. Of course the location of the boss and even his true identity are a mystery to the members. The criminal group that faithfully executes the orders, Baroque Works, is a secret, right?" Zoro's feeling made all the bounty hunters on Cactus Island shudder. "Really? I thought I was the only smart one." Shu Kang also walked out of the room slowly. "What? How is that possible? Why are you still awake?" EPUB and others were once again shocked. Zoro was awake because he was wary. Why is the white-haired boy in front of him also awake? "I already knew your identities, so I wasn't so enthusiastic at first, and then I pretended to be asleep because I wanted to see what you were going to do next," Shu Kang said. Forget it, since you know our secret, you can only kill you. Cactus Rock, there are 2 more tombstones. Ekulem said very bloodthirsty. Give it to me. After Ekulem finally announced the order to attack, Zoro and Shu Kang disappeared at the same time. Where did they go? Ekulem and others searched everywhere, but they couldn't find them at all. And Zoro and Shu Kang had appeared in the center of the crowd without knowing it. Okay, let's fight, Zoro said. Let's compare. Who of us cut down more people? The loser owes a good drink, how about that? Shu Kang suggested. Ha, interesting. Come on, Zoro agreed. The bounty hunters in front of them directly raised their guns and started shooting at the 2 of them, dong dong dong. However, the 2 disappeared at the same time again, causing the bullets of the bounty hunters to hit their companions one after another. These idiots, they actually beat their own people. Ekulem was also very angry. Get rid of them for me. It's just 2 swordsmen. Zoro's knife was inserted into Ekulem's curly hair as soon as Ekulem's words fell. Ask you one thing, just add a tombstone, right? Zoro asked. At this time, the bounty hunters pointed their guns at Ekulem, and then planned to pull the trigger. Chapter 35_Bakuro Come. You guys are going to kill me too. Saxophone shotgun. Immediately afterwards, Ekulem knocked down the bounty hunters in front of him. At this time, Zoro took the opportunity to hide behind the wall. To carry that dangerous thing, is that a shotgun? Look at us taking it very seriously. These 2 guys are strong. The Bakuro agents said to each other. Humph, do you really want to use 2 people against all of us? Ekulem said. It doesn't look like anything you would say after learning about our Baroque works. Boom. Zoro, don't be shy, let's go together. Seeing that Zoro was hiding, Shu Kang naturally showed up. Although countless bullets flew towards Shu Kang easily changed the direction of the bullets with just the scabbard. Shu Kang's knife was no longer so hard, but it was a combination of hardness and softness, breaking water and breaking gold. Quick, everyone, besiege this guy. Even if it is consumed, he will be consumed to death. Ekulem ordered. But what level of person is Shu Kang? In the growth period, it is naturally no problem for a person who can match the strongest swordsman in the world, Eagle Eye, to deal with a group of bounty hunters. Shu Kang was only trying to activate his muscles and bones. If he really wanted to kill someone, he would have pulled out his Asura long ago. Instead of now, dozens of people were knocked over just using the scabbard. Is this the pirate of 50 million Bailey? Just using the scabbard, is it because we are not even worthy of him to pull out the knife? Ekulem and others were also stunned. Strength is not in the same dimension at all. At this time, Zoro was also discovered by this group of bounty hunters, and then, both of them were besieged and killed by the bounty hunters. The end, Miss Monday shot, suppressing Zoro at first, but soon, Zoro pinched Miss Monday's head firmly, and finally pushed it to the ground. It's scary. These guys. Ekulem also took a step back in fear. Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, let's shoot together. Ekulem said to the others, and then immediately used his proud skills. Saxophone. Shu Kang didn't move at all, he just waved the scabbard on his hand at a very fast speed, and even the shotgun shells that were fired hit other places. Miss Wednesday, let's go together, Mr. 9 said. Blood 9 backflips. Mr. 9 rolled down from the sky, and then said, the stick of perseverance. Shu Kang easily blocked these attacks. Ha, this is a metal rod. Don't bend your knife, Mr. 9 said very proudly. Are you an idiot? Why don't you go to the hospital and get a brain department? Shu Kang kicked Mr. 9 down to Zoro. Even Zoro completely suppressed Mr. 9. It has to be said that Agent Bakuro, who has no fruit ability, is the weakest character on the stage, although he is stronger than some million elders. The end, Zoro beat Mr. 9 with little seriousness. Be conscious, Mr. Bushido, come on. Taste my beauty. Princess Vivi stood on the fast-running body, revealing the perfume on her hand. Look at me, charming perfume dance. Immediately after, Princess Vivi began to dance. After Zoro smelled the smell, her whole body lost her strength and squatted in place. Princess Vivi then turned the peacock saw in her hand and rushed towards Zoro. As a result, she ran too fast, and eventually caused her to fall from the room. I'm really ashamed of myself fighting these guys right now. Zoro was helpless at this point. But at this time, Shu King was the bounty hunter who cut down more than half of them one after another. All the bounty hunters who were still fighting were at a loss. Shu King's strength was so strong that they had no way to fight back. It's really nerve-wracking. EPUB wanted to rescue at this time, but had to fight Zoro in front of him. At this time, Mr. 9 locked Zoro's arm, and Princess Vivi took Luffy out and took him hostage. EPUB shouted, "Curl cannon." There were a lot of shells hidden under his large curls, and then he fired at Zoro. Is he a big toy? At the most critical moment, Zoro pulled desperately, and Mr. 9, who locked Zoro's arm with an iron chain, was thrown away, just as Zoro's shield. Zoro then flicked the chain, and easily knocked Princess Vivi away with the fast-running curl cannon. EPUB attacked Zoro again. At this critical moment, Zoro stepped on Luffy's stomach, then bounced into the air, and slashed at EPUB. Bang! EPUB splattered with blood in an instant, and finally fell to the ground. When he looked back, he found that all the bounty hunters had been knocked to the ground by Shu King. Shu King's entire body was spotless, as if he hadn't done anything at all. It's finally back to a quiet night, Zoro said. You lost. Owe me a good drink. Shu King said. Also, I just happened to be playing against a more difficult character, and you are playing against an easier character. Forget it, it was just a good drink, I lost. Zoro then smiled. At this time, there was another explosion in a certain place. This is, Zoro also said in surprise, is there any remaining party? Almost, I think Bakuro's more advanced agents should also come out. Shu King also guessed something. EPUB crawled on the ground desperately and said, I can't die, I still have a special mission. At this time, a voice rang out. How pitiful, to be defeated by a mere swordsman. Everyone's eyes were locked on the speaker. The person on the left is a woman holding an umbrella, while the man on the right is wearing a trench coat and sunglasses. Miss Valentine's Day, Mr. Point 5. Are you kidding me? Mr. 5 asked rhetorically. Ha ha, it's the difference in our level after all, right? Miss Valentine said. Are you here to laugh at us? EPUB asked. It does have this purpose. Of course it's on a mission. At this moment, Mr. 9 said very gratefully, if you guys come to help, those guys are no match at all. Yeah, please quickly defeat that swordsman. Princess Vivi said. Stop making such silly jokes, let's help you. Do you think we came to the remote corners of the Great Route to help you? Ha ha, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 said together. What is it for? Mr. 9 asked curiously. The sinners that the boss can send us to deal with are here. That's what the boss said. My secret was known. Although of course I don't know what the secret is, the company's social motto is mysterious. No one in the company can be traced. This is the rule. Chapter 36 Vivi's Crisis ________. If someone knows the boss's secret, of course there is only a dead end. Mr. 5 said. So we went to check, who knew the boss's secret, ha ha ha. The result is really incredible. We found that an important person from a certain kingdom actually sneaked into our Baroque Works Club. Miss Valentine's Day said. Wait, although I wear a crown, I'm not a king. This is my interest. Mr. 9 hurriedly explained. It's not you. The sinner is the missing person of Alabasta Kingdom. Before Mr. 5's words were finished, EPUB took the initiative to attack them. Curl cannon. I won't let you touch a hair on the princess. I bet on the title of Captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard. Ecolem was very determined, but it didn't hurt Mr. 5 and Miss. Valentine's Day. Alabasta Kingdom Guard Captain Ecolem, and the Princess, Nefertiti Vivi, I am ordered by the boss of Baroque Works to kill you. Mr. 5 announced. At this time, Zoro said, so it is, Shu Kang, did you already know the identities of these guys? Including the princess named Vivi. Of course, Shu Kang faintly isho, making people feel very mysterious. What about Luffy? He's still down there, Zoro said. Don't worry, let's see how things develop first. Shu Kang was not in a hurry to take action at this time. If everything went as he thought, then Vivi and the others would definitely save the day. Hurry up, Princess Vivi, hurry up and escape. At this time, Ecolem continued to launch attacks towards Mr. 5. However, at this time, Mr. 5 seemed to have bounced something, and instantly hit Ecolem, followed by an explosion. Ecolem eventually fell to the ground. Ecolem, Princess Vivi shouted with great concern. It's useless. Ha ha. Miss. Valentine's Day fell from the sky, and very easily broke the iron ring used to tie Vivi's hair. Vivi's hair fell loose in an instant. Monster. Vivi cursed. So you're a princess, Miss. Wednesday. Mr. 9 kneeled on the ground with great respect. Stop doing stupid things, Mr. 9. Vivi scolded. Good chance. Let's go. Zoro took advantage of this opportunity to grab Luffy and ran to the other side. It's a noisy night, you can play whatever you want. Princess Vivi, leave me alone, hurry up, Ecolem said in great pain. Do you think you can escape our palms? Mr. 5 said while picking his nose. Don't underestimate people. Princess Vivi turned her earrings, she didn't just let it go. Mr. 9 was very loyal and said, although I don't know the situation, but since we have been partners for so long, I will buy you some time. Let's go Miss. Wednesday. Then Mr. 9 attacked Mr. 5. All we need is the will to complete the task, and boring companions can only lead to death, you should understand this. Nose empty, Mr. 5 ejected his booger, and then, a big explosion occurred. And, Mr. 9 was blown away in just one encounter. At this time, Ecolem grabbed the leg of Shu Kang, who was just approaching, and said, Master Swordsman, seeing that you are so powerful, I have an unkind request. Because of that duo, both of them have devil fruit abilities, so we can't stop them, can you protect the princess instead of me? Ecolem asked. Well, Shu Kang didn't think about it for a long time, and then immediately said, I'm afraid I have to apply to our captain for this matter, but before that, please rest assured, this princess named Vivi is absolutely will not be killed. Shu Kang said very plainly. Seeing at least a glimmer of hope, Ecolem finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you can escort Princess Vivi to the great country in the Far East, the Kingdom of Alabasta, you will definitely get a great reward. Ikaram immediately persuaded Shu Kang when he saw Shu Kang's tendency to agree. At this time, Princess Vivi had already run fast and left here. At this time, Nami suddenly appeared. After a few words with Ecolem, she set the price for saving the princess. I said, we don't have to wait for Luffy to decide, Alabasta seems to be our only place to go, and didn't you already know the identity of Princess Vivi? Nami looked at Shu Kang and said. Since that's the case, let's promise him for now. Shu Kang promised Ecolem, and the next step is to protect Princess Vivi. At this time, Miss. Valentine's Day and Mr. 5 had already caught up, so naturally Shu Kang and the others followed. At this time, Princess Vivi was sitting and running fast, leaving the Whiskey Mountain at the fastest speed. Run! There is a boat parked behind the Cactus Rock. Let's take that boat and leave here and return to Alabasta. However, when Princess Vivi was riding at a fast speed, she suddenly felt the impact of an explosion. Stop! After Princess Vivi stopped, she carefully observed the source of the explosion, but in the thick smoke, she saw a figure of a person. This person turned out to be Mr. 5 and Miss. Valentine's Day. Run! Princess Vivi turned around and left immediately. It's useless, it's a pointless struggle, Mr. 5 said. Princess Vivi continued to gallop without any deceleration, and she suddenly saw Miss Monday like King Kong Barbie. You can find the boat from here, and I'll stop them here, Miss, said Monday with great loyalty. But, Princess Vivi was about to say something when Miss Monday interrupted. Anyway, we will be punished for failing the mission. Since we are going to die anyway, then I would rather die to protect my friends. Go. Miss stood on the spot with a huge branch on Monday, blocking Mr. Point 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. I will never let you through here, swear by my dignity. Ha ha, Miss Monday, that's ridiculous. You are a disgrace to Baroque works. Mr. 5 rushed in front of Miss Monday at a very fast speed. Likewise, with just one move, Miss once defeated. Mr. Point 5 then started to introduce himself involuntarily. I am an explosive person who can detonate my whole body. With the power of this explosive fruit, there is no task that I cannot complete, Mr. 5 said. Ha ha ha, just use the ability of my fluttering fruit to bury the traitor, Miss Monday. Miss vacated on Valentine's Day and hung in the air very easily. I can change my weight freely. Now I'm light enough to fly in the wind. Look good. Now I'm going to gradually increase my own weight. Chapter 37 _ The unresponsive Luffy, please collect. Ask for a silver ticket. Miss Valentine's falling faster and faster. After a while, she increased her weight to 10,000 kilograms, and then smashed heavily into an open space. The entire ground was completely smashed, and the power was amazing. After showing his strength, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 said, how is it? Even so, do you think you can escape alive? You can't escape our palms. The words of the two put a lot of pressure on Princess Vivi. Although Princess Vivi had no confidence, she still cheered very firmly, I will go back alive. I will go back to Alabasta alive. Ha! At this time, Mr. 5 was ready to break Princess Vivi's fantasy with reality. He started picking his booger again, then flicked it out, shouting, nosing empty. And at this moment, a figure has flashed in front of Princess Vivi. With a handsome devil windbreaker, a handsome white back, and the long zanpakuto around his waist, Shira, this person's identity is already very obvious. Shu King. At this time, Shu King didn't make any extra moves, just gently waved the scabbard on his hand. Immediately afterwards, there was a bang around Shu King, and an explosion occurred, and black smoke billowed around him. However, when the black smoke dissipated, it could be seen that these explosions had no effect on Shu King and Vivi. Shu King. Princess Vivi was surprised at first, then looked at the road in surprise. At this time, the road has been completely shattered by the explosion, but they were unscathed. At this time, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day focused their attention on Shu King, and then asked, it can withstand our explosion. It seems that there are two brushes. Is that you, the guy who brought down all the bounty hunters in the whole town? Why did you bastard protect the Princess of Alabasta? Shu King then said, there's no reason. If you can't tell the reason, it might just be an incidental matter, right? It's really a good reason, but it doesn't matter, no matter what, you are our enemy, right? It's really in the way. Mr. 5 said. Yeah, it's in the way. Miss Valentine said the same. However, at this moment, a very angry voice came out. I found it. Shu King. Shu King patted his head. He didn't expect Luffy to wake up. Looking at Luffy's posture at this time, he was afraid that he might have misunderstood him. I can't spare you. Let's fight. Luffy roared. You are an ungrateful person. Let me blow you away. Luffy then added. You actually made this island so welcoming to us and fed you, all of you who don't leave a single one. Turn it over, I will never forgive you. Princess Vivi complained at the side, what a sluggish guy. Even running fast, he nodded. Infighting, Mr. 5 also seemed to understand what happened. It's okay to kill all the people who interfere with our mission. Miss Valentine said indifferently. At this time, Luffy had already rushed towards Shu King with all his strength. Zoro explained to Shu King next to him that it was useless. Luffy was completely lost in anger. Luffy stretched out his fist and hit him, while Shu King slowly turned sideways and easily dodged Luffy's rubber pistol. Immediately afterwards, Luffy kicked him again and hit his head. However, Shu King escaped by relying on his strange movement technique. Luffy's so serious, even Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine said, "It seems that they are not trying to hinder us." "Yes, since that's the case, let's hurry up and finish the mission." Mr. 5 then prepared to kill Vivi. However, Zoro at this time was already standing in front of Princess Vivi. "Although I don't know what these two guys are doing, before that, you are absolutely not allowed to kill this princess." Zoro also received the latest instruction from Shu King and Nami just now, that is, to protect this princess. "Luffy, out of courtesy, I've already asked you 3 moves. Next, I'm going to counterattack, you don't want to die." Shu King thought it was a good time to beat Luffy. "Come on, who's afraid of you?" Luffy was swept away by his anger, and at this moment he recklessly waved his rubber trick at Shu King. At this time, Shu King had also used his demon power, not only blocking all of Luffy's attacks, but even better. The demon fist finally hit, knocking the round Luffy away with one punch. Coincidentally, Mr. 5 and his partner Miss Valentine's Day were also affected at the same time that Luffy was knocked out. The 3 of them hit a wall almost at the same time and stopped. "Really? What the hell? Since you guys like to kill each other so much, let's kill both of you by the way. How about it?" Then Mr. 5 used the ability of his own bomb fruit, and then Miss Valentine's Day was produced by bombing airflow flew in the air. "Go to hell. Let me kill you with fluttering fruit. Get ready." Flying to the sky with the blast, "I only weigh 1 kilogram now," Miss Valentine said looking at Shu King. "Mr. Shu King, hurry up and avoid that woman." Princess Vivi had seen the power of the fluttering fruit. "I don't have time to pay attention to her now, the opponent is Luffy no matter what." After Shu King finished speaking, Princess Vivi's eyes widened, and Luffy in front of him actually walked towards them with Mr. Point 5 in one hand. At the same time, the bloated body he ate had disappeared, but returned to Luffy's original body size. "Finally digested everything I ate," Luffy said. "It's a lie. Bakuro's senior agent, Mr. 5. Unexpectedly, Princess Vivi couldn't believe this scene at all. "I said Luffy, these guys are bounty hunters. They deliberately gave us food and then took the opportunity to catch us. Nami, Zoro and I all know," Shu King explained while taking the time. "Impossible. It's impossible for the enemy to give us something to eat," Luffy said firmly. "It seems that no matter what I say, it's useless." Shu King shook his head, now that Luffy couldn't persuade him, and he was not good at persuading others. "Since that's the case, let's decide the outcome." Shu King's eyes had turned into double-hooked jade writing round eyes, and he firmly locked Luffy. Miss Valentine's Day fell from the sky at this time, and raised his body weight to 10,000 kilograms, but Shu King just turned sideways lightly, and Valentine's Day hit the ground hard. Deal with Luffy. Shu King didn't plan to use his swordsmanship, but planned to use the power of the devil fruit to beat Luffy. These guys really have to kill each other at this time. Zoro didn't know what to say at this time. The person who was originally misunderstood should be Zoro, but I didn't expect that now it was Shu King who was misunderstood by Luffy. Chapter 38_Ecolem's plan, please collect. Ask for a silver ticket. Don't you guys belong together? What the hell is going on? Princess Vivi also felt that things were really inexplicable, and Luffy was the most obtuse. Rubber rocket launcher. Luffy threw his hands behind him so hard, then he ran towards Shu King quickly, and finally threw his hands out. Devil shock. Shu King's devil fruit was completely attached to his body, and he used the writing wheel to find the weakness of Luffy's attack. Shu Kang's impact was extremely terrifying. Even Luffy was attacked from the front. Crashed. It hasn't been decided yet. Luffy's willpower was obviously amazing. After he hit a move, he rushed over again, and then punched punch after punch. I know you're hard to deal with, but it's not that easy to hit me. Shu Kang simply blocked the demon's wings in front of him, and Luffy's rubber machine gun quickly smashed on Shu Kang's wings. The defensive power of these wings was also extremely terrifying, and Shu Kang didn't even feel attacked. It's so hard. Luffy was obviously shocked too. Fall to the ground for me. Shu Kang shouted, the devil's fist. This huge force slammed into Luffy heavily. Luffy crossed his hands, trying to resist with all his strength, but he did not expect that Shu Kang's move was also extremely powerful, and he directly extended Luffy's hand like rubber. Boom! Shu Kang's punch broke through Luffy's defense and finally hit Luffy's chest. Luffy's whole body was not well, he fell to his knees, and he couldn't breathe. At this time, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine came out and said, I didn't expect to be humiliated by this guy. It really hurts the name of the senior agent of Baroque Works. Mr. 5 let them see how scary we really are. Go on, Miss Valentine's Day. Okay, Mr. Point 5, quote. Two Baroque Works agents rushed towards Shu Kang and Luffy just like that. Don't underestimate our senior agents of Baroque Works. The two shouted loudly, but accidentally touched Shu Kang and Luffy's inverse scales. It's so annoying. It's annoying. Don't come and get in the way of our duel. Shu Kang and Luffy just waved afterward, and the two Bakuro agents were beaten to the ground again. Just when Luffy was going to use his strongest trick to deal with Shu Kang, a sudden punch knocked Luffy away. However, Shu Kang's speed was very fast, and he avoided this man's attack. Shu Kang raised his head and saw that it was Nami, and immediately complained, Luffy thinks I killed the bounty hunters on this island, so he has to fight with me. Zoro explained it together, but he still doesn't listen. The witty Shu Kang diverted Nami's anger, and Nami then said angrily, Luffy. What the hell are you doing? Nami then beat Luffy with bruises all over her body, and finally said, fortunately, this woman is still safe, or else I won't get a billion Baileys. Nami. Princess Vivi didn't say much when she saw it was Nami. After all, Nami and Shu Kang belonged to people who knew her identity for a long time. Next, Nami, Zoro, Princess Vivi and others, told Luffy the whole story, so that Luffy finally understood the whole story. Wow, ha ha ha. Luffy smiled without embarrassment. What? Shu Kang, you said it earlier. I thought you chopped them up because there was nothing you like in the meal. Who would apologize to me for such a boring reason? Shu Kang was also very direct. I'm sorry, Luffy said directly. Forget it, I forgive you. Knowing that Luffy is such a straight-hearted person, Shu Kang naturally didn't care, but he just didn't beat Luffy enough. After all, Luffy is a very resistant person. At this time, Nami also told Princess Vivi about EPUB's promise and what he promised them. That's the thing, I want a billion Baileys reward. You should know how powerful these guys are. Nami calculated very shrewdly. And Vivi said bluntly, that's impossible. I'm very grateful to you for saving me, thank you. Aren't you a princess? 1 billion shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Nami originally wanted the lion to speak, but 1 billion is not a lot by the standards of a princess. Alabasta is in the midst of civil strife. In recent years, people have been rioting one after another, and the country has become more and more chaotic. One day, I heard about an organization called Baroque Works, and we learned that this organization has been inciting the people, but once the intelligence is traced, it will be found that all clues have been cut off, and there is absolutely no way to start. Quote. So I went to ask EPUB, who has taken good care of me since I was a child. I wonder if I can find a way to sneak into the Baroque Works Club, so that I can know the identity and purpose of the mastermind behind it. So, have you figured out their purpose? Zoro asked. Well, to build an ideal country. But although they say this on the surface, it is actually a big lie. Their real purpose is to capture the kingdom of Alabasta. They must return home quickly and tell everyone to quell the riots of the citizens. So, who is that boss? Luffy asked curiously. I can't say it. If I say it, your life will be in danger. Princess Vivi waved her hands quickly. That's right, no matter how powerful you are, you can't deal with him. One of the Shichibukai under the king, Crocodile. Princess Vivi didn't use aggressive tactics, but simply slipped her tongue. It just so happened that at this time, the unlucky duo knew about this, and then flew away. Nami almost collapsed, but Shu Kang, Luffy and Zoro, as the main battle faction, naturally felt eager to try. I want to leave quickly before my appearance is revealed. Nami was about to leave, but was drawn by the unlucky duo again. This way, Shu Kang, Zoro, Luffy, and Nami became the surefire targets of Baroque works. At this moment Ikolem came out wearing the same clothes as Princess Vivi. I'm dizzy. Shu Kang almost fainted when he saw Ikolem in front of him. Lord Vivi, please listen to me carefully. If you were targeted by Baroque works, someone would immediately chase after him, let alone know the boss's secret. It seems that there will be about 1,000 chasing soldiers. Vivi said. So like this, I disguised as a princess, brought 4 dummies, and returned to Alabasta Kingdom by boat. While the pursuers were attracted by me, Lord Vivi and you all sailed from the usual route to Alabasta Kingdom. Ikolem said. Chapter 39 _ The Assault of Nicole Robin, for collection. For silver. Is Crocodile strong? Luffy asked. Yes, he is one of the Shichibukai, so there is no bounty offered by Marine, but before he became Shichibukai, there was a bounty of 80 million Baileys. Ikolem said. Isn't 80 million 4 times that of Arlong? Hurry up and reject it. Nami naturally didn't want to do such a loss-making business. She used to think it was profitable, but now it is purely charitable, and her partners may suffer threat to life. Are you willing to send her back? Ikolem asked Shu Kang. This is our captain, I'll just listen to him. Shu Kang looked at Luffy and said. Luffy nodded and said, go. Because it's going to be fun. Ah, Nami also almost fainted. Thank you, then. Ikolem then walked to the position of the ship with everyone, and then he took the permanent record pointer from Princess Vivi. What is a permanent pointer? Nami didn't quite understand. Simply put, it is a permanent version of the recording pointer. Unlike the recording pointer which always points to the next island, the permanent pointer will never lose the magnetic force of the recorded island, and will only point to that island forever. That's the pointer that recorded Alabasta, Ikolem said. In other words, Princess Vivi will return to Alabasta with the Straw Hats, and Ikolem will be the first to return to Alabasta to divert the attention of the Baroque works pursuers. Then the princess is up to you, said Ikolem. Be careful, it's going to be a tough journey. As soon as the ship Ikolem was on left, a big explosion occurred on the ship. Bang! The smoke from the sea rose. How is that possible? The chasing soldiers are here. Quick! The boat is on, Nami said. ... Vivi bit his lip in pain, tears in his eyes almost gushing out. Nami Mazawang hugged Vivi and said, don't worry. We will send you back safely. Don't look at them, but they also saved East Blue. What about Baroque works? What about Shichibukai? We didn't take it seriously. Nami said. Immediately afterwards, Luffy hurried back to the place where the villagers entertained him, grabbed Usopp's nose and Sanji's hair, and dragged them to Mary quickly. Immediately afterwards, everyone set sail and planned to escape along the current. How many pursuers will there be? Zoro asked. I heard that there are several strongholds like this town nearby. There should be many, right? Vivi said. The night was silent, the night passed, and the sky was already bright. Everyone finally left Whiskey Peak. Should be able to leave this island soon. Nami said. It's amazing. It's foggy, Luffy said excitedly. It's almost morning, Nami said. It's nice to be able to escape from the pursuers. That's right, Nami said. Be careful not to let the boat hit the rocks. Leave it to me, Nami responded confidently. Is that Luffy who spoke just now? Nami asked with great confusion. When they felt something was wrong, and when they turned around, they saw a woman they had never seen before. Nice boat. At this time, a woman was already sitting on the guardrail of the Nami, watching everyone with interest. You are. All the partners on the deck looked at the guardrail in shock. The woman was wearing a hat, with dark hair and slightly dark skin. At this moment, she held her face in one hand and said jokingly, "Just now, I saw Mr. 8 over there. Miss Wednesday." Princess Vivi looked at the woman very hostilely and said, "You gave EPUB to." "It doesn't matter, the question is why are you on our ship?" Luffy asked stubbornly. "Who are you?" everyone asked, looking at Robin. "Why are you here, Miss All Sunday?" Princess Vivi said. "Robin," Shu King thought to himself as he looked at Robin. "Ah, whose partner is this time?" Nami asked. "She's Mr. .0's boss, partner," Princess Vivi responded. "What? Crocodile S?" Nami went crazy. This woman was the only one who knew the identity of the boss before. "We only found out who the boss was by following her," said Princess Vivi. "To be precise, I asked you to follow me," Robin said. "It's you who told the boss that his identity was revealed?" Princess Vivi asked. "That's right," Robin responded with a smile. "What is your purpose?" asked Princess Vivi. Robin, on the other hand, didn't seem to care, and responded, "Who knows, I thought you were too serious, so I accidentally helped you, became an enemy of Baroque works, and wanted to save my life. The princess of the country is really stupid. Don't underestimate me." Princess Vivi rushed towards Robin impulsively, and the Straw Hat group were all ready to fight. Of course, only Shu King did not make any movement, but walked slowly to the front of Robin. Immediately afterwards, Shu King called out Robin's real name. "Nicole Robin, it seems that you didn't really serve Crocodile." Shu King's words made Robin's laughing expression instantly freeze. "You, what did you call me?" Robin asked. The Straw Hats and the others didn't know the situation, and Nami repeated, "Nicole Robin." "Shu King, do you know her? Crocodile's goal, Alabasta should only be a part of him. His real goal should be Hades, one of the 3 ancient weapons, right? Robin, the historical text, should be your goal." Shu King's words made Robin's whole people didn't respond at all. "Impossible. My identity. How did the boy in front of me come out? Besides, how did he know about Hades? Is he an undercover agent sent by the world government into the pirates? Who is this guy? It seems that not only knows my past, but even Crocodile's goal. How is this possible?" Shu King's words made Robin's heart surge. "Is extremely complex." Shu King opened his arms, made a very polite gesture, and then said, "You must be thinking, who am I? As you can see, I'm just a crew member of this ship. One is just a nameless pirate in the sea. You must not take me too seriously," Shu King said while smiling while looking at Robin. "You are really an interesting person." Robin looked at Shu King and finally squeezed out a sentence. "Who exactly are you?" Robin looked at Shu King and asked. Chapter 40 Little Garden _______. Unexpectedly, Robin seemed to be very aware of Shu King's confidence, so he said directly, "If a pirate with a bounty of 50 million is also called an unknown pirate, then Crocodile should be nothing. I didn't come to fight, I didn't receive any orders," Robin said truthfully. "The name of your next island is Little Garden. Even if we don't take action, you guys won't be able to reach Alabasta, and the whole army will be wiped out," Robin said very confidently. "We don't need you," Luffy retorted immediately. "Don't you think it's a stupid thing to kill yourself step by step?" Robin asked. At this moment, Robin threw the permanent record pointer in his hand to Vivi. "You can get around Little Garden with this. What this pointer indicates is only 1 step away from Alabasta, an island with nothing. Because it is a route that our company's employees don't know about, there will be no chasing troops," Robin explained. What? Isn't she our enemy? Nami asked in confusion. Why give me this? Princess Vivi also felt very strange. It stands to reason that the other party should be her mortal enemy. It must be a trap, right? Zoro guessed, and everyone on the ship didn't trust Robin. However, what happened next, it is not difficult to guess. Luffy easily destroyed the record pointer. That guy blew up Uncle Curly, so I hate him. That guy doesn't have the qualifications to dictate the course of the ship, Luffy said. It seems that even I can't change the current Luffy. Shu Kang said. I don't hate men with guts. If you can really reach Alabasta alive, we'll see you then. Robin didn't get angry, she just jumped up and sat down after she finished speaking. On the big turtle, he left slowly. Robin, there will be an appointment later. Robin naturally heard Shu Kang's words, but Robin's trip was actually to make it easier for Luffy and Vivi. After all, Vivi's experience was similar to hers to a certain extent. Baroque Works Club. In order to avoid Marine's pursuit, Robin's heart is still kind. This woman has absolutely no idea what she is thinking. Mr. Shu Kang, you seem to know the identity of this woman. Princess Vivi asked. Yes, as a prophet on the ship, you must know a lot of things that we don't know. Can you tell us about this woman? Sanji's eyes have turned into red hearts. In that case, I'll tell her story. Let's move towards Little Garden while we tell it. Immediately afterwards, Mary drove in the direction pointed by the next pointer, and Shu Kang told Robin's story to everyone. Wow, this guy has a bounty of 20 million Baileys. Usopp was also a little surprised after listening to Robin's story. Yeah, I didn't expect this guy to carry so much at such a young age. I really didn't expect it. Nami didn't dislike Robin so much at this time. You said that Robin didn't kill Uncle Curly, is that true? Luffy asked in disbelief. I said it is true, you have to believe it, but we are not in a hurry, because we will meet sooner or later. Shu Kang said. Unexpectedly, Luffy said, if this guy really didn't kill Uncle Curly, we invite her to be a partner. Okay. Everyone wanted to refuse, especially Vivi. After all, her kingdom's biggest enemy was Baroque Works. We are not in a hurry. The most important thing at the moment is to send Princess Vivi back to Alabasta safely. After Shu Kang changed everyone's attention, everyone calmed down a lot. Because he reached the peak of Whiskey Mountain, which is also the first island on the Great Route, Shu Kang had just left here when he immediately received the sound of his dreams. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully signed in at Whiskey Peak. Congratulations on your reward. No poison. Hundreds of poisons do not invade. As the name suggests, your resistance to toxins will be greatly enhanced. From now on, even if you are poisoned, you will be fine. The reward from the system was undoubtedly the happiest thing for Shu Kang. Shu Kang instantly felt that his body was a little different, and this feeling was as if he had acquired a kind of immunity. System, that is to say, I'm not afraid of poison now. Shu Kang asked. That's understandable, the system responded. With the system's affirmative answer, Shu Kang's confidence was much stronger. The crocodile that he was about to face had poison on the hook. If he could be immune to the poison, then in the upcoming battle, Shu Kangju should be able to take over. Get ahead. Then, after a while, Nami walked to the deck, looked at her record pointer and said, the island after the cactus is there. Wow, haha, is that there? The second island on the Great Route. Luffy said excitedly. In the sea not far away, there is an island. From a distance, this island has dense jungles and, of course, huge mountains. The ship was slowly approaching here, and Luffy couldn't help asking questions. Is this called Little Garden? What's so small? Zoro was also a little puzzled. It doesn't look like a cute place like the name. Nami then turned her head and asked Shu Kang, why is it called Little Garden? How do I know? Shu Kang shook his head with a wry smile. These people really regarded themselves as gods. A place that even the prophet doesn't know. This is a secret realm. Usopp said with great fear. There are dense forests everywhere. I care about what Miss All Sunday said. Princess Vivi said with great concern. Her words hit Usopp's fear point instantly. Ah, will there be monsters? Usopp asked in horror. Yes, Shu King then affirmed. Although I don't know why this place is called Little Garden, but this is a prehistoric island with a completely different ecosystem from the outside world, so many outsiders on the island have long since become extinct. Gigantic creatures. Quote. Wow, shall we go directly to the next island? You see what the prophet said. It must be very dangerous here. Usopp was scared to death by Shu King's words. That won't work, the magnetism won't be stored so quickly. Nami shook her head and rejected Usopp's proposal. Sanji also reminded. We have to replenish food, we didn't buy anything in the previous town. Hey, I see an estuary ahead. Zoro said. Pirates God level sign in System Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41_Giant Bridgie. Hey, I see an estuary ahead. Zoro said. Really? Everyone came out and saw that there really was an estuary, so they simply drove Mary into it. The more you drive at the mouth of the river, the more you can feel the horror of this island. Strange plants, huge birds, and sounds like volcanic eruptions. In the depths of the jungle, a huge tiger walked out at this time, but it didn't take long for the tiger to bleed to death. The island is blanketed in an outer sand of fear and mystery. Why don't we stay on the boat and wait until the magnetic record is recorded? Usopp was very scared and suggested again. That's right. At this time, even Nami agreed. However, things are not so simple. Luffy looked at the dense jungle and was ready to try. Immediately afterwards, Luffy asked Sanji for a bento, and even Vivi rode fast, left Mary with Sanji's special drink, and went on an adventure. Zoro also decided to get off the boat and go for a walk, and then had an argument with Sanji, and finally the two decided to bet on who could hunt the bigger prey together. On the whole ship, only Shu King, Nami and Usopp were left in the end. You must not leave, Shu King. We all depend on you here. Usopp and Nami looked at Shu King eagerly. Shu King then said, Okay, I won't leave if I don't go. But then again, prehistoric island. I seem to have seen it in a book. Usopp. Nami then called Usopp into the cabin and looked for the book about prehistoric island together. Books. After Nami finally found the book, she found Shu King and was about to share with everyone about the prehistoric island, but she was stunned. A figure like a hill in front of him has appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Nami and Usopp were stunned. It was the first time Shu King saw such a huge human being, and he was too surprised to say anything. The giant in front of him pointed at Nami and Usopp with his oversized nostrils and asked, So, what do you think? How about what? Say it again, Nami said in horror. I'm asking if you have any wine. The giant in front of him asked. A little bit, it's still there, Nami replied. So you have wine. The giant immediately became happy. But it's not for drinking, it's for cooking and medical use, Nami responded. I'll give it all to you if you want, Nami said. At this moment, the giant screamed in pain. It turned out that a Tyrannosaurus Rex firmly bit his buttocks. Fear of dinosaurs. Nami and Usopp are both terrified. However, the giant just turned around, the huge knife in his hand quickly chopped off, and when the knife fell, he chopped off the head of the ferocious dinosaur. I am the most powerful warrior in Elbaf village. Bridgie. Ha ha ha. The giant Bridgie raised the knife in his hand happily, but inadvertently completely frightened Nami and Usopp. I've got the meat, and I'll serve you today. Guests, said Bridgie, the hospitable giant. However, Nami and Usopp lay directly on the deck and began to play dead. Shu King thought it was too stupid, so he chatted with the giant directly. So, you are the giant's village, Elbaf's warrior, Bridgie, we are a group of pirates. Pirates are good. We used to be pirates too, Bridgie said. What? Pirates of the giant clan? Wait, what Shu King just said about us? Could it be that there is more than one giant like this on this island? Both Nami and Usopp wanted to die. Nami and Usopp originally planned to play dead, but seeing Shukang so open-minded and indifferent, they finally stood up. I said, Shukang, we can't just wait here and be eaten. Nami said. This guy won't eat you, don't worry. Shukang repeatedly assured that Nami and Usopp chose to believe Shukang's words. Brigitte in front of him grilled the dinosaur directly, and shared his food to Shukang and others while singing. Nami and Usopp naturally have no appetite at this time, but Shukang rarely eats such delicious dinosaur meat, and suddenly thought of his own pocket that can take everything. I say you're too shabby for that little bartender on our ship. Then let me take it out. Shukang immediately took out an oversized wooden barrel from his magical pocket that looked like it couldn't fit in at all. This wooden barrel was filled with delicious wine. Ha ha, what an amazing guy, I can smell your wine from this distance. Brigitte was very satisfied. He directly opened the lid of the wooden barrel and started drinking. A skewer with beer can live 99. Brigitte drank beer and ate dinosaur meat, not to mention happier. As for Shukang, he quickly became acquainted with Brigitte, and Shukang repeatedly told Nami and Usopp about the cuteness of giants. This guy is Elbaf, a warrior of the giant kingdom. The glory of a warrior is above all else. It is absolutely impossible to eat people. He will only fight against people who look strong. That's right, I look strong. Usopp said. Then we can rest assured. Nami finally believed what Shukang said, and everyone let down their guard. In the end, the three gradually merged into the party with the giant. I said, how long does the island's magnetism store? Nami asked. 1 year, the giant said truthfully. What? To stay in a place like this for a year? We're going to go crazy. Nami and Usopp couldn't help but complain. After a while, an earthquake suddenly occurred around. However, there were bursts of smoke and rumblings from the mountains not far away. It was a volcanic eruption. At this moment, Brigitte's expression suddenly became very serious, and he said, sorry, I have to leave for a while. Leave? Yeah, it's a sign of a 100-year duel, Brigitte said. 100 years. With whom? Where? What's the reason? Usopp and Nami pressed. The reason? I forgot. Ha ha ha. Brigitte laughed heartily, then grabbed his weapon and walked in the other direction step by step. What's the situation? Nami and Usopp looked at Shukang and asked. Seeing this, Shukang said, this is their battle for the glory of Elbaf warriors. They have to see who is stronger, so they use the volcano as a signal to go out to a duel. Since there is no reason, why are they fighting? Is glory really more important to them than everything else? Nami's rhetorical question pointed to the core of the question. Chapter 42 _ Battle against the Twin Giants. Shukang nodded and said, yes, that's what happened. They even forgot why they were fighting, but they kept fighting. Can't they stop? When will this end? Usopp asked. Shukang could only helplessly shook his head and said, if I have to make them stop fighting, I have a good way. What way? Nami and Usopp asked Shukang very curiously. Shukang just showed a serious look. Don't you want to beat them both? Usopp and Nami were almost confused again. Immediately afterwards, a mortal duel was launched between the two giants. One was Blue Ogre Dory and the other was Red Ogre Brigitte. One holds a huge sword and shield, and the other holds a one-handed axe and shield. The two faced off against each other, and there was a huge shock, which could be described as monstrous. Dong dong dong. Bang bang bang. The two were very serious and engaged in a sacred duel, and it seemed that there was no result at all for a while. What a fierce battle. All the attacks on both sides were fatally aimed at the vital point. Usopp said. Could it be that they have been fighting this kind of battle for 100 years? Nami also asked in disbelief. I'm afraid it is. Shukang nodded. There is no reason to fight so fiercely. It's really amazing. Is this a duel between really powerful men? Usopp was shocked. This is a glorious duel between warriors. Usopp had always admired true heroes of the sea, so he was naturally very excited. I just want to be a glorious sea warrior like them. Usopp looked at the two giants in front of him with excitement and admiration. Usopp has regarded the two of them as idols, let him watch it for a while. Shu King said with a smile. Okay. Nami then sat down. We're both a little homesick, Dory, Brigitte asked, panting. Yeah, so I'm going to kill you and go back to Elbaf, Brigitte. Dory asked, also weary. Ah. Ha. Both of their weapons were smashed to the ground, and then, the two used their shields to smash each other's face heavily. Battle. Flat. After the two sides finished speaking, they fell to the same place almost at the same time for 100 years, and the ground they fought had already produced huge cracks. Immediately afterwards, the open-minded two began to laugh. Dory. Actually, a client brought me some wine. Brigitte said cheerfully. Really? That's great. Why don't you give me some? Dory said cheerfully. Although the battle between the giants had come to an end, Shu King had already sensed the existence of some unusual people. Well, if you guessed correctly, the bastards from Baroque Works should have prepared their own plans, right? Shu King said with narrowed eyes. But before that, still, have a good drink at the bar. Shu King once again took out the huge wine barrel, which shocked Usopp and Nami again. I said, what exactly is in your pocket? Can you take anything out? Nami said in disbelief. Hey, secret, Shu King said mysteriously. Haha, that's great. I said, why don't you stay here in the future? The giant Brigitte said with a smile. How is that possible? We still need. At this moment, there was an explosion not far away. Boom. Immediately afterwards, thick smoke began to billow. The people from Baroque Works have started. Shu King said immediately. Shu King immediately guessed that on Dory's side, the wine he was drinking was replaced by explosives from Bakuro's gang, which caused the explosion. Shu King guessed that Luffy should temporarily knock down Dory, who had lost his strength and was seriously injured, because doing so was the only way to stop him from moving. Since the Blue Ogre Dory was attacked, the targets of the enemies of Baroque Works should also be gathered there. Shu King said with great certainty. You guys stay here honestly, I have to leave for a while. Shu King didn't have time to explain to Nami Usopp, so he rushed towards the place where the explosion had just happened at a very fast speed. Seeing that there was still a thick plume of smoke in the air, Shu King rushed over immediately. However, at this moment, the volcano suddenly shook with a boom. And then, the huge volcano erupted directly. Then, the earth began to vibrate again. It turned out that the two giants received the signal again and were ready to duel in the presence of the volcano to see who was Elbaf's strongest warrior. This is the strategy of Baroque Works, so it is, do you want Red Ogre to kill Blue Ogre? It's a good calculus for the fishermen to profit by then, but, with me, everything will not be so smooth. Shu King is ready. In order to prevent the giants from fighting each other, Shu King himself had to be stronger than the giants. The giants finally met. Brigitte swung the weapon in his hand and easily suppressed Dory in front of him. Brigitte could feel that Dory in front of him seemed a lot weaker than usual. Seeing this, Shu King didn't want to delay anymore, and used his devil fruit power. This time, the devil fruit made Shu King's entire body very huge. Shu King's whole body was covered by the shadow of the demon behind him, and his whole body was filled with a dark and evil power. No matter who saw Shu King, he would feel very depressed. Is this also one of my abilities? Shu King looked at his hand in disbelief and asked. This is one of the abilities of the Super Devil Fruit. You can use it as Zone's ability to increase your full ability. Now you can fight the giant head-on. The system answered Shu King's question in a timely manner. Shu King naturally increased his confidence. Everyone knows that the power of giants is very terrifying, and the combat effectiveness is very amazing. Even Shu King, wanting to fight the enemy is not an easy thing. But now, after Shu King felt the power surging in his body, his whole person took on a new look. Brigitte. Dory. I'm sorry, this duel is about to be suspended. As soon as Shu King appeared, he attracted the attention of two giants. The two giants looked at Shu King and then refused. Even if it is you, there is no way to stop us from having a duel. It's the glory of Elbaf. What a stubborn giant. Boom. The two Jurin waved the weapons in their hands again, trying to attack each other. At this moment, Shu King moved. Shu King grabbed Dory's shield with his left hand and Brigitte's shield with his right hand, and then he waved vigorously. Chapter 43 Mr. Point 3 and Miss. Going weak, seeking. _ The huge devil's hand threw the two giants away very easily. The two giants tried their best to control their bodies and stop them, but before they could make further moves, Shu King's attack came again. Shu King made his demonic hand gigantic, a giant in each hand, and grabbed both giants into his hands. No matter how hard the two giants struggled, they couldn't break free from Shu King's shackles. Human, what do you want to do? Is it to stop the battle between my specialties? It's our honor as Elbaf warriors, do you just want to stop me and us? The two giants said one after another. This duel has already been manipulated, even if it's unfair, do you still want to start a duel? Shu King asked. Unexpectedly, the two giants answered in the affirmative with a tacit understanding. You guys are really hopeless, but even if you want to duel again, it's impossible. Otherwise, you will defeat me. Shu King was also very firm. He absolutely couldn't let the two giants kill each other. That's the case. For the sake of our glorious duel, we have no choice but to be polite. The two giants looked at each other, and then launched an attack on Shu King. Shu King's hands were originally holding the giant firmly, but the giant used all his strength to break free from Shu King. What a lot of strength. As expected of a giant. Shu King was taken aback, even he did not expect that the strength of the giants would be so great. Shu King still held the two giants with all his strength, but it was obvious that the giants at this time had gradually gained the upper hand in the competition of strength. These guys. Really. Awesome. I still underestimate them. After Shu King's voice fell, his hand was finally opened. After the two giants broke free from his shackles, they first attacked him. After all, if Shu King was there, the duel between them would still be disturbed. However, Dory has been seriously injured, and the whole person is obviously a little out of shape. Shu King seized this good opportunity, clenched the demon's claw into a fist, and then slammed it heavily towards Dory. Although Dory raised his shield, Shu King's strength was not small, and his super devil fruit power was comparable to that of a giant. Hearing the sound of bang, the giant Dory was knocked down by a punch and fell to the ground. Brigitte also recklessly launched an attack on Shu King. Shu King blocked Brigitte with difficulty and fought a giant head-on. Without using swordsmanship, Shu King seemed to have a hard time. At this moment, a shocking scene happened. Brigitte and Shu King suddenly saw a large amount of white matter appearing around them. These things seemed to be in liquid form at first, but when the two bodies were submerged like the sea, they became solid. Yes, Shu King and the giant Brigitte were both fixed by this thing. Ha ha ha, it's really hard work. I didn't expect you people to be stupid enough to kill each other. No matter how good you are, you have already been caught by me. The speaker looks very yin and yang, and importantly, there is a 3 written in hair on his head. Beside him, there was a little girl wearing a hat and eating cookies. Shu King immediately knew the identity of the person who came. It's you, Mr. 3 and Miss Going Joe. Shu King said. Oh, do you know us? But we probably haven't seen each other before. Mr. 3 said strangely. Candle's ability to melt fruit. Very interesting ability. I hope you can bring me a different surprise. Shu King said. Surprise. Loch Ness is too eager to see myself. Ha ha. You want to be my enemy. Is this true? Since you know that I am a devil fruit power user, you should know how strong I am. Mr. 3 said with a smile. While talking, Mr. 3 was still controlling the white substance on his body, and then he was very strangely restored to himself from the wax liquid just now. "What are you doing here?" Brigitte asked very hard. "Me. Of course I want to make my beloved work," Mr. 3 said very excitedly. "Humph. No matter what you try, I'm not going to make you happy." Brigitte then struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. "Ha ha. Give it up. Give it up. The hardness of my candle coat after solidification is similar to that of iron. Even if it has the power of giants, it is useless as long as it is trapped," Mr. 3 said. "In short, you have to use your brain in everything. There is no need to fight head to head. You are careless because you want to win. Anyway, Red Ogre Brigitte with its Blue Ogre Dory, your battle should come to an end. Isn't it a century of glory?" "You don't know yet. Did we cheat on Dory? Ha ha ha. However, the one who wins in the end is me. Even if this human wants to stop the battle between you, the one who wins the biggest victory in the end is still me. In the past, the bounty for the two of you amounted to a total of 200 million Baileys. This reward is still valid to this day, and this man also has a bounty of 50 million Baileys. I feel like I have found a treasure that has been dormant for a long time." Ah. The so-called villain died of too many words. Mr. Point 3 kept talking about all the bad things he did. Now Brigitte understood everything. He really felt that Dory's fighting power was not as good as before. After a long time, it turned out that it was this group of people is getting in the way. At this time Miss Valentine and Mr. Point 5 have come here. At the same time they also captured Princess Vivi. Mr. Shu King. Princess Vivi didn't expect Shu King to be caught too. Candle shackles. Mr. 3 once again used his ability to directly lock Princess Vivi's feet firmly. "Mr. 5, bring that swordsman and that woman here, it's about to start." The flames on Mr. Point 3 feet's head became very vigorous, and then his hands immediately turned into white candles. Extra large candelabra. Immediately afterwards, a very huge candlestick appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Mr. Point 5 directly threw the caught Zoro and Nami on the ground, and then, Vivi, Nami, Zoro and Shu King were all inserted into the candlestick and locked their feet. "Shu King, what should we do? In this situation, what should we do?" Nami and the others asked. "Wait for me for a while, I can break free." After Shu King's voice fell, a white thing appeared around and fell down. "Don't inhale it. It's wax mist. If you inhale it, we will become candle puppets," Shu King reminded, and his companions immediately covered their mouths and noses. Getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 44 _suppress Mr. 3, please collect. Ask. Ellipsis. Shu King smashed the candlestick under him with a punch. Everyone jumped from the high candlestick. At the same time, the giant Brigitte was also full of anger and broke free of the candles that bound him. "I already knew what Dory was hiding, but how can I stop because of sympathy? And now, I know the reason, and now that I know the reason, I'm going to cut it myself. This is my morality to my friend Dory." Brigitte broke free from the shackles of the candle, but at this moment, Mr. 5 popped a booger, and the booger instantly exploded with great power. After the booger exploded on the front, even Brigitte finally fell to the ground. "What a long-winded monster. We should deal with this group of people seriously now," Mr. 5 said. At this time, Shu King and the others had been freed from their shackles, and naturally became the enemy of Baroque Works and the others. "Huh, you guys. I didn't expect it. I still underestimate you. But next, you won't have another chance." Mr. 3 then used his fruit ability again, trying to use a wide range of the solidification ability completely binds everyone. "How can it be so easy? Next, let you see how strong I am." Shu King's voice fell, and the whole person used the power of the devil fruit again, and at the same time, his eyes had become double-hook jade writing wheel eyes. Status. Mr. Point 3 feet's attack trajectory, Shu King saw clearly. However, at this time Shu King was fighting against not only Mr. Point 3 but also Mr. 5. Two senior agents from Baroque Works were both attacking Shu King. Vivi and Nami fight Miss Valentine's Day, while Zoro fights the mysterious Miss Going weak. Shu Kang, who possesses the power of a wheel-shaped eye and a super devil fruit, has a defensive power against the sky. He is almost completely immune to Mr. 5 feet's explosive attacks. As for Mr. 3, Shu Kang only needs to use his own flexibility to completely avoid it. No matter how strong or fierce the attack was, as long as it didn't fall on Shu Kang, it would be meaningless. Although Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 attacked Shu Kang, they still had a great sense of powerlessness, and their attacks had no effect on Shu Kang. You bastard, you're also a devil fruit person. What is this strange fruit? Is it a moth? The two made no progress in their attacks, so they gradually lost the idea of fighting against Shu Kang. Forget it. Let's deal with other people directly. This guy is really difficult to deal with. He can fly into the air and evade our attacks very flexibly. It's a waste of time, it's better to deal with other people. Mr. 3 he was quite smart, but he still underestimated Shu Kang's ability. Come when you want, leave when you want. It's not that simple. Shu Kang's demonic light was flourishing, and he blocked the two of them at a very fast speed. Damn it. It seems that if you don't solve this guy, you can't solve other people. Mr. 3 said. In that case, he will leave it to me, and the others will be left to you. Mr. 5. Mr. 3 tried his best to activate his devil fruit, and he directly used a wide range of candles to seal off Shu Kang. He created a gap for Mr. 5, but at this moment, a boom sound resounded all around. What's the situation? Mr. 3 looked back. It turned out that a man with a straw hat had punched Mr. 5 in the face. This guy. Mr. 3 was shocked. In addition to the boy wearing a straw hat, there was also a boy with a long nose. You guys are here. At this time, Shu Kang also punched the candle wall and flew out. Damn. Ha, Luffy, Usopp, you guys are late. If you don't show up again, Zoro and the others might die. Shu Kang said with a smile, not feeling the slightest worry. Sorry, I'm stuck, Luffy said apologetically. At this moment, a voice came. Candle shackles. While Shu Kang's attention was on Luffy's side, Mr. 3 even tried to use his fruit ability to block Shu Kang's feet. But Shu Kang naturally wouldn't let Mr. 3 achieve his goal so easily. Luffy, the others are left to you. Leave this guy to me to clean up. Shu Kang immediately avoided Mr. 3's sneak attack. However, Mr. 3 didn't appear very discouraged. He was strange-isho, and even used the candle shackles again. This time the scope was much larger than the previous ones. Ha! This time Shu Kang didn't dodge at all, but rushed towards the wax liquid head-on. Ha ha! I didn't expect the guy with a bounty of 50 million to be a big idiot. Mr. 3 laughed proudly. He was very confident in his moves. It's the same hardness as steel, trapped here, the outcome is already known. Mr. 3 is ready to taste the fruits of victory. However, at this moment, Shu Kang's whole body was actually covered by the demon behind him, and the demon's body exuded a dark aura, which instantly elementalized Shu Kang's body. These candle liquids solidified immediately, and it was reasonable to say that they would fix Shu Kang's whole body. However, the actual situation was that Shu Kang walked out easily. Wait, what's the situation? The ability of the Logia Devil Fruit. Isn't this guy Paramesha? Mr. 3 also opened his mouth wide. He couldn't believe it at all. Shu Kang's abilities, such as extending his arms and making his body gigantic, are undoubtedly Paramesha's abilities. However, Shu Kang can be elementalized again, which is Logia's ability. Mr. 3 was also a little stunned at this time. What the hell is going on? If he is a Logia's ability, then he can dodge my attacks just now. Don't you understand? Shu Kang Isho walked towards Mr. 3 step by step. Mr. 3 was a little nervous, but he still tried to block Shu Kang's going with the power of his candle. Impossible. Impossible. You are a Paramesha-capable person. It can't be Logia. How can there be so few Logias in this remote corner of this great waterway? Mr. 3 feet's attacks kept falling at Shu Kang's feet, but the elemental Shu Kang is naturally immune directly. To defeat Logia's abilities, either find their weakness or use Haki. In the first half of the Great Waterway, there are only a handful of strong people who can Haki. You've been attacking all the time, so it's my turn next. Shu Kang's voice appeared around Mr. 3, but Mr. 3 couldn't find Shu Kang at all. Shu Kang used his instant body to quickly stray around Mr. 3, and finally Shu Kang rushed out, punching out a straight punch, and the shadow behind him also attached. Devil's Fist. Candle Wall. Mr. 3 feet's reaction was already fast. He used his candles to make a defensive wall. However, in front of Shu Kang's fist, the wall as hard as steel was like tofu scum. Ha! Shu Kang exerted a little force, and the candle wall collapsed suddenly. Chapter 45 Battle Psychological Suggestions S. Shu Kang did not stop, but controlled the demon's fist to continue to extend until one punch knocked Mr. 3 into the air. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and Mr. 3 also flew directly from the ground to the other side. It's impossible. Mr. 3 turned out to be Miss Valentine, and Mr. 5 were shocked. They knew Mr. 3 feet's abilities. People who easily broke the candle wall and knocked Mr. 3 flying should not appear at all in their concept. I said, it's already obvious now, isn't it? Baroque works, are you still struggling? Shu Kang asked. At this time, he was looking at Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. Humph. That's not good. Mr. 5 was strange-isho, then looked at the little girl in a hat and eating cookies. So that's what you were relying on, Miss Going Joe. At this time, Shu Kang acted very mysteriously, and no one knew what he was going to do. However, at this time, Miss Valentine looked at Mr. 5's strange-isho, then jumped into the air, and then shouted, 10,000 kilograms. Then it fell from the sky. Do you think I'll be fooled by this kind of attack? Shu Kang just turned sideways lightly and avoided the attack. Who knew that Valentine's Day was instantly dodged, and Shu Kang suddenly exploded in front of him. Boom. Black smoke billowed, but Shu Kang was not hurt in any way. At the critical moment, Shu Kang dodged it. Not good. Shu Kang suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, Shu Kang saw Mr. 5 and others smiling proudly. Underfoot, black ink. I remember. It seems to be Miss Going Jota's special ability. Psychological suggestion. Shu Kang stopped at this moment. Shu Kang, what's going on? Why don't you move? Defeat them, said Nami and Usopp. No, I don't want it. Shu Kang shook his head. He was very resistant to what his partner said. What's going on? Luffy still didn't know what happened. Miss Going Joe left a yellow mark on Luffy again. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Luffy immediately burst into laughter. My stomach hurts from laughing. In the end, what's wrong? Nami, Zoro and the others had no idea what was going on. Ha, this guy has stepped into a trap. This is Miss Going's ability. She can mix different colors and give others a hint. Black is the black of betrayal. Yellow is the yellow of hilarity. Mr. 5 very proud and said, your strongest partners have already been recruited. I think this time the battle has already achieved results, haha. That's not necessarily, Shu Kang said lightly, and then wiped off the paint on Luffy's back. How come you didn't get hit? Mr. 5, Miss Valentine's Day and Miss Going Joe couldn't understand. They clearly saw Shu Kang stepping on the trap. Shu Kang Vivi Isho said, don't you know that my devil fruit has the ability to fly? Actually, my feet are still a little short of the paint. Shu Kang flapped his wings and raised his shoes, and sure enough, no paint was stained. How is that possible? It can be said that Shu Kang's operation completely refreshed the three views of the agents. They had never met a strong man like Shu Kang who could successfully escape the psychological suggestion attack. It's not over yet. What do you guys look like? We've already lost to you. Miss Valentine's voice fell, and Miss Going Joe once again used the colors on his drawing board to show his ability. Bullfighting red. The red paint was spilled on the ground, and it also had a certain shape. Obviously, the red color also had the ability to suggest psychologically. Rubber rocket launcher. At this point, Luffy hit again, his hands stretched out and attacked the paint. After yellow and black, is it red again? Shu Kang looked at Miss Going Joe and said, "Yeah, seeing this red, you will be like a bull rushing towards a cloak, wanting to attack this bullfighting red, what a pity." Miss Going Joe said. However, Shu Kang grinned Isho and said, "Then try it." Luffy, avoid. Luffy immediately flashed back, and Shu Kang used his demonic power again, and the huge demonic claws stretched out instantly, but even Shu Kang attacked in the direction of the red paint just now uncontrollably. Bakuro's agent said triumphantly, "Even if it is you, in the face of powerful psychological cues, you can only be controlled." Ha ha. However, at this time, Shu Kang did not stop at all, and made use of his own fruit ability. Then, just hear a dong. Immediately, the surroundings were dusty. At this time, Shu Kang had slowly walked in front of the crowd. Seeing the expression on his face, it was obvious that he had gotten rid of the hint of bullfighting. What? Actually, he got rid of it again. The Bakuro agents were once again shocked. Before, Shu Kang was able to escape because he could fly, but this time Shu Kang was directly attacked. Yes. How clever. It turns out that he increased his attack power, so he directly wiped off the paint on the ground. In this way, it will not be affected anymore. Nami thought to the side. It's not over yet. Miss Going Joe then used the blue on the drawing board to paint Luffy's back, and mixed it with the original yellow to form a green. Leisurely green. Luffy was hit again, and then turned into an idler. The battle was imminent, and this guy went to drink tea very leisurely. It's better if this guy leaves. At this time, Shu Kang had already seen the abilities of Miss Going Joe and other agents, and he didn't intend to waste time at this time. Little girl, as long as you can avoid your paint and don't watch, you won't be psychologically insinuated, right? So, just close your eyes and fight with you. Shu Kang actually closed his eyes afterwards. Close your eyes. Fight with us. It's ridiculous. Don't forget, we're all here. At this time, other senior Bakuro agents were also ready to attack. Are you treating us as a display? Zoro scolded beside him, ready to support Shu Kang at any time. However, this was a good opportunity for Shu Kang to test his abilities, and he said, "Zoro, Nami, Luffy, Usopp, leave the next battle to me alone. Don't worry, it won't take long." After Shu Kang's words fell, the Straw Hats and his party all withdrew. Everyone felt that Shu Kang's original gentle and warm temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes. This guy's feeling has changed. Finally, are you serious? Zoro said lightly. I've never felt this way before. Does Shu Kang really want to deal with everyone in Baroque Works alone? Princess Vivi was also a little nervous. As an undercover agent, she knew how strong these senior agents were. Chapter 46_Defeat Agent Bakuro. For silver. Candle armor. Mr. 3, who had been blasted away, also wrapped the hard armor like steel tightly around his body. Mr. 5 is also ready for an unprecedented explosive battle. Miss Valentine's Day had already changed her weight. She jumped up lightly, ready to use her weight at any time to put a heavy pressure on Shu Kang. Miss Going Joe also prepared the paint, ready to paint it on Shu Kang at any time. Whoosh! Shu Kang was moved. Shu Kang's speed was as fast as lightning, and normal people couldn't capture Shu Kang's movement with the naked eye. Boom! The huge demon hand has been punched out, and then, there is an explosion. Boom! The surrounding area was filled with black smoke. It turned out that the moment Shu Kang attacked Mr. 5, he detonated something. When Mr. 5 became proud, Shu Kang appeared in front of Miss Going Joe the next second. Have a good night's sleep. Shu Kang's seemingly random kick directly kicked Miss Going Joe away. At the same time, her paintboard was also broken into several pieces. Miss Going Joe didn't suffer much damage, but was knocked unconscious. So fast. But you can't be faster than me. Miss Valentine's Day once again increased his weight at this time. At this time, Shu Kang was about to move when he saw Mr. 3 feet's candle coming. Liquid from the candle poured out, and at the same time there was Mr. 5 feet's exploding booger. Humph. Demon wings. Shu Kang's demon wings wrapped his body, and then made a bang sound. As a result, although Miss Valentine's Day attacked Shu Kang, the final result was that Miss Valentine's Day had fractures in many parts of her body. She never imagined that Shu Kang's defense was so terrifyingly strong. Facing the overwhelming wax liquid and Mr. 5 feet's booger, Shu Kang directly chose elementalization. Could wait, Agent Bakuro and the others smiled complacently, but Shu Kang had already appeared behind Mr. 5. This time, I'll make you unable to get up. The Devil's Impact. Shu Kang slammed into Mr. 5 with force. As the bomber, he didn't even have time to detonate the explosion, so he vomited blood and fell to the ground. You are left alone, Mr. 3. Shu Kang looked at Mr. 3 and approached him step by step. What the hell? Beat them. However, no matter how strong you are, it is absolutely impossible for you to penetrate my armor. This is armor like steel. My candle armor. Although Mr. 3 said it very firmly, he couldn't hide his panic at this time. Ha, since you're so confident in your own hardness, I'll be kind to you, let's try him. The corner of Shu Kang's mouth raised Vivi, and he rushed towards Mr. 3 with lightning speed. Boom. 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 First sound was the sound of Shu Kang hitting Mr. 3, and the second and third sound were the violently reverberating sounds. Shu Kang's demonic attack was a way to use the strength of his entire body to rush towards the enemy, using his hard demonic body as a way to attack. Clap. The sound was the cracking of the candle casing. That's right, the candle coat, which was as hard as steel, was smashed into pieces by Shu Kang's body. PFF'd. At this time, Mr. 3 vomited out a mouthful of blood. How could he believe that in this world, there are people whose bodies are harder than steel? This is impossible. How can there be such a person in this world? Mr. 3000 was despairing. In addition to the broken candle armor on the outside of his own body was also severely injured. Like a cannonball, his body flew towards the back, and then there was no movement. It's scary. Fortunately, this guy is not our enemy. Nami and Usopp looked at Shu Kang and said. That's great. Princess Vivi also smiled. The crowd gathered again, taking care of Brigitte and Dory by the way, and soon after, both giants recovered. Great. Master, are you okay? Usopp looked at Brigitte with concern and asked. Huh. Brigitte glanced around, immediately focusing on Dory. Are you all right, Dory? Brigitte said, hugging Dory tightly. Great. You're still alive, my friend. Ha ha. The giant Dory also hugged Brigitte tightly. Although the two had been dueling for a long time, they had a more precious friendship than ordinary people. Today is such a good day. Thank God Elbaf. Brigitte smiled excitedly. Ha ha ha. Dory looked at Brigitte with tears in his eyes too. The battle in Little Garden was over. Everyone rested for a while, and everyone chatted a little, and at this time Shu Kang noticed that Nami's body had been bitten by mosquitoes. How did this happen? Shu Kang immediately walked to Nami's side, looking very nervous. It's okay, just bitten by a bug. Nami didn't seem to pay attention. What's wrong? Luffy, Usopp and the others asked immediately. Seeing this, Shu Kang immediately said earnestly, it is absolutely unusual to be bitten by insects on Prehistoric Island. We must go to find a doctor immediately. Shu Kang's appearance made Nami a little nervous. After all, Shu Kang was not someone who was aimless. I also want to leave, but the magnetic force connecting the next island will take a year to save. Zoro said lightly. At this time, Dory and Brigitte said, You saved us, we want to do something to repay you, but there is nothing we can do about this. At the same time, Sanji suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Wow, Miss Nami, long time no see. You guy, you only appeared leisurely now, what are you going to do? Everyone couldn't help but start a fire. Sanji was immediately surprised when he saw the huge giant. What? Are you Mr. Point 3? Nami immediately asked back. I said, how did you know about Mr. Point 3? Immediately afterwards, Sanji recounted what happened before. It turned out that he secretly infiltrated Mr. Point 3's candle room, successfully talked to Crocodile, and then took out the permanent pointer to Alabasta. Everyone immediately got up in joy. In the Great Waterway, the most frustrating thing is that you can only use the pointer to drive, otherwise on the vast sea, even if you fly, you will lose your way. We can go in the direction of Alabasta. If we encounter an inhabited island on the way, we must stop. Shukang reiterated the fact that Nami was bitten by a bug. Then, Nami seemed to be indifferent. Shukang repeatedly emphasized the seriousness of Nami's condition, and Nami believed it. Speaking of which, we still have to leave quickly. Don't drag it any further. Nami hurriedly reminded Luffy when she saw that Luffy was still having a banquet with Usopp. As the captain, Luffy naturally knew that the sea was his direction, so he looked at the two giants and said, then, two uncles. We have to go. Chapter 47 Nami, S condition ____. Well, it seems that you are on your way, although unfortunately, we will not leave you. Little blue-haired girl, I hope your country is safe. Thank you, Vivi said. Goodbye. Don't die anymore, Luffy said, laughing as he walked. Master, one day I will go to Elbaf to see you, Usopp replied excitedly. And Zoro and Sanji have been comparing whose prey is bigger. But in the end Nami said that Mary couldn't hold such a big prey at all. Shukang looked worried, but this was seen by Princess Vivi. Mr. Shukang, is Nami really serious? Vivi asked. Yes, some kind of bacteria or virus has entered her body, and it is still in the incubation period. After a period of time, she will become ill, and then. So, we must find the doctor as soon as possible. Shukang didn't say who the doctor was, and it was very likely that something would go wrong on the sea. Not far away, two giants were already fighting at the estuary, and they seemed to be talking to themselves. The people who came to this island. The biggest reason for not being able to reach the next island is in front of you. You fought your life to protect our glory. So we, no matter what opponent we face, never put to shame the glory of friendship. Trust us, going straight, no matter what happens, don't change your direction. I see, Luffy responded with fighting spirit. When the boat slowly sailed out of the estuary, a huge island-eating monster appeared in front of the boat. Humph, has it appeared? I'll make the way for you. Bet on Elbaf's name. The two giants seemed to be moving. Nami saw that the huge monster in front of her had opened its mouth, and immediately wanted to direct everyone to turn. Straight going, right, Luffy? Usopp asked. Of course, Luffy said confidently. Idiot, this time is different from the one I met Laboon. Nami said nervously, the whole ship was at great risk of being destroyed. I know, stop arguing. Luffy sat leisurely on Mary's head, eating pancakes. If we don't change the course of the ship, we will. Nami persuades again and again, but the others don't listen. Give it up, Nami. Zoro shook his head, silently looking at the monster in front of him. Vivi and Runfast were a little too afraid to face them, and immediately asked Shukang, Mr. Shukang. Can we really believe what they say? Are we really going to rush into that monster's mouth? Yes, trust them, just like you once believed in me. Shukang was also very confident. No way, it's too late. Nami's tears came out as she watched Mary drive into the belly of the island eater. At this moment, Dory of the estuary said, You really want to eat it, you monster island-eating goldfish. It's not just how huge this guy is, but also the size and length of the feces he pulls out after eating all the surrounding islands, which I remember are huge feces called the Barren Islands. Ha ha, I remember thinking it was a land landing before. Dory responded with a smile. It was a nostalgic adventure and seeing them reminded me of the old days. At this time, the goldfish finally closed its mouth, and the two giants immediately moved. They both raised their weapons and said, "The only ones who can pass our level are the bloody warriors. Taste the Elbaf legend, the strongest spear of the giants." In the belly of the goldfish, Luffy and Usopp shouted loudly, "Going straight! Going straight!" At this moment, a super powerful shockwave suddenly came from the rear of the ship. Light flashed. Mary actually saw the sun again, and the huge goldfish seemed to have a big hole in its stomach. Mary flew into the air as if he had grown wings. The speed was extremely fast, and there were beautiful water splashes all around him. The blue sea looked beautiful under the sunlight. Going straight. Luffy was very excited, and Usopp was also bursting into tears. Even the sea splits together. This is the power of Elbaf's warriors. It's amazing. Friends. Going. The weapons of the two giants were broken at this time, but they laughed in unison. Mary finally landed on the sea, and then drove in the direction of Alabasta Kingdom at a normal speed. At this moment, Shu King was prompted by the system again. Ding ding ding. Congratulations on leaving Little Garden. Successfully signed in. Congratulations on acquiring basic ninjutsu knowledge. It enables you to understand ninjutsu, chakra and other things in the Naruto world, and also comes with the most basic three-body technique. This knowledge will go directly into the depths of your brain, making it easier for you to understand and apply. Quote. The system's reward this time does not sound like a lot, but it is the most important part of the Hokage battle system. In Naruto world, ninjutsu is particularly important, and this time the reward is exactly the most basic things, and the most basic things can make up the most complex things. Shu King hurriedly received the reward, and the endless knowledge about ninjutsu came from his brain. Now Shu King can say that he can start to study chakra and ninjutsu, but Shu King is not in the mood to do this at this time. At this point, Luffy and Usopp are still immersed in the power of giants, and Nami has something wrong. Can you help me see the hands? Vivi. Nami started to sweat coldly all over her body, and her whole body was exhausted. Of course, Vivi went over to help Nami. And Shu King had seen something wrong with Nami next to him, so he immediately put his hand on Nami's forehead. It's hot. You've got a fever. Leave the sailing thing to me, Vivi, go and help Nami into rest. Shu King said immediately. Seeing that Nami really had a high fever, Vivi immediately informed the rest of the boat about it. Everyone was in the cabin, standing in front of Nami's bed, not knowing what to say. There was no ship doctor on board, and everyone was helpless, even Shu King had nothing to do. Well, take these things temporarily, and respond to emergencies. Shu King took out some cooling ice packs from his magic bag, as well as some modern pain relievers. Although there is no way to treat Nami, it can temporarily suppress Nami's condition. Shu King immediately asked Sanji to find warm water, and then asked Vivi to give Nami medicine. But after a while, Nami felt a little more comfortable, and her body temperature dropped a little. Will Nami die? Luffy and the others asked. Chapter 48_People at the Sea Station. I don't know, but the situation is not optimistic at all. Shu King said. Ah, Miss Nami. Sanji also burst into tears. No, Nami said, although she was resting on the bed, but she didn't seem to be able to fall asleep. She said, I have a newspaper in the drawer of my desk, right? Vivi found it immediately and was surprised when he saw the content. It's impossible. What's wrong? What happened? Luffy asked. Is it about Alabasta? Vivi. Sanji also asked. The 300,000 King's army has defected and joined the rebel army. It was originally a suppression war of 600,000 King's army against the 400,000 rebel army. Now the situation has changed immediately. After Vivi saw the news, his whole body was not well. Nami said in great pain, Arabasa's riot is finally about to reach its climax. It was a newspaper from 3 days ago. I'm sorry, even if I let you read it, the boat can't go any faster. I'm afraid you will. Worried, so I hid the newspaper. Luffy, got it? Nami asked. I see. Luffy nodded. But if you don't see a doctor. Usopp was interrupted by Nami. It's okay, the thermometer is broken, I can still do it. Besides, Shuking's medicine is quite effective, and the anti-primary antibody will always pass. Although Nami looked sick, she insisted. I'm fine, don't worry, the ship will arrive at Alabasta as usual. Nami walked slowly to the deck. At this time, Shuking saw the problem, that is, Nami's condition could not be delayed at all, but Alabasta was in a hurry. War is about to break out. If this is not stopped, the kingdom of Alabasta is over. The country will be taken by crocodile. Vivi was also in a state of worry and anxiety at this time. I can't wait. I have to go back to Alabasta right now. If it's too late, 1 million people will start a senseless cannibalism. Vivi's mood was very painful, and as a princess, she still took on a lot. If we can directly invite the doctor to the ship and become our partner, then not only will Nami be safe, but Alabasta will also be able to catch up. Shuking said. But where to go to find a doctor? Everyone fell into melancholy again. Zoro's voice came from outside the cabin. Come out. It's time to work. Let's go out and have a look. Luffy, Shuking, and others left the cabin. It turned out that because of Zoro, Mary's yaw was very serious, and the surrounding air changed. Hurry up. Although Shuking knew that Nami was trying to be brave, at this moment, he didn't want to disappoint Nami. Following Shuking's mobilization, everyone moved. Everyone pulled the mast together, listened to Nami and Shuking's command, and turned the boat around together. Busy for a while, Nami stared at the permanent record pointer to Alabasta, and she was relieved to see the red pointer pointing forward. Princess Vivi pushed open the cabin door at this time, showing a very serious expression. I got on everyone's boat, and it may be too much to say this, but now my country is facing a major crisis. In short, I think go back quickly, without a moment's delay, so I hope this ship can go to the kingdom of Alabasta as quickly as possible. Quote. Everyone was silent at this time, but Nami said with a smile, of course. Didn't I promise you? Everyone thought that Vivi would only estimate the safety of her own country, but ignored Nami. Vivi changed the subject. Then, let's go to the island with a doctor immediately. Get Nami's disease cured as soon as possible, and then go to Alabasta. Is this the fastest speed of this ship? Yeah, it doesn't get faster than that. Luffy smiled too. That's right. Shuking also nodded to Vivi, expressing his approval of Vivi. Usopp tentatively asked, is this okay? As a princess, you should be worried about 1 million citizens, right? Yeah, that's why Nami's illness must be cured as soon as possible. Vivi said firmly. Well said, Vivi. I'm in love with you again. Sanji also smiled at Vivi. Really courageous. Zoro also praised. Obviously, Vivi's words and deeds convinced the whole crew of Straw Hats. I am so sorry. Nami looked at Vivi apologetically. Don't force it, Nami. Before Vivi could comfort Nami, Luffy started arguing next to her. Look, what is that? It turned out that on the sea ahead, a hurricane with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared, and the power of the storm could be felt from such a distance. Wait a minute, that's the direction. Vivi blushed. It was the direction of our ship going until just now. If you going like that, you'll definitely hit him head on. Usopp also said in horror. It's so dangerous. We really saved a life. Luffy, who was fearless, said in shock. Vivi stared at the hurricane with an expression of disbelief. This time, she has thoroughly experienced Nami's navigation. Nami is not only a master of navigation who relies on theory to predict the weather, but she herself is extremely sensitive to changes in the weather. It can be said that Nami can be very accurate in any situation. Captured, simply born to be a navigator. If it wasn't for Nami, our entire ship would have died. Shu Kang came to a point. Although Nami is usually a little greedy for money, as a navigator and a partner in the Straw Hat group, she is still very reliable at critical moments. Okay, let's go to the doctor. Luffy and the others naturally tried their best to go to the doctor first. Before looking for a doctor, Shu King used the magic bag given to him by the system to take out some modern medicine ibuprofen to relieve pain and cool down. Sanji made a special trip to prepare some light food suitable for Nami in the back kitchen. As a girl, Vivi takes care of Nami carefully. Shu King was on the deck, staring at the recording pointer, and commanding Luffy, Zoro, Usopp and others as soon as the ship showed signs of yaw. In this way, everyone persisted for a while, but Nami's condition did not ease in the slightest. Although there were modern medicines, Nami was bitten by an ancient insect, and that toxin could not be relieved by Shu King. At this time, snowflakes fluttered in the sky. At this time Zoro held the telescope and said, "Hey, will someone stand on the sea?" "What?" Usopp replied immediately. "How is that possible? Stop joking. How can a man stand at sea?" Luffy said, too. Sharing round eyes. Open. Shu King turned on writing round eyes without saying a word. With the blood of the Whirlpool family, he didn't have to worry about the consumption of chakra, and Ergo Jade writing round eyes would not have any physical damage. Burden. Shu King really saw a strangely dressed person above the sea. Chapter 49 Killing Wapol ______. The man was dressed a bit like a circus clown. He was carrying a bow and a barrel of arrows. Of course, these were not important. The important thing was that in the ice and snow, this man was standing on the sea like this. Not moving at all. It seems that he is really alone. Shu King said. Luffy and Usopp wiped their eyes, and the man on the sea was staring at them blankly. "It's really cold today," the man said suddenly. "Yeah, it's quite cold. It's terribly cold." "Really?" The mysterious figure actually responded to the crowd. Shu King faintly felt that something was wrong. "Get ready for battle." Shu King just reacted, and the whole Mary seemed to slide backwards. A huge submarine floated up from the foot of the man just now. This submarine was several times bigger than Mary, and Mary seemed very insignificant. "What is that?" "Watermelon." Luffy and the others all grabbed the railing of the boat firmly, and no one knew what this thing that suddenly appeared was exactly. "Is this thing a boat?" Zoro asked. "In short, this group of people should not be good people." Shu King said. "No, is it Baroque works? Can you find us in the vast sea?" Usopp also guessed. At this time, the boat in front of him slowly raised a sign of a hippo, and also raised a pirate flag by the way. "Oops, it turned out to be a pirate," Usopp said. "Good. That's amazing." Luffy was also surprised at this time. Even when we were so busy. Zoro was a little helpless at this time. After all, there were wounded on board. "If this guy really dares to attack us, I will definitely not show mercy," Shu King said lightly, his eyes revealing infinite terror. The reason why Shu King was so serious this time was naturally because there was Nami on board. Shu King really regarded Nami as a partner. If someone delayed Nami's illness, Shu King would destroy him. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp swallowed at this moment. Even if they were a little scared, they had challenged Shu King countless times, but the final result ended in failure. And every time Shu King was in a less serious state, he defeated them. If Shu King was serious and fought with all his strength, how strong would he be? So, will there be survivors on the opposite boat? Although Luffy is the captain in name, the strongest among the Straw Hats is Shu King. At this time, there was actually a deathly laughter from the opposite side. "Wow, ha ha ha, be shocked. It was attacked by this large diving surprise sailboat, the White Iron King." The voice was loud and arrogant. On the deck of the White Iron King in front of him, a group of pirates were standing neatly. The group of pirates appeared to be well trained and well equipped, with most carrying rifles and a few carrying swords. It seems that these people are not targeting us, they just happen to be met by us. Shu Kang analyzed. We're so unlucky. Usopp smiled wryly. Sanji in the cabin heard the sound, sensed something was wrong, and had already walked out of the cabin. As soon as he walked through the cabin, Sanji saw everything around him. He lightly lit a cigarette and asked, "What happened?" "We were attacked," Luffy said. Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, and Shu Kang were all surrounded by a number of heavily armed pirates at this time, and multiple guns were aimed at them. As soon as Sanji came out, he was naturally surrounded. The number of pirates on the other side was several times that of Straw Hats, but except for Usopp, there was no panic on everyone's face. "Hey, I think it's the same, depending on the situation," Sanji said calmly. Shu Kang Luffy's lack of resistance made the other party's team feel very strange. "Are you really pirates? It's a group of strange guys. Have you caught 5 people? No matter what you say, there may not be only 4 people in the pirate group. Just like a potato." This man was wearing a suit of steel on the upper part of his body, and he seemed to have been transformed by steel below his nose. The most surprising thing was that he swallowed a string of meat knives while eating meat. The Straw Hats and his party were dumbfounded at this time, and they had never seen anyone chewing a knife and eating it. "That's it, I probably know who you are." The corner of Shu Kang's mouth rose, and he sneered at this moment. "Oh, do you know me?" the man asked. "Wapol, who has eaten the fruit, should you want to go to Drum Island?" Shu Kang asked rhetorically. After hearing Shu Kang's words, Wapol immediately laughed. "Wow. You actually know my name and even where I want to go, that's amazing. Don't you happen to have a permanent pointer to the Drum Kingdom?" Wapol asked. "No, but I want to give you a piece of advice," Shu Kang said. "Advice? What advice?" Wapol asked. "I'll give you 3 seconds, get back to your boat immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for doing it to you." Shu Kang still had that smile on his face, but at this time, Shu Kang had obviously moved to kill. "Are you going to start?" Sanji and the others were also getting ready. As soon as Shu Kang started, they were ready to start at the same time. However, at this time Wapol laughed out loud again. "Wow, haha, that's so funny. You said you were going to do it. In front of such a disparate number of people. It's ridiculous." Shu Kang was not in the mood to joke with Wapol. At this time, Shu Kang started to count on his own. 3. Wow, ha ha. The enemy burst into laughter. 2. Shu Kang knew that it was impossible for this group of people to leave, so he had already put his hand on his shira. "Prepare me to fire," Wapol said with a smile. 1. "You can die." Shu Kang's voice fell. "Shoot. Kill them." Wapol also gave the order to attack at this time. Then, for a few seconds, a scene that Wapol will never forget happened. Shu Kang's whole body actually disappeared in place, a figure flashed quickly on Mary, and his body had gradually turned red. "One person, one knife, Shira is alive." Shu Kang started dancing on Mary. As for Luffy and others, they barely had time to fight back, and the enemies surrounding them were already killed by Shu Kang. Every second, at least 3 enemies would be killed by Shu Kang's shira. And their bullets were almost completely unable to injure the ghostly Shu Kang. "Lord Wapol, this man. We are no match for this man at all." Ah! All the enemies were killed by Shu Kang before they could even scream. At this moment, even the Straw Hats and his party felt that Shu Kang was a little strange. Bloodthirsty, killing, and destroying had almost become synonymous with Shu Kang. Everyone voted for a silver vote. Thank you. Chapter 50 _ Trouble on Drum Island __. Wapol had no other actions, so Shu Kang continued to harvest the lives of Wapol's men at a very fast speed. "It's over." When Shu Kang finished speaking, he had already inserted Shira back into the scabbard. At this time, Shu Kang's whole body had been dyed red with blood. Even though Shira mode was adopted, His whole body was still blood red. On Mary's deck, there were already dead bodies from Wapple's men. Who are you? Wapple was also stunned at this time. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him would be so strong. I don't have time to pay attention to you, Wapple, so get out of here. Shu King shrank with one hand, and then shoved it out. The devil behind him also slammed it out. The devil's palm rushed towards Wapple with a mighty thunderous force. Wapple didn't even have time to open his mouth, and the whole person was blown away and disappeared above the boundless sea. The Straw Hats and his party were stunned, and the cadres of the White Iron number opposite were also stunned. It's amazing. Sanji grinned Isho. He seemed to be instantly angry with Shu King. So, for Nami, well done. Zoro is also Vivi Isho. Ha ha ha. Usopp and Luffy also laughed. After everyone cleaned up the corpses, the other party did not stay too much on the White Iron. Their boss, Wapple, was a fruit person, and falling into the sea would only be a dead end, so they fled the scene with all their strength. After easily dealing with this group of people, the friends looked at Shu King and asked, Prophet, who the hell is that guy? You may not believe it. That guy is a king. Shu King said. What? What kind of king? Can you become a pirate? Is it the same as Vivi? Is there something unspeakable? Everyone asked with great curiosity. Thinking too much, this guy is purely a bastard. If we kill him, the enemy on their White Iron may still attack us. Although we are not afraid, this will waste time and may delay Nami's illness, so, I just threw it away. Shu King then changed the conversation and said, however, when we see this guy, it means that the Drum Kingdom is not far away. What's that? Everyone looked at Shu King with a bewildered expression. Shu King then explained, there is the Winter Island closest to us, and there are doctors with extremely good medical skills. Great. Luffy was very surprised, but then immediately asked, but Winter Island? What? Meteorologically, the islands on the Great Route are divided into 4 groups. Summer Island, Spring Island, Autumn Island, Winter Island, and then each island has its own 4 seasons. That is to say, at least one has to adapt. From summer on Shao Island to winter on East Island, these 16 stages have to change in weather. Of course, there are still many completely unclassifiable exotic islands and unknown climates. The person who explained it was not Shu King, but Vivi. Vivi was the princess of Alabasta Kingdom, and she worked as an undercover agent in Bakuro. She often traveled on the Great Route. Naturally, Shu King must be more clear. It turns out that the Great Route is because there are so many kinds of islands at the same time, so the ocean between them has such a strange climate. Usopp also understood. So, if the climate is stable, it means that it is very close to the island. After Vivi reminded, Shu King immediately made arrangements. Then, from now on, Sanji and I will take turns to keep vigil, and the others will follow step by step. No problem. Sanji was very positive. The reason was to help the lady to share. Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, Shu King still feels that they are very unreliable in terms of sailing vigils. Zoro is likely to fall asleep, and Usopp and Luffy are likely to be careless and forget to look at the record pointer. Vivi is responsible for taking care of Nami, and only Sanji and Shu King can take on such an important responsibility. In this way, Mary sailed at sea for a few days, and Nami's condition became more and more serious. Until one day, the climate finally stabilized, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop, and one morning, Sanji finally saw the island through the telescope. Wow, I saw the island. The whole ship immediately knew the news. From the look of the island, it was snow-capped, and it was obvious that it was a winter island. Is this the Drum Island? Will there be a doctor? Luffy asked excitedly. Of course, Nami's body is expected to recover. Shu King finally smiled, and Drum Island was in front of him. Luffy, let's say in advance, we're not going on an adventure this time. We'll leave immediately after Nami sees the doctor. Sanji said very well, but he didn't forget that Vivi still had a lot of burdens on his back. Since there is snow, will there be snow monsters? How many people do we want to land on the island? Usopp was also open to his brain. Let's prepare for the landing, Sanji said. Shukang recalled the plot carefully, and then said, if you want to land on the island, you'd better put away the pirate flag. Ah, why is this? Everyone was very puzzled. Is this island not welcoming pirates? Usopp asked. Yes, the pirates once left painful memories on this island, so we'd better. Shukang was interrupted by Luffy before he could finish speaking. Don't accept it, we're not other pirates, they should understand us, we're just here to heal, let's just say, they should be able to listen. Luffy replied naively, but also showed his stubbornness, then that is, the pirate flag cannot be received. In order to become a One Piece King of Pirates, the flag on the ship can be received as soon as it is received. How can it be? Well, you're the captain, listen to you, so if there's trouble, Luffy, I'm sure you can handle it. Of course. Luffy is very confident, he also understands Shukang's desire to rescue Nami, but One Piece King of Pirates is his life creed, so naturally he won't easily put away his own flag. Shukang actually expected Luffy to make such a choice, but he still wanted to try it. In front of the Drum Island, there are several very huge tower-like things. Mary drove in along the mouth of the river and was at the source in no time. So, who gets off the boat and goes to the doctor? They asked each other. I'm going. Sanji raised his hand. I'm going. Luffy raised his hand naturally. Then, I'll go too. Shukang is more reliable and stable, so he will naturally solve the problem faster. However, at this time, there was a voice around. That's it. Pirates. Immediately afterwards, the left and right sides were so densely packed with people that they all held weapons and seemed to be ready. The Straw Hat group glanced left and right, and naturally understood in their hearts. It seems that this is what Shukang said is trouble. Sanji said in a low voice. Chapter 51 Mr. Dalton, please collect. Ask for a silver note. At this time, the leader came out and warned, pirates, listen carefully, leave this place quickly, and leave immediately. We're here to find a doctor, Luffy said. There are patients on board, Vivi added. However, the people around immediately responded, we won't be fooled by this, despicable pirates. This is our island, we can't let pirates step into it. Okay, pull up the anchor and get out of here. Or even your ship will blow up. Sanji sighed. It's really ruthless, obviously this is the first time we meet, and they really hate pirates. Don't talk back. At this time, someone shot directly at Sanji. Wait a minute, Sanji. Vivi stopped the angry Sanji, only to hear, bang. A bullet came at an extremely fast speed. Bang. It was too late to say. Shukang was ready to protect Vivi, and at this moment, he jumped and blocked behind Vivi and Sanji. Yes, Shukang used his body to block Vivi and Sanji. Immediately afterwards, Shukang fell to the ground. Shukang. Shukang. Luffy is furious. Zoro is also ready to draw his sword, and Sanji is ready to attack. It's okay. It's just a bullet. It won't hurt me. Shukang stood up slowly. The black wings behind him spread out. A bullet was slowly sucked into the black wings, and then fell to the ground. Devil fruit capable. The man headed by the riverbank was also surprised. He knew that capables were not easy to deal with. Wait. Since you don't want us to land, can I ask you to call a doctor? At this time, Vivi actually knelt on the ground, pleading with him. Our partner is suffering because of a serious illness. Please help us, please. Shukang was very moved by Vivi's actions at this time, and he was able to let go of the sex, kneeling and begging for strangers who might hurt them. Even ordinary people can't do it, not to mention that Vivi is expensive as a princess. If you win them, what will Nami do? Vivi asked, and for a moment, Luffy didn't know how to respond. Afterwards, Luffy turned and knelt on the deck, and said, I'm sorry, it was my fault, please call the doctor, please save our companions. We don't have any malice. We are all a group of children who are chasing the sea. They are called pirates. In fact, they are adventurers who want to take risks and fulfill their dreams. We are all good people on board, please. Shu Kang's words still played a role. Effect. I'll take you to the village, come with me. Seeing that the leader of the other party agreed, the partners all smiled. Immediately afterwards, everyone landed on the icy drum island. The ground is covered with thick snow, and the trees are also covered with thick snow. As a winter island, the environment is indeed very harsh. While walking, I only heard the man say, I will give you a piece of advice first. There is only one witch doctor in our country. Dr. Witch. Everyone was a little puzzled. What is that? It's an inexplicable country. Besides, what country is this? Sanji muttered. This country doesn't have a name yet. The leader said lightly, as if something evoked his memory. A country without a name, is there such a country? Vivi also felt a little weird. Shu Kang said casually, maybe their previous king was an asshole. Everyone was very scared and worried that Shu Kang's words would cause strong dissatisfaction among these people. However, not only were these people not dissatisfied, but they remained silent, as if tacitly acquiescing to Shu Kang's words. At this moment, Usopp screamed in fright, there. Everyone, hurry up and pretend to be dead. Sure enough, Shu Kang saw a huge bear walking towards everyone step by step. It's a hiking bear, it's not dangerous, don't forget the etiquette of climbing, and salute him, said the leader. Afterwards, everyone bowed and saluted him very obediently. After walking on the snow for a while, everyone finally led the man to their village. This is our village, Big Horn, said the chief. This village is not bad, there are many animals, and the buildings are mostly brick buildings. Although it is not big, it makes everyone feel a little warm under the white snow. It seems like there are strange animals walking around. As expected of the snow country, Luffy and Usopp exclaimed. Sanji said to Nami, Miss Nami, we're in a village where people live. It's a village. Originally, Sanji should be carrying Nami on his back, but Shu Kang was afraid that Sanji would take the opportunity to eat tofu, so naturally he carried Nami on his back. The leader at the head said to his subordinates, then everyone has worked hard. Except for those who are sentry, everyone else should go back. It turns out that these people are residents of the island. These residents still didn't seem to believe the Straw Hats and his party, and they all asked, but are you all right? These people are pirates. I'm afraid they won't hurt us. This is an intuition that I have cultivated over the years. Believe me, the leader said with great certainty. Since Mr. Dalton has said so, well, it seems that there will be no action from their appearance. I'll leave it to you, please be careful, Mr. Dalton. If you have anything, just call us. The residents said goodbye to Dalton and then left with their weapons one by one. Mr. Dalton, thank you for your trust in us. Shu Kang remembered the leader's name, and naturally expressed his thanks again and again. You're welcome, you'd better come to my house first, Dalton said. Next, the surrounding residents began to say that they would vote for Dalton in the election, but Dalton quickly refused, saying that he was a sinner. Shu Kang actually didn't know much about the plot of Drum Island. He only knew that Wapple, who had eaten the fruit before, once ruled here. Forget it, I'll find out soon. Shu Kang followed Dalton into his home without thinking much. After putting Nami on the bed, making the quilt, and letting the fire in the house light, Dalton started talking. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Dalton. I'm now the captain of the guard on this island. Please forgive our rude behavior. Can I ask you a question? Dalton said. I always feel like I've seen you somewhere, Dalton said, looking at Vivi. 1. Must be mistaken. Vivi was afraid that his identity would be seen through, and naturally denied it. Compared to this, please tell me about the witch. I took Nami's body temperature just now, and it was already as high as 42 degrees. Vivi quickly changed the subject. 42 degrees. High fever. Dalton was also taken aback. If the temperature were any higher, she would die. Please cast a silver vote / help me keep reading / thank you. Chapter 52 _ Dr. Witch and Chopper __. These are the last antipyretics. Shu Kang's magical bag is not endless. At this moment, the last antipyretic and analgesics are left. Let Nami take some medicine and feel a little better, but the situation is still so serious. Sanji and others are anxious. So, we want to know, where is the guy called the witch? Witch, can you see some mountains from this window? Dalton said. Yes, is that a mountain? Shu Kang was also a little surprised. It turned out that the towering white object was a mountain. The names of those peaks are called Drum Peak. Can you see the castle on the highest mountain in the middle? Dalton asked. Yes, you can see it. Shu Kang vaguely did see what the castle looked like. The castle is uninhabited now, and the only doctor in this country, Dr. Kurha, who is called the witch, lives in that castle, Dalton said. What? Why is it so far away? Then call him quickly, there are acutely ill patients here. Sanji also felt very unlucky. It seems that there is no way to directly contact the witch. If possible, Mr. Dalton would have done so already. Shu Kang pondered for a while, then said. Yes, we have no way of contacting her. Dalton nodded regretfully. Is this also a doctor? What kind of person is she? Sanji also felt that this witch was a little unbelievable. Although there is no doubt about her medical skills, she is a somewhat eccentric old woman, and she is already close to 140 years old, Dalton said. 140 years old. Everyone was shocked. Shu Kang knew that this witch was Chopper's master, and he also knew that this witch was not young, but it was the first time he knew that this person was 140 years old. No wonder, this old woman always likes to ask people if she wants to know the secret of her youth. Shu Kang couldn't help thinking. What should the people of this country do if they are sick or injured? Asked Princess Vivi. She would sometimes come down from a mountain on a whim, find a patient, cure them, and take everything she likes from the patient's house as a reward, Dalton said. What a nasty old woman. Usopp slammed over his tea. It's like a pirate. Luffy also complained. But how does such an old woman get down from Witch Mountain? Princess Vivi's question smelt to the point. Dalton replied immediately. There is such a rumor that some eyewitnesses of rat life saw that she would descend from the sky on a sleigh on a moonlit night, which is why she was called a witch. And, others say, she lives with a strange creature she hasn't seen before. Usopp said in fear immediately after hearing this. That's right. Look, sure enough, there are monsters. It must be a snow monster. I already said that there will be snow monsters here. She is indeed the only doctor here, but she is also an old woman who doesn't want to have anything to do with her. She can only wait here until the next day she goes down the mountain, Dalton said. No way. Shu Kang shook his head and said, Nami, I can't hold on anymore, and we don't know when this witch will go down the mountain. I'll go find the witch, at least, I'm faster than you. After Shu Kang finished speaking, he used his devil fruit, and the wings on his back slowly spread out. When everyone looked at Shu Kang's wings, they thought, yes Shu Kang can fly. In this case, with Nami, you should arrive at the castle faster. Princess Vivi also showed a smile. But, in this case, will the burden on Nami-san be too great? She has a fever. If she goes there, it will be worse. Shu Kang, if you can get there and convince the doctor, why don't you come down? Shu Kang thought about it too, but looking at Nami who was in great pain right now, Shu Kang still said, don't worry, I will reach the castle as quickly as I hold Nami in my arms. Some of the doctor's medicines are in the castle. Treating there, I am sure it will be better. Quote. Shu Kang's insistence was effective, and everyone finally agreed. Critical moment. It's up to the deputy captain. Nami is saved. Sanji was also very happy. Shu Kang. Nami, please. Luffy also knew that Shu Kang was a devil who ate the devil fruit and possessed the ability to fly. When he was dying, he entrusted Nami's life to Shu Kang. This Dalton was a little surprised when he saw Shu Kang's wings. He is also a capable person, but he felt a pressure from the superior to the inferior in Shu Kang. If you can fly, then these difficulties and dangers are nothing to you. Dalton then added, the witch has a very strange temper, so be prepared. Got it. Since Shu Kang wanted to spread his wings and fly, he couldn't just hold Nami. He hugged Nami tightly, and he could feel the heat of Nami's body, which showed that she was really sick. Okay, I'm leaving. Shu Kang then used the power of his own fruit, and immediately stretched out a pair of wings behind him. Immediately after, Shu Kang soared into the sky and flew towards the highest magnetic drum peak in the center. Because Shu Kang flew directly, it was much easier. On the one hand, he didn't need to consume too much physical strength, and on the other hand, he didn't need to deal with the irascible rabbit legion, Laban. Not knowing how long it was faster than walking, Shu Kang had already arrived at the entrance of the castle. Looking at the snow-covered castle, Shu Kang was not in the mood to appreciate it, but rushed in with Nami in his arms. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, Shu Kang felt that Nami in front of him was holding him tighter. Nami, hold on. Shu Kang then entered the castle and shouted loudly, Doctor! Doctor! Huh, someone came. At this time, an old woman with a wrinkled face finally appeared in the castle. Hurry up and save her. She was bitten by a bug on Prehistoric Island. Shu Kang said very nervously. At this point, he didn't know how serious Nami was. Prehistoric Island. Chopper. Come on. After the witch finished speaking, a very tall person picked up Nami and put her on a bed. Immediately afterwards, the two directly ignored Shu Kang. The bug on Prehistoric Island. Chopper, can you see her condition? The witch asked. Kaskia, said the huge figure. That's right, it's Kaskia, this little girl is up to you. I want to have a chat with this gentleman. The witch walked slowly to Shu Kang and said, let's go, let's go. Talk, don't get in the way of Chopper saving this little girl. Chapter 53 Blue-nosed reindeer Chopper __. Shu Kang nodded, and walked with the witch to the living room of the castle. As soon as she arrived in the living room and sat down, the witch raised her wine bottle and took a sip. It's amazing, you should be an able person, right? The witch asked. Oh, why do you say that? Shu Kang asked curiously. Magnum Peak is the highest mountain in the country and the habitat of Rabbit, so it is difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. On your body, there aren't even many snowflakes. It looks like it's flying up. Maybe you are a fruit person. The witch asked with a smile. You can see that Zhang is still old and hot. Shu Kang's words were very useful to the witch, and the witch immediately asked, old. Then the witch almost changed her face, but Shu Kang responded immediately, you are very young. That's right. Hey, boy, do you want to know the secret to my youthful beauty? I don't want to. Shu Kang immediately shook his head and said. It's really boring. Don't worry, Chopper will cure that girl, but I'm curious about one thing. That is, she should have had a high fever. I don't know why, but she didn't. Did any of you take medicine? Asked. Yes, her high fever persisted, so she had to take some antipyretic analgesics for her, Shu Kang said. It's a wise choice, but the symptoms are not cured. It seems that among you people, there is no real doctor, right? Mr. Pirate. The witch could easily see through Shu Kang's identity. It seems that you have already guessed my identity, but why do you still want to save Nami? Shu Kang asked rhetorically. Hey, not all pirates deserve to die. You can hold this girl named Nami and come here to treat her, which is enough to show that you are a guy who cherishes your companions. The witch then asked. Don't you? Yes, call me. People who don't know think I'm very old, just call me Dr. Gerva. 3 vertical lines appeared in front of Shu Kang's forehead. Isn't this witch 140 years old? But Shu Kang just thought about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Gulliver and Shu Kang discussed Nami's condition. After a while, the sound of things shattering came from the room. Nami, Shu Kang and the witch went in together, only to see that Nami had woken up. At this time, there was a very shy little dwarf standing on the ground. Looking closely, he had a blue nose, a hat with an X, and 2 horns, very cute. He exposed most of his body to the outside, looking very nervous and scared. Chopper. Gerva looked at Chopper, then turned her attention to Nami. Dr. Guliva, Shu Kang, and seeing Nami, who had gotten much better, finally let go of their dangling hearts. As for Chopper, because he was very nervous and scared, he went into hiding for the time being. Thank you, Shu Kang. Thanks to you, my condition is much better. Nami immediately planned to leave, but was stopped by Dr. Guliva and Shu Kang. Little girl, don't be too anxious, otherwise, it's not that you are sick and died. Gu Leva's face instantly became very terrifying. Your partner cares about you, but don't leave now. Shu Kang also persuaded. Nami, wait for a while, your condition has not stabilized yet. By the way, what happened to the talking deer just now? Nami asked. Afterwards, Dr. Guliva told the 2 of Chopper's information, and Shu Kang then said, Dr. Guliva, we are very in a hurry, please see if you can go to sea with us, so that we can take care of Na. Beautiful. Yes, this is a good idea. Nami was also very worried about Vivi's kingdom. It's impossible. You said that you want me to be a pirate. It's a waste of my time in the mood for love. I'm not interested in the sea. Dr. Guliva said. Then I don't know, Chopper, are you willing to be our partner? Shu Kang asked. Although I'm very embarrassed, I want to dig your corners for treatment here, but we do need a doctor partner on board. Shu Kang looked very sincere. There is no such thing as digging. Chopper is not my subordinate, but if you really want to invite Chopper, just ask Chopper directly. I don't care here, Dr. Gerva said. If that's the case, then thank you in advance, and I will take the initiative to find Chopper. As soon as Shu Kang turned around, he found that Chopper was hiding in front of the door behind him. Chopper seemed to be very angry and ran out and said, I won't go with the pirates. Stupid. No way. I'm sorry Chopper, thank you for healing Nami. Shu Kang thanked him. Chopper, Nami also took the initiative to thank you. I know you healed me, thank you so much. I'm not happy. Stupid idiot Tilda. Chopper danced happily, but his mouth was not sincere. Are you willing to get on the boat with us? That way I don't need to continue to recuperate here. Nami smiled very kindly. No, I'm a reindeer. How can I stay with humans? Besides, aren't you afraid to see me? I'm obviously a reindeer. I can talk, I can walk on 2 feet, and I'm still Blue Nose. Chopper asked rhetorically. But Shu Kang knew that after Chopper ate human fruit, he was rejected by the deer at first, and then he wanted to become a human being but was treated as a monster by humans. This very tragic experience must have a shadow. No, it's normal, Chopper. The reindeer that ate human fruit is not only not scary, but also very cute and respectable. Shu Kang gave Nami a look, although the smart Nami didn't know Shu Kang want to do something, but also praised Chopper together. Chopper, as long as you are on our ship, our mates will feel at ease. We all need you. You are a respectable doctor. What Nami said was actually sincere. Chopper, who is not good at concealing his emotions, is naturally very happy. Don't you think I'm scary? Shu Kang asked back. Why do you ask that? Chopper felt a little strange instead. I'm also the one who ate the devil fruit, look at me. Shu Kang turned into a devil after speaking, and the terrifying coercion startled Gerva, Chopper, and Nami. I'm not afraid either. You are not afraid of me. I have no reason to be afraid of you. Although Chopper was afraid, he still did not choose to reject Shu Kang, which made Shu Kang see Chopper's caring, considerate and kind side. Since you are willing to look at me as an equal, I will treat you as an equal. Shu Kang then put away his demon wings and returned to his normal appearance. However, I have no interest in pirates, nor have I thought about finding any companions. At this time, Chopper rejected Shu Kang again. Chapter 54 Chopper, Faith __________. Companion. This word has a very complicated meaning for Chopper. You don't know, there is only one person who made him open his heart. Dr. Gerva took Chopper out and shared Chopper's story with quack doctors. Chiruluk's story was told to Nami and Shu Kang. The general story is that Wapol expelled all the doctors, and there were only 2 doctors left in the entire magnetic drum kingdom, Gerva and Chiruluk. Chiruluk's medical skills can be said to be very poor. It got worse, but he stumbled into Chopper, who was hit by the bullet and fell into the snow. Chopper attacked Chiruluk, but Chiruluk was still willing to open everything up to Chopper. In the days that followed, Chiruluk lived with Chopper and gave it a name, Tony Chopper. But one day, Chiruluk drove Chopper away. It turned out that Chiruluk was about to die, and he had to do a big thing, that is, let the cherry blossoms bloom throughout the entire drum kingdom. In order to save Chiruluk, Chopper worked hard to find the Amy mushroom that might be able to save Chiruluk, and decided to become a doctor. After Chiruluk entrusted Chopper to Gerva, he received a message from Wapol. Wapol claimed that all his doctors were sick and no one treated him. The innocent Chiruluk came to the castle and walked in the trap. However, Chiruluk had already looked down on life and death, and finally blew himself up. And Chopper decided to become a doctor who could cure even the diseases of the country. At this point in the story, Shu King and Nami had a thorough understanding of Chopper's past. At this time, Chopper suddenly broke in and said eagerly, "Gerwa doctor. Guliva doctor." Through the window, Shu King and the others saw a group of uninvited guests. "Gerva doctor. No good. Wapol is back," Chopper said. "Really?" Gu Leva was not panicked. "Huh, what is that? Where did the flag of the Drum Kingdom go?" Wapol was very puzzled when he saw that the flag on the top of the castle turned out to be a cherry blossom pirate flag. "I've already burned that kind of thing." Dr. Gerva and Chopper Shu Kang came out. "Oops, it's you, Dr. Kurha. You are the last survivor of the doctor's hunt," Wapol said, looking at Gerva. "This castle doesn't belong to you anymore. This is not where you bastards should come. Get out of this country. The Drum Kingdom has perished." Gerva faced Wapol and the others without any fear. "What did you say?" Wapol frowned. "Hey, you're still alive," Shu Kang said, and Wapol saw Shu Kang. "It's you." Wapol and his men were surprised. "That's right, it's me. I spared your life before, but I didn't expect you to return to Drum Island." Shu Kang calmly stared at Wapol in front of him. An enemy of Wapol's level made Shu Kang feel lazy. The feel of the shot. "Kill him for me, this time. I want to take revenge for the last time." Wapol didn't know whether it was courage or stupidity, but at this moment he rushed towards Shu Kang with his men. Vengeance. Dr. Gu Leva was also very puzzled. She didn't know when Shu Kang, who was in front of her, provoked Wapol. Shu Kang grinned Isho with a terrifying smile. "No matter how many times you rush over, you will fail miserably." After Shu Kang finished speaking, a huge black phantom appeared behind him. It was a semi-transparent and semi-solid demon arm. Boom! Shu Kang smashed his feet so hard, and the entire magnetic drum peak began to vibrate violently. "Ah!" Wapol cried out in pain, unable to control his trembling body, and finally collapsed on the spot. Shu Kang's demon wings spread out, and the next second, the whole person appeared in front of Wapol. "Get out!" Shu Kang pushed out with a palm. Wapol and his subordinates were directly hit in the front. Due to the great impact, Wapol and his arms immediately flew away like cannonballs. "Really, it's amazing." Gu Leiwaniang was also amazed by the sight. She could guess that Shu Kang was a fruit person, but she didn't expect Shu Kang's strength to be so terrifying. At this time, Chopper was also silent. Shu Kang's power made him very frightened. He is also a fruit person, but the gap seems to be a little big. Wapol and his subordinates disappeared in place. They thought that the 3 of them would disappear, but it didn't take long for these 3 annoying guys to climb up in front of Shu Kang again. "Huh, it's really strong perseverance. no matter how many times, the result will not change, and this time, I will kill you. Shu Kang's voice was still so flat, but it gave people a very terrifying feeling. Wapple's subordinates were very panicked. Even if they were as slow as them, they felt the terrifying killing intent on Shu Kang's body. Presumptuous, Wapple is His Majesty the King. You shouldn't be so rude to His Majesty the King who dominates the people of this island. Wapple's subordinate said. Mr. Wapple was only forced to become a pirate for some reason before, and now he is coming back to be a king again. Do you want to stop it? Said another of Wapple's subordinates. When Shu Kang saw this, Bibi shook his head and said, a king who has abandoned his own country, is he still called a king? Besides, do you underestimate pirates too? If you become a pirate temporarily, it really doesn't look like a pirate would say it. Shu Kang then said, you are not worthy of being a king, nor are you worthy of being a king. I don't deserve to be a pirate. I seem to understand a little bit of what Luffy means. Shu Kang wanted to persuade Luffy to put down the pirate flag before, but now it seems that his approach is indeed too slick. Although it looks smart, it is actually a kind of disregard for his beliefs. Never mind, I'm angry. Your name is Shu Kang, right? I'm going to chew you into mashed meat. Wapple also forcibly calmed down at this time, and continued, that is to say, the treasonous old woman and the Straw Hat group are all there. As long as get rid of these guys, and the whole country will have no more arrogant guys who dare to resist me. It is so. Today will be the day to celebrate the Drum Kingdom's restoration. Wapple said, falling into his own fantasies. Old woman, to live in this castle while we're not here. It's so daring. It even erected a strange flag. Wapple dared not speak to Shu Kang, and could only stare at Dr. Gulliver and yell. At this time, Dr. Gerva grinned and said Isho, I take this castle as Shiruluk's tomb. I have no interest in this castle, but this reindeer has to hang the flag of Shiruluk there. At this time, Shu Kang saw the faith in Chopper's eyes. Chapter 55 The blood of 1,000-hand family please collect. Ask. Ellipsis. When Wapple in front of him heard what Chopper said, he naturally burst into laughter. Wow tilde ha ha ha, it's really interesting. How dare you hang that rotten doctor's flag on this king's sacred castle, let me burn that broken flag. Wapple ordered. I won't let you into this castle. Chopper said. His entire body also changed from a reindeer state to a human form that can stand up. Lord Wapple, this guy is. By the way, it was back then. The idiot doctor's monster. Wapple's subordinates said, looking at the people in front of them, they naturally thought of the Chopper in the past. That flag is the doctor's belief. So I will never let you take him away. Absolutely, Chopper vowed. Shu Kang could see Chopper's feelings for Shiruluk, the quack doctor. Wapple laughed loudly and said, don't be merciful, let's go to the city. Kill the guy here. I think, you can't take a step in going, have you forgotten my existence? Shu Kang said lightly. Wapple and Wapple's subordinates looked at Shu Kang in front of them, still having some lingering fears. Leave it to us. Wapple's men mustered their courage, and one of them threw his explosive head directly at Dr. Gerva. However, before the explosive head got close to Gulliver, Shu Kang used his demonic hand to pinch it into powder. I said, don't take me seriously. Shu Kang frowned, thinking that Wapple and the others in front of him really didn't learn any lessons. Impossible. The electrostatic hairball didn't stick directly to you. What should I do now? Never mind. Just attack. Wapple's men picked up bows and arrows and shot a rocket directly at Shu Kang. It stands to reason that Shu Kang would be easily ignited by the rocket after being stuck by the hairball, but they never thought of it. Shu Kang was immune to their attacks. Wapple rushed out again, trying to chew and eat everyone in front of him. Shu Kang naturally would not let Wapple wish. Bastard, challenge my limit again and again. Shu Kang never wanted to do anything because he was afraid of changing the upcoming plot, but now, Shu Kang no longer wanted to endure it. The guy named Wapple was too far ahead. Since you like to eat, I'll let you eat enough. Shu Kang's expression became gloomy, and he released the power of the devil fruit, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a devil. Shu Kang's ability to directly transform into the devil itself is called animalization of the devil fruit. This move is similar to Zone's ability, which simply increases his full ability. The horns on Shu Kang's head also grew out, and huge wings were spread out behind him, and his eyes unconsciously turned into 3 goose jade writing round eyes. Because Shu Kang has the bloodline of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans, his consumption is also extremely low by using the shaker. What kind of monster is this? Wapol was shocked at this time. He knew that Shu Kang was a fruit person, but he didn't expect that Shu Kang turned out to be such a terrifying fruit person. I don't know how many times stronger my tuntun fruit is. Do you have anything else to say? Shu Kang asked, looking at Wapol in front of him. Humph, I'm not going to be scared. Wapol was very clueless, but in order to take back his castle and his own country, he finally rushed up. Shu Kang saw Wapol rushing up without a brain, and also grinned Isho, agreeing with him. Shu Kang took a step forward, and his whole body disappeared instantly, as if he had used the shave in Marine Rokushiki. In fact, Shu Kang's ultra-high-speed movement made it seem like a teleportation to anyone. When Wapol and the others saw Shu Kang had already appeared beside them and waved his fists to attack him. What? This is impossible. What a fast speed. Wapol and his subordinates were hit by Shu Kang's attack before they had time to be surprised. Whoosh! The 3 of them were hit by Shu Kang's extreme strength, and the 3 bodies immediately disappeared in place, as if they had never appeared before. This is the end. Whether it was Gulewa or Chopper, they were all stunned at this time. They already knew how powerful Shu Kang was, but they still didn't expect Shu Kang to be so powerful. Killing Wapol in one blow was something they never dared to think about before, but now, it really happened in front of their eyes. At this time, Luffy, Usopp, Sanji and other partners also climbed up from the bottom of the mountain. Naturally, Dalton and the villagers also came together. When they learned that Shu Kang had easily killed Wapol and others. When Luffy, Usopp and others saw Chopper, they were naturally very interested. After listening to Chopper's story, they naturally couldn't restrain their enthusiasm for inviting Chopper. Nami's condition also needs a doctor to be responsible for it. Everyone unanimously decided to invite Chopper to board the ship. Everyone began to persuade hard, and finally, with the help of the Straw Hats, everyone let the cherry blossoms float on the magnetic drum island. In the end, like the original plot, Chopper agreed to go to sea. After saying goodbye to Dalton and Dr. Gerva, Shu Kang led Nami, Chopper and the others and the Straw Hats back to Going Merry. At the beginning, Chopper was still a little uncomfortable, but Luffy, Usopp and other 10 Atmosphere Masters, it only took a short time for Chopper to integrate into this big family. The members of the Straw Hats finally have one more member. Going Merry started sailing on the sea again, heading in the direction of Alabasta, for an unknown time. And Shu Kang also successfully signed in again. Ding ding ding. Congrats to the host. Congratulations on leaving the magnetic drum island and signing in successfully. This time, you have obtained the bloodline of the Chinsho clan. Shu Kang was surprised by the sound of the system. The blood of the Chinsho family. This is not weaker than the blood of Uchiha. Am I going to escape? Shu Kang asked. Now that you have the bloodline of the Chinsho clan, you will naturally have the opportunity to awaken Mudun in the future, but your current strength is still a little weak, and you must go through constant progress and training before you can awaken the powerful Mudun. The system said. So that's the case, system. I remember that after awakening Shiranyan and Mudun, there is a chance to awaken Rinnegan, is that so? Shu Kang asked. Yes, host. Your writing wheel must at least reach the eternal kaleidoscope level, and you must at least master Mudun, which is to develop 2 bloodlines, so that it is possible to open the Rinnegan. The system answered very carefully, and Shu Kang was secretly happy. Merry sailed normally on the sea, and Shu Kang began to develop ninjutsu and study his own bloodline of the 1,000 Hands. Chapter 56 Mr. Tuvan Clay. For silver. Shu King found that he originally had the bloodline of the Vortex clan, but after the system rewarded him with the bloodline of the Chincho clan this time, his chakra had greatly improved. The Vortex clan was originally a distant relative of the Thousand Hand clan, and with Uchiha, the three bloodlines were mixed together, and Shu King's chakra naturally increased to the level of a tailed beast. Of course, Shu King is refining and condensing chakra every day, so that although his chakra will be weakened, it will become purer and easier to use ninjutsu. The sea finally became blue and the weather became better. It was obvious that everyone should have left the range of Winter Island. Shu King continued to improve himself, and his ability in ninjutsu. In general, Shu King now has 3 ways of fighting. The first one is called Janao. Shu King used his Zanpakudo Shira as a way of fighting. The second way can be understood as the way of fighting in the pirate world, which is the way to use the devil fruit to fight. The third way is the Naruto world's fighting method, which uses various blood-based limits and ninjutsu to fight. At present, Shu King's most powerful is the swordsman's fighting style, the next is the devil fruit ability, and finally the ninjutsu. In other words, although Shu King has the ability to use ninjutsu to fight, he has never dared to use it. The reason is because Shu King does not have any more practical ninjutsu. But now, Shu King has mastered the common sense of ninjutsu that he received from the sign-in before, and now he can learn ninjutsu by himself. Shu King used the magic bag to get water polo, rubber ball and other items. Obviously, Shu King began to practice the spiral pills hard. Because of the chakra control after practicing for a long time, Shu King easily controlled the chakra and burst the water polo in his hand. Afterwards, Shu King continued to practice popping the rubber ball. A rubber ball is not as simple as a water polo, but Shu King has both chakra volume and chakra control. After failing a few times, he succeeded directly. In the end, Shu King successfully condensed a blue chakra ball. Although it did not maintain a large size at first, it still made Shu King very happy. If Jiraiya and Shadaime Hokage saw this scene, they would definitely commit suicide in shame. It only took Shu King an afternoon to master the most basic spiral pill. The last step is to improve his chakra and make the spiral pill bigger. The bigger the spiral pill became, the higher the requirements for chakra control. After trying for a few days, Shu King was finally able to send out the spiral pill normally. Because Shu King has super chakra and super chakra control ability, he can do instant spiral pills. Even so, Shu King continued to practice the spiral pill, trying to make the next breakthrough. On this day, the companions on the ship began to chat. "Are we sailing in the right direction?" asked Princess Vivi. "Yeah, we're going in the right direction, and we should be arriving at Alabasta soon," Nami said, looking at the record needle. "I'll be back soon," Princess Vivi said, thinking of her father. Luffy and Usopp were fishing on the boat, and they ended up catching someone. This person looked very strange, wearing a swan suit all over his body, and his makeup was a bit neither male nor female. Everyone else was taken aback, but Shu King recognized this person at a glance. "Mr. 2, Bentham." "Yeah, I'm so sorry," Bentham said. "I was actually rescued by pirates I had never met before. I will never forget your kindness and virtue. Can you bring me a bowl of hot soup?" Bentham asked. Then everyone said that we didn't have anything to fish. "Can't you swim?" Luffy asked. "Yeah, because I ate the devil fruit," Bentham said very directly. "What kind of fruit?" Usopp asked with great interest. "Well," Bentham stood up slowly and said, "since it's useless to be in a hurry before picking up my ship, I'll show you a sideshow. This is my ability." Bentham then slapped Luffy into the air, and everyone immediately raised their vigilance and prepared to shoot. At this point, Bentham's face changed to Luffy's, and even his voice changed. "Ah, it's me." The companions on the boat looked at Bentham, who was exactly the same as Luffy, and were a little frightened. Shu King sneered at this ability. He learned the transformation technique in Hokage, and he could become someone else at any time. Scared. As long as you hit your face with your left hand, it will return to its original shape. After Bentham finished speaking, he slapped himself in the face and regained his original appearance. This is what I eat, the ability to imitate the fruit tilde. Bentham seemed a little smug. Voice and physique will become the same. It's amazing, everyone exclaimed again. Immediately after, Bentham became Usopp, Zoro, Chopper. If you touch your face with your right hand, it will become like this. No matter who you are, you can imitate it. Bentham then changed his face constantly at the request of his shipmate. Of course, there was one appearance, which made Vivi very surprised and happy. Nervous. Bentham quickly got along with everyone. If it weren't for the fact that they were in two camps, Shu King thought this guy was a good guy. But after a while, Bentham saw a boat coming not far away. Obviously, it was Bentham's own boat, and after a very painful goodbye, Bentham and the others waved goodbye. Let's go, little ones, Bentham said. Okay, Mr. 2. Then the ship left. At this time, everyone noticed the identity of this person. What? This is Mr. 2. This guy is Mr. Point 2 Bentham, Vivi said. Haven't you met him? Luffy asked. Yeah, I haven't seen Mr. Point 3 and Mr. 1 and his partner, and I don't know their abilities. Vivi slumped on the deck weakly and said. I've heard rumors about him. Mr. Point 2 is a tall ballerina. He uses a female voice and likes to wear a swan jacket with the word, Benmu, written on him. Everyone saw that something was wrong with Vivi and asked, what's wrong with you? Vivi. Just now, in the memory of the face he performed, there was my father's face. The face of Neferutali Cobra, the king of Alabasta. Vivi said with some pain. If he turned into a king, he would definitely do a lot of bad things, right? Zoro guessed. Yes, in this way, the king's army and the reactionary army can be incited to fight together. Shu King said very clearly. You actually let such a tricky guy escape. Usopp also said. Chapter 57 Alabasta ________. As that person turned out to be the enemy. Chopper also responded. Indeed, if he becomes our enemy, it will be very difficult. Nami echoed. If he finds out that we are the enemy, he will use the memory just now to pretend to be one of us, so, we will become unable to trust our companions. Quote. However, just now Sanji and I were not imitated. Shu King said. Just now, Shu King deliberately blocked his face, so he was not remembered by Mr. Point 2 Bentham. At this moment, the sea suddenly became unstable, and a very huge strange cat emerged from the sea. Luffy and Zoro were all drooling because they hadn't eaten food for a long time, ready to deal with the huge strange cat in front of them. At this time, Shu King immediately said, no, this thing is called a sea cat, we can't eat it. Why? We've run out of food. Luffy and the others complained in frustration. Because, this is a sacred creature of our Alabasta. Vivi then came out to explain, and by the way, looked at Shu King with very grateful eyes. That's it. Chopper was intrigued by the unknown. Luffy saw that the food he had gone away, so he burst into tears and cried. Don't worry, there should be food soon. Vivi looked at Luffy and comforted. I really got you guys. Shu King had no choice but to put his hand into the magical bag again, and took out a few large pieces of bread from it. Wow, it's for eating. After Luffy saw the bread in Shu King's hand, his whole body re-entered a state of excitement. He immediately rushed over and started eating the bread. Chopper asked curiously, what is this thing? How can such a small bag hide such a huge piece of bread? This is my ability, but the things I can take out of this bag are limited, and it's not enough for all of us to eat. Shu King's stomach also growled a little. Although he is very strong, if there is nothing more, if there is food, he will starve to death. Vivi, the wind direction and climate seem to have stabilized. Nami looked around and said to Vivi. Yeah, we have entered the climate area of Alabasta. The presence of sea cats can also prove this. Vivi is still relatively happy. After all, if they reach Alabasta soon, they will be able to save their kingdom. The latter things are also one of the evidences that are close to Alabasta. Zoro said suddenly. Huh, the Straw Hat group naturally turned their heads when they heard Zoro's words. On the originally very quiet sea, there were actually many more ships. When did so many ships appear? Luffy said in surprise. The flag and the boat have the logo of the Bakuro Work Club. It seems that our whereabouts have been detected by them. Shuking squinted his eyes and said, faintly aware of something in his heart. Company employees, have you started to gather? Those people are estimated to be hundreds of millions of elders, the subordinates of senior agents. Vivi used to be an undercover agent, so naturally he could see the details of these people at a glance. In other words, there will be at least 200 enemies, and they are still the elite 200 of Baroque works. They are completely different from those bounty hunters in Whiskey Mountain. Vivi said very seriously. She knew the strength of these people. Don't worry, these people will definitely not be our opponents. Shuking was very confident, and now, no one who can defeat him has appeared. Yeah, these are just pawns, don't worry. Zoro knew Shuking's strength, and he was also very confident, not afraid at all, unlike Usopp, who was ready to use artillery to attack these enemies. Yeah, if we get the real target wrong, we're screwed, Sanji said. There are not many of us, Sanji said. Then everyone took out their sleeves and tied them to their left wrists. The opponent this time is too mysterious, and this has to be wrapped up, Zoro said. I see. As long as you confirm this, you won't doubt your comrades. Nami also thought this was a good idea. Everyone then wrapped the sleeves around their wrists. Then what should I do? Chopper looked at Shuking and asked. Shuking thought for a while and said, just do what you can as a partner. I see. Chopper nodded, very well behaved. At this time, Luffy shouted, see the island. Shuking immediately turned his head and looked in the direction Mary was driving. Sure enough, a large island with golden deserts appeared in front of him. And below those deserts, there seems to be a town. We've reached Alabasta. Just stop at the town in front of us called La Rahana. We must hide the boat at once, said Princess Vivi. Very good. Anyway, no matter what happens from now on, this one on the left arm is the sign of the companion. After Luffy finished speaking, everyone put their left hands together. Okay, let's go, Luffy said excitedly. Let's go. Shuking also nodded. It's finally here, don't worry so much. But it's useless for me to say that, right? Do you have a way to stop the rebellion? Nami looked at Vivi and comforted her, then asked. Vivi then said, there is a way, but there is no guarantee that it will succeed. It will be successful. Unlike Luffy, Shuking was starving and had no energy, but continued to cheer for Vivi. Although it's inevitable to say it now, thank you. Vivi looked at Shuking very sincerely and expressed her gratitude. When Alabasta is completely at peace, thank me. Shuking smiled and said nothing, very mysterious. Soon, Mary had arrived at the Alabasta Kingdom, near the small town of Rohara. After everyone put the boat away, Nami began to say, listen, everyone, this time, please don't act according to your instincts. Yes, Miss Nami, Sanji responded. The guy who should listen to this sentence is gone. Zoro said very speechlessly. It's time to eat. Luffy was gone in an instant. Luffy, who had disappeared, but there was nothing he could do. As another captain, Shuking had no choice but to say, don't worry, you will meet him sooner or later, and then you can act according to the circumstances. Oh, that's the only way. Nami nodded speechlessly. Hey look, what is that? Everyone looked back and saw a ship with Mr. Point 3 written on it. Isn't that guy dead yet? Nami was also very surprised. Shuking had already knocked him out in memory. Chapter 58 My name is Ace. The boat seems to be powered by melting fruit, Vivi said. This is trouble, he already recognizes us, Zoro said. It's okay, I have a good way. Usopp then told everyone his own way. Although Shuking personally felt that this was very unnecessary, he finally agreed. And Chopper were outside, and the others hid under a cloth and walked in covertly, which could reduce the chance of exposure. Sure enough, no one noticed the crowd, and everyone was able to come to an abandoned house. No one seems to notice us, Usopp said. If you don't notice it, it's odd. Vivi was satisfied. Vivi, if you're here, you can hide your eyes for now, Sanji said. But at this time, Vivi seemed a little stunned. What's wrong with you? Sanji asked. It's alright, I'm sorry, I just feel relieved, because at least there seems to be nothing on the street, although it's not reassuring, but maybe it's still too late. Vivi said. Yeah, it looks like this town is very peaceful. Nami also agreed. Hey, Vivi, you just said there was a way to stop the rebellion. What are you going to do next? What should we do? If there's still time, it's better to act early, Zoro asked. Seeing this, Shuking immediately said, That's right, don't forget our strength. Vivi shook his head slightly and said, Although that's true, we just agreed, just send me to Alabasta. It's really speechless, you're still talking like that. Even Nami stabbed Vivi's head with a small fist at this time. We've all come here together, how can we ignore your affairs now? Yeah, Vivi, don't say such foreign words. Usopp also said. Also, I think Captain Shuking and I both have a strong interest in Shichibukai. Zoro is also Vivi Isho. Your words are redundant. Nami looked at Zoro speechlessly. Anyway, don't think about it. Nami said, looking at Vivi. Anyway, everyone other than me is being hunted down, that's all. Sanji didn't seem to be in a hurry. Besides, if your country perishes, won't the reward for sending you back will be gone? Nami said darkly. Seeing everyone's quarrel, Vivi was very moved, and finally said the word, thank you, from the bottom of his heart. Immediately afterwards, Vivi began to speak out about his plan. To the northwest of the city, there is an oasis called Juba, where the rebel army is based. I want to go there first to stop the riot. However, to go to Juba, you have to cross the desert. For this, food and water are needed, and it must be collected here. If Mr. Point 3 is also in this city, Vivi seems to be worried. Don't worry about this, because my appearance is not exposed, Sanji said. Yeah, because Sanji has basically never met them. So does Chopper. That's great, because there's a lot to buy, it's up to you, Sanji said to Chopper. Got it. Chopper nodded obediently. In order not to expose everyone gave Sanji and Chopper a list of the items they needed, while Shuking stayed where he was and guarded everyone. As for Luffy, he didn't know where he went. I said Vivi, is Yuba really the headquarters of the rebel army? Shuking looked at Vivi and asked. Yes, Juba has been the headquarters of the rebel army since I left Alabasta. Vivi said with great certainty. In this case, let's go to Yuba first. Although Shuking knew that Yuba had been swallowed by the desert, he still decided to follow Vivi's original plan. After all, there was not much loss. Time passed quickly, and after a while, Sanji and Chopper could already be seen. And Chopper brought back a lot of food and water. Shuking and his friends were already hungry and thirsty, so they naturally ate and drank. Bought dancing girl clothes for Nami and Vivi. Although it is very beautiful, but not sunscreen, Sanji finally honestly gave the two girls normal desert clothes. Okay, everything we should prepare is ready, and then we are ready to set off, cross the desert, and head to Juba. Shuking said. Vivi then said, I want to save my country, so I want to ask you again, everyone, please help me. Haha, of course, you finally said it. I don't know what's going to happen, but let's go going together. Okay, the partners raised their left hands, full of fighting spirit. Don't you think there is one person missing? Usopp said embarrassedly. Luffy, everyone couldn't help but complain. Well, we already have local clothes, and we are not afraid of being discovered by the enemy. Keep a low profile and search for Luffy's traces. Shuking, as another captain, had to issue this very reasonable order. Everyone started a journey to search for Luffy in the market, but they said they were looking for Luffy, but in fact they were just wandering around, but Shu King knew that Luffy was not in the market at all. However, although Shu King and Zoro did not find Luffy, they saw an unexpected character. That guy, Shu King, do you know? Zoro asked Shu King next to him. You know that sign too. It seems that he is also looking for Luffy. Shu King recognized the other's identity at a glance. It seems that I am not mistaken. Why is this guy looking for Luffy? Is he going to kill him? Zoro asked curiously. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, shouldn't kill his own brother, right? Ha ha. Shu King then walked over without hesitation and patted the shoulder of the person in front of him. The upper body of the person in front of him is, and the muscles of the whole body look very well proportioned. He is carrying a backpack, a rosary on his neck, and an orange hat on his head. Of course, the most conspicuous is the white cross on his back. Mustache logo made. Brother, did you hear that you're looking for Luffy? Shu King placed his hand on Ace's shoulder smoothly. Ace turned his head and asked, Oh, you seem to know him, don't you? Shu King smiled and said, You worry-free younger brother, when you first arrived in Alabasta, you clamored for something to eat, and then disappeared in a hurry. How can you be a captain? Shu King's words conveyed a lot of information. After hearing that, Ace in front of him also grinned Isho and turned around. It turned out to be Luffy's partner. I'm sorry, my brother caused trouble for everyone. My name is Ace. Brother. All the Straw Hats except Shu King were stunned. For Ace, cast a vote. Chapter 59_Ace Luffy Smoker, please collect. Ask. Ace is an easygoing person who likes to make friends and is a bit like Luffy in character. Shu King directly led his friends and Ace to a nearby restaurant. Since he knew Ace's identity, he had to invite Ace to have a good meal. On the way to the restaurant, Shu King also saw an old friend. Yes, Marine, Tashigi, seen on Logatown. Shu King obviously saw that after Zoro saw this woman, the whole state was a little wrong. Smoker who looked very hockey with 2 cigars in his mouth. At this moment, Smoker grabbed a pirate in one hand and threw it on the ground. It was some little pirates who dared to pretend to be domineering in front of me, so I solved it easily. Captain, even if you come to such a far country, your hatred of pirates is still firm. Tashigi said. If you have time to talk nonsense, you might as well hand these guys over to the king's army in this country. Smoker then said. So far, it seems that there is no news that Luffy the Straw Hat and the demon Shu King have landed in this country, but don't let your guard down, they're bound to show up in this country, Smoker said. As Shu King walked towards the restaurant, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, what the hell is the devil Shu King? Those Marines, do you know each other? Ace asked as he walked. Yeah, it's a hassle, the Marine captain from Logatown has been chasing us. Shu King didn't care much, just quickened his pace and wanted to arrive at the hotel earlier. Could this guy have been chasing us all the way from Logatown? Is he too persistent? Nami was also a little speechless. It's just this time. Where the hell did that guy Luffy go? Zoro was also a little powerless to complain. When he came to the restaurant, Shu King ignored Bailey and let Ace start eating. Ace then had a great time chatting with the Straw Hats and his party. Ace was still quite interested in Luffy's adventure. It stands to reason that normal people will become more and more excited by talking while eating. However, a shocking scene happened. Ace fell asleep while eating. Ace and Luffy are really similar. As expected of brothers, Shu King sat silently beside him. But after a while, Ace actually woke up again and started chatting and eating again. And just when Ace, Shu King and others were going to continue chatting, drinking and eating meat, an uninvited guest came here. Shu King wore a demon suit, dressed like the local residents, and his companions also changed their clothes without being recognized. You are so brave. How dare you openly eat in front of the public? The second team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas de Ace. The person who spoke loudly was naturally Smoker. The people around were shocked when they heard the Whitebeard Pirates. What? That idiot is actually a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's right. I've seen that sign behind him. That's the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why is he here? What exactly is Shu Kang's Whitebeard Pirates? Nami asked Shu Kang quietly, and her friends looked at Shu Kang with great curiosity. Shu Kang had no choice but to popularize. The Great Channel is divided into the first half and the second half. The three major forces in the second half are the Marine Headquarters, the Shichibukai under the King, and the Four Emperors. The Four Emperors, as the name suggests, are the sea emperors who rule the world. One of them is the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard is regarded as the strongest man in the world, and Ace is the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Four Emperors' pirates are so powerful that they can fight head-to-head with the Marine Headquarters, which shows the strength of the Four Emperors. Shu Kang made a brief introduction to science, and all the partners knew about the Whitebeard Pirates and the meaning of the man in front of him. The famous pirate, what did he come to this country for? Asked Smoker. I'm looking for someone, my brother. Ace grinned Isho, looking at Smoker. At this moment, the atmosphere is very tense. Pirates and Marine have always been incompatible existences, and a battle is inevitable. Are we going to do something? Zoro asked. Ace is on our side, right? At least help, Usopp said. Don't worry, Ace is very strong. Even Crocodile is not Ace's opponent. Shu Kang did not help Ace. Ace looked at Smoker and asked, what should I do? Obviously caught, Smoker said. I refuse, I can't do that. Yeah, I'm looking for other pirates now. To be honest, I'm not interested in your head. Smoker said. Then just let me go. Ace said with a smile. This can't be done, I'm Marine, and as long as you're a pirate, it's absolutely not possible. Smoker has activated his smoke fruit ability, and one hand has been enveloped in smoke. It's a boring reason, so let's have fun. Ace was in high spirits, and at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang. Rubber rocket. Immediately afterwards, an unknown object rushed out of the door and smashed heavily on Smoker's body. Dodge. Shu Kang spread his wings and led his partners to avoid Luffy's indiscriminate attack. However, Smoker's body unfortunately spread to Ace. Oh, it's a restaurant. I can eat now. Luffy was very happy, but he was very slow to react to what just happened. Uncle, eat and eat, Luffy said eagerly. You're here too. Luffy quickly noticed the companions. Hey, Luffy. The guys looked at Luffy and didn't know what to say. At this time, Luffy was eating with a big mouthful, and Shu Kang also had a drop of sweat on his forehead. How weird is this guy? Ace and Smoker then returned to the restaurant, where they saw Luffy at about the same time. Straw Hat Boy. Smoker rushed over immediately after seeing Luffy, looked at Luffy and said, you really make me look good. Straw Hat Boy, you really came to Alabasta, and the devil Shu Kang must have come too. However, at this time, Luffy only cared about eating and ignored Smoker at all, and then Luffy remembered. That, Shu Kang is here. Luffy pointed at Shu Kang, and then quickly ran to the door. Shu Kang, so you've been hiding next to me. Smoker finally noticed Shu Kang. Luffy, you idiot. Shu Kang was speechless. Straw Hat Boy, don't run. Although Smoker saw Shu Kang, he decided to chase after Luffy first, because he was afraid that Luffy would run away, and he didn't think he was sure of defeating Shu Kang. Hey, Luffy is me, Ace also shouted, running out of the hotel. Blink of an eye, Luffy Ace Smoker ran out, but no one paid any attention to Shu Kang and others. Chapter 60_Ace's Aftermath. By the way, is he really Luffy's brother? Nami asked. Yes, Shu Kang nodded. But why is he on the Great Route? Although Zoro knew that Ace was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, he still didn't know why he was here. Ace left East Blue 3 years earlier than Luffy, and his goal is also One Piece. After Shu Kang finished speaking, everyone understood what Shu Kang said. Can you settle the account? The boss saw that everyone had run away, and looked at Shu Kang. Although Shu Kang was very helpless, he had no choice but to settle the accounts of Luffy, Ace and the others. Go after them. After Shu Kang finished speaking, his friends nodded and left the hotel together. What followed was a chase. Smoker was chasing Luffy, Ace was chasing Smoker, and Shu Kang and his friends were chasing Ace. Tashigi, urgently summon Marine. Thoroughly investigate the entire city. Find out where the Straw Hats are. The Straw Hat Kid and the demon Shu Kang have already appeared. Smoker ordered while chasing after Luffy. Yes, Tashigi responded, and immediately prepared to go to deliver the order. Everything that happened in front of us was naturally seen by many people, and everyone couldn't help but watch the excitement. It's a dispute between capable people. It's amazing. White Snake, Smoker asked, chasing after Luffy. Straw Hat, what's the purpose of coming to this country? I'm just here to take down a guy named Crocodile. Luffy explained as he ran. What? Crocodile? What have you got to do with Crocodile? Before Smoker could ask anything, Luffy had fallen off the roof. At this moment, the streets were already chaotic, and a large number of Marines poured in. When Marine saw the Straw Hats and his party, he immediately went crazy and started to hunt. What should I do now? Vivi asked eagerly. There's no way. We'll have to go back to the boat, Nami said. And Smoker has caught up with Luffy. White Fist. A fist with white smoke was about to hit Luffy when another voice rang out. Yang Yan. A huge flame burst out, and the flame and smoke collided and cancelled each other out. Everyone couldn't help but look here. Is that you? Smoker asked, only to hear Ace say handsomely, stop it. Although you are smoke, but I am fire, if you rely on my ability, you can't tell who wins or loses. Ace. It's Ace. You ate a devil fruit. Luffy then realized that the person who helped him was his brother Ace. This guy's reaction is really slow. Shu Kang shook his head. Yeah, I ate the burnt fruit. Ace said. Is it another Logia? Shu Kang said. At this time, a Marine said, Smoker Captain, already surrounded. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Ace said, it seems that this is not a good time to catch up with the old days. You should escape first. This group of people will be dragged by me. I will go back to chase you. Hurry up. Seeing this, Shu Kang said, everyone, let's go. Leave it to Ace. No problem. Everyone then quickly ran in the direction of Mary. Ace blocked Smoker and many Marines. Anyway, we'll return to the ship immediately after we hand it over to Ace, Shu Kang said. However, I really didn't expect to see Ace here. Luffy was happy. Soon, the Straw Hats had come to Going Merry, and after loading the previously purchased food, water and necessities on the boat, everyone was ready to leave this place of right and wrong as quickly as possible. We finally got to an island. Are we sailing again now? Chopper asked, looking at Vivi. Yeah, the reason why I came to this city is just to purchase the necessary supplies, and then I have to go upstream and go to the inland of Alabasta. Vivi replied. Next, the city to go is, the Green City, Elmar. Princess Vivi said. Elmar. Everyone broke down and set sail, ready to set sail, only to find that one person was missing. Where's Luffy? This guy must have lost it again. Shu Kang was no longer able to complain, and Luffy was too unreliable. But after thinking about it, Ace would meet with Luffy, so Shu Kang wasn't so worried. Let's go straight. Ace and Luffy should have a turn. When that time comes, they will naturally have a way to catch up. After Shu Kang finished speaking, everyone also believed in Shu Kang's judgment and finally set off. Is this really good? We're setting sail without waiting for Luffy? Asked the kind Chopper rhetorically. The port will soon be surrounded by Marine's men, and we'll have to hide the ship somewhere, Nami said. There should be a relatively hidden bay ahead, Vivi said. Let's go to Luffy when the limelight is over. Sanji said the same. Really, It's all because of that guy that we keep making trouble like this. Usopp said with disgust. What an unreliable captain. Shu King is completely different. Zoro complained about Luffy and praised Shu King. Shu King said with a smile, I actually think that an unreliable captain is interesting. Just a little while later. Found it. It's Luffy. Found Luffy. Nami took the binoculars and apparently saw Luffy by the sea. That's right, that idiot. Sanji groaned. Immediately afterwards, Luffy stretched his hand extremely long, grabbed onto the boat, and then directly used the elasticity of the rubber to send his body to the boat. Accidentally injured, Chopper and Sanji. You bastard, don't you know how to reflect? Sanji grabbed Luffy, having never seen such a captain before. Hey, Luffy, do you have a little bit of self-awareness as a captain too? Nami also said. In the future, be a little more reliable, you still have a partner. Shu King also educated Luffy. I'm sorry, by the way, where's Ace? Luffy then started to brag, but he didn't expect Ace to appear on Mary in an instant. I said, who do you think you can beat? Ace asked very handsomely. Seeing Ace, Luffy excitedly introduced. Ace, these are the partners I mentioned just now. This is Shu King, another captain on the ship. It's amazing that there is only a captain among these few partners. My brother is taken care of by you. Ace said. The same partner naturally humbly said, nothing. This kid is very uneducated, and you think it's very difficult, don't you? The partners said again with great respect, nothing. Ace also said politely, please take care of me. It was only then that everyone realized that although they were brothers, Ace was unusually polite and very different from Luffy. Pirates God Level Sign in System Chapter 61 to 80. Chapter 61 _ Go to the Desert. Look, Ace is very interesting. Ha ha ha. Luffy kept praising Ace, and it was obvious that he liked Ace very much. But just when everyone was going to continue chatting, something unexpected happened again. Baroque works. Shu King said after seeing that the sails of the sailboats in front of him were painted with Baroque's logo. These are the billionaires of Baroque works, Vivi said. At this time, there was also a clamor from the boat on the opposite side. Fire Fist Ace. Demon Shu King. Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Do Ent think you can escape from our palms? Let you see the strength of the billions of elders in Baroque works. Not knowing the difference in strength, he shouted unscrupulously. Devil Shu King. Everyone could not help laughing after hearing the other person's address to Shu King, and almost laughed out loud. Really, what an ugly name. Shu King shook his head. At this time, Ace spoke. Luffy, leave these guys to me. Immediately afterwards, Ace slid off the ropes on the boat. What is he doing with such a small boat? Usopp asked. Let's see the strength of the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Zoro said with great anticipation. Ace. Shu King knew that Ace was strong, but he hadn't really seen it before, so he was looking forward to it. Front of the huge sailboat of the huge Baroque works in a small boat that could carry him alone. You're here. Fire Fist Ace. The other party didn't realize that the danger was coming, but instead had a feeling that the trick was successful. If you have the skills to survive these 5 ships, give it a try. The enemy said very proudly. At this time, Ace was calm, and then jumped violently. The whole person has already leapt into the air, and then, the whole body has begun to burn with raging flames. Shoot him down into the sea. These agents naturally knew the shortcomings of the devil fruit, that is, it would turn people into landlubbers. As long as they can shoot the capable ones into the sea, they will be victorious. However, things didn't go so smoothly. Ace was very flexible, jumped from the gap between the 2 boats, then shrank with one hand and shouted, Fire Fist. The flame in Ace's hand instantly became huge enough to swallow the sailboat. Fire Fist had instantly devoured the Baroque works sailboat. Unexpectedly, Ace killed the opponent with just one blow. The Straw Hats and the others were stunned. It's amazing. Usopp and others couldn't help but praise. Even Shu Kang nodded and said, yes, this kind of strength is enough to see. After Ace returned to the boat, Mary continued to sail normally. Of course, everyone welcomed Ace very warmly, and the banquet started on the boat. Congratulations to Ace for being our partner. Usopp, Luffy and Chopper began to toast. Seeing this scene, Shu Kang was too lazy to pay attention to it. Ace was Whitebeard's son sincerely, and naturally he was unlikely to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Sure enough, Ace immediately drew the line and said, who said I want to be your partner? Then it's for the sake of good wine don't care . Everyone was in a good mood and just found a reason to hold a banquet. Ace, you really don't want to be my partner? Luffy asked again. I'm after a man, the guy's name is Blackbeard. Ace drank the wine from the glass. Blackbeard. Everyone is very unfamiliar with Blackbeard. Teach. Shu Kang, who had watched the anime, was naturally very clear about Blackbeard. Seeing that Shu Kang seemed to know something about Blackbeard, Ace was a little surprised, then turned his head and asked, it seems that you know about Blackbeard. Shu Kang nodded and said, actually, I know it is similar to you. Blackbeard killed Thatch and took the dark fruit. The last thing Whitebeard would allow is to kill his partner. That's why you plan to catch him, right? Shu Kang asked rhetorically. Well, this is what happened. He was originally a member of Whitebeard's second team, which is my subordinate, but he committed an unforgivable crime on the pirate ship. That is, killing his partner, so as a captain villain, I have to find it and get rid of him, Ace said. Having said that, but Ace, have you ever thought about why Blackbeard painstakingly grabbed the dark fruit? Shu Kang asked back. No matter what the reason for him, killing his partner is unforgivable, Ace said. Yes, I mean, you have to look at the difference in strength between you to some extent, maybe you are not his opponent. After Shu Kang's words fell, Ace in front of him became impatient. Thank you for your sincere advice, but, as the captain, if I can't even deal with a team member who made a mistake, I don't have the face to go to Father Whitebeard. Ace said. Well, in short, if you really meet, you still have to be careful. This guy has the ability to make the opponent's devil fruit ability invalid. Shu Kang's reminder made Ace remember. Speaking of which, the reason I came to this country is because I received information that I saw him haunting Yuba. Ace said with a change of words. That is to say, your destination is the same as ours. Nami reacted, then took out the Alabasta country map, and then Vivi said, now the ship has entered the Santara River, and then the palm of your hand ought to land at Elmar, and upstream in the interior of Alabasta, and here again, Juba. Because the leader of the rebel army is in Juba. I see, the next destination is Yuba. Ace also understood. It looks like we are going together for the time being. Nami felt a lot more at ease when she saw Ace. Since it's Luffy's brother, of course, a warm welcome. Usopp was also very appreciative of the strong. Ha ha ha, let's get along happily together. Ace. Luffy was also very happy, raising the wooden barrel cup in his hand and drinking with everyone. As time went by, everyone performed their own duties again. Shu Kang still practiced ninjutsu in the house, and everyone else was bored playing. Vivi suddenly stopped the boat and handed over the things he had written in advance to the runners, who temporarily left the team and ran to the king's palace at the fastest speed. After the episode ended, everyone's boat soon arrived at the destination of the trip, the docking point near Elmar. Are you finally going to enter the desert? Sure enough, it will still be very hot. I heard that the temperature during the day can reach 50 degrees. Chapter 62_Green City Elmar. Nami and Vivi also changed from dancer costumes to normal costumes. In this regard, Vivi made a reasonable explanation. Excessive skin exposure in the desert will be eroded by the intense sunlight. Sanji was very unwilling and started to roll on the ground. Everyone changed into their serious clothes for hiking in the desert, but Shu Kang directly used the demon suit to wrap himself perfectly, and was basically not afraid of the erosion of sunlight. The devil suit can only be worn by himself, otherwise Shu Kang would have given it to the ladies on the boat. After all, you have to be a gentleman, and as a captain, you are also obliged to take care of the crew. Can't be like Luffy. Everyone just landed like this, but saw a small creature suddenly drilled out of the sea. What is that? Zoro was also very curious. Roar tilde, the creature in front of him raised his arm aggressively, but it didn't seem to be actively attacking. Is it a turtle? Is it a seal? The end, it was Vivi who recognized the creature's identity. It's Kung Fu Manatee. Chopper, who is proficient in the language of animals, translated, if you go ashore, try to beat me, and if you don't dare, go back to the other side, coward. It says so, Chopper said. I've been made a coward by the tutorial, I can't be silent. I'm in. Usopp rushed up, but he was knocked out in less than 3 seconds. Usopp. Vivi hurriedly hurried but still didn't stop Usopp. Kung Fu Manatee is very strong. Luffy had already defeated the Kung Fu Manatee, and the Kung Fu Manatee immediately bowed, and his eyes began to shine. If you lose, you have to learn from that person. That's the rule of Kung Fu Manatee, explained Vivi. It's really a martial art. Zoro spat. Immediately afterwards, a group of Kung Fu Manatees surrounded Luffy, and Luffy immediately trained Kung Fu Manatees. Come on. Yes. That's right. That's right. That's it. That's right. And here it is. The Kung Fu Manatees started throwing punches aggressively, not knowing whether the training was really effective. Luffy was almost done, so he said, okay. Let's go to Juba. Wait for me, Zoro said speechlessly, are you going to take them there too? It turned out that behind Luffy neatly followed countless Kung Fu Manatees. It won't work, Luffy. Nami said. Yeah, it's impossible for manatees to cross the desert. Vivi also said. Yeah, they are manatees. They must rely on the sea to survive. If they enter the desert, they will die. Shu Kang also reminded. Chopper then took out the meat and gave it to the manatees. Finally, the manatees waved their tears and waved their straw hats goodbye. Really, a Kung Fu Manatee is so sensational. Shu Kang was too lazy to complain at this time. When he became a group of straw hats, some strange things would happen, and he couldn't do anything about it. Goodbye. Luffy waved, and everyone turned towards Juba going. I said, Luffy, do you really understand what's going on? Nami asked. Since they want to follow, why not just bring them? Luffy felt perfectly normal. So many, they can't enter any city at all, okay. It's stupid, if it wasn't for Chopper to convince them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nami said. Yeah, they kept saying they wanted to come. If it wasn't for 85, they would have followed. Chopper also agreed. It's all your fault, more than half of the food is missing. As a chef, Sanji naturally kept the food reserves in his heart at all times, and now he is complaining. Everyone walked like this for a while, and soon, everyone came to a new location. In front of me, in addition to the long yellow sand, there is an abandoned city. This city seems to have been buried by the yellow sand, and there are ruins everywhere. Is this Juba? Luffy and the others asked. No, this is Elmar. Vivi said. It's a place that used to be called the Green City. Green City. When you see this city, you will understand what the Baroque Works organization has done to this country, and what suffering the citizens of Alabasta are suffering from. After Vivi finished speaking, everyone set off again, targeting Juba. Elmar was just a deserted town west of Alabasta. The surroundings are basically the same no matter how you look. There are deserts everywhere, and countless buildings have fallen under the yellow sand. There's nothing here, Luffy said as he walked. Yes, although it is a ruined city now, not long ago, it was a city full of lush greenery and vitality, said Vivi. It doesn't seem like it. It seems that desert monuments have been abandoned for thousands of years. Shu Kang couldn't help but said while looking at the surrounding buildings. It wasn't like this before. Although it didn't rain much here before, by storing the scarce water, the city was barely saved. However, in the past 3 years, all the land in this country has not rained a drop. said Vivi. What? It hasn't rained for 3 years. For so long. Everyone was very surprised. 3 years without rain would naturally be a devastating blow to a desert country. Even if it doesn't rain, can't we bring the water from that big river? Usopp and Zoro asked one after another. The answer is ahead. After Vivi finished speaking, he continued to walk forward. It doesn't rain a drop, even in the thousands of years of history in Alabasta. It is an unprecedented event, but there is only one piece of land that has rained more than before, and that is the capital, Alabasta. Vivi was very worried, said. It was the city where the king's palace was located, and everyone thought it was a miracle for the king until one day that happened. Vivi said, when the goods were unloaded, a huge amount of erode dancing powder was found. What is that? Everyone asked. Call the rain to get the powder, because the rain will make everyone dance with joy. So it is called the dance powder, but the dance powder will cause the drought in the neighboring country. Originally renamed as Nimbus, the small cloud is derived from the principle of artificially growing it rapidly and forming rainfall. Quote. Is that so? That means the natural rain from the neighboring country was robbed. Everyone finally understood, except for Luffy of course. The world government has banned the production and possession of dance fans all over the world. When the dance fans were transported to Hong Kong in large quantities, there was no rain in Alabasta except the city where the king lived. Vivi said with a somewhat lost expression. Chapter 63 _ Ace Who Digs the Wall _ Immediately, Luffy said, Hey! Isn't that your father's fault? Vivi. Idiot. That was framed. Sanji began to slap Luffy speechlessly. How could Vivi's father do such a thing? How could he do it? How could he do it? Vivi said, of course, my father didn't know anything about this, but at the same time, he found out that a lot of dance fans were transported to the palace. Even the palace has been affected. Zoro said indifferently. Obviously, this was done by Baroque works, so people wouldn't trust King Cobra anymore, Shu King said. Yes, Vivi nodded. Everyone was talking and walking, and they had come to the canal that used to be. There is a canal in front of you. This was originally the location of the canal that diverted water from the Sandora River into the city. This canal was also damaged by people. Without the canal, LV Zicheng can no longer guarantee water supply. Even though the people prayed and waited, there was never a drop of rain. Vivi's heart was extremely complicated. As a princess, she couldn't save the city of her own country, which made her a little sad. Everything is in Crocodile's arms. Needless to say, everyone understands that this is what Crocodile has to do. Then the war broke out. People were so exhausted that they fled the war to find water, and they all went to other oases. The city was abandoned like this, and then the city of Green Branches dried up. Vivi suddenly stopped, said very calmly. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the dust was also blown up. At this moment, everyone heard something. What? Is it a human voice? Could it be the pursuit of Baroque works? No, is it the sound of the wind? Ace guessed. I think it's a human voice, Luffy said. It's coming from all directions, what do you think? Brother, Shu Kang. Usopp was terrified. It's not dangerous, it's just that the wind blowing through the city reacts to the ruined buildings. Ace said solemnly. The city, Elmar seems to be crying. Vivi is also moved at this time. Suddenly, a small tornado appeared in front of him, mixed with sand and dust, and attacked everyone. Everyone bowed their heads and resisted. What's the matter with the wind? It looks like someone has fallen. I didn't expect there were people here. This time, everyone clearly heard the voice of the person, so everyone ran in that direction together. However, after walking, I found out that it turned out to be a dead bone that fell to the ground after being blown by the wind. Vivi couldn't help it anymore, squatted down, and said, Father, What the hell did the people of this city do wrong? Born in the land of sand, while fighting against nature, they will try their best to survive. People have to mess up their lives, Why does that guy have the right to do such a thing? Why? At the same time, under the name of Shichibukai, he calls himself a hero to the people. That man deceived the country, but no one found out. I will never forgive that man. Vivi was a little broken, but then at this point, Luffy smashed a building with one punch. What? Shu King didn't expect Luffy to be so excited at first, but then he understood Luffy's mood. Vivi, let's go. I can't hold it anymore. Go to Juba. Everyone was very motivated. Yuba, where are the rebels? Nami confirmed again. Well, yes, I intend to convince the leader of their rebel army. Vivi said confidently. Convince. Zoro was stunned, somewhat confused. The disaster in Alabasta was all caused by Crocodile. I want to tell the truth and prevent more fearless blood from being shed. Vivi didn't know why, but his heart was full of confidence. Shu King thought about it again and again, but still didn't plan to tell everyone what he knew. On the one hand, Shu King could not guarantee whether the plot would still maintain the original appearance. On the other hand, Shu King was afraid and changed the course of the crowd, which changed the next series of plots. At that time, even Shu King would not be able to control the future development. Let's go. Shu King finally followed behind his partners, protecting everyone's safety. And everyone just set off in the direction of Juba. Although Alabasta is a huge island, its area is the largest among the islands that have landed before. The road from Elmar to Yuba can be said to be very difficult, and it is impossible for Shu King to use his fruit ability to bring everyone together. If you fly over, you can only proceed step by step honestly. The sun was very hot, and it basked on everyone's body, which soon caused everyone to sweat hot. Once the sweat broke out, it couldn't stop. When everyone got used to the sun and temperature, there was no more sweat left. It's so hot, I don't even sweat anymore. Luffy was very tired, holding a stick, and no longer had the energy he had before. Don't keep screaming, Luffy, isn't it hotter? Nami warned with a wave of her hand. Zoro pulled the chopper and didn't seem to be too affected. Chopper is a reindeer. It was born on Winter Island. It is naturally difficult to adapt to the high temperature of the desert. Others, however, are quite comfortable with the heat. I said, little brother, are you also one of the captains? Are you also a devil fruit person? Ace chatted with Shu King as he walked. Yeah, I am a devil fruit capable person. Even in the Great Waterway, there are very few such fruits. Shu King said with some pride. Oh, devil fruit. I've heard of it for the first time, but what type is it? Zone, Logia, or Paramesha? Ace also asked with great interest. It stands to reason that my fruit does not need to be specifically divided, because he has the characteristics of each type, which can not only be elemental, but also improve his full ability, and can also let himself play a superhuman peculiar ability. But if you insist on a classification, the most accurate one should be zone mythical. After all, the power of the fruit originating from the origin of the devil has never appeared in the entire sea. Shu King's words became more and more exaggerated, and even Ace couldn't believe it. But what Shu King said was indeed the truth. Ha, I wonder if you'd like to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace looked at Shu King. Shu King was stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. My ambition is much broader than this, so I'd better follow Luffy, haha. Shu King rejected Ace. Haha, I knew you would say that. If you have a chance, let me see your abilities. Just pure interest, Ace said with a smile. Quote. Chapter 64_Fight Against Ace. Shu King looked at Ace, also smiled, and said, definitely. But for now, let's focus on the road. To be honest, Shu King also wanted to fight Ace very much. Ace, who owns the Logia burning fruit, is undoubtedly the strongest person Shu King has seen besides Hawkeye. However, Shu King used the power of his own swordsmanship before fighting against Hawkeye. If there is a chance to fight against Ace, Shu King will definitely choose the power of the devil fruit to fight against Ace. While walking, he heard Usopp's complaint. What's going on here? I thought the desert was flatter than here. Seeing this, Vivi immediately explained. Because this is an ancient desert with a long history, some of the larger sand dunes are more than 300 meters long. 300 meters. No wonder it feels like a mountain. Usopp finally understood. It's so uncomfortable. It's so hot. Luffy didn't care about the water consumption at all, and he drank it a little recklessly. Luffy, just take one sip, just as much in your mouth, Vivi suggested. Luffy, who has the ability of rubber fruit, contains a lot of it. Naturally, they were whipped by the crowd. In this way, everyone walked towards Yuba step by step. At night, they erected their tents, lit the campfire, and started the barbecue. Looks delicious. Luffy looked at the meat, drooling naturally. Don't touch him, Sanji forbade. Does it matter? What a stingy. Everyone trembled and hid by the campfire to keep warm. Nami couldn't help but asked, what's going on? It's so hot in the morning. Vivi explained, in this desert with no shade, it's scorching hot during the day, but at night it's sub-zero and cold, and there are a lot of unexpected dangers in the desert. Except Chopper were very cold. Of course, Ace is a person with the ability to burn fruit, and naturally he is not afraid of cold. Shu-Kang is also considered to have relatively good endurance. As a person with the ability to burn the devil fruit, the harsh environment is naturally completely able to overcome. At this time, Luffy began to make trouble with his friends again. Seeing this, Vivi walked over to Ace and Shu-Kang and started talking. Luffy doesn't look like a captain at all. Isn't the captain of a pirate ship generally respected by the crew? It's the same during the day, but it's just drinking a little more water, and it's like that, but talk to them again. After getting along for a long time, I gradually understand. Quote. That's what Luffy does, Ace said. It hasn't changed at all from when I was a kid, don't look at his virtues, but there are always people around, my younger brother, 10 guys with incredible charm. What, so you already knew? Vivi said with a smile. Of course, after all, I've known him for a long time. Ace said lightly Isho, but thank you, you are worried about whether I care, right? Yeah, but I think too much. Vivi didn't expect Ace to know Luffy so well. Everyone just fell asleep. Only Shu-Kang did not fall asleep, but sat on a high rock not far away, as if waiting for something. But after a while, a person has already jumped up. Here, Shu-Kang asked indifferently. Yeah, I can probably guess what you want to do. The person who spoke was naturally Luffy's brother Ace. As expected of Ace, Luffy's brother, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Shu-Kang's words were a compliment. Then Shu-Kang turned around and looked at Ace. It turned out that during this day, Ace hinted to Shu-Kang countless times that everyone could learn from each other when they were free tonight. Experts in the pirate world often learn from each other to improve their strength, especially Ace, who is also very interested in Shu-Kang's devil fruit. How is it? Ace asked. Ace's meaning is quite straightforward, that is, do you want to learn from each other? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be here at all. There is a distance from them here, so it won't interfere with them. Let me see how strong you are, Ace. After Shu-Kang finished speaking, his eyes became serious. The opponent this time is not an ordinary pirate, but a big pirate, Ace, in other words, the biological son of One Piece, king of pirates Gol D. Roger, the godson of Whitebeard. Are you ready? Let's start. After Ace's voice fell, his hands became huge flames. For the sake of safety, Ace did not use 100% attack, but made a tentative attack. Accidents can be salvaged. Shu-Kang said with some disapproval. Ace, don't keep your hands, I can block your attack. Immediately afterwards, Shu-Kang also moved, activating the devil fruit ability in his body, and then a demon phantom immediately emerged from behind Shu-Kang. The first time he saw this magical ability, even Ace was stunned by Vivi. For some reason, he felt a very terrifying feeling from Shu-Kang. That's the case. Fire Fist. Seeing that Shu-Kang was not joking, Ace didn't hold back any longer. When he fired a fire fist, a huge flame rushed towards Shu Kang. As for Shu Kang, the demon on his body directly spread his demonic wings, and Shu Kang could resist even the blazing flames. Seeing that with just a pair of wings, he could resist his full blow, Fire Fist Ace was also a little uneasy at this time. Impossible. This is too exaggerated. My attack turned out to be ineffective. Seeing that the long-range attack had no effect, Ace quickly rushed to Shu Kang's side and started punching and kicking. However, as Shu Kang said before, the devil fruit on his body has the characteristics of 3 elements, so it is directly elemental. Ace's hand actually penetrated Shu Kang's body directly, as if Shu Kang used the divine power of a kaleidoscope to make himself blurry. Elementalization. Logia. Yeah, what I said before. It's not a joke. Shu Kang also threw a punch after finishing speaking. At this time, Shu Kang's hand also passed through Ace's body. Apparently, Ace's Logia ability also kept him out of harm's way. Sure enough, it's hard to tell the outcome between Logia. Ace finally stopped and did not fight Shu Kang any further. Seeing this, Shu Kang didn't feel happy about the battle, but he couldn't say anything. In the Battle of Logia, I don't know hockey myself. Both of them are elementalized, just like Smoker and Ace, it is impossible to tell the winner. That's it, it's hard to tell the winner if you keep fighting, so wait until you master hockey, let's talk about it. Your strength is very strong. Really don't think about it, Whitebeard Pirates. With your strength, I think, you should be able to become the captain of a team. Ace invited Shu Kang again. Shu Kang smiled and said, forget it, I have to help Luffy become One Piece King of Pirates. Recently, the results have improved. If the daily income exceeds 100, consider the daily increase of 10,000 characters. Please vote a lot, thank you. Chapter 65_Crisis in the Desert __. After Shu Kang rejected Ace, although the sky was still black, everyone had woken up. Luffy caught a scorpion out of boredom, and was reprimanded by Vivi because it was highly poisonous. At this time Chopper said solemnly, something is coming. Looking from a distance, Shu Kang saw that a sandstorm in the distance seemed to be coming, and it didn't seem like a simple sandstorm. Sandstorm. Shu Kang immediately reminded everyone upon seeing this, and Vivi immediately confirmed, sandstorm. Is it really a sandstorm? Everyone hurry up and take refuge in the shadow of the rock. Vivi's response was fairly quick. Everyone did not see the sandstorm, so they were confused. What's wrong? There's a storm. The desert storm is coming. As soon as Vivi's voice fell, the surrounding area was swept away by a sandstorm. Everyone is desperately grabbing everything that can be grasped around them to prevent them from being blown away by the sandstorm. It's here again. Why is there always a storm in the desert? Luffy couldn't help complaining. The storm was so violent that even the tents erected by the crowd were blown away mercilessly. I forgot to tell you. Desert Storm is one of the killers in the desert. At this time, Vivi didn't dare to relax at all. She was used to the harsh environment of Alabasta, and naturally knew the horror of sandstorms. Shu Kang spread out his demon wings as much as possible, wrapping everyone under his wings one by one, forming an egg-like thing. I don't know how long it took. Shu Kang felt that there seemed to be no sound outside, so he tried his best to stretch out his wings and shake it again. Countless sand and dust shook off Shu Kang's wings, and a huge pit was formed with Shu Kang as the center. Everything around seemed to be buried. If it weren't for Shu Kang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone agreed, and the partners once again gained a strong sense of security from Captain Shu Kang. In this way, while overcoming the harsh environment in the desert, everyone continued to head towards Juba. Walking a short distance, Luffy shouted again that he wanted to eat the pirate bento, and finally Vivi had to agree to find the next rock and rest there for a while. After a while, everyone found that there was a rock ahead, and Luffy naturally rushed over like crazy. But soon, Luffy ran back and shouted loudly, "There are so many injured birds." Chopper. Yeah, Chopper heard that an animal was injured, and naturally followed Luffy towards the rock. Feeling strange, Vivi asked at once, "Luffy, are those birds?" Immediately afterwards, Vivi and everyone quickly came to the place just now, and then found that all of everyone's luggage was gone. It's true, there were really a lot of dying birds here just now. I'm sorry, I should have said earlier, the big cheating bird deceives travelers, it's a desert thief who stole luggage. Vivi said a little embarrassedly. What? The bird pretends to be injured. Isn't that fraud? Usopp couldn't help saying. That's right, it's a fraud. Have I been deceived? Luffy realized it later, and naturally he was reprimanded by his friends. Grabbed Luffy and said, "Luffy, I didn't say a word, I was deceived, it's all right, it's a 3-day travel item. It was stolen by a bird, in this vast desert, it's not a coincidence everyone's luggage has been stolen, and there is no water and food, how to cross the desert." But there is no way, because I was deceived. Luffy said without any regrets. Your brain is not as good as a bird. Sanji cursed. What did you say? Luffy and Sanji quarreled again. At this time, Shu King said, "Stop, not everyone's luggage has been robbed." Afterwards, Shu King took out his magical bag. This was the first time Shu King publicly showed the magical bag to everyone. Because the magical bag was given by the system, it could be returned to Shu King at any time. And Shu King never leaves. Is this your omnipotent bag? Yeah, although the things that can be obtained here are limited, but at least enough for us to survive, so now, let's calm down and think about how to get those luggage back. Shu King was still very calm and rational. However, Sanji and Luffy were still fighting. Forget it, at this time, let them have a good fight. Ace said. That's right. Shu King nodded. The two of them refused to give in at all, and it was normal for a fight. Let's sit and rest for a while, the restlessness is because it's too hot, Ace suggested. Yeah, there is still food for the time being anyway, let's just forget about it. Zoro's mood exploded. Well, that's the only way. Usopp nodded. At this time, everyone saw a group of large white birds parked in the middle of the left and right rows of rocks. These big birds enjoyed eating and drinking the food and water in their luggage, and Luffy naturally rushed out unceremoniously. Luffy, don't chase, Vivi reminded. However, Luffy naturally couldn't hear it, so he just disappeared in front of his eyes. This guy can't come back at all, right? Shu King asked. Everyone nodded in unison. After a while, no one saw Luffy, and the discussion started. Really? It's obviously a Luna who ran out. Nami complained. Besides, there are a lot of desert killers that Luffy doesn't know about. Vivi agreed. Will that guy faint from starvation because he didn't eat? Sanji couldn't help but worry about Luffy. I really can't do anything about him. Zoro also said. What everyone said, naturally it can happen. He is really a worry-free captain. Shu King also said with a smile. Seeing this, Ace also took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, my brother has caused you trouble. After the voice fell, the cave on the other side of the desert shook, not knowing what happened. What's going on? Earth-shaking. Is it desert storm again? No, that's Luffy, Usopp said. Why is that guy riding on the back of a camel? Vivi was also a little puzzled. Also, what's chasing him again? Everyone saw the unknown object attacking behind Luffy. I can't see clearly, there seems to be something in the sand. Zoro also asked. As Luffy got closer, finally, the creature suddenly appeared. It's so big. A huge purple-skinned monster appeared in front of everyone. What is that? Everyone was stunned. That's the desert purple-skinned tuatara. It's one of the largest reptiles among all the lizards that inhabit the desert. He usually hides in the desert, and he has sharp front claws and fangs. Very few people can catch it. Here comes a crisis. Chapter 66_Sand Thief Baloo Baloo Group. Because he is so big, in most cases, he will eat the prey in one bite, Vivi said. That guy is really a troublesome genius. Ace looked very relaxed and spoke without fear. Forget that camel, Sanji said. Which planet did that guy come from? Why are you always looking for trouble? Zoro couldn't help but complain. That's normal, isn't it? Shu-King didn't care either. Luffy's character was like this, and there really was nothing he could do. Immediately afterwards, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro shot together, and the huge purple lizard in front of them was easily knocked down. However, the matter did not end. A huge purple lizard appeared again behind everyone. Why is there another one? Nami said in horror. I forgot to mention that desert tuatara usually hunt in groups of 2, Vivi said. Say earlier, Usopp said awkwardly. Ace. Dangerous. Everyone said uncontrollably when they saw that the monster had opened its bloody mouth, ready to devour Ace. Save it. Don't worry about that guy. Shu-King didn't plan to help Ace, so everyone was even more nervous. Then Ace said easily, What? Do you want to play with me too? Okay, I really can't help you. Ace then jumped up handsomely and jumped in front of the desert tuatara, which swallowed Ace into his mouth, but then, this big lizard is self-sufficient. The soaring flames steamed the large lizard in an instant. No matter how resistant the lizard was to heat, it could only be turned into cooked food at this time. Ace fell to the ground, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Really, this guy's strength is very strong. Shu-King smiled, as if he already knew the result. So, everyone was very happy to use local materials, using hot rocks to make natural grilling plates, using lizard meat to make skewers, and eating them happily. Then everyone asked about the camel. The end, the lustful camels were only for women, so Vivi and Nami got on the camels, while the others continued on foot. In this way, we have to race against time to reach Yuba, to convince the rebels, go, eyelashes. Nami and Vivi rode camels and rushed out quickly. The crowd followed very hard step by step, walked for an unknown amount of time, and crossed countless ancient deserts again. Nami and Vivi were nowhere to be seen, and Luffy began to hallucinate. Of course, because Luffy ate the desert cactus, which is a raw material for hallucinogenic drugs, Luffy started to go crazy after eating it. In this regard, although Usopp persuaded repeatedly, Luffy still refused to listen. And, Chopper had to use anesthesia to numb Luffy. Shu-King looked back and forth and asked, Nami and Vivi are fine, why is Ace gone? Completely separated. Even the footprints disappeared. Usopp said at this time, also very embarrassed. After walking for a while, strange noises were heard around. What is this? Shu-King frowned and asked. I don't know. That sound. Weird. There. What came into view was a huge pirate ship, and Usopp found through the telescope that Nami and Vivi were caught on the deck. Nami, Vivi and the camel were caught. Ah. Luffy rushed towards the pirate ship like crazy. Shu-King said, let's go, let's get on board together. Afterwards, the Straw Hat group rushed towards the pirate ship driving in the desert. Shu-King was the fastest, and he walked to the deck in an instant. Shu-King, help us. Vivi and Nami were naturally overjoyed when they saw Shu-King. At this moment, a grinning bearded man appeared in front of Shu-King. The two of them looked at each other like that, but neither of them said a word. There is a motto in our Sand Thief Baloo Baloo regiment, in the desert, except for partners, there is nothing that can't be eaten. Shu-King knew that these sand thieves were not bad people, so he said, it seems that you are short of food, let's eat together. Shu-King then directly took out a large bag of food from the magical bag. The sand thieves were instantly shocked. When they saw that Shu-King took out such a large bag of food from such a small bag, they naturally couldn't believe it. But when they took it themselves, they couldn't get anything. With food, everyone became friends, and the sand thief's temperament was so simple and direct. I'm the captain of this sand thief Baloo Baloo regiment. Lasha, is your name Shu-King? I'm sorry for being rough with your partner. After all, everyone is hungry. The sand thief who calls himself Lasha is very popular, said politely. It's okay, it's normal. Shu-King then said, since I have provided you with food, can you do me a favor? What? Bring us to Juba, Shu Kang said. It's impossible. The flow of sand has been changing recently. We can take you part of the way, but to reach Juba, it's up to you. Lasha said. That's it. Shu Kang nodded. What about Ace? He hasn't come over yet. Luffy said. It's simple. Shu Kang then stretched out a hand into the air, his palm facing the sky, and then a black energy was bred in his hand. This energy eventually condensed into the size of an egg and rose into the sky. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud noise in the sky, and something similar to a demon phantom appeared in the sky where Shu Kang was. Shu Kang's move had no attack power, it was just a special kind of flare. Ace, who had fought with Shu Kang, would naturally rush over when he saw the flare. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, Ace finally reunited with Shu Kang, Luffy and the others. Went for a while at a faster speed, until the flow of the sand changed, and Shu Kang and everyone got off the boat. The crowd once again began their journey on foot towards Juba going. The weather was still so hot, and everyone walked to a rocky field and stopped to rest and eat. Luffy and everyone fought again, only to see a piece of meat flying by itself. Quote ? Shu Kang took a closer look and found that there was a thread on the meat. You can still hear someone talking. Both Luffy and Shu Kang rushed over, but Shu Kang saw the two children stealing the piece of meat just now. Is it delicious? Kibu, I haven't eaten for 10 days, so I have to eat slowly. The elder brother of the two children said. To be able to eat meat, I'll give it to you, brother. Said the little brother. Even if it's really bad, I haven't eaten it. The kid brother said happily. So you came from a bad place. At this moment, Ace and Shu Kang appeared in front of the two children. The two children were startled immediately. Who are you? Chapter 67 Ace and the Scorpion Man. We're not going to give you anything back. The two young children looked nervous and frightened. If you dare to move, be careful not to die. The child finally raised the gun in his hand. Shu Kang and Ace looked at Isho, and in the next second, the child's gun appeared in Shu Kang's hand. I said, this thing is not something that children can play with, right? Shu Kang said. Yeah, your good boy should finish brushing his teeth and go to bed quickly. Ace also agreed. These two guys, they're amazing, the two children couldn't help but say. Only then did Shu Kang's partners catch up, and Usopp asked, who are they? Seeing that Shu Kang was so powerful, the little boy immediately knelt on the sand and pleaded, you are so powerful, I have something I want to ask for your help. There's a man, I hope you can find him and catch him. If you can catch it, I'll give you 1,000,000 Baileys as a reward. 1,000,000 Bailey. Nami was naturally interested when she heard the money. Now, although there is no way to take out the money, I will definitely pay you when I grow up. Help me find this man. The boy took out a photo, one of which was of the uncle wearing sunglasses, holding a pitchfork in his hand, looked very proud. This is... Shu Kang couldn't remember the plot, but he was vaguely aware that it was Ace that the two little devils had asked for. My brother and I have chased the man from the bad ground all the way to this point. He's a scorpion, a bounty hunter, the boy said. Bounty hunters. Zoro was still a little interested. Why are you chasing a bounty hunter? Nami also asked curiously. This man, I just happened to find him for something. Ace next to him saw the person in the photo and said, I heard that there was a man in Yuba who defeated Blackbeard, and that was the scorpion. The reason why I went to Yuba was because I wanted to go and meet this man. Defeat Blackbeard. Everyone was a little surprised. Are you kidding me? The current Blackbeard shouldn't be able to defeat an ordinary uncle. Shu Kang obviously didn't believe it, but he knew the power of Blackbeard. Who knows? This kind of thing can only be known after meeting. Ace said. Ace, you said your name was Ace. Could it be you? Fire Fist Ace. The boys asked immediately after hearing Ace's name. Someone seems to be here. Shu Kang and Ace raised their heads. Sure enough, a bird and two people came to the front of the crowd. Behind the back of the bird is Luffy, and in front is the Scorpion Man I just saw in the photo. After Shu Kang saw the Scorpion Man, he immediately thought of it. It turns out to be like this. After a long time, it seems to be a funny character. After the Scorpion Man in front of him saw Ace, he even screamed. You are here, Fire Fist Ace. I am a scorpion. I am an indomitable hero. In order to single-handedly against you, I have come all the way to find you. Let's have an upright life and death struggle. Luffy, who suddenly showed up with embarrassment. Shu Kang clearly saw fear written on Uncle Scorpion's face. I am so sorry. It's unlucky for you to meet this uncle, and your heroic deeds, which are famous in the sea, will end today. Shu Kang forcibly held back his laughter and silently stepped aside. He couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. I'm on Fire Fist Ace. At this time, the Scorpion Man finally rushed out. Immediately afterwards, he raised the cannon in his hand, and after shooting it, it turned out to be a large net. Seeing that Ace was about to be caught, he didn't expect Ace to unhurriedly activate his devil fruit power. Ace's whole body turned into a flame, and the net was instantly blown away by the sky-high flames. In the end, the scalding net actually netted Uncle Scorpion, and Uncle Scorpion immediately fell to the ground, rolling and screaming in pain. Seeing this, Shu Kang was 100% sure that the person who appeared in front of him was a funny character. Bobo, get a fire-fighting compression gun. Uncle Scorpion shouted, and the strange bird beside him took something in its mouth. Then Uncle Scorpion quickly assembled this thing. And explained, this is a compressed gun filled with fire extinguishing agent. This way, the compressed fire extinguishing agent can be shot into your body. The Scorpion Man then started firing again. However, with Ace's skill, naturally he wouldn't fall for such a funny character. Ace flexibly avoided every attack from Uncle Scorpion, and finally hit Uncle Scorpion's abdomen with just a light punch. Uncle Scorpion clutched his stomach and fell on the sand in pain. This time, not only Shu Kang saw it, but even Usopp and others saw it. This guy is simply vulnerable. Ace then said, although I guessed it, it's fake that you defeated Blackbeard. You expected me to appear as long as you called Blackbeard, right? Ace asked. That's right. Isn't this battle plan good? Uncle Scorpion climbed up with difficulty, grabbed a handful of sand and said, it's a tie now, and I'll get serious next time. Then, a bloody scene happened, and the boy just shouted loudly, enough is enough. Don't fight anymore. Dad. Dad. Luffy also felt a little confused. Dad. Everyone has many question marks. Dad. How could it be possible to win Fire Fist Ace? The two children came to Uncle Scorpion's side. When did you leave the Bad Land? Uncle Scorpion asked. We've come to pick you up, said the children. Don't be silly, Dad is now the world's #1 bounty hunter. Danny and Haruba Ruxia, who had 2 guns, were all beaten to the ground by me, begging for mercy. Uncle Scorpion said. Is this your plan? The children said. That's right. I'm a useless dad who can only brag, but one thing is true, no matter how small a person is, as long as you have the determination, you can challenge the world's #1 hero. I just want to tell you this truth, I want you to see a great dream. Uncle Scorpion stroked his child's head and said with conviction, a man must burn dreams in his heart, even if he needs it every day. Be patient, never give up, and face it bravely. Quote. Live with a smile every day. As long as you continue to challenge the impossible, no matter what your life is, it will be heaven. Even if I risk my life, I want to tell you this truth, yes. As long as you dare to stand up and face it, you can open up the way. Look at it, Dad, my unyielding soul. Don't worry, I won't lose, as long as my heart burns with great dreams. Chapter 68 _ a historical text. While speaking, Uncle Scorpion stood up again and shouted, Uncle, take out the anti-tank rocket launcher. Then he took the strange bird and gave the weapon to Uncle Scorpion. Uncle Scorpion locked Ace again and said, Fire Fist Ace. This is the final blow. At the same time, Uncle Scorpion lit the lead. At this moment, the child hugged Uncle Scorpion tightly and said with tears, "I understand. Dad, what you always wanted to tell us. We also want to stand up and face it bravely. We will try to live every day. As long as Dad is here, we can muster the courage. I'm sorry, we said something worthless. I don't really care what I eat, only Dad is happy enough. We like Papa. Love Dad very much." Shu Kang, Luffy, or Ace saw this. They have already understood things very clearly. I thought this was a funny character, but I didn't expect that behind it was Uncle Scorpion's endless love for his children. Finally, Uncle Scorpion threw the anti-tank rocket to the side and hugged his child, but at this moment the anti-tank rocket fired a rocket. With a blast of rockets, the huge rock above was destroyed. The rock shattered and fell heavily, and Luffy wanted to do it at the moment. However, Ace shouted, "Get out of the way!" And a fire fist blasted out, and the impactful flames instantly smashed the broken rocks into the air, and at the same time, rushed the huge rocks to the rear. Shu Kang was not idle either, spreading out his huge demon wings to protect many people. After a while of sand and dust, everyone looked at each other, and no one was injured. The Scorpion Man also used his body to block his child when the rock fell. The Scorpion Man looked at his children, held them in his arms, and said, "Thank you for picking up my useless dad, let's go back to the bad place." The crying children hummed, and the Scorpion Man took Bobo and his children away from the crowd. Shu Kang couldn't let go of his heart for a long time. The world of pirates is like this. Any funny character that comes out has his own story. Therefore, every choice and every unintentional action may affect the world. The life of some people. It was dusk. At this time, Ace was also preparing to leave Alabasta. He had already prepared his luggage and was ready to go back the same way. "Are you really leaving, Ace?" Chopper asked. "Yeah, since Blackbeard isn't in Alabasta, there's no reason for me to stay in this country," Ace replied. "I see," Luffy nodded. "Where are you going next?" Sanji asked. According to what Scorpion said, it seems that someone has seen that guy in the west. "I'm going to have a look. By the way, Luffy, you take it." As Ace said, he threw a piece of paper to Luffy. "Luffy, keep holding it. This little piece of paper will make us meet again," Ace said. Luffy didn't understand the meaning of this life paper. Shu Kang immediately gave him a simple explanation. "Don't you want?" Ace asked with a smile. "I want it, I want it." Luffy nodded obediently. "Having such a troublesome younger brother, I'm very worried about being a big brother. You must have nothing to do with this guy, right? But please take care of you, especially Captain Shu Kang." Ace knew that the entire pirate group the most mature and powerful person among them was Shu Kang, and Shu Kang was another captain, so he naturally greeted him. "Don't worry." Shu Kang nodded. His partner naturally wanted to protect him. "Luffy, the next meeting will be the peak of pirates. You have to climb to the peak," Ace instructed. "Okay," Luffy said energetically. Then, when he turned around, Ace had disappeared, and only a ray of the setting sun could be seen. "It's gone," Zoro said. "Fire Fist Ace," Sanji said. "I'll see you again for sure," Luffy said with great anticipation. "I hope, when I see you again, I won't die." Shu Kang reminded Ace long ago that Blackbeard is powerful, but Shu Kang didn't know if Ace listened. Shu Kang now only hopes that Ace will be more careful when dealing with Blackbeard. One night, everyone continued to going in the direction of Yuba, and at the hottest noontime, Luffy got nervous again. It may be that the heat is confused, or it may be that I have eaten some hallucinogenic plants. In order to take care of Luffy and Chopper, who has extremely poor heat resistance, everyone had to ask Zoro and the most responsible Captain Shu Kang. As a result, Luffy, Zoro, Chopper and Shu Kang left the team, and they were separated from everyone again. After walking for a while, Shu Kang saw a rock not far ahead. Shu Kang hadn't said anything yet, but Luffy had already acted. Luffy took advantage of the ductility of the rubber fruit, grabbed the rock and rushed over. Zoro and Shukang were affected and were knocked over directly. Wow! Haha! So cool! So cool! Luffy started laughing very proudly. Zoro is naturally angry and wants to chop Luffy. Shukang knew that Luffy had this character, so he could only be silent. Say, where's Chopper? Luffy asked, before finding Chopper lying on the sand. Humph! Zoro put the knife on Luffy's neck angrily. Luffy immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Zoro then planned to sit on the spot, but he didn't expect that after he sat on the ground, a big hole appeared on the ground. Zoro fell in instantly. And Luffy, seeing Zoro fall, naturally grabbed the bottom with his hands and bounced himself in. Here, could it be? Shukang wasn't sure, but with the ability of demons, he came and went freely, and naturally he came to this cave very smoothly. The surrounding seems to be an ancient collapsed palace. Under the ground, there will be such a huge building, which is obviously a rather strange thing. At a glance, Shukang saw the huge stone slab in the middle, recorded with strange characters. Is this the historical text? Unfortunately, I don't understand it at all. Shukang said. Historical text? What is that? Zoro and Luffy asked together. At this moment, Chopper also fell from above, looking around a little confused. In fact, it is a stone tablet that records the past. The text on this stone tablet was engraved by later generations. No one can destroy this stone tablet. Now, only one person in the world can understand it. Shukang said. Ah, a person. Who is it? Luffy and Chopper also asked a little curiously. This person is Miss Sunday, that is, Crocodile's partner, Nico Robin. Shukang said. Is it her? Chapter 69_arrive in Juba. Did you forget what I said earlier? Robin joined Baroque Works because nowhere else could fit her. Although Robin and Shukang are currently in different camps and are completely hostile, Shukang has no intention of hating Robin at all. Robin has a rather tragic past, and despite stooping to the dark, he was able to help Luffy and eventually become a partner, which speaks volumes. After a while, Zoro said, I'm almost used to watching it. If you look closely, isn't it like a giant egg? Zoro said. And it's man-made, Chopper said, too. This must be an ancient ruin. According to Shukang, these should be ancient texts, but it feels like someone could hide it. Chopper found it carefully, which made Shukang Chopper a little impressed. Although I don't know who did it, it's really hard work. It's none of my business, and I'm not interested. What we have to do now is to get out of here quickly. How do we get up now? Zoro threw the most important question. Leave it to me. Shukang grabbed Luffy with his left hand. Luffy stretched his body. Zoro and Chopper grabbed Luffy's body. Shukang spread his demon wings, and then jumped up. The wings on his back flapped, and the sand above was almost unobstructed, so Shukang pushed him aside. Shukang rescued his friends very easily. It's finally out. Zoro and Chopper both recognized Shukang in their hearts, and the captain was the most reliable at the critical moment. Of course, Luffy is also indispensable and is the spiritual symbol of the team. Shukang didn't just walk away like this, but directly generated a spiral pill with one hand, and then pressed it on the rock. Just listening to, boom. The rock was beaten into the shape of a vortex. This should be almost the end. Shukang did this because he wanted to leave a mark here. The ancient ruins are likely to be obscured again by the wind and sand, but the mark will never go away. In this way, Shukang, Zoro, Luffy, and Chopper embarked on a journey to find partners and go to Yuba. Due to Shukang's limited physical strength, it was not too long to fly with 3 people. In order to save physical strength, everyone still chose to walk. The sky was getting darker, the weather was no longer hot, and Luffy was alive again. Walking on, Chopper suddenly said, "The wind has changed, I seem to smell something." Yes, that's right. This is Nami's perfume smell, which comes from here. With Chopper nose, Shu King and Zoro naturally pulled Luffy in the right direction. It didn't take long before Shu King finally saw Nami Vivi riding a camel with eyelashes, followed by Sanji and Usopp. Everyone finally got together. Everyone greeted each other. After all, it was only a few hours apart, and nothing happened, so they continued on to Juba. Chopper asked the question of life paper. By the way, Luffy, what exactly is that one your brother gave? Shu King said it was a life paper. Luffy said without thinking, as if he didn't quite understand it. What is life paper? Everyone knew that asking Luffy was like asking in vain, so they looked at Shu King and asked. Shu King, what is that? Nami asked. Shu King cleared his throat and said, life paper is something on the Great Waterway. It is usually given to you by people you are very close to. The life paper is like a permanent record pointer, and it will keep moving in the direction of that person. Ace said to go to the west before, right? Look, put the life paper in the palm of your hand, and he will continue to move westward little by little. Shu King thought that what he said was clear, but he didn't expect Luffy to ask, move little by little, when will this paper be able to move to that person's side? Is it too slow? The others gave Luffy a slap and complained, Luffy, did you listen? The life paper will tell you the direction of that person. Sanji asked, so, what happens to the life paper if that person dies? A blast of sand and dust swept across. Shu King said, the vivre card will shrink when the owner is weakened, and it will return to its original size when the owner recovers. If that person dies, the vivre card will slowly turn into ashes, no longer exists. Ace, you won't die easily, will you? Shu King, Luffy asked. Of course. Although Shu King said so, but he didn't think so in his heart. If everything develops as the original work, Ace will die almost inevitable. Okay, everyone, after passing that rock, it's not far from Yuba, let's go harder. Princess Vivi said, looking ahead. Okay, everyone was full of energy when they heard that they were going to Juba soon. Really, is it almost there? Yes, Juba, coming soon. In this way, everyone walked in the direction of Yuba with anticipation, but Shu King had a bad premonition. At night, there was a sandstorm again, but Shu King still protected everyone with his demonic power. There seems to be a light ahead, said Vivi, pointing into the distance. Have you reached Juba? There is too much wind and sand, so I can't see it clearly. The sand finally dissipated, and Vivi felt something was wrong. Not good. There seems to be something wrong with the way the city looks. It's a sandstorm. The city has it was attacked by a sandstorm. In the distance, Juba was shrouded in sandstorms, trees were torn apart, and the city was reduced to ruins. However, Juba was in much better condition than Elmar, and it could be seen that Juba was still inhabited not long ago. However, Vivi is a little unbelievable. How could this be? It's not very different from Elmart here, Zoro said truthfully. Where's the water? Luffy was dying of thirst. Isn't this an oasis? Vivi, Sanji was also full of questions. Shu King's bad hunch came true, and Yuba really became a ruin. There was too much sand, causing the formation to rise and the oasis to be engulfed. Vivi said with some embarrassment. Suddenly, there was a movement around. It turned out to be a person, holding a shovel, cleaning the river. Are you travelers? Desert trips must be tiring, right? I'm sorry, this city is exhausted, but you rest well, there are hotels everywhere, those things are the best place in this city. The uncle, with a big beard, kept digging while talking. Excuse me, I heard that the rebel army is in this city. What are you doing with the rebels? As soon as he heard the rebel army, the uncle immediately turned his face a little. Chapter 70 Captains who agree With everyone's repeated explanations, the uncle in front of him finally revealed the truth. That group of guys is no longer here, said the uncle. What did you say? Everyone showed extremely surprised expressions, not expecting it at all. Of course, except for Shu Kang, he had long known that the rebel army had left here. How could this be? In order to prevent the rebel army from rushing through hardships, Vivi did not expect it to end like this. The sandstorm hit the city just now, but it's not something that just started. Since 3 years ago, the city has been attacked by sandstorms frequently since it dried up due to the long-term exposure to sunlight. The oasis of the past has become the virtue of today. Quote, materials are also out of circulation in this city, because the protracted war of the rebellion cannot be carried out again, so the rebel army moved its base to Catalia. The uncle said. As for Catalia, it is an oasis not far from Rohara. Vivi at the beginning, everyone will not go wrong, maybe they can meet the leader of the rebel army directly, and it is not impossible to stop the war at that time. However, Shu Kang chose to hide the truth for various reasons. Naturally, he had his reasons. Because everyone said the word Vivi during the conversation, the uncle in front of him immediately behaved a little differently. Vivi, you called her Vivi just now. The uncle came over slowly. You're Vivi, right? You're still alive, great, it's me, can't you tell? No wonder, because I'm a little thinner. Uncle Dodo, Vivi couldn't believe it. The father of a former close friend Kosha, Dodo, has become so thin. As for Kosha's identity, he was naturally the leader of the rebel army. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the uncle in front of him used to be a fat man with a rich personality. Uncle Dodo said, Vivi, I believe in His Majesty the King, he will never do anything to betray the country, right? Speaking of which, Uncle Dodo also burst into tears. Rebellion or something, it's just stupid, those stupid boys. It's just 3 years without rain, so what, I believe His Majesty the King, most of the people are the same, and I have also however, no matter what I say, it is useless, or it fails to stop the rebellion, and their physical strength is almost at the limit, and they should be cut off in the next attack, and they have already been driven to a dead end. Quote. They've already made up their minds to die, please, Vivi, hurry up and stop those idiots. Dodo pleaded. Vivi handed Dodo the towel very gently and comforted. Uncle Dodo, don't worry, I will definitely stop the rebellion. Thank you, Vivi. Dodo burst into tears again. Since it was getting late, everyone decided to stay in Yuba for one night. Due to the long journey, everyone was exhausted. Of course, the partners were still the same. At the beginning, they fought unscrupulously, and at the end they all fell asleep. Shu Kang wasn't that sleepy. With a super devil fruit, he didn't seem to be so dependent on rest. Shu Kang pushed open the door and walked out. It was already late at night. However, Shu Kang still heard rustling voices next to him. Shu Kang found out that it was Uncle Dodo, who continued to dig while the night was not so hot. Uncle Dodo, you really worked hard. Shu Kang said. Dodo looked up and saw that it was Vivi's companion Shu Kang, and then also said, that kid keeps shouting for water, I will soon be able to dig into the wet ground. It's really hard work, let me help you together. Shu Kang did his part and immediately began to help Dotuo continue to dig down. Young man Shu Kang, with unlimited physical strength, coupled with his own special ability, he dug deeply in less than a while, and finally Shu Kang felt that his hands were soaked. I thought it was due to the force of digging, but my finger was bleeding, but after a closer look, it turned out that it had reached the wet ground. Water. It's great. Water. Shu Kang and Dotuo were very excited. It didn't mean that the water was dug up, but it meant that Yuba still had hope of returning to life. Afterwards, Shu Kang accompanied Uncle Dodo to distill and extract pure water, and chatted about Kosha and Vivi, and finally the sky became brighter. Gave Luffy the water as a small gift. In the end, everyone left Juba and planned to go back to Catalia. And at this time, Luffy sat where he was, and he was going to give up. Vivi asked, what's the matter with you? Luffy. I'm quitting, Luffy said very directly. Don't do it. Nami also felt a little strange. No, Luffy, what do you mean? Vivi asked. Hey, Luffy, we don't have time to mess around with you here. Get up, Usopp said. Aren't we going back? Chopper also felt a little puzzled. Yeah, shouldn't we go back the same way? Go to Catalia to stop the rebel army. If the millions of people in this country start some kind of violent conflict, the consequences will be disastrous. This is for Vivi. Well, let's go. Sanji also pulled Luffy with some straight men, but Luffy pushed Sanji away and expressed his refusal. Everyone had to turn their eyes to Shu King. Luffy wanted to say something, but at this time, Shu King also revealed the long-hidden truth. I'm sorry, I probably understood what Luffy meant, and if that's the case, I'll quit. I'm sorry, I already knew that the rebel army was in Catalia, and it has been hiding and didn't tell Vivi about you. Shu King's expression was so serious that it even surprised Luffy. Luffy hurriedly asked incomprehensibly, you already knew. Why didn't you say it? Luffy, I think we all have the same goal. Fly, crocodile, Shu King and Luffy said in unison. No one expected that the two captains had reached a unity of spirit and will at this moment. Luffy then said, I see, then I can understand. I think so too. Even if the rebel army is stopped, can it stop Crocodile? Even if we reach Catalia, there is nothing to do because we are pirates. It's better not to go, Luffy said. Yeah, Alabasta, drought, civil war, chaos, these are all the ghosts of Crocodile. In this case, as long as you defeat him and eliminate his minions, Baroque works, the most fundamental problem. Shu King explained a little. For a while, the attitude of everyone was a little different in an instant. The words of the two captains are straight to the point. I understand. Sanji and Usopp nodded. Whether everyone's votes can be cast in the latest chapter, the income will be counted in the follow-up votes. Chapter 71_Battle in the Rain. You hope no one is killed in this fight. The nation, and all of us. Our enemy is Shichibukai. It's already a rioting war involving millions of people. Don't you think it's too naive to think that everyone will be safe? Originally naive Luffy, but this time he changed his normal behavior and asked Vivi. I said Luffy, don't you think about Vivi's mood? Nami wanted to persuade, but was stopped by Sanji. Miss Nami, wait. Shu King didn't say a word. He knew that Luffy and Vivi had to persuade the other, and his opinion was the same as Luffy's. What's wrong? I don't want anyone to die. What's wrong with that? Vivi asked Luffy, not compromising, but also excited. Everyone dies, Luffy said blankly. Vivi slapped Luffy in the air and said, shut up. Don't say anything like that. If you say it again, I won't forgive you. Aren't we just trying to stop this from happening now? It's obviously not the rebel army, the king's army, and the citizens of this country. Why does someone have to die? It's all Crocodile's fault. Vivi said nothing wrong. At this time, Luffy got up and hit back with a backhand. Then why did you risk your life? Just look at this country and you'll know what you should do the most. Your life is not enough to gamble, Luffy said while beating each other. Then what should I bet on? I have no other capital to gamble. Vivi suddenly calmed down, with a very sad expression on his face. At this point Luffy shouted, at least risk our lives. Aren't we partners? Vivi burst into tears instantly. After Shu King watched all the development of the story, Luffy made a big circle, just wanting to tell Vivi. Don't forget the power of a partner. Vivi never thought of directly defeating Crocodile, because she knew Crocodile's strength, and she didn't want anyone to die because of it, so she would not push Shu King and others to Crocodile to die at all. Luffy made such a fuss, and Vivi was completely moved, and Shu King could also feel the charm of Luffy's personality. This infectious power made Shu King understand once again that there are other things that are more important than strength. Vivi burst into tears while Luffy put on his straw hat and asked, tell me, Crocodile, where is it? At this moment, Vivi has also made up his mind to use the power of his partners to fly Crocodile. Everyone. Vivi looked at his friends and said, Luffy Shu King is right, I have made up my mind, let's go to Crocodile. Indeed, that's the closest shortcut. Nami echoed. That is to say, there is no need to take such troublesome detours. Zoro's understanding is still very strong. So, where the hell is that bastard crocodile? Sanji asked. Immediately afterwards, Vivi unfolded the map of the kingdom of Alabasta that he carried with him. This is the capital of Albana that my father ruled, and the rebel army is now planning to attack Albana here. That means we have to beat Crocodile before that, Sanji said. The location of Crocodile is here, Rain. Vivi explained again. Rain, Usopp repeated curiously. It's a day's walk north from here, Vivi said. Okay, then let's go. Let's defeat Crocodile together. After Shu King finished speaking, everyone drove towards the north again. On the way, everyone chatted about Yudi and Crocodile. After walking for about a day, we finally arrived at Yudi. In the far north, there is a city of considerable size, and this city feels different from before. The front should be the rain, right? Shu Kang asked. Yeah, it's already visible, Vivi said. Here it is. Usopp also let out a sigh of relief. Okay, go Crocodile. Luffy was full of energy. By the way, we got here, didn't Baroque Works find out? Zoro asked. I'm afraid they already know. We also met Mr. Point Tula. First of all, we thought we had been exposed, so it must be right. Nami said. What does that mean? Luffy asked dully. In other words, there is no way to move freely in the rain. If we are discovered by them, can't Crocodile use all means to deal with us? Usopp was also speechless to Luffy, and he had to explain any question. Long time. Shu King said. Unsurprisingly, Crocodile's current focus is on inciting war. In his opinion, we should be just little mice. I don't think we need to hide our identities. But don't forget, Marine has been chasing us, that smoker captain must have been waiting for us in the rain. Shu King's words made the heads of his friends go up, but what Shu King said was not bad. Smoker, the smoke man, was already waiting for everyone at the nearby restaurant. No way. Those guys are here again, so annoying. Everyone was very disgusted with Marine. How should we not be found by them? Everyone was still discussing here, and it turned out that Luffy and Usopp were gone. What about them? Shu King asked awkwardly. Going to buy water, Nami said. It's over. Let's hurry up and hide, these two guys must be in trouble again. Shu King guessed successfully again. Luffy and Usopp bumped into Smoke Man and Tashigi in the restaurant, and then they ran out and were chased by Marine again. The most important thing is that Luffy and Usopp Chi-Chi ran towards their partners, which caused everyone to be basically exposed. At the same time, the agents of the Baroque Works agency in the entire Rainy Land naturally discovered the traces of everyone. I said, we have already been discovered. Why don't we just run in the direction of Crocodile? Shu King suggested. Yeah, let's go straight to defeat him. Luffy agreed. You can see there is a building with a crocodile roof. That is the casino run by Crocodile, Rain Feast. Vivi pointed to the very imposing building in front of him. Is that so? Crocodile is right there. Luffy and Shu King then speeded up. In order to lure Marine away, the partners chose to run away separately. Shu King was unlucky and escaped Marine, but was surrounded by Baroque Works agents and millions of elders. It's really embarrassing. I had to get rid of you first. Shu King looked at the enemy in front of him, his eyes narrowed, the tiger's body shook, and he disappeared in an instant. Everyone votes more. The comment area is a bit empty, you can comment and gain some reputation. Chapter 72 Falling into the trap of the rain banquet. When he reappeared, Shu King had already appeared beside the million-year-old who was closest to him. At the same time, a strange sound came from Shu King's right hand, and his hand had condensed into a blue sphere. Yes, Helix Pill. Shu King used the instant body at the same time, but also condensed a spiral pill. This was the first time Shu King condensed the spiral pill in actual combat. With the blood of Uchiha, Chincho, and Uzumaki clan, Shu Kang's spiral pill looks small, but its power is amazing. What is this? Before the million-year-old man in front of him could react, he saw that Shu Kang had already patted the blue light ball in his hand. Then I only heard a continuous whoosh. It turned out that the spiral pill pushed up the body of the agent in front of him. Drink. Shu Kang's arm was forced, and the whole person sent the spiral pill out completely. The millions of elders from the Baroque Works Club that he could see in front of him faded like a tide. This trick is so powerful in the world of pirates. Shu Kang also found a pleasant surprise. If he can use spiral pills in actual combat more smoothly in the future, then his own battles may be even more amazing. This way, Shu Kang was secretly happy when he heard Marine's cry. Shu Kang looked around and found that his partners were all gone, so he locked his sight on the casino where Crocodile was located, Yuyan. Shu Kang rushed over and saw Usopp and Nami, who were also evading pursuit. Shu Kang, are you alright? You must be alright. After Nami calmly cared, she said as she ran. See. The entrance to the rain banquet turned out to be in the center of the lake. Has the others not arrived yet? Nami asked after walking to the entrance of the rain banquet. At this moment, several enemies of Baroque Works raised their rifles and aimed at 3 people in front. Fuck off. Zoro suddenly appeared, kicking these trash fish away with one kick. Zoro, aren't you supposed to be with Vivi? Nami asked in confusion. Yeah, hasn't she arrived yet? Zoro naturally chose to cut off for Vivi's sake, but unfortunately Vivi didn't arrive. She may have gone in, Usopp said. Then let's hurry in too, Nami said. As he was talking, Shu Kang saw that Luffy seemed to be being chased by someone over there. Shu Kang knew without thinking that Luffy must have met. At present, he had no way to defeat it. Logia's smoker. Let's go. Everyone rush in. Luffy ran and couldn't stop. Seeing this, everyone tried their best to run towards the inside of Yuyan. Crocodile, I'm going to knock you out. Luffy shouted as he ran. Stop for me. The trash fish from Baroque Works was chasing after him and kept firing. Shu Kang turned around and slashed straight out. The agents in front of him were instantly chopped to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Shu Kang saw that the smoke man was chasing after him. Really? Trouble? Shu Kang ignored it, just kept rushing into the rain banquet with Luffy and the others. Gate of opening was launched. There were still a lot of people in the rain banquet, and there were all kinds of gambling and entertainment machines around. Everyone also looked very laid back, seemingly unaffected by the civil war. As soon as Luffy came in, he shouted as hard as he could, Crocodile. Get out of here. However, the people here don't care about Luffy at all, let alone what Luffy said, they just want to make money for entertainment. I've come a long way to hit you. Luffy shouted again, but there was still no one around to answer him. The partners stopped Luffy one after another. How could he get out of your mouth like this? Nami complained. The other party is the hero of the country. Do you want to be the enemy of all the customers in the store? Usopp said. Yeah, people here are indifferent to things other than money. Shu Kang said. So what? Luffy was very eager, looking like he wanted to fight Crocodile. Speaking of which, shouldn't we look for Vivi first? If Vivi is not here, you don't even know who is Crocodile, right? Shu Kang's words came to the point. But what about Vivi? Usopp, Luffy, and Nami shouted in unison. Vivi, Crocodile, where are you? Shu Kang patted his head and was speechless. He felt that these partners were helpless. However, their actions still caught the manager's attention. The manager immediately informed the deputy store manager of the matter, and the deputy store manager said very casually, you can just call the guard, don't make a fuss because of this trivial matter. Quote. Seeing that there was no movement around him, Luffy asked Shu Kang, what's going on? Crocodile can't be found, and neither can Vivi. What's the situation? Shu Kang could answer, Smoker had already caught up. After you, Straw Hat. How dare you run around? It's Smoky Man. Everyone, run, Luffy shouted, and he and his buddies started to run away. The appearance of pirates and marine in the casino naturally disturbed the cleanliness of the casino, and the security guards of the casino naturally rushed out. However, at the level of a guard, let alone trying to stop Shu King Luffy, even if he couldn't stop Nami, the guard was basically hit and flew away like a paper man. At this time, the deputy store manager of Yuyan saw the store manager, and then said, "It's not good, store manager, there are a group of strange people gathering to make trouble." And the store manager is, of course, Nicole Robin. Robin was ordered by Crocodile and said, "Yes, please take them to the VIP room." The deputy store manager wanted to say something. Robin told him directly, "This is the order of the Crocodile boss." In the end, the deputy store manager ordered someone to find a way to the VIP room. Seeing this, Luffy and the others rushed in without any hesitation. Shu King, Luffy and others ran and found that the road was divided into left and right, with VIP written on the left and pirates written on the right. Knowing that the two situations were similar, Shu King and Luffy walked directly towards the road with pirates written on it. The result is to be expected. Everyone fell into this stupid trap and fell. After Shu King landed, he found that everyone was already deep in this cage. When I touched the cage with my hand, I could feel a strange feeling, but this feeling did not seem to affect Shu King. Is that so? Seastone's cage. Meanwhile, Luffy raved about the trap. "What a clever trap," Luffy praised. "Yeah, there's no way out," Usopp echoed, "because it wouldn't look particularly stupid. It's obviously a trap that can be avoided." "Okay," Nami couldn't help but complain. "What should I do now?" Shu King. Nami was the first to think of Shu King during the crisis. Chapter 73 Crocodile _______. Compared to this, I haven't been able to use the strength since just now. Luffy grabbed the cage, and the power of the rubber fruit in his body was naturally restrained. At this moment, the smoker waved his weapon and attacked Luffy with 10 hands. Shu King directly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and used the scabbard to block Smoker's attack. "Smoker, we are on the same boat now, you might as well save your energy and think about how to escape," Shu King said. Luffy couldn't help but said, "What happened just now? I have no strength, it's like falling into the water." Shu King explained, "This cage should be made of the same material as the weapon in the hands of the smoker. It has the nature of seastone and can restrain those with ability." "So that's the case, so when Luffy just met, will he weaken?" Zoro understood. "The prison fences in the marine headquarters are made of this thing, in order to prevent the criminals who have the power of devil fruit from escaping," Smoker said. "So this fence is also the case, can't it be destroyed?" Nami asked. "If it could be destroyed, I'd be out of here long ago," said Smoker, "so that you'll never go out to sea again." Without a word, it seemed like a fight was about to begin. Shu King said, "Save it, instead of fighting in the nest, it's better to think about how to deal with Crocodile." As soon as Shu King's voice fell, he heard a voice. "Yes, that's right, let's think about it carefully. You are the partners who went to Wangquan together, so let's get along well." "Crocodile," Smoker said, looking away. "What?" Luffy was also taken aback. On the seat not far from the front, a person slowly turned his body around, revealing his face that didn't seem like a good person. Crocodile had a very evil smile at this point, with a stitched line under his nose and an earring on his right earlobe. Wearing a coat, looking relaxed. "Is this guy Shichibukai, Crocodile?" Zoro asked rhetorically. "Has a more disgusting face than I thought," Smoker said. When Crocodile saw Smoker commenting on himself like this, he also said, "It's really the same wild dog as rumored, Mr. Smoker. You don't seem to think of me as your own for a long time." "But yes, you're right, Smoker, let's just let you die unexpectedly. You've done your best to fight a little pirate like the Straw Hat Devilman. I reported to the government like this, although I don't know why you came back to this country. It was your decision anyway. The government couldn't have sent you here because they trust me as Shichibukai. So it turns out, this time I really saw a real person, sand crocodile. Shukang didn't have any fear at this moment, because it was not the first time he faced Shichibukai, but Shukang was a little excited and excited. Are you crocodile? Luffy was furious when he saw crocodile. You bastard. Let me have a showdown. Luffy accidentally bumped into the fence, so he fell limply to the ground. Luffy, capable people can't touch the fence, I reminded you. Shukang said. Seeing this, Crocodile immediately said, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Devil Shukang, thank you for being able to come here. I will kill you well, you are waiting for a while, because the guest of honor has not arrived yet. Guest of honor? Nami asked rhetorically. Now, my partner is picking him up, Crocodile said. Crocodile, do you think that with a low-level fence, you can trap me? Shukang said with a faint issue, looking at Crocodile. Oh, you mean, can you escape? I know that you are a person of ability, so you should be quite clear in your heart that you can't escape by yourself, right? Crocodile was not worried at all. After all, as long as the person with ability fell in this trap of his, there is basically no possibility of escaping. However, Shukang sneered. Then, take care of me. Shukang just put his hand on the fence, and his whole body did not feel weak or tired, which surprised the surrounding partners. Why is this? Smoker is also a little confused. It is clear that Shukang is a devil fruit person, and his previous battle with him also shows this. But now, Shukang is obviously not affected by this sea stone fence. Influence. Crocodile was also very shocked. This has never happened before. But Crocodile immediately said, so that's the case, is the information wrong? You are not a devil fruit person at all. Oh, then look at what this is. Shukang then stimulated his own fruit, and the whole person became a little different in an instant. Huge black wings grew out of his back, and the whole person obviously used the fruit. Ability. Everyone didn't know what to say, but now everyone could understand that Shukang's devil fruit was not even affected by the sea and sea stone. Do you think that if you become like this, you will get rid of your fate of death? Crocodile naturally did not believe in Shukang's strength. In Crocodile's eyes, Shukang and Luffy were just little pirates. HMPH, let's wait and see. Shukang said to Smoker before he became furious. Smoker, we are here to defeat Crocodile. Although Marine and our pirates are at odds with each other, for now, we must cooperate temporarily. Let's temporarily truce. How? Either, fight here and let the crocodile fishermen benefit, or go out with us. Shukang looked at Smoker and said. Smoker was silent for a while, before finally saying, okay. I'll let you go this time. But next time. Understood. Next time, if you want to arrest us, feel free. Shukang knew that Smoker agreed with this cooperation. Immediately afterwards, Shukang was about to break through the fence to escape, but at this moment, a voice made Shukang stop temporarily. Crocodile, I'm going to kill you. It turned out that Princess Vivi appeared in the VIP room. Welcome, Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. No, it's Miss Wednesday, thanks to you being able to escape the assassination of our agency so far. Crocodile said very easily. Of course come, no matter where you are, because I want you to die. Mr. Zero, if you don't come to this country, Alabasta can be at peace forever. Vivi rushed directly to Crocodile, but it looked very indifferent. Peacock chainsaw. Vivi's attack hit Crocodile, and then Crocodile's head disappeared directly. Chapter 74_Escape, Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. It's useless. Smoker had already said the truth. Smoker's body instantly turned to sand and flew towards Vivi. Are you out of breath? Since you live in this country, you should also know the ability of my rustling fruit. Crocodile used the sand to appear behind Vivi, covered his mouth with his hand, and threatened, do you want to be mummified? Luffy and the others watched in shock. It's turned into sand. Bastard! Let me go, Vivi. Watch out, I'll blow you away. Luffy kept yelling. You sit me down, it's party time, miss. All Sunday, right? Crocodile didn't do anything to Vivi, but asked Robin beside him. Robin looked at his watch and said, yeah, it's already past 12 o'clock, and the Utopia operation is about to start. The ideal country battle. What is that? No one knows what medicine is sold in the crocodile gourd. Ha ha ha. Crocodile couldn't help laughing and finally said, it's this boring country that is going to die, miss. Wednesday, I want Alabasta to disappear from this earth. I want to let those people who survived fall in pain and struggle, and be sucked into the eternal darkness. Utopia battle, it's on. Ha 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 ha. Crocodile then started laughing endlessly again. Vivi looked up immediately and asked, what do you want to do with Alabasta? Should I tell you which type of person I despise the most? It's a selfish hypocrite who pretends to be for the sake of the nation, Crocodile said. Are you trying to kill Lord Father? How can you do that? Vivi said emotionally. Don't scream like that. I didn't intend to do that. He is not worth killing at all. I want Cobra to experience a humiliation that is even crueler than death. Crocodile said lightly. A humiliation crueler than death. Usopp repeated. Vivi's face naturally became very ugly. Ha 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 ha. As a princess of a country, you can't put on such a face. Crocodile once again made a sly smile. I was asking you once, what exactly is the Utopia campaign? Hurry up and tell me. Vivi asked again very eagerly. Do you really understand your current position? You are really a brave princess. Anyway, the battle has already begun. Then I will tell you that the plan to end this country is to fight in the ideal country. Then Crocodile revealed his plan to induce Kosha to fight against the king's army. Nami couldn't help but said, what a sinister battle. How, do you like it? The battle you took part in is now bearing fruit. As long as you listen carefully, you should be able to hear Alabasta's screams, right? But everyone thinks so. To protect Alabasta, to protect Alabasta, to protect Alabasta. Crocodile couldn't help laughing again. Stop talking. How can you do such an outrageous thing? Vivi was already a little broken. Ha ha ha. It's really amazing. Thinking for the sake of the country will actually destroy the country. At this time, Luffy was already furious, and then he finally couldn't help rushing to the vicinity of the fence. Shu King. Aren't you afraid of this thing? Break him. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to shoot Crocodile. Shu King saw that things had already developed to this point, and there was no need to wait any longer. I see, all of you, go farther. Although Shu King's movements were very small, no one should be underestimated at this moment. Friends know that the other captain, Shu King, seems to be able to predict everything, and his strength is also the most powerful existence on board. Miracles have happened to him more than once. Don't be kidding, even if you are not affected by Seastone, the rigidity of this kind of fence should not be underestimated. How long do you think it took me to do these things? Whether it's inciting the people's sabotage, or acting as the king's army, do you know why I'm going so far to get this country? Crocodile asked. Ancient weapon, Hades. Shu King said what Crocodile wanted to know most, and at the same time, Shu King's Shira had also been cut out. This time, Shu King slashed out with all his strength without any obstruction or restraint. In the past, Shu King's slash was comparable to that of Hawkeye at that time. You must know that Hawkeye can deliver the strongest slash in the world. This red slash appeared, and the fence in front of him was instantly cut open. Not only that, but everything around him was cut open. Due to the rupture of the room, the lake water outside the rain banquet also rushed in instantly, and many banana crocodiles rushed in. Crocodile's body was also cut in half, and everything around him became fragmented. Because Shu King cut off the cage, Zoro was holding Luffy, Usopp was holding Vivi, and Shu King was holding Nami. Shu King saw that both Smoker and Robin were unable to move in the lake at this time, so a foot kicked Smoker to Zoro. Then, Shu King became the biggest winner in his life. Holding Nami in his left hand and Robin in his right hand, he swam up from the lake. The drowning people were put on the side of the road, and in the end everyone slowly woke up. Shu King handed Nami to Usopp Zoro, and he jumped to reach a roof and put Robin in his arms beside him. Why did you save me? Robin looked at Shu King, who didn't slow down. Shu King said, by the way, when I went to Yuba, I found a historical text. You should be interested. I marked it with a spiral outside, and you should be able to find it. Then Shu King did not have a trace of nostalgia, and used the instant body again to disappear in place. Unexpectedly, after Shu King returned to the side of his friends, he found that he was surrounded by Marine's men. Before Shu King could say anything, Sanji suddenly attacked and rescued everyone. And Smoker also took this opportunity to deliberately let Shu King, Luffy and others go. Captain, aren't you chasing? The sea soldier asked. Can't catch up. Stop chasing, hurry up and call for support. Smoker finally let everyone go, and there was a faint gesture of wanting to help Luffy and Shu King. What to do now? Where's Crocodile? Since Shu King's slash just now was too powerful, no one knew what happened to Crocodile. This guy is definitely not dead, but the top priority is to stop the final battle between the King's army and the rebel army. Shu King said. Yeah, we're going to Albana immediately. Vivi said with approval. Chapter 75 Luffy and Crocodile _______. The third. But how are we going to get to Albana? Even if we rush over now, it's too late. Everyone then started to get frustrated, but this time, Chopper arrived in time. Not only that, Chopper also brought a friend with eyelashes. The friend of the eyelashes is a giant crab. It's amazing. This is a moving crab. Moving crabs usually hide in the sand, so they are called magic crabs. Vivi also said happily. This guy runs quite fast. Zoro just saw the speed of the moving crab. Everyone has to hurry up. Okay, let's go. Chopper held the reins for a dozen, and the huge crab quickly started to move towards the east. The plan was to head east to the Sandora River, but go directly across the Sandora River and enter west of Albana. The moving crab moved at such a fast speed, raising a puff of smoke. However, at this time, a going hook suddenly floated up strangely, and there was sand behind him to connect, which was obviously Crocodile's ability. The going hook rushed in Vivi's direction and hooked Vivi very easily. Everyone was startled. Stop it, Chopper. Usopp called to stop the moving crab, and Luffy grabbed Vivi directly. It's that guy. Luffy then grabbed the going hook directly, while he himself flew over with the going hook. Leave me alone. You go now, Luffy said. Be sure to escort him well. Send Vivi home safely. Seeing this, Shu King knew that Luffy was planning to face Crocodile alone. Let's go, Chopper. Going towards Albana like this. Shu King had no choice. Luffy was no longer in charge of leading his partners. Well, I see. Chopper then tapped the reins again, and the crab resumed its high-speed movement. Hey, is Shu King leaving Luffy? Usopp was still a little worried about Luffy. Don't worry, as of now, I can only trust Luffy. Shu King made a seal immediately after speaking. Wood clone technique. Immediately afterwards, a person exactly like Shu King appeared on the spot, and then the clone jumped off the moving crab. What the hell is this? Everyone was startled, and the person in front of him was exactly the same as Shu King. This is the ability I just awakened. It is able to create a clone, although it is a clone, but the strength is exactly the same as mine. I will leave a wooden clone, in case something special happens to Luffy. My clone should be we can rescue him quickly. Shu King thought very thoughtfully, and everyone was naturally full of praise for Shu King. Is it really okay? Vivi looked in Luffy's direction, still a little worried. It's okay. If the King's army and the rebel army meet, the kingdom of Alabasta will disappear. If the only hope that can stop this is you, no matter what happens, you have to live. Zoro advised. It doesn't matter what happens to any of us in the future. What's the matter? Vivi still can't bear it. Vivi, you started the war. You started the war against this unidentified group, but stop feeling like you're fighting alone, Sanji said. Vivi, don't worry, I'm still there, I'm still here. Usopp also cheered. At this time, Vivi shouted loudly, Luffy, we will be waiting for you in Albana. Okay, Luffy responded, and then, he saw Shu Kang appear. Shu Kang, didn't you leave? Why did you come back? Luffy was very puzzled, and was planning to blame Shu Kang. I'm not Shu Kang, I'm Shu Kang's wooden clone. You can also understand me as Shu Kang, but I'm not Shu Kang's body. Luffy was speechless, he couldn't understand what Shu Kang was saying. Two people appeared in front of them, it was Crocodile and Nicole Robin. At this time, Crocodile and Robin were a little down, after all, Shu Kang's attack just made them fall into the water. Looks like Vivi got away, Robin said. No matter how they escape, the agents have already assembled in Albana, you should go and get in touch. Crocodile said. I didn't expect that Shu Kang, your swordsmanship is so superb, I really underestimated you before. Crocodile said. And you, Luffy, Straw Hat, you've volunteered to stay and deal with me. I don't know if you're brave or stupid, Crocodile said. At this time, Luffy said, that guy, he is obviously weak, but he wants to save everyone he sees. It is precisely because nothing can be discarded that it has been so painful. I also hope that everyone in the rebellion will survive. Don't die. Don't let anyone die. You can really say that naive peace idiot, that's because she doesn't know what real fighting is, do you think so too? Crocodile said. Yeah, but that guy, as long as you are still with her, he will fight you to the death, so I have to deal with you here. Luffy roared, his expression changed a little. Ha ha ha, it's so boring, it looks like you are the incurable idiot. This is a good example, I have seen many people like this because of being too intimate with others. Crocodile said. Aren't you an idiot then? Luffy said. Nico Robin couldn't help laughing. What's so funny, do you want to die too? Nico Robin, Crocodile said. It's up to you if you want, and didn't we agree not to call it this name? Robin said as he walked. Where are you going? Crocodile asked. I'm going to Albana first, Robin said. What a useless woman, okay. Crocodile then threw the hourglass near Luffy and said, 3 minutes for you. Then, I have to play well with Shu Kang. Crocodile now believes that Shu Kang is the strongest person. However, your strength is swordsmanship, right? But you don't even have a sword, so how can you fight me? Crocodile looked at Shu Kang's wooden clone and said. Although Shu Kang's wooden clone had the same strength as Shu Kang, it didn't mean that everything was 100% copied. Shu Kang's Zanpakuto couldn't be cloned by the clone technique, so Crocodile felt that Shu Kang should not be that powerful. Your opponent is me, Crocodile. Shu Kang, leave it to me, Luffy said. Okay, Shu Kang's wooden clone was not here to fight Crocodile, his task was to ensure that Luffy could survive. Well, since that's the case, let's finish the Straw Hat Boy in 3 minutes. If it's more than that, I'll be impatient. Then let's begin. Chapter 76 _ Shu Kang fights the Sand Crocodile. First change. Luffy stared at Crocodile as the wind and sand raged around him. Although Shu Kang's wooden clone was unlocked not long ago, it was used perfectly. It was precisely because of Shu Kang's perfect release that the duration of the wooden clone could be extended indefinitely. At this time, Shu Kang left the venue to Luffy, but he didn't know where to go. Okay, don't waste your time, Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile stared at Luffy in front of him, then rushed up. As for Shu Kang, he came behind Robin. What are you doing, Mr. Shu Kang? Robin quickly found Shu Kang behind him, and Shu Kang didn't want to hide. Shu Kang Vivi Isho said, Miss Robin, I don't think you should leave right now, right? Maybe, you will save Luffy's life when he falls. Robin was a little surprised, but he didn't show the slightest appearance. Why do you think so? No matter how we say it, we are opposite camps, right? Shu King shook his head and said, no, we are in the same camp. How do you say? Robin was quite interested in the mysterious young man in front of him. He saved her life before, and also told her the text of the history, and he could even say Pluto. All these things whetted Robin's appetite. Your purpose is for the historical text. Although you are in the Baroque Works Club, in the end, it is just to avoid the pursuit of Marine and the world government, so you don't want others to know your Nico Robin's identity. Shu King, you said, the more surprised Robin. You shouldn't be. Robin was a little scared, and his eyes suddenly evaded a little when he looked at Shu King. Don't worry, I'm not a CP9, I'm not going to be the dog of the world government. Shu King's words showed disdain for the world government and Marine, and Robin's doubts were slightly relieved. Why do you know about CP9? Robin asked again. What do you know? Tell me all, it's just the two of us here. I have to know a little bit about you to decide whether to kill you or not. Robin's words had a threatening intent. However, Shu King said indifferently, the Shu King you have seen is just an avatar. My main body is now heading to Albana with my friends. However, I can represent Shu King's own will and also with Shu King's own powerful strength. It's not that easy to kill me, besides, we are fighting on the same front. Robin didn't speak, because she had heard so many things that surprised her. Robin, Crocodile can't shelter you any longer, because the Straw Hat Pirates will defeat it, and then where will you go? You don't belong here, you belong to the world. As O'Hara's last historian, I hope you can get on our ship, and although I don't know what a blank 100 years are, I hope you find her. When Shu King spoke about O'Hara and the blank 100 years, Robin was already panicking. You, who are you? Robin didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. I am your partner, a powerful and trustworthy partner, but I know that you want to enter Albana to see the historical text. I will not stop you, but will support you, which is also the reason why I tell you the location of the historical text I know. Luffy will not die with me, so you can go to Juba to find that historical text, and you are on your way to Albana. Quote. Leave it to me here, of course, don't rush to make a decision now, because Crocodile has not been killed by us. Shu King smiled very elegantly, then turned and walked in the direction of Luffy and Crocodile, thinking if you want to see, it should be almost 3 minutes. And Robin was stunned for a long time before he recovered. This guy said that as if it were a matter of course. Why is he so confident? His strength is very strong, but can he really defeat Crocodile? Robin wanted to say something. Shu King had already disappeared in front of his eyes. When Shu King appeared, Crocodile had already killed Luffy. A big talker like you, as many as you want. Crocodile knocked Luffy to the ground, surrounded by a very violent sandstorm. Yuba will die, in that last sandstorm. And then the rebels will be even more angry. That trite thought of thinking of others will lead to the ruin of the whole country. Crocodile's figure appeared in the setting sun. Very bloody. You too, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, if you let go of those boring feelings, you might be able to live a little longer. Crocodile didn't finish his words before Luffy grabbed his wrist. Don't tell me you're still alive. Crocodile then dumped Luffy in the hollow of the desert. Luffy sinks into the sand in great pain. You look miserable, but you can take it easy now, hee hee hee. Crocodile finished, and Luffy was sucked into the depths of the sand. Just at this time, just hear the whoosh sound. A figure flashed, and then Shu King came behind Crocodile with Luffy in his hand. What? What a great speed. I didn't see it clearly at all. Crocodile turned his head, only to see that it was Shu King. Devil Shu King, are you here to die too? No matter what, the ending is the same. You two will all die here. I don't have time to make trouble with you. Come on. Although Crocodile was frightened, he was still very arrogant. The corners of Shu King's mouth rose. He was specializing in this kind of pretending to be an enemy. Sorry, Shu King, I don't have the strength anymore. Luffy said at this moment, a little immobile. Oh, it's okay, just rest here. Shu King took out a little water and handed it to Luffy, and he came to Crocodile's back again in a flash. What's this? Crocodile couldn't help but ask. The ability to move instantly made him unable to react. Do you know how Xiao Li beat Gaara? Shu King asked. What? Crocodile didn't understand Shu King's meaning. I'll let you experience it. Shu King disappeared with a swoosh. This one again. Crocodile gritted his teeth and turned back. He guessed that Shu King appeared behind him again. This time, however, this was not the case. Shu King appeared in front of Crocodile in an instant, followed by a punch. This punch was also mixed with the power of a devil fruit. There was a faint shadow of a devil outside the skin, just like Devil May Cry. Dante inside opened up. Bang! Crocodile's stomach exploded with a punch, but Crocodile said proudly to Isho, "It's useless, my fruit ability is inexhaustible." Unsolved. Are you kidding me? Chapter 77 Water Escape and Sand Crocodile The second. Humph. What a tough mouth. Crocodile became elemental, and part of his body was deserted. Crocodile competed for the desertification, and then bound Shu King tightly, but something he didn't expect happened. Shu King suddenly appeared behind Crocodile and punched again. This punch banged off Crocodile's head. Of course, Crocodile had nothing to do, but before he could catch Shu King, Crocodile found out again that Shu King had disappeared. Boom. 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 Shu King flashed like this, and every time he flashed, Crocodile would be turned into sand, and then flashed again. 3 minutes had passed, but Shu King was still alive and well. On the other hand, Crocodile was in a state of embarrassment. Although he was immune to all damage by virtue of the naturalization of the rustling fruit, Crocodile was still full of fire. Asshole! Asshole! Crocodile got a little exasperated. You bastard, don't run if you can. Do you dare to take my attack? Boom! Shu King once again punched Crocodile's head. Okay, since you're so confident in your own attack, I'll take the risk. Shu King then stopped moving at a super high speed, but stood still, waiting for Crocodile's attack. Desert Sword. Crocodile raised his arm high, and finally completely deserted, and then smashed it down heavily. Boom! The sand in front of him was directly divided into two, showing that Crocodile's move was powerful enough to break gold and break stones. However, Shu King did not believe in this evil. The black light all over his body was shining brightly, and his eyes also turned into 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes, making his whole person look even more majestic. Shu King's demon wings directly blocked his eyes. Ha! This guy is dead. Crocodile was naturally full of self-confidence, and no one could stop his move. However, just when Crocodile thought he would kill Shu King, an unexpected scene happened. Demon wings blocked his big move so abruptly. How is this possible? This is impossible. No one has ever survived this trick before. With those bullshit wings, did you stop it? Crocodile's heart was full of disbelief at this time. How could he, Shichibukai, the great pirate at sea, meet such a freak? What kind of fruit are you? Although Crocodile knew that Shu King was called a devil, he never understood why others called him that. Shu King said, "Do you want it?" "I'm sorry, there is no such a fruit on this earth, but I just got it." This is a super devil fruit, the devil fruit of the power of the devil's source. You probably don't know the meaning of devil fruit. Forget it, a little pirate like you only wants to know about a weak ancient weapon like Hades. As for super devil fruit, forget it. Shu King was actually bullshit. How does he know the definition of devil fruit? It's just to pretend to be coercive and scare Crocodile. Pluto. An ancient weapon, the power that can destroy a country. It's weak in your mouth. How ignorant you are. Although Crocodile said so, but then immediately said, "The devil boy. The super devil you said what is the fruit?" Ha! Why should I tell you? I said it before, a little pirate like you doesn't deserve to know. This kind of thing is something that Goldie Roger hasn't figured out. Shu King started bragging again, Kuro or Kadar, it's out of breath. If you have the ability, you can resist all my attacks. At this time, Crocodile took out his hand without the going hook, then slapped it on the ground, and said, "Erosion of Samsara." Immediately afterwards, the desert, which was originally lifeless, was once again deprived of the right to survive. A huge deep pit was instantly formed around, and Shu King had no choice but to hide. Crocodile's hand can absorb water, so that the surrounding water disappears. As long as Shu King is caught, he will naturally be killed. Kader was very happy when he saw that Shu King finally chose to jump in the air, because there is no way to avoid it in the air. "You're dead, Shu King." Crocodile grinned Isho, and that hand instantly condensed a sandstorm and threw it towards Shu King. At this moment, Shu King began to seal the seal. "I learned this ninjutsu after imitating it for a long time. Crocodile, you are the first person to taste this trick," Shu King said after finishing his seal. "Water escape, great waterfall technique. It stands to reason that making water in the desert is a naive thing. However, in Hokage, the true master of water escape can create shock waves of water out of thin air to attack the opponent in an anhydrous environment. Shu King has the blood of Chincho, Uchiha, and Maelstrom, and his chakra volume can also be called a humanoid-tailed beast. This trick, Shu King learned when he was a child watching anime, and when he used it, he was the natural enemy of Crocodile. Seeing that his sandstorm was about to kill Shu King, as a result, water appeared beside Shu King out of thin air. The water just hit the sandstorm, and the sandstorm met the water, and for some reason, it gradually subsided. Crocodile was dumbfounded at this time, looking at everything in front of him and not knowing what to say. This is... Shu King was able to create water out of thin air, and the thing Crocodile was most afraid of was naturally water. As long as Crocodile's body is wet with water, it cannot be naturalized, which is equivalent to the temporary failure of the rustling fruit. Crocodile away with great impact. However, unfortunately, the waterfalls Shu King made were all made of water and gas, and they did not possess the energy of the sea, so they could not become the natural enemies of those who were capable. But imagine, what if you met pirates above the sea? No matter how powerful the pirates were, the big waterfall with a burst of sea water was all finished, and the capable ones were easily killed by Shu King. Shu King understood his wit only after he wanted to understand. My God, I almost ignored such a powerful ability. It seems that I will develop like a sea king in the future. The system seemed to hear Shu King's voice, and immediately responded, "Hello, host. Actually, you can choose the reward direction. If you want any reward, you can let me know." "What?" Shu King immediately asked. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "You didn't ask. The current status of the sign in reward is random. In other words, the rewards of Pirate Dragon Ball Naruto Reaper will appear. If you like Naruto's ability, you can set it as a Naruto reward. If you like Pirate's ability, you can also set it as a Naruto reward. It can be set as a pirate, of course, you can also set 2, and then you will get 2 random rewards." Quote. System, you're back at it again. Chapter 78_Go to Albana. The third. Shu King was very speechless. To be honest, I really don't know how to choose. After all, the difference in combat power between these worlds is a bit big. Dragon Ball World will destroy a planet and a universe at every turn. If it is substituted into this world, I don't know what will happen. Shu King expressed his thoughts. In the end, Shu King decided to stay in Pirate Naruto for the time being. However, when Shu King was busy communicating with the system, he found that after using the water escape, he could not find Crocodile no matter what. That's not right. This guy, what's the matter? I broke the power, and it is reasonable to be unable to use the ability of the Sha fruit. Why is it gone? Shu King asked. At this time, the system once again came out of the blue. Host, a person was rescued by a bunch of hands just now. I saw that you and I were having a good time talking, so naturally you didn't bother. The system said. Shu Kang was also speechless. System, that guy is Shichibukai, enemy, you saw it, didn't you tell me? Are you kidding me? Shu Kang still wanted to hunt down Crocodile. As long as Crocodile was killed, then this time he came to Alabasta for the mission. It's over. The battle between the king's army and the rebel army, I believe that other partners in Vivi are also capable of calming down. However, this went against Shu Kang's original intention. The reason why Shu Kang left the wooden clone here was to rescue Luffy, and Crocodile didn't die in Shu Kang's hands now because Shu Kang and Robin had an unspoken tacit understanding. Shu Kang was waiting for Robin to enter the king's tomb in Alabasta and take a look at the historical text. If the normal method is followed, King Cobra will definitely not let them in, and it will be troublesome at that time. What about Crocodile? I'm going to beat him up. I was careless just now. Luffy said boldly. Obviously he was almost killed by Crocodile's that beating just now, but after recovering, he wanted to find Crocodile single-handedly again. At this time, after Luffy drank Shu Kang's water, his body immediately recovered a lot. Shu Kang, how did you kill that guy? Or did you destroy that guy? Luffy immediately said angrily, that guy can only be beaten by me. Don't rob ahead of me. Shu Kang had no choice but to smile bitterly. Luffy, don't you think too highly of me. That's Shichibukai, Crocodile, the guy with the Logia fruit. Ordinary people can't beat him, but this guy has a huge flaw. The downside, let me think about it. Luffy's head actually started to turn rapidly, and then Luffy said, so it is it blood? No, is it water? Washed him away and the guy didn't seem to be turning into annoying sand. Shu Kang didn't expect the single-celled creature Luffy to grow, so he couldn't help but nodded and said, yes. My chakra is almost used. After all, this is my first ninjutsu, and I still haven't fully mastered it. Next, grab this hydration bag, I'm getting some water. Then, just run towards the west with all your strength, and I will do my best to take you farther. Shu Kang said for a long time, but he didn't expect Luffy to return to his previous state again, and he didn't understand anything. However, these are not very important. Luffy just needs to understand that it is enough that Shu Kang will summon water again. I said, why did you disappear? Why did you summon water? If you can really summon water, wouldn't this country be saved? Luffy also said happily. You're right, so we need to set off to stop the mission of Baroque Works and defeat Crocodile. That guy must have already headed for Albana. Shu Kang said very seriously. There was no time to talk to him at this time. Luffy discusses other issues. Okay, alright, come on, I'm going to shoot Crocodile. Luffy got serious again. At this time, Shu Kang also condensed the chakra seal and used ninjutsu again. Water escape, great waterfall technique. This time, not so much water appeared out of thin air. No matter how much Shu Kang chakra was, there was no way to extract more water. However, it was naturally no problem for Luffy to praise Albana for this water. Wow, Shu Kang, you are too powerful. Although I didn't understand what you meant, you are not the real you, right? Leave the next thing to me. You have to protect everyone. Luffy said vigorously. Yeah, Shu Kang's wooden clone finished, then grabbed Luffy. Hey, what are you doing? Luffy didn't understand Shu Kang's purpose. Shu Kang then smiled and said, next, it's my full strength, you probably haven't seen it before. I'm ready, I'll take you to fly. Luffy. Shu Kang then ran directly, like the wind. After Shu Kang finished running, he directly stretched his demonic wings that covered the sky and finally fanned. The whole person's body then rushed towards the Santara River in the east at a very fast speed. I don't know how long it took, Shu Kang said. It's here. My chakra. In other words, my energy is not enough, and I will go to Albana next, and you will be alone. Quote. Shu Kang slowly disappeared, giving Luffy a great buffer time, so Luffy could land smoothly. And Shu Kang's wooden clone turned into a piece of wood and disappeared into the desert. At the moment, Shu Kang, who was moving with everyone on the moving crab, smiled and said, "Don't worry, Luffy is not dead. That guy Crocodile also knows how good I am." Ah! Everyone looked at Shu King and asked, "How did you know this time?" Shu King responded, "After my clone disappears, all memories will be passed on to me." Alba is right in front of you. Baroque Works must have made adequate preparations. Vivi said at this time. Looks like we're going to have to do something. They should be targeting Vivi, right? Zoro said. Yes, Princess Vivi is a friend of the rebel army Kosha, and she is also a princess. It is reasonable for both parties to listen to her. Shu King said. But, it's not that simple, right? Shu King, you also said that Bakuro's agents are instigating both sides, right? Sanji said. Isn't that? There is no way to stop it. Usopp was also a little worried at this time. Albana, there are 4 gates. The enemies of Baroque Works should stop us at the East Gate, West Gate, and South Gate. Why don't we find a way to hide from the sky? Vivi seemed to have an idea. Ha, that's it. Shu King told everyone his plan. Everyone looked at Shu King approvingly and said, okay. Just follow what Shu King said. This is a really good plan. In the future, the focus will be more on the protagonist. Chapter 79 Despicable Agent Bakuro. For Silver. First change. As for Shu King's method, it was natural to use the cloak, and use the confused tactics with his friends in pairs. Go to the East Gate, West Gate and South Gate respectively. In this way, the agents of Baroque Works also faced 2 opponents. All the Bakuro members guessed wrong. It turned out that the person in front of them was not Princess Vivi at all. As for Shu King himself, he followed Vivi's side and protected Vivi. Knowing that Vivi was the enemy's target, Shu King naturally wanted to protect Vivi first. Thank you, everyone. Vivi looked at Albana, then prayed, then looked at Shu King and said, Shu King, thank you. We have to hurry up, the rebel army has arrived. Okay, you can go your way, I'll just follow you. After Shu King finished speaking, he silently followed behind Vivi. Vivi rode his Karoo duck and rushed forward quickly. The Straw Hats were trying to make the Baroque Works misunderstand that they would go to the king's army, but now Vivi's purpose is not to go to the king, but to stop the rebel army Kosha. I will definitely stop them. If they fail, everything that has been done will be in vain, said Vivi. At this time, the king's army, that is, the guards of the king's city, are working hard to prepare for the defense. The number of the rebel army is as high as 2 million, which is already exaggerated. Vivi finally came to the only way to the royal city, where the rebel army was waiting. Shu King, leave it to me next, you must not take action. Vivi reminded repeatedly, afraid that Shu King would do something to protect her. Don't worry, it won't, but if you can't convince them, I won't take their lives. After Shu King confirmed again, Vivi was satisfied. The dust was flying in an instant, and the figures of people and camels could already be seen, and even the earth began to shake. Please, Chief, listen to me, Vivi thought worriedly. Shu King was standing beside him, and he was standing with no sense of existence. At this time, he had to follow Vivi's advice first. Everyone, don't be scattered. Make a breakthrough towards the southern city gate. Then open the main gate from the inside. Prepare for me, said Kosha, the leader of the rebel army. The momentum is extremely magnificent. Stop for me, rebel army. This battle was designed by someone else. Vivi opened his hands, trying to stop the rebel armies going. Please, listen to me. Vivi shouted loudly, but no one wanted to listen to her. At this moment, a shell was fired from somewhere. Shu King naturally knew that the shell was fired by the Bakuro spy of the king's army. Put away your little thoughts. Shu King walked like a fly, and the shira in his hand was already unsheathed. Then, Shu King immediately waved the shira in his hand, and the cannonball was directly cut in half. Kosha saw Vivi in front of him and immediately waved his hand, causing the thousands of troops to stop. Of course, at this time, there were also many Pakistani Kuro spies in the rebel army, and they all took the initiative to attack Shu King and Vivi. Bastard! I haven't given the order yet. Before Kosha finished speaking, he saw that the person in front of him was handsome among the bullets and started a ghostly dance. Those bullets passed by Shu King unexpectedly, and after Shu King dodged again, he could cut those bullets in half with divine swordsmanship. It is understandable to cut cannonballs, but even bullets can be cut in half, which is still a relatively advanced rifle bullet, which is shocking. Who are you? Sign up. Kosha asked immediately when he saw someone blocking his army in front of him. Kosha, do you know me? Princess Vivi, do you know? Please listen to her before attacking the king's army. Shu King said. Seeing that Kosha and Vivi had already met, Shu King did not take it lightly. He knew that there were spies of Bakuro on both sides. If he was not careful, Vivi might have been killed, so Shu King spread his wings and closed Vivi up. Doto, Vivi. Kosha naturally didn't know her father's name, and of course, she wouldn't forget her friend's name. Stop, Kosha. This war was designed by someone else. It's Crocodile who really benefits from it. The king has disappeared. The king you see is an agent of the Baroque works with devil fruits. The leader of this spy organization is officially Crocodile, in order to consume our strength, so as to master Alabasta. Vivi anxiously told Kosha what she knew one by one. Kosha was also shocked. So, are we being deceived? Could it be that the reason for the drought in Alabasta is also what Crocodile did? Kosha also asked eagerly, although at first, he wanted to doubt Vivi, but Vivi risked his life to stop himself, which has explained everything. Plus, Kosha felt that everything was too coincidental. Without weapons, it was a godsend opportunity. With weapons, the king's army was originally several times stronger than himself, but suddenly they all rebelled and became their own rebel army. Why has Alabasta been dry for so long? If all this is a coincidence, it is indeed somewhat unreasonable. At this time, Kosha is a little embarrassed for me, and he is now in a dilemma. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. Kosha was suddenly knocked to the ground by an attack from the king's army. Because Shu King wanted to protect Vivi, he couldn't even protect Kosha. However, the fuse of the matter was here. Seeing that his leader was knocked down by the king's army, those rebel troops were incited again. Attack on the royal city of Albana. Avenge our leader Kosha. Yeah, revenge. Revenge. These troops were already ready to stop, but at this time, their inner hatred was once again mobilized. This was the first time Shu King gritted his teeth in anger. These Bakuro agents were simply too sinister. Crocodile, it seems that you insist on instigating the two sides to fight. In this case, I will let your wish fail again. Your expression must be very interesting. Shu King thought to himself. At this time, Vivi was also in tears. She didn't expect that she tried her best to stop it, and in the end, she still got such a result. Countless rebels rushed towards Shu King and Vivi again. We are for the country. No king. This is the final battle. What to do, boss? Vivi shouted hoarsely, but no one could hear him. Leave it to me, Vivi. Rest assured I won't hurt them. Shu King pulled out the shira from his waist again, and then slashed it out with a knife. Chapter 80_Threatening Crocodile. The second. As soon as shira came out, red light appeared. The dry air around was filled with the smell of blood again. This time Shu King kept his promise. Although he pulled out shira, he didn't kill anyone, but slashed at the person in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the scarlet sword chi rushed out, and in the end, the sword chi slashed about a meter in front of the rebel army. Hearing the sound of boom, the earth suddenly began to tremble. What happened? What's going on? This is an earthquake. Look, what is that? Whether it was the king's army or the rebel army, they were all extremely shocked at the place where Shu King's sword energy slashed out. That place has turned into an abyss, no one knows how deep it is. Yes, Shu King slashed out, and a deep pit appeared around it. The length of the deep pit was extremely long, like a rift, and the width was at least 2 meters or more. No one would have imagined that Shu Kang's slashing attack was so strong that he stopped the rebel army in going with one move. Baroque Works Club in the rebel army immediately said, "Find a way to get there. Prepare something like a ladder. It's okay to go around." However, seeing Shu Kang's move, the rebels were not so impulsive. They all thought that if they angered the person in front of them, I'm afraid everyone would be hacked to death by him, right? The king's army had no reason to attack at this time, because the rebel army could not get close at all. As for the rebel army, they could only stay in place until they thought of a way. Since you don't want to listen to Vivi's words, then follow the method I said. Shu Kang then grabbed Vivi and planned to run towards Albana Royal City. The war was unavoidable now, and Shu Kang couldn't destroy everyone. It was quite difficult to find those Bakuro agents alone. To be honest, Shu Kang could only bring Vivi back to the palace temporarily. At this time, Usopp suddenly appeared in front of Shu Kang and Vivi. Usopp said, "Vivi, let's go. I have a horse. Come on up. If you don't hurry up, the rebellion will get worse. Hurry up," Usopp urged. However, seeing this abnormal situation, Vivi also directly doubted. "Usopp, prove it to me." "What? Do you doubt me? Look." Usopp showed his left hand, and there was indeed the bandage. No, even though Vivi saw the bandage, she still didn't believe it, and Vivi then looked at Shu Kang. "Yes, he is not." Shu Kang nodded. "You must know that before the bandages were wrapped, everyone also made a fork on their wrists. This is a double mark. If it is only a single mark, it is easy for others to see through. Therefore, Usopp did not light up the logo inside, which is obviously fake." Sure enough, Usopp in front of him instantly changed his face and became the Mr. 2 he had seen before, that is, Funk Lei. "Why is it exposed? It should be perfect." Xiao Zero reported that everyone is wearing the same logo. Mr. 2 also said with a hippie smile. "Mr. 2, hello, we are half friends, right? You still remember that we saved your life, right? Don't you plan to repay this kindness?" Shu Kang knew that Mr. Point 2 in front of him was very attaches great importance to friendship, so it directly uses the power of moral kidnapping. "It turned out to be you. The devil Shu Kang. You have deceived me so hard. Of course I can let you go, but I want to say that my goal is to kill Princess Vivi." "Princess Vivi, this desert is your tomb." Mr. 2 was very straightforward, and launched the attack without any hesitation. Shu Kang grabbed Vivi and Karu, and disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already at the gate of Wangcheng. "So fast, but I won't let you run away." Shimale dash. Mr. 2 chased after him with all his strength. With the help of Shu Kang, Kaludok had the ability to fly for a short period of time, and flew to the cliff in an instant, throwing Mr. 2 away, but Mr. 2 was not an ordinary person, and immediately caught up again. They rushed towards the palace in Albana. At this time, Kaluya stayed loyal to stop Mr. 2, and then Kaluya and Sanji came to support. Now, Kaluya and Vivi be saved. "Let's go. Vivi, you still have your work to do, right? Leave it to me here." Sanji chose to take over and deal with Mr. 2, while Shu Kang continued to bring Vivi with an umbrella to the palace. Now that the King Cobra has disappeared, naturally he was captured by Bakuro's people. Shu Kang wanted to save him without destroying the plot, and find the captain of the guard and tell him the conspiracy behind the war. Bakuro's agents have arrived, the war has begun, and Crocodile and Robin appear to have arrived at the palace. Vivi found Yaka the jackal and told him everything. Then the sand suddenly struck, and finally condensed into a human shape. "It's really nerve-wracking. It was a good fight. I didn't expect to be mixed up by you Shu Kang and Miss Wednesday." Crocodile looked very tired at this time. It was obvious that he was injured during the battle with Shu Kang Mu's clone. Crocodile. After Vivi looked at the crocodile in front of him, he saw the king cobra in his hand. "His Majesty the King," cried Garca. Father. Vivi was also very worried about his father's life. I said, Crocodile, your strength is not very good. What do you want to do now? Shu Kang looked at Crocodile in front of him with a relaxed look. Ha, what do you think will happen if you beat me by luck? Crocodile didn't show any fear of Shu Kang. Won a game. Did this guy beat Crocodile? Gaku looked at Shu Kang in surprise and thought to himself. If I win you once, I can win you 10,000 times. But, let's just say, the one who beat you is Luffy. As the captain, I have to give him this chance. Shu Kang said nonchalantly, is full of contempt for Crocodile's strength. Ha ha, that straw hat boy, he's a rare rookie, but he's not good enough to deal with me. Crocodile almost killed Luffy not long ago. Don't blow it there, you're not Luffy's opponent, and all you rely on is the ability of the Logia fruit. Shu Kang said. Ha, as long as he appears again, I will kill him completely, and I won't give you any time to save him. Crocodile's expression was very terrifying, and this time it seemed to be serious. If you guessed correctly, you are afraid of water, right? As long as I can use the trick to defeat you, no matter how strong you are, I will instantly kill you. Shu Kang also calmly threatened Crocodile.